In this realm, possessing a spiritual root is the only path to immortality, while those without it are destined to remain mere mortals. Mo Wuji, burdened only with a mundane root, is but an ordinary man. Should he resign himself to aging? Or shall he fight against fate? Chapter 1, Prologue. Ha ha ha. Ruoyin, I have finally refined the meridian opening elixir. I have succeeded. In a somewhat chaotic laboratory, Mo Wuji clutched a porcelain vial, laughing maniacally. Clang. A glass tumbler fell to the floor, spilling tea everywhere. A beautiful woman clad in a cheap house stood at the doorway, staring in astonishment at the wildly laughing Mo Wuji. After a moment, she tremulously uttered, "Wuji, you succeeded? Truly succeeded?" Upon noticing the lovely woman at the entrance, Mo Wuji realized Ruoyin had come to deliver him tea. She was evidently as taken aback by the news as he was, which explained her dropping the glass in her excitement. "Ruoyin, this time there is absolutely no error. I just sampled half the vial and can distinctly feel a meridian being opened, akin to a burning fuse igniting. The meridian is gradually expanding. At this very moment, it continues to unfold. We have triumphed." With the porcelain vial still in hand, Mo Wuji stepped toward the woman, grasping her hands in fervor. "Ruoyin, over these years, I have dedicated myself to the study of the meridian opening elixir, burdening you with my care. You have toiled so much. Let us marry, and then establish a company solely dedicated to producing this elixir. I firmly believe our venture will soon create a sensation across the globe." The woman finally composed herself, though her voice still trembled as she asked, "Have you secured the formula?" Mo Wuji nodded. "Ruoyin, do not worry, all the data is stored on my laptop. Allow me to show you." As he turned to walk towards the computer, a sudden chill gripped his back, followed by a searing pain. He then witnessed a blade protruding from his chest, a dagger that had been plunged from behind, piercing through his heart. The agony brought forth an overwhelming dizziness, sapping his strength. Slowly, he turned his head, gazing in bewilderment at the figure of Xia Ruoyin, who held the hilt of the knife. With widened eyes, he murmured, "Ruoyin, why? Why?" Even now, he could hardly believe that the one who had stabbed him in the back was his beloved of many years, the woman to whom he had given his all. "I am sorry, Wuji, I am so sorry." Xia Ruoyin's hands trembled, her entire being quaking. She had just taken the life of her lover, a man who had laid bare his soul to her for over a decade. 2 tears, as large as beans, rolled from the corners of Mo Wuji's eyes. He felt his body growing increasingly frigid. His senses began to fade, and the light in his eyes started to scatter, yet he refused to close them, fixating instead on Xia Ruoyin. "If you desire the formula, just say the word. I would have given it to you. Why?" His tears did not stem from the impending loss of life. Since the dawn of his memories, he had never wept. Yet today, the deepest wound was not the one in his back, but rather the one in his heart. Perhaps even Xia Ruoyin herself was unaware of the stature she held in Mo Wuji's heart. He would have willingly sacrificed himself for her at any moment. Yet, the woman for whom he was prepared to die had just driven a dagger into his heart. Perhaps it was the prolonged silence without an answer, or perhaps a refusal to succumb without closure, that caused his dimming eyes to slowly close, 2 tears lingering at the corners. Plop. At last, Xia Ruoyin shed 2 streams of tears, which fell upon the corners of Mo Wuji's eyes, washing away his own droplets of sorrow. Chapter 2. The fallen prince. A faintly mournful cry startled Mo Wuji awake. He raised his head just in time to see a solitary crow fly overhead, quickly vanishing along with the haunting sound. "Where am I?" Mo Wuji suddenly sensed an oddity. He seemed to be seated atop a newly formed, low mound, with 7 or 8 disheveled children kneeling before him. A girl in a floral blue dress stood by his side, carrying a bamboo basket. As Mo Wuji contemplated the situation, the girl softly spoke, "Everyone has been so good. Today, since we have run out of candy, we will end our playtime here. Do remember to come back tomorrow. Are we playing a game of the Emperor's Court?" This scene feels so familiar. A wave of alarm surged through Mo Wuji as he recalled the fate of Murong Fu from the novels, driven mad in his quest to restore his country. Abandoned by his childhood sweetheart Wang Yuyan, and left with only his maid Abby by his side. The unfolding scene mirrored Murong Fu's tragic end, where Abby had gathered children to partake in the childish games of a failed restoration. "We salute our king. Farewell, my king. We shall return for more candy tomorrow." After a cacophony of childish chatter, the children dispersed. Mo Wuji's gaze drifted to several young men and women strolling nearby. When his eyes landed on a girl in a purple dress, he momentarily forgot his plight, captivated by her beauty. The girl in purple also regarded Murong Fu, her eyes revealing a complex mix of sympathy and barely perceptible disappointment. The others conversed among themselves, laughing as they gradually moved away. "No, this cannot be. A dreadful realization struck Mo Wuji. Had he truly died and been reborn as Morong Fu? Is there truly such a phenomenon as soul transmigration? Why did my soul traverse here? What was I doing before this? With these thoughts, a pang of anguish gripped Mo Wuji's heart. He finally recalled that after he developed a potion to enhance meridians, his beloved, Xia Ruoyin, had stabbed him in the back. The memory of that betrayal flooded him with sorrow, overwhelming his spirit. A violent headache prevented him from continuing his thoughts, and his mind became a chaotic jumble. After an hour or two, he began to piece together the truth. This was not the Song dynasty, nor was he reborn as Morong Fu. He was not even on Earth. He found himself in the capital of the Qingyu kingdom, Raozhou. His original identity was that of a prince from a region known as Beijing, named Mo Xinghe. His father had named him so in homage to the Stellar Han Empire, of which the Qingyu kingdom was a vassal state. Mo Xinghe had no concept of the vastness of this land. He understood that the Stellar Han Empire was not the only empire, as each empire encompassed numerous vassal states, each containing several princely territories. The Beijing region was a part of the Qingyu vassal state, which in turn was subordinate to the Stellar Han Empire. 19 years prior, Mo Xinghe's grandfather, Mo Tianqing, had vanished after arriving in Raozhou, leaving Beijing without a ruler. A princely leader required the endorsement of the vassal state as sovereign. Had Mo Tianqing not mysteriously disappeared, he could have directly passed the throne to his descendants, merely notifying the vassal state thereafter. Now, with his grandfather missing and unable to transfer power, the next heir must personally seek recognition from the vassal lord. Thus, Mo Xinghe's parents brought the newborn Mo Xinghe to Raozhou, both to search for Mo Tianqing and for Mo Xinghe's father, Mo Guangyuan, to gain acknowledgement from the Qingyu vassal state to inherit the Beijing throne. What had initially seemed a straightforward inheritance became fraught with obstacles. Mo Xinghe's parents exhausted their wealth and endured more than a decade of tribulations, yet failed to secure the title of Beijing's ruler. Eventually, Mo Xinghe's parents succumbed to illness in Raozhou. Mo Xinghe inherited his father's obsession, determined to claim the Beijing throne. However, following his parents' demise, the Mo family's goodwill in Raozhou was spent. The young Mo Xinghe struggled for years without success, and, upon learning that Beijing had been seized by the Qingyu sovereign, succumbed to madness, culminating in Mo Wuji's rebirth. Mo Wuji recognized the girl in the purple dress. She was Wen Manju, daughter of a marquis in the Qingyu kingdom and a close friend of Mo Xinghe's parents. When Mo Xinghe's parents first arrived in the Qingyu kingdom, they held a respectable status. Consequently, the two families maintained a close relationship, and Mo Xinghe and Wen Manju were akin to childhood sweethearts, though no formal engagement was made. Everyone assumed they would eventually be together. As Mo Xinghe's chances of inheriting the principality faded, his parents' deaths led to his descent into madness, and the Wen family gradually forgot him. As Wen Manju grew older, she distanced herself from Mo Xinghe, aligning herself with other noble families. Tears trickled onto Mo Wuji's hand resting on his knee. He looked up to see a sorrowful face marked by a scar, belonging to a girl who seemed even younger than his current form. This girl was not Abby. Her name was Yenner, the only person who remained by his side, her status merely that of a maid. Without Yenner, Mo Wuji would not have awaited his rebirth as Mo Wuji. The original Mo Xinghe would have been long dead. Aside from the scar, Yenner appeared pallid and frail, lacking the vibrancy typical of youth. It was evident that her condition stemmed from malnutrition. Yet something was amiss. Mo Wuji jolted back to reality. The Mo family, despite not attaining princely status, should not have been destitute or perished in Raozhou. Should they not have returned home first? Or had no one from Beijing come to offer protection or financial support? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Seeing Mo Wuji glance at her, Yenner wiped her slightly reddened eyes and softly asked, "Your Majesty, may we retire from court?" Mo Wuji looked down at the earthen mound beneath him, feeling not only sorrow for Yenner but also for the life he had inherited. In this childish game, Yenner needed confirmation to conclude their playtime. However, Mo Wuji soon cast aside these thoughts, realizing that the most pressing lament was for himself. He was uncertain whether to feel fortunate for surviving such treachery, or to mourn that the one who betrayed him was his dearest love, or to grieve that he could never return to Earth. "Your Majesty, it is dark now," Yenner gently reminded him after a lengthy silence. Mo Wuji glanced at the setting sun dipping behind the trees. Unsure whether he was reflecting on Mo Xinghe's past or lamenting his own fate, he sighed, "Let us return." Noting Yenner's astonished expression, he felt no desire to explain, only to sigh again, "Let us depart." Having spoken, he attempted to rise and shake off the dirt covering him. His prolonged seated position had left his legs numb, but Yenner was quick to support him. As she helped him navigate through the sparse trees, Mo Wuji continued to sift through the remnants of his thoughts. In a world shrouded in uncertainty, after walking silently for several minutes, Mo Wuji muttered to himself, "Your Majesty, what did you just say?" Yinner, not comprehending Mo Wuji's words, hurriedly inquired. Mo Wuji shook his head and replied, "Yinner, do not call me Your Majesty anymore. Just use my name." As he intended to share a life with Yinner, an explanation was inevitable. "Young master, have you fully recovered?" Yinner exclaimed joyfully, grasping Mo Wuji's hand with her bamboo basket in tow. The tears shimmering in her eyes and her trembling fingers revealed the depth of her excitement. Mo Wuji hesitated slightly, then smiled, saying, "Perhaps I am not entirely well yet. I have forgotten many things, but I shall no longer indulge in the foolish dreams I once had." Fearing that he might betray his true condition, he opted to downplay his recovery. Yinner's voice trembled as if she wished to voice something but hesitated. Mo Wuji understood her unspoken concern. She wanted to know if he would engage in the childish games again tomorrow, fearing it might trigger a relapse. Gently patting the back of Yinner's hand, Mo Wuji replied with a smile, "I have already played that role, and I find it rather meaningless. There is no need to come tomorrow. Instead, let us contemplate how to survive." Suddenly, Yinner dropped her bamboo basket, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she murmured prayers to the distant horizon. Chapter 3. The struggles of survival. Mo Wuji refrained from pulling Yinner up. He could feel the immense pressure and suffering she had endured since Mo Xingha's descent into madness. At that moment, he gazed at the indistinct silhouettes of towering buildings in the distance, clenching his fists. Even if he had to start anew, what of it? Though this world resembled a monarchy, it was not devoid of technology. There existed a public transport system akin to Earth's, and ordinary electronic devices were available. Did he truly need to fear for his survival? "Yinner, let us return," Mo Wuji said, lifting her up as he looked toward the distant skyscrapers. Even if he were to be reborn from Earth, it was unlikely he could reclaim his rightful place in the northern Qin kingdom. Abandoning dreams of princely titles, Mo Wuji was confident in his ability to establish himself here. In his previous life, he had been a distinguished biologist and botanist, having discovered a method to extract essences from various plants to synthesize a potion that expanded human meridians. This very breakthrough had led to his betrayal by a lover, resulting in his rebirth in this realm. He comprehended the rarity of expanding human meridians, which linger in the liminal space between existence and non-existence. Despite frequent mentions in traditional Chinese medicine, how many could genuinely pinpoint the location of these meridians and manipulate them? One could only imagine the power one would wield if their meridians were expanded to a perceptible extent. A mere individual with enhanced meridians could potentially triumph in Olympic long-distance running or weightlifting. What he had not anticipated was that a lover, once inseparable from him, would betray him. To this day, he remained bewildered as to why the one who had shared life and death with him would plunge a dagger into his heart at the moment of his triumph. "Yes, young master," Yinner finally calmed, her eyes reflecting newfound brightness. Mo Wuji, somewhat helpless, remarked, "Yinner, do I resemble a young master to you? Please, call me by my name. The past is behind us. Today marks a new beginning. My name is no longer Mo Xingha, but Mo Wuji." "Yes, young master," Yinner responded promptly. Mo Wuji chose not to press further, understanding that some habits and notions of hierarchy could not be easily altered. "The sun is setting. Let us return. Tomorrow, I shall find a way to secure employment." Though Mo Wuji had not yet reached home, he had already formed a vague understanding of the situation. Mo Xingha's parents were long deceased, and the family fortune had dissipated, leaving the Mo family in dire straits. Subsequently, Mo Xingha's madness had forced Yinner to toil daily, bringing him along to partake in trivial games. Their mere survival was a commendable feat. "Young master, do not seek employment. There is no need for you to go out every day. I can take on an additional job. That will suffice." Upon hearing Mo Wuji's intention to find work, Yinner hastily waved her hands in protest. Observing Yinner's faded garment and the simple adornment in her hair, Mo Wuji refrained from further comment. Some matters could not be articulated. The unfortunate Mo Xingha would have remained oblivious to the hardships Yinner had faced in sustaining their lives to this day. Though the city of Raozhou boasted gates and walls, it lacked a curfew, allowing free passage day and night. In essence, the gates and walls served more as symbols than as defenses against warfare. Mo Xingha's ambition was to restore his kingdom. The prosperity of Raozhou was of little concern to him. Mo Wuji could only glean from the faint memories of Mo Xingha that Raozhou was indeed flourishing. Upon entering Raozhou with Yinner, Mo Wuji was immediately struck by the vibrant life around him. The broad streets teeming with people and the brightly lit shops lining the thoroughfares led him to question whether he had stepped into a modern metropolis on Earth. Such affluence was beyond Mo Wuji's means, and after navigating through the bustling streets for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at a somewhat disordered residential area. Here, the light dimmed significantly. From a distance, Mo Wuji spotted the dilapidated storeroom where he and Yenner resided. Despite the rent being nearly negligible, it was still beyond their means. Their continued residence there was evidently due to the landlord's pity. Otherwise, they might have found themselves without a place to sleep. Ah, the young master has returned. I shall make way. A jarring voice interrupted Mo Wuji's thoughts. Hu Fei, step aside. Yenner, who had been trailing half a step behind Mo Wuji, suddenly surged forward, resembling an agitated little leopard, positioning herself protectively behind him. In the dim light, Mo Wuji discerned a young man with slicked-back hair, brazenly proclaiming for others to clear the path while obstructing it himself. Yenner, your brother who has brought you half a pound of pig's head meat today, just for you, he said, raising the wrapped parcel. Mo Wuji's stomach audibly protested, and as Yenner hesitated, contemplating whether to respond to Hu Fei, her internal struggle became evident. If it were just her alone, she would have ignored Hu Fei entirely. However, her young master had not eaten all day, and their home lacked even a grain of rice. What would they do upon returning? Mo Wuji, fully aware of Yenner's dilemma, did not wait for Hu Fei's hand to reach her. He swiftly kicked out. Hu Fei, taken aback by Mo Wuji's sudden action, received a solid kick to the chest. Mo Wuji felt as though he had struck a steel plate. The formidable force rebounded, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Young master, are you all right? Yenner rushed over to support him. Mo Wuji, astonished, regarded Hu Fei, who had only been pushed back a step by his kick. Feeling a deep sense of shock, his physique is indeed frail at present. Yet it should not prevent him from toppling Hu Fei with a single kick during a surprise attack. Could it be that this fellow named Hu Fei possesses martial skills? How audacious of Hu Fei to dream of nobility, and now the cowardly Mo Xinghe dares to strike him unexpectedly, inciting his fury. With a swift motion at his waist, he drew a dagger of considerable length and charged toward Mo Wuji. The onlookers in the distance observed Hu Fei's advance upon Mo Wuji, yet none intervened, not even uttering a word. Hu Fei, cease this at once. In broad daylight, do you dare commit murder? Yenner exclaimed anxiously, her complexion paling, oblivious to the gathering dusk. Haha, I have long desired to rid myself of this fool. Since he initiated the assault on me today, should I slay him? The utmost consequence would merely be a fine, Hu Fei retorted. Yenner, I do this for your sake. You will be liberated, and with me, you shall want for nothing. Clearly, Hu Fei had no intention of halting his assault. Desperately, Yenner positioned herself behind Mo Wuji, blocking his path. At this moment, Mo Wuji had regained his composure. In his recollection, the laws of Qingyu Nation indeed permitted one to kill in self-defense should the adversary strike first, incurring only a minor financial penalty. Regret was futile. He pulled Yenner aside, and, maintaining his calm demeanor, addressed Hu Fei. Hu Fei, should you dare lay a finger on me today, you shall meet a grim fate. Hu Fei erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd jest. You think I wouldn't dare? Open your eyes and see for yourself. Mo Wuji continued. Unhurried, I am still of the royal lineage of Beiqin. Even if I have yet to reclaim my throne, my noble title remains intact. Do you dare to harm a noble? He added, Hu Fei, let me tell you, being dismembered by 5 horses would be a lenient punishment. 1,000 cuts and skinning would be trivial. Hu Fei faltered momentarily, suddenly recalling that even the weakest of princes, regardless of their plight, retained their noble status, which he, a mere commoner, could not challenge. Whether Mo Wuji's noble status had been revoked was beyond Hu Fei's purview. Yet one truth remained. Attacking a noble could lead to the simplest form of punishment, dismemberment. The king jesteth. I am merely jesting with you. How could I dare raise a hand against you? Hu Fei quickly grasped the consequences of attacking Mo Wuji, adopting a tone of flattery. It was unwise to hastily dispose of Mo, for he needed to ascertain the status of Mo Wuji's title. Hu Fei had all the time in the world. Calmly, Mo Wuji approached Hu Fei, seizing the dagger that had drooped from his grip with ease. A fine blade, he remarked, recognizing its sharpness as it fell into his hands. After relinquishing the weapon, Hu Fei instinctively retreated several steps, cautiously observing Mo Wuji. Yenner watched nervously. Even as Mo Wuji disarmed Hu Fei, her anxiety remained palpable. As Mo Wuji's attendant, she was acutely aware that he was presently a commoner, devoid of any noble identity. In simpler terms, had Mo Wuji struck first, Hu Fei could have killed him with little consequence, just a minor fine. After examining the dagger closely, Mo Wuji turned to the increasingly agitated Hu Fei and said, Hu Fei, do not presume that my noble status alone suffices to crush you, even if I were no longer of noble birth. My ancestry as a prince would still warrant severe repercussions should you dare to harm me. To assault a prince's descendant, would that not tarnish the dignity of Qingyu nation? With that final assertion, Mo Wuji scoffed. Hu Fei, pondering whether Mo Wuji still held noble stature, concluded that as long as Mo Wuji was not a noble, he could confidently eliminate him, dagger or no. However, upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, all such thoughts dissipated, and he quickly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I was merely jesting." His mind raced with confusion regarding Mo Wuji's dramatic transformation. "I am no longer your Majesty. Leave now, lest I change my mind," Mo Wuji declared, casually sheathing Hu Fei's dagger within his boot. Yes, farewell, Master Mo," Hu Fei lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at the dagger he had treasured, now lost to him. Before retreating, "Master, now that you see Hu Fei has departed, I shall go borrow some rice from Aunt Lu," Yin'er said as she entered their humble abode. She lamented the loss of the pork head Hu Fei had possessed. She would have chosen to acquire the meat rather than the dagger. "Wait," Mo Wuji called out, capturing Yin'er's puzzled gaze. "Yin'er, it seems that Hu Fei possesses martial prowess, far superior to mine. As a ruffian, where could he have learned such skills?" In Mo Wuji's recollection, this world did not seem to be one teeming with martial experts. Even he, a prince's descendant, had never trained in martial arts. How could a mere thug possess such knowledge? Yin'er, with a look of disdain, replied, "Hu Fei has merely learned a few techniques from others. As a commoner, he cannot even awaken his spirit root. What use is that as martial skill? I have heard our master speak of great-grandfather, who was a formidable spirit cultivator. What is spirit awakening?" Mo Wuji inquired eagerly, his memory only filled with thoughts of restoration and devoid of any other knowledge. Could it be that he had been mistaken? Was this indeed a place where one could cultivate? With this thought, Mo Wuji's heart quickened. If this were truly a world of cultivation, he would fervently pursue mastery, aspiring to return to Earth one day and confront her directly to demand answers. Yin'er, unperturbed by Mo Wuji's ignorance of spirit awakening, was surprised only by his sudden eagerness for knowledge. She proceeded to explain. Spirit awakening is the process of helping those with spirit roots to activate them and develop their spiritual channels. Only those who have awakened their spirit roots and opened their channels can cultivate. It is said that the more channels one opens initially, the better their spirit root quality. From Yin'er's explanation, Mo Wuji discerned two crucial points. First, the necessity of possessing a spirit root for cultivation, and second, the requirement to activate one's existing spiritual channels. "Yin'er, why did the master not allow me to awaken my spirit?" Mo Wuji asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Yin'er's tone turned somber as she replied. After the master arrived in Raozhou, he was consumed with the affairs of inheriting the throne. It was only later, upon realizing the futility of the endeavor, that he considered directing you toward the path of cultivation. The master has gathered enough funds for you to undergo the spirit testing and awakening. Ultimately, it was revealed that you, like the master, possess a mortal root. Typically, mortals are incapable of cultivating spiritual pathways and cannot engage in any form of cultivation. What is a mortal root? Mo Wuji's heart sank, prompting him to inquire further. Having endured the experience of death, what could possibly be beyond his comprehension? Yin'er sensed Mo Wuji's profound sense of loss. With a sigh, she remarked, "I have heard the master say that one's aptitude for cultivation determines future achievements. Generally, those without a spiritual root are deemed mortals, often referred to as waste roots. All who possess a mortal root are mere mortals. Only those with spiritual roots can cultivate. And even among those, the quality of the roots varies: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. It is rumored that some possess roots even superior to the supreme grade. But I am unaware of what such roots entail. I was originally a mortal root." Mo Wuji ultimately could not bear the weight of his disappointment and self-deprecatingly reiterated Yin'er's words. Yin'er offered consolation, "Young master, even in the Lord Qingyu's domain, those with spiritual roots are a rarity. The majority are mere mortals, yet countless mortals lead fulfilling lives. Surely, we can thrive as well." Mo Wuji clenched his fists. "Yin'er, tomorrow I shall seek employment. I intend to accumulate some wealth, preparing to attempt awakening once more." Yin'er seemed taken aback by Mo Wuji's resolution and quickly understood the implications of his words, urging him, "Young master, please reconsider. The master initially gathered funds to assist you in awakening. Even after you were tested and found to be a mortal root, he persisted in his efforts. Though mortals cannot establish spiritual pathways, shortly after your failed awakening, the master passed away." Yin'er's words were veiled, yet Mo Wuji grasped their meaning. Had the master not endeavored to assist him in awakening, despite their impoverished circumstances, he might not have succumbed to illness. This illustrated that the cost of awakening was not insignificant. However, having lived 2 lives, Mo Wuji was far from naive. The master's demise was not merely a consequence of illness. It was clear that he had perished shortly after testing Mo Wuji's root. It appeared that he must proceed with caution in his pursuit of awakening. Yinner, do not fret. I am confident in my ability to earn money. You need not borrow rice from Aunt Lu today. Starting tomorrow, I shall provide for you. Mo Wuji approached Yinner, gently brushing her malnourished, slightly yellowing hair with his hand. Yinner was merely in her teens. One could only imagine the toll it took on her when Mo Xingha's parents passed, leaving her to care for the deranged Mo Xingha. Aunt Lu, their landlady, had been quite considerate of them, yet she was a widow herself, struggling to get by. Frequently borrowing rice from her had become a burden. Mo Wuji, being a top-tier biologist in a place of moderate technological advancement, should not let basic sustenance restrain him. Chapter 5. A debt of gratitude. The twists of fate had already been sorrowful enough, yet he remained indifferent. Even as a fallen prince, Mo Wuji held his head high. What weighed heaviest on him was the realization that he was merely a mortal, a being with a mortal root. On Earth, everyone was equal. Even without the ability to cultivate, he could still defeat opponents through other means. Here, lacking the capacity for cultivation meant the absence of any future opportunities. Even if he were certain of his lack of a spiritual root, he would not surrender without personally verifying it. With such conflicting emotions swirling within him, Mo Wuji was unaware of when he drifted into slumber. He was roused by the enticing aroma of food, opening his eyes to find the day already bright. Upon sitting up, he noticed a large bowl of rice, accompanied by a dish of pickled vegetables and half a cucumber, on the dilapidated square table at the doorway. "Young master, you are awake. Please wash up and join me for breakfast," Yinner exclaimed joyfully, her attention solely on him, without waiting for his response. "Did you not sleep last night?" Mo Wuji observed Yinner's pale complexion, dark circles under her eyes, and weary expression, realizing she had not rested. "I assisted Aunt Lu with her street stall last night. The business was quite good," she replied, despite her fatigue, her joy palpable. Mo Wuji understood the source of her happiness, as a successful night meant a greater reward from Aunt Lu. Descending from the wooden bed, he approached Yinner, tenderly running his fingers through her slightly disheveled hair, remaining silent for a moment. He was certain this was not Yinner's first time staying up all night to earn money for him. She had grown accustomed to it. That foolish Mo Xingha was akin to a pig, relying on a young girl to sustain him while dreaming of royal grandeur. After Yinner returned from her work, she would spend her hard-earned money on sweets to entertain him during his morning games. "Young master, you hardly ate yesterday. Hurry and wash up for breakfast," Yinner urged, sensing a significant change in him upon his waking, which filled her with joy. "Please, eat first. I shall wash up shortly." Mo Wuji felt a surge of tenderness and emotion within him. In 2 lifetimes, no one had ever cared for him in such a manner. In his previous life, his lover, despite her cold demeanor, had treated him well but lacked this emotional resonance, ultimately betraying him. Yinner hastily interjected, "I just had a little something, young master." Her words trailed off as she noticed Mo Wuji bending down to retrieve a half-eaten, blackened bun from beside the pillow. Mo Wuji remained silent, holding the hard, dark bun in his hand, feeling a tightness in his chest. When Yinner mentioned she had eaten, he had noticed the crumbs at the corner of her mouth. He slowly brought the bun to his nose, detecting a faint rancid odor. The stark contrast between this moldy bun and the large bowl of white rice was jarring. No wonder she had become so thin during her growth years. Perhaps the foul smell had triggered his senses, as he felt a sting in his nose and moisture welling in his eyes. "Young master, you mustn't eat that." Yinner, thinking he intended to consume the black bun, exclaimed urgently. Mo Wuji gently grasped Yinner's rougher hands, speaking slowly, "Yinner, as long as I have food, you shall never go hungry. From today onward, you need not go out to sell goods overnight. Remember my words, I shall take care of you from now on." This meal of gratitude would forever remain etched in Mo Wuji's memory. "Young master," Yinner called out in alarm. Concern etched on her face as she wondered what had come over him today. Mo Wuji dared not linger on the topic, patting Yinner's hand before stepping outside to wipe away the moisture at the corners of his eyes, hastily washing up. After breakfast, Mo Wuji stepped outside. Although he had insisted Yinner share breakfast with him and compelled her to rest before leaving, he felt a pang of discomfort within. He needed to find work quickly to ease her burdens. In the entire Qingyu domain, Raozhou City was the largest and most prosperous. Walking through its bustling streets, Mo Wuji sensed the pace of life here was no slower than that of a major metropolis on Earth. The Raozhou Guild was his destination in search of employment. Here, whether one sought work or wished to hire, the Raozhou Guild was the preferred choice. Upon entering the guild, Wuji immediately observed numerous recruitment windows. Some were for large workshops seeking long-term workers, while others were for temporary positions. Additionally, there were countless recruitment posters and various employment offers. Compared to Earth, this place resembled a multifaceted talent market. The guild was vast, with over 1,000 individuals wandering about, yet it still felt remarkably spacious. Wuji leisurely turned around, quickly discerning that within the guild, two types of individuals were particularly esteemed: those who cultivated medicinal herbs and those who explored minerals. He shook his head in bemusement. It was no wonder that, despite being a technologically advanced world, there was a conspicuous absence of high-end household appliances. Clearly, the local regard for electronic technology professionals was lacking, as evidenced by the remuneration offered. A technician dedicated to machinery earned merely 1/3 of what those involved in herb cultivation received, and a mere 1/5 of what mineral explorers were compensated. Wuji was unfazed by this disparity. On Earth, he was a distinguished biologist with expertise in botany. Securing employment here would be a trivial endeavor for him. After a brief comparison, he swiftly recognized numerous positions that aligned with his qualifications. The Yaodao herb farm sought a grafting specialist for medicinal plants, offering a monthly salary of 30 silver coins. They also required several diligent workers for the herb garden, with a monthly pay of 10 silver coins, prioritizing those with experience. The Tongshan mining workshop was hiring a mineral exploration technician and a mineral decomposition specialist, each offering a monthly wage of 50 silver coins. As a top-tier biologist, Wuji believed he could easily apply for the mineral decomposition specialist role. However, his job search was not about suitability or the quality of the workshop. For him, the highest remuneration was paramount, as he would not remain in any role for long. Just as he was about to queue for the mineral decomposition position, a new sign appeared at a window adjacent to the Tongshan mining workshop. The Chungling Jidan workshop urgently needed several pharmaceutical assistants, offering a monthly salary of 10 gold coins. Wuji halted in his tracks, realizing that in this realm, the standard currency was gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins. A monthly salary of 10 gold coins far surpassed the remuneration of any other position. To forego such an opportunity would be a disservice to his standing as a premier biologist. Pharmaceutical work was akin to drug manufacturing. On Earth, due to enhanced viral resistance, Western medicine had gradually fallen out of favor among the affluent, while various traditional medicines and plant-extracted remedies gained prominence. As a leading biologist and expert in pharmaceuticals, he had created finished medicinal products for countless companies, always appearing in the role of a guide, and his compensation had consistently reached into the hundreds of thousands. Seizing the moment, Wuji took a seat at the recruitment window of the Chungling Jidan workshop. Donning a smile and attempting to exude an aura of confidence as he stated, "I wish to apply for a position at your esteemed workshop." The recruiter, a middle-aged woman, appeared sharp and capable. Upon noticing Wuji seated at the window without any documentation, she regarded him with a hint of confusion and queried, "Which position are you applying for at our workshop?" "I am applying for the recently advertised pharmaceutical assistant position," Wuji replied. However, he sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere as silence enveloped the surroundings. It felt as though every gaze had converged upon him. The middle-aged woman stared at him in shock, finally regaining her composure to ask with a respectful tone, "Please present your original pharmaceutical assistant qualification certificate." Chapter 6. Some matters I hold in disdain. It was no wonder that the recruiter was taken aback, nor that the surrounding crowd reacted with astonishment upon hearing Wuji's intention to apply for the pharmaceutical assistant position. Although Ruzhou was the capital of the Qingyu Principality, the number of pharmaceutical assistants was scarce, and true alchemists were even rarer. Even among the few pharmaceutical assistants, most were elderly. A young applicant like Wuji was a rarity, not only in the Qingyu Principality, but also within the Xinghan Empire. A young pharmaceutical assistant represented immense potential and boundless prospects. It could be said that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Wuji would undoubtedly become a genuine alchemist within a few decades. Original qualification certificate for a pharmaceutical assistant? Wuji's heart sank. He had no such document. Subconsciously, he glanced at the envious and puzzled eyes surrounding him and began to comprehend the situation. Clearing his throat, he nonchalantly continued, "I have yet to take the assessment for the pharmaceutical assistant qualification, but I have already attained the requisite level." A murmur of disbelief spread through the crowd, and Wuji distinctly felt the nature of the gazes upon him shift. The recruiter's expression darkened, the cautious demeanor she had previously maintained evaporating entirely. Rather than expressing anger, she calmly inquired, Which institution did you graduate from in the field of alchemy? Who was your mentor? As Mo Wuji scanned the vicinity, he noticed that many applicants held small notebooks in their hands. He caught sight of one applicant closest to him, whose notebook bore the inscription, Ruzhou Mining Research Academy Completion Certificate. This realization left Mo Wuji disheartened. He had not anticipated that applying here would require a graduation certificate as a prerequisite. It appeared that even if he pursued other roles, lacking a graduation certificate would render his efforts futile. Seeing the recruiter's increasingly grim demeanor, Mo Wuji could only force an awkward smile and respond, I am self-taught at home, so I do not possess a completion certificate or a mentor. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, revealing that the once impressive pharmaceutical assistant was merely a charlatan seeking amusement. The recruiter's expression, however, remained ominously stern. The Chengling Jidan workshop was among the most prestigious alchemical workshops in the Qingyu Principality, and she could not fathom someone daring to mock her in such a manner. Just as the middle-aged woman's displeasure reached a boiling point, a sudden voice interrupted Mo Wuji's attempt to speak. Oh, is that not our king? My lord has graced the guild with his presence today instead of attending the morning court in the forest? Ah, I see. My lord is here for an inspection. How rude of me. I must quickly pay my respects. The tone was laced with sarcasm and flippancy, devoid of any genuine respect. Mo Wuji turned to see a young man in casual gray attire approaching, one he recognized from the previous evening when he had seen him alongside Wen Manju. The young man was decent-looking but exuded an air of superficiality. It dawned on the recruiter that this individual was simply not mentally sound, and thus her anger dissipated. The surrounding onlookers burst into laughter, clearly viewing Mo Wuji as a source of amusement. Zhao Su, do you find this amusing? A cool voice resonated, abruptly silencing the laughter within the guild. A girl in a purple dress stood at the entrance. Her slender waist and flowing hair, coupled with her striking beauty, rendered the entire guild momentarily awestruck. More importantly, most recognized her, Wen Manju, the only daughter of the Marquis of Ruzhou, Wenju. In the grand scheme of the Xinghan Empire, a marquis was but a drop in the ocean, insignificant. Yet within the confines of this guild, she held considerable weight. Manju. Zhao Su stammered, his face tinged with embarrassment as he caught sight of Wen Manju's displeased expression, causing him to refrain from further commentary. He felt a pang of regret, realizing that his earlier impression on Wen Manju had been thoroughly tarnished. Once, he had expressed his opinion on Mo Wuji in front of Wen Manju, stating that Mo Wuji was excusable. However, a single sarcastic remark today revealed his true colors. Ignoring Zhao Su, Wen Manju approached Mo Wuji, presenting him with a cloth bag. Xinghe, take this back to Yen Air. The jingling sound emanating from the bag indicated the presence of gold coins. For someone like Mo Wuji, who was in dire need of money, even a single silver coin would be a treasure beyond measure. Mo Wuji harbored neither fondness nor aversion towards Wen Manju. He felt no rage towards her for abandoning the downtrodden and even mentally unstable Mo Xinghe. Such individuals were far too common in this world, far too pragmatic. If the Mo family fell into destitution and Mo Xinghe succumbed to madness, yet when Manju remained steadfast, that would indeed be an anomaly. Many could share prosperity, but how many could endure hardship together? The experiences of his past life left him disinterested in forging connections with a woman like Wen Manju. Regardless of her beauty, he had no desire to entangle himself with someone of her ilk. He craved wealth, but would not seek it through her. Mo Wuji had his own means of survival and his own pride. His thoughts turned to Yen Air, who had always stood by him. How many girls like her could one encounter in a lifetime? Meeting just one was as if he had shattered countless wooden fish in prayer. Having experienced this, Mo Wuji understood its rarity all the more. Since this is for Yen Air, you may deliver it yourself. After speaking, he turned to leave, but paused after a couple of steps, turning back to say, by the way, my name is Mo Wuji, not Mo Xinghe. The Wuji in by Wuji signifies that I have no taboos. Yet there are indeed matters I hold dear. Wen Manju, upon hearing his words, felt a sudden flutter in her heart. Was this a name change? Realizing Mo Wuji was about to depart, she quickly called out, Xinghe Wuji, what if Yen Air refuses to accept it? Mo Wuji couldn't help but chuckle. This girl's temperament pleased him. My family's mining workshop requires workers, if you're interested. Wen Manju felt an authentic sense of admiration for the man before her. Mo Xinghe, no, Mo Wuji, was no longer the despondent prince lost in dreams of grandeur. He had transformed. The pride emanating from him was palpable. Mo Wuji halted once more, regarding Wen Manju with a laugh. Do we, the likes of us, toil as miners? I wouldn't even stoop to being a mere assistant. If I am to do anything, it shall be as an alchemist. His laughter echoed, exuberant and bold. This was not a facade of bravado, but a heartfelt expression, compared to the woman who had plotted against him. When Manju was countless times better, it was lamentable that he had immersed himself in biopharmaceutical research, oblivious to the nature of the women around him. Having lived once more, Wuji would never allow such ignorance to prevail again. His laughter filled the guild hall, yet no one believed his words to be genuine. Most thought Wuji had not truly recovered. Rather, he had merely shifted his delusions from aspiring to be a prince to becoming an alchemist. If there was a glimmer of hope in his becoming a prince, the prospect of him becoming an alchemist was utterly bleak. Chapter 7. Alchemy of the Danhan Young Man. Wait. Just as Wuji was about to exit the guild, an aged voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man whose appearance belied the age of his voice. Did you call for me? Wuji scrutinized the man, noting his piercing gaze. As if nothing could escape his sight. Indeed, it was I who called you. If you do not mind, we could find a quiet place to converse. The middle-aged man gestured toward a tea room adjacent to the guild hall. Wuji chuckled. I certainly do not mind. As he and the middle-aged man made their way to the tea room, whispers erupted among the onlookers in the guild hall. Was that not Lu Jiujun, the master of Danhan alchemy? Everyone knows he is a faux alchemical assistant. Is he really considering recruiting that madman? Does he not fear his workshop collapsing again? His mind seems a bit unhinged. You know the term again too well. If Lu Jiujun were truly astute, he wouldn't have allowed Danhan alchemy to fall apart. At first glance, he seems sharp, yet he is anything but. Just look at the state of Danhan alchemy. Everyone knows Lu Jiujun is not the brightest. But what a pity for Danhan alchemy. It was once one of the top alchemical workshops in the Chengyu Principality and even held a reputable position in the Qing Han Empire. Now, it is but a small workshop, destined to fade into obscurity. How fortunate for him to inherit Danhan alchemy. Even if it falls, he can at least claim to have possessed it. At least he does not have to search for work like the rest of us. Wuji was oblivious to the chatter. He was now seated with Lu Jiujun in the tea room, where the latter poured a pot of Raoqing Chun Xiao. The pale green tea released a subtle fragrance. Wuji could not resist lifting the cup for a sip, savoring the lingering taste that enveloped him in comfort. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is exquisite tea." In his past life, Wuji had never been particular about tea, having sampled all varieties at a lofty height. Yet few could rival this brew. Moreover, he could discern that the tea was casually brewed, lacking meticulous attention to detail. Otherwise, its flavor could have reached even greater heights. Lu Jiujun smiled slightly. Raoqing Chun Xiao is one of the 3 famous teas of the Chengyu nation, annually presented as tribute to the imperial court. What we are drinking is merely made from old leaves, and even those are not affordable for just anyone. I should introduce myself. I am Lu Jiujun, the current master of Danhan alchemy. With that, Lu Jiujun paused, gauging Wuji's reaction, expecting him to respond. So it is Danhan alchemy. I am aware. Wuji sensed Lu Jiujun's intentions, and, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, I apologize, Master Lu, but I must admit I have not heard of Danhan alchemy. Lu Jiujun's mouth fell agape, seemingly unable to believe Wuji's words. In Raozhou, who had not heard of Danhan alchemy, even though it had collapsed. With many shops and workshops consumed by others, its reputation should not have waned so quickly. After a moment of astonishment, Lu Jiujun chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I have overestimated my significance. Young Master Mo is undoubtedly focused on restoring your nation and thus indifferent to commercial affairs. Seeing Lu Jiujun grasp the situation, Wuji cut to the chase. Since Master Lu is aware of my background, I assume you are not here to invite me to become an alchemist? Though he had boasted in the guild about taking on the role of an alchemist, Wuji was well aware that no one would take his bravado seriously. Lu Jiujun took a sip of tea, unhurriedly setting the cup down before smiling. Young Master Mo is indeed correct. I have come to invite you to serve as the chief alchemist of Danhan alchemy. Now it was Wuji's turn to be astonished. Instinctively, he paused, his hand frozen mid-air with the teacup, utterly perplexed as he asked, Master Lu, have you not heard of my circumstances? Are you certain I was not merely boasting or speaking nonsense? Lu Jiujun replied with calm assurance. While my alchemical skills may be lacking, I pride myself on having a discerning eye. As the young master spoke with fervor, the confidence gleaming in his eyes and the vitality radiating from his being were not merely the product of boastful words, nor could they be attributed to a mind unhinged. Moreover, the words he uttered instilled within me a sense of assurance that could not have been articulated by an individual lacking in normalcy. Thus, I resolved to take a gamble, believing wholeheartedly in the veracity of the young master's claims. What say you, young Master Mo? Would you be inclined to collaborate with me on this venture? After finishing his statement, Lu Jiujun added, by the way, I am also known by the moniker Lu the Mad. My rapid failure in alchemy stemmed from a decision steeped in madness. Even Lu Jujuan himself found it difficult to fully believe his words, and he certainly did not intend to engage Mo Wuji purely based on the latter's confidence. Perhaps this was a factor, albeit a minor one. The more significant reason lay in the fact that Mo Wuji's grandfather, Mo Tianqing, possessed an identity unknown to others, a skilled alchemist. The fame of Lu's alchemy in Raozhou was largely due to Mo Tianqing. Despite their friendship, the Lu family had paid a heavy price to secure Mo Tianqing's alchemical support. In other words, had the majority of the profits not flowed to Mo Tianqing, Lu's alchemy would not have faltered so swiftly. Thus, while others may doubt Mo Wuji's claims of being an alchemist, Lu Jujuan held a sliver of belief. If he were an alchemist himself, he would surely pass on the legacy to future generations, especially given Mo Wuji's remarkable confidence. Naturally, regardless of Mo Wuji's awareness of this fact, he would not offer any explanation. Upon hearing Lu Jujuan's words, Mo Wuji composed himself. Skeptical that Lu Jujuan would genuinely seek to employ him as the chief alchemist simply because he believed in his honesty, Mo Wuji understood well that opportunity seldom falls from the sky without a price. If Lu Jujuan were truly so reckless, he likely would not have a successful alchemical enterprise. What's this? Is young Master Mo truly all talk? Now that I wish to employ you, do you hesitate? Lu Jujuan pressed, noticing Mo Wuji's silence. Mo Wuji remained unfazed by Lu Jujuan's provocation. After sipping his tea, he inquired, what would my remuneration be? 50 gold coins per month, with Danon Alchemy providing accommodation. Furthermore, as long as your requests are reasonable, Danon Alchemy will endeavor to fulfill them, Lu Jujuan replied, watching Mo Wuji intently. He found it hard to believe that Mo Wuji would reject such generous compensation, though it paled in comparison to that of a true alchemist. It was still several times greater than the offer from Chung Lingji Dan Workshop for an assistant alchemist. He speculated that upon hearing this offer, Mo Wuji would surely leap to his feet in excitement. However, the reality was disappointing. Mo Wuji appeared unaffected, calmly sipping his tea. As Lu Jujuan grew increasingly impatient, he asked a seemingly unrelated question. Lu, I have heard that opening one's spirit is the most costly endeavor. Do you know how much it costs? Mo Wuji was not unfamiliar with wealth. His previous excitement over 10 gold coins stemmed from the fact that no one recognized his potential at that time. He had sought a temporary job merely to support himself and Yinner. Even if he were to be hired, he would likely leave after a month. However, Lu Jujuan would not allow such an arrangement. He would surely require some form of contract. Lu Jujuan looked at Mo Wuji in confusion. Mo Wuji had opened his spirit, and he had heard of the challenges of the process. What was his intent in asking? Despite his uncertainty about Mo Wuji's motives, he answered diligently. There are 3 methods to open one's spirit. The first is to use spirit herbs, which is the most common approach. The cost varies based on the quality of the herbs, with the lowest starting at over 10,000 gold coins. The second method, Mo Wuji interrupted, Lu, since the minimum cost is 10,000 gold coins, surely there is a maximum price. What is it? Lu Jujuan chuckled. The highest price is incalculable. It is said that the most precious spirit herbs could not be obtained even if one sold the entire Qingyu kingdom. Now it made sense. Mo Xinghe's parents must have spent an exorbitant sum on spirit herbs for his awakening. It was evident that the lower the quality of the herbs, the poorer the outcome of the awakening. Lu Jujuan continued. The second method involves enlisting the help of a powerful individual, and the fees depend entirely on their mood. Typically, it would not be less than 100,000 gold coins, and prices could soar to millions. The third method involves utilizing an awakening array, which is not available in our Qingyu kingdom. I have heard that the Xinghan Empire possesses such arrays, but only individuals with significant aptitude may have the opportunity to use them. Mo Wuji fell silent. Regardless of the method, even if he were to earn 100 gold coins a month, how long would it take to amass enough to afford an awakening? Lu, have you ever opened your spirit? With a minimum cost of 10,000 gold coins, I suspect few can afford it. Does that mean the poor are entirely barred from awakening? After a long pause, Mo Wuji finally spoke. Lu Jujuan shook his head. I have only undergone a basic test, and I possess only a mortal root. Additionally, I do not concern myself with cultivation, so I never pursued an awakening. Is the preliminary test also costly? Mo Wuji pressed. Naturally, it incurs a fee, usually around 500 gold coins. Even if one tests positive for a spirit root, it does not guarantee eligibility for cultivation upon awakening. What if the test reveals a mortal root? Can one still attempt to awaken? Lu Jujuan laughed. Although I am not well versed in this, I know the chances of successfully awakening with a mortal root are less than 1 in a million. Only a handful of those who refused to accept their lack of spirit roots, fully aware of their condition, would still spend money to attempt awakening. Wuji understood completely. His father, despite knowing he was a mortal root, had still spent gold to help him awaken. Chapter 8. Chief Alchemist Lu, if you hire me, will I be expected to research new medicines for Danhan alchemy? Wuji inhaled deeply, deciding to take a chance. The amount of gold he required was substantial, far beyond mere hundreds. Lu Jujuan hesitated momentarily. It's not solely about developing new medicines. The downfall of Danhan alchemy stemmed from my investment of substantial funds into new medicine development, which ultimately failed to materialize in time, allowing competitors to seize the opportunity. Perhaps you could build upon our previous efforts, saving considerable time and energy. Lu Jujuan was not speaking frivolously. After Mo Tianqing's disappearance, Danhan alchemy had seen a significant increase in profits. Not one to remain idle, Lu Jujuan promptly hired several alchemists to begin new developments. Unfortunately, the previous profits had been entirely extracted by Mo Tianqing, and relying on the meager savings after his departure was insufficient for new research. Ultimately, they achieved nothing, leading to Danhan alchemy's bankruptcy. Many believed Lu Jujuan was reckless and extravagant, resulting in the decline of Danhan alchemy. Yet only he understood that even without pursuing new medicines, Danhan alchemy would inevitably have faced ruin. Mo Tianqing's focus had long since strayed from Danhan alchemy, and the once competitive products had lost their edge after decades. The Chunglingji Dan workshop offered similar efficacy at a far more competitive price. All he sought was to take a gamble. If I were to lead the research for new medicines, I would require 70% of the profits, Mo Wuji declared boldly, having realized the extent of his financial needs. He had no intention of leveraging Danhan alchemy's previous successes. Impossible. You lack an alchemist certification and dare to demand 70% of the profits? What kind of logic is that? Even if I were to hire a random alchemist, their monthly wage would barely reach 200 to 300 gold coins. Lu Jujuan stood up, his voice tinged with anger. Mo Wuji remained unperturbed. Having navigated countless negotiations in his previous life, he was not easily intimidated. Master Lu, are you certain that an alchemist earning 200 to 300 gold coins a month can develop new medicines for you? Furthermore, even if a new remedy is created, should they decide to leave, can you guarantee that this new product will still yield a profit? And even if you sign a contract, if the development period is lengthy, do you possess enough gold to compensate them? Unlike you, I only require 10 gold coins a month before the new medicine is released. Mo Wuji had accurately gauged Lu Jujuan's financial constraints, hoping to seize the opportunity to make his proposal appealing. You expect me to share profits from the new medicine and pay you 10 gold coins a month? Lu Jujuan felt his words falter. Of course, Master Lu. Your ability to find me speaks volumes of your wisdom. You must understand that I cannot research new medicines on an empty stomach. Moreover, even if I fail to produce a new remedy, your loss would be minimal. Should you spend hundreds of gold coins hiring another alchemist who ultimately fails, I suspect you may find yourself as my neighbor, Mo Wuji said with a smile. Lu Jujuan, vexed by Mo Wuji's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. If he heard anyone label this man a madman again, he might just lose his temper. Very well, I shall grant you 50%. After a lengthy pause, Lu Jujuan articulated his words carefully. Mo Wuji's argument made sense. Even if he failed, the loss would only amount to dozens of gold coins, while hiring another alchemist could cost him thousands. At that rate, he might indeed end up living next to this fallen prince. Mo Wuji stroked his chin calmly. 50% is acceptable, but not from the new medicine's profits. Rather, it shall be 50% of the alchemy business's shares. If you agree, we can finalize a contract. If you do not, I shall pursue my alchemist certification. Do not tell me I cannot obtain a certificate without a diploma. I possess my means. Once I secure my certification, Lu Jujuan sighed, recognizing that Mo Wuji had him cornered. If he did not engage Mo Wuji, even if he offered 80% of his workshop's profits to another alchemist, no one would likely believe him. Fine, I agree. Young Master Mo, you must dedicate yourself to this endeavor. The entire alchemical venture of Danhan relies on you now. From this day forth, you shall be the chief alchemist of Danhan. Lu Jujuan ceased to negotiate further. The profits from the new medicine would encompass the entirety of earnings. Thus, the shares from Danhan's business and the new medicine were essentially one and the same, with the latter potentially yielding even greater returns. Mo Wuji patted Lu Jujuan on the shoulder. My friend, you are a wise man. Watch as I guide you to wealth and revive Danhan's alchemy. By the way, old Lu, could you lend me 10 gold coins? I am in need of rice at home. Lu Jujuan's lips twitched slightly, yet he produced a small cloth bag, handing it to Mo Wuji. Brother Mo, we are almost family now. there is no need for formality. If the gold is insufficient, feel free to draw from your salary. I will prepare, and you can come to my workshop tomorrow to sign the contract. As Wuji received the bag, feeling the nearly 10 gold coins within, he was about to express his gratitude when he noticed Yin Er looking anxious in the guild hall. It seemed she had come back to the guild out of concern for him. All right, I will visit Danhan tomorrow, Wuji called out as he exited the tea room, waving to her. After a period of confusion and concern, following the back and forth with Lu Jujun, Wuji had completely regained his composure. Since we are here, let us settle in. Young master, Yin Er said, her worry dissipating the moment she spotted Wuji, and she hurried over. Let us return home and buy something delicious along the way. Wuji pulled Yin Er along, exchanging a quick farewell with Lu Jujun as they left the guild. To be honest, he had barely filled his stomach with that half bowl of rice that morning. Now that he had gold coins, not indulging in a hearty meal would be a disservice to his appetite. Qingyu Spirit Tower? Wuji halted just outside the guild doors, his gaze drawn to a pale golden tower across the street, where bold letters proclaimed Qingyu Spirit Tower. He had noticed the Ranzhou Guild first when seeking employment, but had overlooked the towering structure behind it. Yin Er, observing Wuji's interest in the tower, sighed softly. Young master, that is the place for spirit awakening. You have been there before. Yin Er was subtly reminding Wuji of his mortal roots. Wuji understood her implication, but replied, Yin Er, let us defer the meal. We should first explore the spirit tower. For him, the paramount concern was to acquire a spirit root to commence cultivation. His negotiation with Lu Jujun was all for the sake of sustenance. Otherwise, how could he earn enough to eat? Oh! Yin Er exclaimed before being pulled along by Wuji toward the spirit tower. Stop! Only those here for testing and spirit awakening are allowed entry. A voice called out as they approached the entrance. You must register and pay gold to enter, another voice explained. Any deceitful behavior will have severe consequences. Yin Er leaned in to quietly caution Wuji, concerned he might act recklessly. Wuji nodded. He understood the gravity of the situation and intended to inquire about the procedures and costs involved in spirit awakening. Wait, are you here for spirit awakening? A surprised voice called out beside them. The voice belonged to an elderly man with flowing white whiskers, exuding an ethereal aura, and a woman of striking beauty with an air of nobility that rendered others hesitant to gaze upon her. Yin Er instinctively stepped back, shaking her head. Please, we are merely curious, Wuji said, stepping forward with cupped fists. We heard that spirit awakening requires considerable gold, but we can barely afford a meal, let alone gold coins. We shall take our leave. The white-bearded man's gaze was intimidating, and Wuji felt an inexplicable urge to leave. The woman scoffed, her eyes glancing disdainfully at the bag of coins Wuji held. Clearly, she recognized that he possessed gold coins, and her contempt for his dishonesty was palpable. Wuji, seasoned in worldly affairs, perceived her disdain and even questioned whether the bag had a hole. Otherwise, how could she possibly see through it? Do not rush to leave. Since you are here, why not step inside and see if you possess a spirit root? The white-bearded man rasped. Wuji composed himself, realizing that the man was not targeting him, but rather Yin Er. If he sought her spirit root, how could he possibly know she hadn't undergone testing? Perhaps he could discern something about her? Pulling Yin Er behind him, he said seriously, esteemed ones. We have no gold and do not wish to undergo spirit awakening at this time. We bid you farewell. The white-bearded man chuckled. I am not asking you to undergo awakening. A simple test costs little. Come inside. Testing does not cost much. Wuji felt a pang of confusion. Wasn't it said that the test for spiritual roots required at least several hundred gold coins? He had heard that even a simple test would cost 500 coins. Some individuals, testing for ordinary roots in hopes of luck, would need at least 10,000 gold coins, using the most inferior elixirs. If it weren't for the remarkable demeanor of the two individuals before him, Wuji might have suspected they were human traffickers. The man with the white beard chuckled, explaining that only after confirming a spiritual root does one consider whether to awaken it. If it turns out to be an ordinary root, they would claim that some roots cannot be detected without awakening, thus misleading others into going through with the awakening, ensuring no loss on their part. Wuji's understanding sharpened. What need was there for tens of thousands, even millions of gold coins for awakening? This was clearly a scheme by the Awakening Tower to extract money. They would conduct a test, and if it revealed an ordinary root, they would feign uncertainty, insisting that only an awakening could confirm the presence of a spiritual root. If awakening was necessary, then gold coins were required. Some, like him, believed that their first awakening had not utilized the best elixir, leading them to spend more on a second attempt. At this moment, Mo Wuji was entirely convinced that his frugal father had been deceived during his initial attempt at awakening. It was evident he lacked a spiritual root, and the individuals at the Awakening Tower were merely seeking to profit from the awakening fee. Of course, only those with wealth were susceptible to such deception. Stop. The guards at the Awakening Tower seemed not to recognize the man and woman, blocking their path. The bearded man snorted coldly, demanding that whoever was responsible come forth. Though his snort was not loud, Mo Wuji felt as if his eardrums might burst, a sense of panic surging within him. Moments later, a portly middle-aged man rushed out, his expression puzzled as he gazed at the pair, clearly unfamiliar with them. The man raised a jade token, instructing, "Take me to the best spiritual root testing room here." Upon seeing the jade token, the portly man trembled slightly, quickly responding, "Yes. Yes, I am Lu Chanshan, the steward here. Please follow me, esteemed guests." Mo Wuji felt a powerful force pulling him along, compelling him to follow the man and woman into the Awakening Tower. His expression darkened, while he indeed wished to retest his spiritual root. Being coerced in such a manner left him feeling quite displeased. Inside the Awakening Tower, which was relatively spacious, he observed several individuals paying gold coins, evidently there to test or awaken their roots. Lu Chanshan swiftly led them to the second floor. Upon entering, Mo Wuji's gaze was immediately drawn to a crystal column, approximately 10 feet tall. "Go ahead and test. Just stand behind there," the bearded man said dismissively, gesturing toward the area behind the crystal column. Mo Wuji understood the implication. This test was a favor owed to Yenner. At that moment, he surmised that the bearded man held a favorable view of Yenner's spiritual root, though he wondered how he had discerned it so easily. Even though he had previously tested and knew he lacked a spiritual root, Mo Wuji still felt a twinge of anxiety. He yearned for the previous test to have been mistaken and for him to indeed possess a spiritual root. At that moment, he even hoped that those who had told him he had no root were merely attempting to deceive his frugal father for additional gold coins, prompting a second test. Mo Wuji was well aware of the slim chances of such a possibility. "Young master, please proceed with the test," Yenner urged. Having understood from his earlier words that her master deeply desired a spiritual root, Mo Wuji nodded, taking a deep breath as he approached the testing area and stood upon it. A flicker of gray light emanated from the crystal column, then it remained still. Mo Wuji was uncertain how one would possess a spiritual root, but the absence of any reaction from the crystal column assured him this was not indicative of having a root. Sure enough, the bearded man, growing impatient, declared, "The most ordinary of roots, destined to be an ordinary person in this lifetime." "Step down." A chill swept over Mo Wuji, his head spinning as he dispassionately stepped off the testing platform. His slightly trembling hands betrayed the depth of his disappointment. Even the most inferior spiritual root would have sufficed. Why was he merely an ordinary root? "Young master, it's all right. Lacking a spiritual root is no issue. Even the Lord possesses no root," Yenner quickly interjected. Shielding Mo Wuji, he forced a calm smile, assuring, "It's fine. Without a spiritual root, I still have my hands. We will still thrive in the future." Yet, a sigh lingered in his heart, for he had not articulated the truth. His father had suffered greatly due to his lack of a spiritual root, ending up with nothing in Rougeau. The beautiful woman barely afforded Mo Wuji a glance of disdain, dismissing his aspirations of prosperity as lofty dreams reserved for mere ants among common folk. The bearded man, undeterred by Mo Wuji's plight, turned to Yenner with a smile, stating, "Little girl, it is your turn to test." Yenner quickly shook her head, insisting, "I do not need to test. I do not wish to cultivate. I want to leave with my master." "Since you are here, you ought to test," the bearded man insisted, compelling Yenner to the testing position against her will. Mo Wuji clenched his fists in frustration. He indeed wished for Yen to test, but this forceful imposition only deepened his discomfort. Taking a slow breath, he reminded himself of his insignificance before the man and woman. As Yenner stepped onto the testing platform, mere seconds passed before the crystal column erupted in brilliant azure light. Soon, the azure glow surged to the top of the column, just a foot shy of reaching its peak, radiating a gentle brilliance akin to a shimmering azure rainbow. "Exceptional spiritual root," both the bearded man and the beautiful woman exclaimed in unison, and in their eyes, Mo Wuji discerned a fervent enthusiasm. Indeed, they had come for Yenner. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Chapter 10, Powerlessness and Dignity. The bearded man erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that my journey through this small place would lead me to such a talented disciple." The striking woman, who had remained silent until now, interrupted him, stating, "Li Yuanhua, she is not suitable for your Lihua sect. I have decided to take her as my personal disciple." Li Yuanhua's voice faltered, as if grasped by the throat, and after a moment, he shouted angrily, "Jing Filan, What do you mean? You already have 5 disciples, while I currently have none. Jing Filan remained calm, replying, once I take her as a disciple, I will not speak of that matter again. Li Yuanhua's face flushed crimson, his neck reddening with rage. Yet he found himself unable to counter her words. Mo Wuji realized the leverage Jing Filan held over Li Yuanhua. After a prolonged silence, Li Yuanhua finally articulated, Jing Filan, I can concede to other matters, but I must have this disciple. You cannot be unreasonable. If I had not discovered her spiritual potential, would you even know of her existence? Jing Filan replied coolly, she has never cultivated. Spiritual resonance already surrounds her brow. Even if you had not brought her for testing, I would have. With that, Jing Filan offered no further explanation and produced a folded red paper bird, seemingly speaking to herself. I will send a message to the Li Hui sect. Seeing this, Li Yuanhua stamped his foot in frustration, muttering, you are quite something. After uttering these words, he turned and rushed out, his footsteps quickly fading into silence. Once Yuanhua had departed, Jing Filan eagerly turned to Yenner and inquired, what is your name? Would you like to become my disciple and cultivate alongside me? Having cared for Mo Wuji for many years, Yenner was far more mature than her age suggested. After witnessing the earlier scene, she could not be oblivious to the fact that she not only possessed a spiritual root, but that it was also quite remarkable. This woman wished to take her as a disciple? While she felt a surge of joy at the knowledge of her excellent spiritual root, Yenner understood that accepting this woman's offer would mean leaving her master. There had been individuals with spiritual roots in Laizhou City. Yet she had never heard of anyone with such a gift learning the arts while taking their family along. My name is Yenner, and I cannot accompany you to cultivate. I wish to stay with my master, she stated resolutely, shaking her head. Do you know what a celestial master is? Do you understand how many people yearn for such an opportunity and are unable to obtain it? Not to mention your master, who surely longs to cultivate as well. Once you enter the celestial realm, you will possess an extended lifespan and command the mortal world, Jing Filan patiently urged. Yenner did not respond to Jing Filan's words, but merely shook her head. Jing Filan recognized that the one in control was Mo Wuji. Her gaze fell upon him. Appearing warm, yet the disdain lurking within was unmistakable. Yenner's exceptional spiritual root would be wasted if she remained here. If she were to leave with Jing Filan, one day she could become the legendary celestial master among them. Staying with Mo Wuji would only hinder her progress. I trust you do not wish to force her to stay, do you? If you truly care for her, you should guide her on the right path, Jing Filan asserted. Her eyes locked onto Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji inhaled deeply, feeling displeased by the woman's gaze. Yenner's talents were remarkable, and she could cultivate anywhere. Did not that Yuanhua just attempt to take her as a disciple? Moreover, this woman's origins were unclear. Who could say what her intentions were for taking Yenner away? If it were to harm her, Mo Wuji would rather have Yenner by his side. He believed that, given his knowledge and abilities, he would never squander Yenner's spiritual root. There was nothing wrong with taking this woman as a teacher, as long as she could assure him it wasn't a deception. However, Jing Filan's aggressive demeanor left no room for her to explain her identity, and thus, Mo Wuji was unwilling to permit Yenner to leave with a stranger. There's no need for you to worry, my lady. Yenner and I are doing just fine here, he declared, grasping Yenner's hand and preparing to depart. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Jing Filan's eyes as she stepped in front of Mo Wuji and Yenner, blocking their path. To keep Yenner with you is selfish. Mo Wuji scoffed, she is my family. How I choose to act is of no concern to you. Yenner was not oblivious. She sensed the impending fury from Jing Filan and quickly interjected, Sister, may I transfer my spiritual root to my master? If possible, I would, before she could finish. Jing Filan seized her arm and pulled her away. Master! Yenner's startled cry echoed, leaving Mo Wuji feeling as though his heart had been wrenched from his chest. A profound emptiness consuming him. By the time he rushed outside, there was no sign of Yenner or Jing Filan. With a resounding crash, Mo Wuji slammed his fist against a nearby wooden frame, blood trickling down as he felt no pain. This was the first day of his arrival in this world, and he had repeatedly confronted his own powerlessness and fragility. The advantages he once held during negotiations with Lu Jiujun had vanished entirely. In this place, without strength, there was no dignity. A day later, Mo Wuji buried this frustration deep within and resolved to visit Danhan Alchemy, once a premier alchemical workshop in Qingyu Kingdom. It now consisted of a single shop and a solitary workshop. After questioning several people, Mo Wuji finally located the secluded Danhan Alchemy workshop. Lu Jiujun had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Mo Wuji approach, he greeted him with a hearty laugh, welcoming him into the workshop. Old Lu, your Danhan Alchemy is quite substantial. I almost couldn't find it, Mo Wuji remarked, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the workshop's dilapidated state. Due to his lack of strength, He had to conceal yesterday's events within. Deep down, Mo Wuji yearned fervently to cultivate. In his previous life, he had researched potions capable of expanding meridians. If meridians could be expanded, who could say that those without spiritual roots could not use potions to develop them? Nurtured by such a glimmer of hope, Mo Wuji aspired for a superior laboratory to experiment with his potion for expanding spiritual roots. However, the current state of Danhan alchemy clearly indicated that a well-equipped research facility was out of the question. Lu Jiujun chuckled awkwardly. Brother Mo, aside from this workshop, we also have a storefront. Although it is not large, it is located in a bustling area. Moreover, this workshop is not as small as it appears. There is a spacious courtyard behind it. Mo Wuji nodded, refraining from further discussion on the matter. He understood that if Lu Jiujun did not believe in him, no one else would be willing to offer him a partnership with 50% of the shares. Old Lu, as you know, my previous circumstances were rather challenging. While I understand alchemy, I am not well versed in market demands. Can we discuss this? Lu Jiujun waved his hand generously. Brother Mo, even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have discussed this with you. Please, come inside. As they ascended to the second floor of the workshop, Mo Wuji saw several fairly new machines on the workbenches. Unfamiliar with the technological products of this world, he was unsure of the machine's capabilities. Seeing so many machines in the modest space, Mo Wuji held Lu Jiujun in higher regard. It was evident that Lu Jiujun believed that developing new varieties was essential for reviving Danhan alchemy. From the second-floor window, Mo Wuji could also see the courtyard behind. It appeared that Lu Jiujun's words were accurate. Surrounding the courtyard were several buildings, and the environment was relatively tranquil. This pleased Mo Wuji, as it was suitable for researching his new potions. Lu Jiujun gazed at the machines, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes before he rallied his spirits and said, Brother Mo, these machines are currently the most valuable assets of Danhan alchemy. Mo Wuji nodded, recognizing their worth. Chapter 11 A Ray of Hope. Danhan alchemy originally had three main products. The first is the blood-nourishing pill, which is excellent for healing wounds. You hail from Beichin County, so you surely know that wars occur annually in both Qingyu Kingdom and its counties. Thus, our blood-nourishing pill sells exceptionally well. Mo Wuji refrained from commenting, as he was unaware of the persistent conflicts between neighboring nations. Lu Jiujun continued. The second is the bone-strengthening pill, which is used by martial artists without spiritual roots to assist their cultivation and enhance their strength. Martial artists? Mo Wuji inquired, puzzled. Lu Jiujun nodded. Brother Mo, you come from a noble lineage, so it is understandable that you may not have inquired about such matters. In truth, individuals with spiritual roots are rare. Most people possess only mortal roots, and to bolster their strength, they choose to pursue martial arts. It is said that those who reach the pinnacle of martial arts can rival those with spiritual roots. In Lu Jiujun's view, Mo Wuji's ancestors were alchemists, and thus he was likely one who possessed spiritual roots and the ability to cultivate. Such families often look down upon martial practitioners, making it unsurprising that he might not inquire further. Mo Wuji felt a sudden stirring in his heart. If he truly could not cultivate a spiritual root and chose to pursue martial arts instead, would that be feasible? The third option was the most renowned elixir from the Danhan alchemy, known as the spirit-enhancing pill. This potion was crafted from numerous rare herbs, including a mystical herb, and was beneficial for cultivators who had awakened their spiritual roots, aiding them in rapidly condensing the essence of heaven and earth. Danhan alchemy had gained a modicum of fame throughout the Xinghan Empire largely due to this spirit-enhancing pill. Lu Jiujun spoke with pride, clearly indicating the pill's esteemed reputation. Mo Wuji inquired further, Old Lu, I have heard that elixirs are categorized by rank. I wonder what grade the spirit-enhancing pill from Danhan alchemy belongs to? Upon hearing Mo Wuji's question, Lu Jiujun's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, if it could be classified as a top-grade pill, that would be remarkable. However, while the spirit-enhancing pill crafted by Danhan alchemy may not qualify as a true elixir, it remains one of the few available for cultivators in Qingyu country. Unfortunately, our newer varieties have not kept pace, and we have been outmatched in pricing by others. As for the spirit-enhancing pill, it requires a rare herb, which we cannot always procure, leading us to our current predicament. Mo Wuji understood then that the most formidable spirit-enhancing pill from Danhan alchemy lacked even a classification. In other words, it could scarcely be regarded as an elixir. I wonder how much you know about cultivators and cultivation, Brother Lu? Mo Wuji did not concern himself with what Danhan alchemy had produced previously. His focus lay on what he could develop in the future. Only by creating exceptional products could he amass wealth, which would afford him the opportunity to awaken his spiritual root. Upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, Lu Jiujuan suddenly questioned whether his choice was misguided. If Mo Wuji's alchemical knowledge stemmed from Matian City, why would he inquire about such matters? Mo Wuji sensed Lu Jiujuan's doubt and quickly reassured him. Old Lu, while I am currently unable to concoct elixirs for cultivators, I aspire to develop in that direction. Previously, I was solely focused on restoring my homeland and paid little attention to these matters. Now that I have resolved to pursue alchemy as a profession again, it is only natural that I seek to learn more. Lu Jiujuan agreed with this sentiment, acknowledging that true profit lay not in ordinary elixirs, but in those meant for cultivators. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Jiujuan remarked, I do not possess extensive knowledge about cultivators either, but I have heard that the national guardians of Qingyu are immensely powerful, nearing the realm of the Earth stage. What exactly is an Earth stage cultivator? Mo Wuji promptly inquired. Lu Jiujuan reluctantly explained, I am not entirely certain. I only know that they are extraordinarily strong. Most cultivators in Qingyu are merely at the human stage, which has 3 levels: meridian opening, spirit building, and transcendence. Only those who surpass transcendence reach the Earth stage. Meridian opening is the first realm after awakening a spiritual root, and it is said that the most gifted individuals can develop 99 spiritual meridians. Only those with spiritual roots can expand their meridians? Mo Wuji exclaimed, as if grasping a glimmer of insight. Lu Jiujuan shot him an exasperated glance, correcting him. It's spiritual meridians, not just meridians. Huh, aren't spiritual meridians just another term for meridians? They are essentially the same, Mo Wuji chuckled, uncertain but hopeful of his conjecture. Lu Jiujuan was equally unclear and could only affirm, indeed, ordinary humans possess no meridians. Only those with awakened spiritual roots can develop one after another. Seemingly guided by Mo Wuji's inquiry, Lu Jiujuan began to refer to them as meridians rather than spiritual meridians. Mo Wuji clenched his fist internally. In his previous life, he had been betrayed and murdered by his beloved for having discovered a method to expand human meridians. This was undoubtedly a groundbreaking research endeavor. If he could use a similar potion here to unlock his own meridians, would that not allow him to cultivate as if he possessed a spiritual root? Once this thought ignited within him, it spread like wildfire, awakening an insatiable hope. Brother Lu, I am confident that I can restore the fame of Danhan alchemy. However, I have 2 requests. Mo Wuji chose not to delve into matters of cultivation, recognizing that Lu Jiujuan's knowledge was limited. Upon hearing Mo Wuji's declaration, Lu Jiujuan's spirit lifted, and he replied, Master Mo, if you can revive Danhan alchemy, I would agree to not just 2 requests, but even 10. The excitement in Lu Jiujuan's voice elevated Mo Wuji from Brother Mo to Master Mo. Mo Wuji nodded and stated, Firstly, this laboratory is to be solely my domain from this moment onward. No one is permitted to enter without my command. That is no issue at all, Lu Jiujuan quickly affirmed. Even without Mo Wuji's insistence, he lacked the means to hire another alchemist. My second request is that I will be researching elixirs that require various herbs, possibly even spiritual herbs. I hope that Danhan alchemy can provide me with the necessary materials at all times. This point was of utmost importance to Mo Wuji. He was uncertain whether the substances he had discovered on Earth could successfully open meridians and absorb spiritual energy, but he had to try. Should he succeed, it would mean that even without a spiritual root, he could still cultivate. Lu Jiujuan hesitated for a moment before responding, Master Mo, if Danhan alchemy becomes profitable, this request is certainly manageable. Mo Wuji rose, extending his hand with a smile. Old Lu, hereas to a fruitful collaboration. Your choice to appoint me as your alchemist is a wise one. Lu Jiujuan, bewildered by the outstretched hand, managed a wry smile and shook it, uncertain if it was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 12. It is you. After signing a contract with Lu Jiujuan, Mo Wuji did not linger long in the Danhan alchemy laboratory. He merely inspected the machines used for refining herbs, gaining a general understanding. Though Lu Jiujuan possessed a fair number of machines in good condition, they were far inferior to those in his laboratory on Earth. There, he could directly conduct gene extraction and recombination, which was evidently not possible here. Mo Wuji did not mind. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon the formula for the potion that expanded meridians purely by chance. Even without machines, his extensive experience would allow him to refine that potion once more. Now, with the aid of these machines, his confidence grew. Regardless of the reasons behind the woman's betrayal, she could not acquire the method for extracting this potion. His focus lay not on gene combinations, but rather on the techniques of refinement. The records he had kept lacked many crucial data points and several plant essences, all of which were firmly etched in his mind. Before incorporating these essences, the potion was rather ordinary. However, once the essences were added, the molecular structure of the potion became chaotic, yielding inconsistent results upon testing. Yet, it could still achieve the effect of expanding meridians, a mystery that Wuji had yet to unravel. This only reinforced his belief that science was wondrous, and there were countless phenomena in the world that could not be explained by it. Wuji was acutely aware that whether it was his betrayal by his girlfriend or the abduction of Yenner, he had no means of finding answers without power. If it were destined that he could not cultivate in this second life, he would accept his fate. Before he could ascertain whether he possessed the capability to cultivate, he would not let slip even the slightest opportunity. After finalizing his contract with Lu Jujun, Wuji began to wander through Raozhou City. Prior to selecting his research direction, he deemed it essential to conduct a market survey to discern which medicines were lucrative, which were not, and what items were in dire demand here. From dawn until dusk, the initial fervor within Wuji gradually waned. He had assumed that the technological advancement of this world paled in comparison to that of Earth, and as a top-tier biologist, he believed it would be a trivial matter to develop one or two profitable products. However, the results of his investigation revealed a stark truth. While this world's technology might lag behind Earth's, its pharmaceutical capabilities were certainly not inferior. In fact, various beauty products and health supplements were as plentiful as those found in Earth's pharmaceutical market. Wuji did not test these medicines, for they were openly sold. If their efficacy were lacking, that would indeed be remarkable. Without products, no matter his marketing prowess, he could not revive Danhan Pharmaceutical. If he could not revive Danhan Pharmaceutical, the dream of developing medicines that would enable his cultivation and future needs was but a fantasy. By the end of the day, this realization left Wuji somewhat disoriented. He was so lost in thought that he failed to notice a frail youth brushing past him, inadvertently bumping into him. "You wish to steal and flee?" A sharp voice startled Wuji back to reality. He instinctively looked up to see a slender boy captured by a youth gripping his wrist. The young man, laden with a large package, bore a chiseled face and exuded an intimidating aura. "You speak nonsense, let me go," the frail boy exclaimed. And only then did Wuji check his pocket, discovering that his pouch of gold coins had vanished. In that instant, he understood that the slender boy had just stolen his wallet. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, seizing the boy's other hand and reaching into his chest. The boy had no pockets. If he had taken the wallet, it must be hidden there. Wuji felt a soft, bun-like package and soon retrieved his wallet from the edge. The boy's face turned crimson, and he ceased to struggle. "Thank you, kind friend, for your assistance. Without your intervention, I would have been left without even the means to eat," Wuji said, putting away his wallet and bowing in gratitude to the young man who had apprehended the thief. The young man nodded and released the frail boy. Once freed, the thief paused momentarily, then swiftly slipped into the crowd like a mudfish, disappearing from sight. This entire exchange occurred in mere moments, leaving many bystanders bewildered as to what had transpired. The youth did not respond to Wuji's gratitude, but instead scrutinized him before asking, "Why did you let the thief go?" He had released the thief, yet had Wuji wished to detain the boy, he could have easily done so. Wuji smiled, observing that the thief was gaunt and evidently starving. Capturing him would yield nothing more than a beating. The slender thief was a girl, and Wuji, having recently emerged from a struggle for sustenance himself, felt a pang of sympathy as he saw a reflection of his own past in her. However, he had an innate aversion to thieves. No matter his sympathy, he would not frivolously offer money to one. He found it hard to bring himself to punish the frail girl. "If my friend does not mind, might I treat you to a drink at a nearby tavern?" Wuji casually suggested, shifting the topic. The youth replied coolly, it was merely a trivial matter. "Farewell." Wuji persisted, "I am an apothecary. Might you have any herbs for sale? I am in need of some." As a biologist accustomed to dealing with various botanical materials, Wuji had already caught a whiff of herbs emanating from the young man. "How do you know?" the youth asked, puzzled. Wuji smiled slightly. "I detected the scent of fresh herbs on you." The young man nodded. "There is a fine establishment, Raojiang Hotel, ahead. Let us go there." Indeed, Raojiang Hotel was quite commendable. Even before tasting the wine served by the attendant, Wuji was greeted by a refreshing aroma. "I am Wuji. May I inquire your name?" he asked, lifting his cup. "Lan Yu," the youth replied tersely, downing his drink in one go. "I am an apothecary at Danhan Pharmaceutical. Lan, if you have any herbs in the future, please feel free to bring them to us. If I require any special materials, I assure you the price will be generous." At this point, Wuji suddenly fell silent. He had yet to identify suitable products for Danhan Pharmaceutical, and thus lacked the funds to purchase the herbs he needed. Seeing Wuji hesitate, Lan Yu assumed he was merely indicating a price increase and responded, "Of course, but I shall soon be departing Raozhou." The war between Qingyu Kingdom and Changyan Principality has reignited, and I urgently require healing herbs near the battlefield. War? Healing herbs? Mo Wuji felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, illuminating his thoughts. He had indeed seen numerous healing medicines in various pill houses and apothecaries. But no matter how effective they could not rival the potency of penicillin. In fact, Lu Jujun had previously mentioned healing medicines. He had been confident then and paid no heed. Now, faced with a lack of products, the mention of war and healing herbs triggered thoughts of penicillin. It could be said that penicillin had played a monumental role in turning the tide of World War II, saving countless lives. Mo Wuji clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Penicillin. That is the answer." When he noticed Lan Yu's puzzled expression, he laughed heartily. "Lan, you would receive a better price selling herbs to our apothecary than near the battlefield. Why settle for less?" His spirits lifted at the thought of penicillin. No matter how effective a healing medicine, could it compete with the bacteria-fighting prowess of penicillin? Most importantly, he could produce penicillin using the equipment at Danhan Pharmaceutical. Lan Yu regarded Mo Wuji with skepticism. He had already harbored doubts when Mo Wuji claimed to be an apothecary. "Mo, I have heard that Danhan Pharmaceutical is currently facing considerable difficulties." Lan Yu's tone was delicate, yet the implication was clear. Did Mo Wuji possess the capability? Had he not conceived the idea of penicillin, Mo Wuji would have hesitated to boast. Now, however, he declared without a trace of doubt, "Lan, you will soon witness Danhan Pharmaceutical astonish all of Qingyu Kingdom, for a prominent merchant has invested millions of gold coins into our venture." Lan Yu did not delve into the veracity of this claim. Even if it were false, he was unconcerned. If necessary, he could always sell the herbs to someone else. "Very well, I shall not seek distant prospects. In addition to standard herbs, I require some special materials. I will prepare a list shortly. I would appreciate your assistance in procuring them." He continued, "In 2 months, regardless of the quantity, you may bring the herbs to Danhan Pharmaceutical, and I will offer you a price exceeding that of the frontline city by 10%. As he spoke, Mo Wuji retrieved a notepad and pen from the table. The production of penicillin would not require an extensive array of materials, aside from those for research purposes. He also intended to create several ancillary products for Danhan Pharmaceutical. He could not simply sell penicillin alone. Of course, his primary goal remained to continue formulating the elixir for opening meridians. Lan Yu frowned slightly. "Wait, 2 months is too long. I cannot wait that long." Mo Wuji chuckled. "Lan, are you in such dire need of money? If you are not in urgent need of money, what is there that cannot wait? The war will not end immediately." After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu realized that Mo Wuji was indeed correct. Although trading at the border would involve slightly higher prices and greater risks, it was merely a matter of 2 months. "As you said, write down the medicinal herbs you require." Lan Yu was a decisive individual. Once he agreed, he would not waver. He sensed the strong confidence in Mo Wuji's words. Mo Wuji had anticipated that Lan Yu would agree. After all, there was no alternative, and few would venture to the war-torn border city. After Lan Yu's promise, he promptly jotted down dozens of medicinal herbs on a notepad and handed it to Lan Yu. Longyan grass, Baihua fruit, Ai vine, Jishue vine, Anhuang ginseng, Qianyan pine vein, Huijing stone. Upon examining the list, Lan Yu furrowed his brow, as many of the herbs were unfamiliar to him. "Mo pharmacist, perhaps the herbs you wrote are of too high a grade. I do not recognize many of them. For instance, this Baihua fruit and Ai vine." After glancing at the notes twice, Lan Yu reluctantly returned the notepad to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji instantly understood the issue. It was likely that the names differed from those on Earth. Realizing this, he quickly took another sheet of paper, began sketching, and explained the growth characteristics of each herb. For example, Huijing stone is typically found at the base of dried volcanic rock. Ai vine thrives in moist environments, and Yi Jinhua blooms only at midnight. Upon understanding that Baihua fruit referred to Kai fruit and Yi Jinhua was indeed Yizi, Lan Yu regarded Mo Wuji with a hint of confusion. How could Mo Wuji, a pharmacist, misidentify medicinal herbs? Perhaps he had made an error? Yet, Lan Yu had never heard anyone refer to Kai fruit as Baihua fruit in all these years. "Oh, it is my oversight. I learned ancient pharmacology from my mentor and forgot to update these names. Many of the current herbs, I must admit, I do not recognize. I need to purchase a book on herb identification," Mo Wuji said, maintaining his composure. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu did not doubt Mo Wuji. Especially since he had listed the characteristics of the herbs and even provided sketches, there should be no deception. "All right, I shall take my leave now. I will return in 2 months to Danhan for alchemy." Lan Yu nodded, pocketing the note left by Mo Wuji, and bid him farewell. Mo Wuji breathed a sigh of relief as he exited the hotel. After a day of market research, he had finally gleaned some useful information. He was not concerned that Lan Yu would acquire the formula for the potion he intended to develop. Not only did he possess several crucial herbs that he had not disclosed to Lan Yu, but even if he shared them all, the concoction was not something anyone could replicate. Upon returning to Danhan, Lu Jiujun eagerly approached, "Brother Mo, when do you plan to start developing the new medicine? I have several semi-finished formulas here." Mo Wuji waved his hand. "I already have a new formula. We can forego those semi-finished ones. I wish to examine some of Danhan's pharmacological texts. By the way, I need some gold coins to purchase certain herbs for my research." "That is no problem. I will take you to Danhan's library of medicinal texts," Lu Jiujun replied without hesitation, albeit somewhat hastily. While Danhan's pharmaceutical practice had declined, it still housed a considerable number of texts, many of which were unavailable in the market. Upon seeing the pharmaceutical books, Mo Wuji realized he no longer needed to buy a comprehensive herb identification manual. He casually said to the attentive Lu Jiujun, "Old Lu, please help me find a few reliable assistants. Once the new medicine is ready, we will produce it in our workshop's yard. Remember, the medicine I am concocting must remain confidential, so the assistants must be trustworthy. We will commence work in 2 days. In 2 months, Danhan Pharmaceuticals will rise again. No, it will create a sensation throughout the alchemical world." Despite the decline of Lu Jiujun's Danhan Pharmaceuticals, it had not left behind nothing. The workshop's yard was spacious enough. Mo Wuji was well aware that no matter how secretive he was, the methods for collecting penicillin from mold would not remain hidden for long, as they were exceedingly simple. The only aspect that could be kept confidential was the preparation of the nutrient solution. However, even the nutrient solution was straightforward. Once leaked, it could be replicated. Nonetheless, Mo Wuji was unperturbed, as he had numerous means to generate profit once he earned the initial capital. He firmly believed that the penicillin would indeed create a stir in the alchemical realm. This was an epic-making product. This declaration revitalized Lu Jiujun, who eagerly patted his chest, assuring, "Brother Mo, rest assured, I guarantee that not a single secret of Danhan Pharmaceuticals will be disclosed." Before Lu Jiujun could leave, Mo Wuji retrieved paper and pen and wrote down a list of various vessels, handing it to him. "Also, we need to purchase these items to prepare for the new medicine." Puzzled, Lu Jiujun accepted the paper, inquiring, "What do we need so many different glass bottles and test tubes for?" Mo Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with that. Just follow my instructions. In 2 months, Danhan Pharmaceuticals will be resurrected." These preparations were not for penicillin, but for his innovative meridian-opening liquid. Chapter 14. Mo Wuji's concerns. The city of Raozhou would not experience any change due to the absence of Mo Wuji. Even his landlord, Aunt Lu, merely felt a twinge of worry but took no action to search for him. Since commencing the production of penicillin, Mo Wuji had remained at Danhan Pharmaceuticals. The production of penicillin was exceedingly effortless for him. Not only he, but even those who had completed their university projects had tackled similar topics. Moreover, the technology of Qingyu country was quite advanced, and the necessary machinery was readily available, requiring only minor modifications. The sole challenge facing Mo Wuji was converting intramuscular and intravenous injections into oral penicillin. Injections were cumbersome, and the second option involved issues of widespread administration. Oral penicillin, akin to amoxicillin or penicillin potassium tablets, was not beyond his capabilities. However, producing such formulations in a mere 2 months was utterly unrealistic. Ordinary injectable penicillin, when taken orally, would be rendered ineffective by stomach acid, destroying nearly 99% of its pharmacological properties. While this may pose a significant challenge for others, Mo Wuji found it merely a slight inconvenience. During his time on Earth, he had already reached the pinnacle of pharmacology. Although he could not entirely prevent the oral penicillin's efficacy from diminishing, he could preserve 30 to 40% of its effectiveness, in a place where antibiotics had never existed. Achieving even half of that efficacy would yield astonishing results. As for the skin tests and allergic reactions associated with penicillin, Mo Wuji cast them aside. Compared to the benefits of penicillin, the minor side effects were negligible. At most, he would provide a brief explanation in the instructions, and that would suffice. For the people of Raozhou, the most significant change recently was Danhan Pharmaceuticals. Originally reduced to just 1 shop and 1 workshop, Danhan had closed its sole shop a month ago, ceasing the sale of any medicinal products. Logically, this suggested that Danhan Pharmaceuticals was on the brink of collapse and would sell its shop. However, it was perplexing that Danhan had not only refrained from selling, but had recently launched new advertisements throughout Raozhou. The 9 Lives Healing Liquid, a groundbreaking product developed by Danhan Pharmaceuticals at a cost of tens of millions, was hailed as a boon for humanity. With the 9 Lives Healing Liquid, There was no longer any need to worry about viral infections and wounds. Its efficacy far surpassed any previous product from Danhan Pharmaceuticals. The slogan for the 9 lives healing liquid proclaimed that as long as one still drew breath, they could be granted another life. Certainly, the immense sum of tens of millions is either gold coins, silver coins, or copper coins. The advertisement remained silent on this matter. The healing potions produced by Danhan Pharmacy prior to this were not significantly inferior in efficacy to other healing products. Currently, the advertisements for the Jiuming healing liquid assert that its effectiveness far surpasses that of the former Danhan healing products by several folds, implying that Jiuming is superior to any healing product available on the market. This provocative claim immediately captivated the attention of all in Raozhou City, which is the capital of the Qingyu Kingdom, thus attracting the gaze of the entire nation towards Danhan Pharmacy. In an instant, countless individuals flocked to the store, eager to purchase a bottle of Jiuming healing liquid and to ascertain its authenticity. The Qingyu Kingdom is embroiled in warfare almost daily, with countless lives lost to wound infections. Even aside from the military, mercenaries, hunters, herbalists, and miners, these individuals constantly face the deadly threat of viral infections following injuries. If a remedy like Jiuming truly exists, who wouldn't desire it? On the second floor of the Danhan Pharmacy, Lu Jujuan burst in with a look of delight. Brother Mo, our promotional efforts have been remarkably successful. If the Jiuming healing liquid proves effective on September 10th, or even if it possesses just 1/3 of the promised efficacy, Danhan Pharmacy will be a success. Lu Jiujuan's enthusiastic words suddenly faltered as he observed Mo Wuji's expression, which was not one of joy, but rather of concern. A pang of anxiety gripped Lu Jiujuan. Had the new medicine failed? But had Mo Wuji not filled the courtyard with large iron barrels and even boilers? Surely, they could not be mere facades. He felt uncertain about the success of the new medicine. The aggressive promotion was also Mo Wuji's idea, who had assured him it would not fail. However, Mo Wuji rose and placed a reassuring hand on Lu Jiujuan's shoulder. Old Lu, you need not worry. The medicine is sound. Then why do you appear so troubled? Upon hearing that the medicine was indeed viable, Lu Jiujuan felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. As long as the medicine was fine, everything else could be resolved. Mo Wuji sighed. Old Lu, have you considered that once the Jiuming healing liquid hits the market and brings us substantial wealth, there will inevitably be those who covet it? Together, we might lack the means for self-defense. To be frank, Mo Wuji had not anticipated that a modest promotional effort would incite such a frenzy. He had not realized that the people of this region yearned for a remedy capable of treating viral infections to such an extent. He doubted whether he would be able to secure that first fortune when the product launched. The process of producing penicillin was easily replicable, and while he understood this, others might not. If he failed to grasp the first pot of gold, would someone act against Danhan Pharmacy in the shadows? That would spell disaster. Lu Jiujuan was momentarily taken aback by Mo Wuji's words before bursting into hearty laughter. Brother Mo, your background as a prince makes it understandable that you are unaware of the systems in the Qingyu Kingdom. Not only in our kingdom, but throughout the entire Xinghan Empire. Workshops are afforded protection, provided they pay a certain tax. When Danhan Pharmacy's reputation spread to the Xinghan Empire, who dared to meddle with us? The downfall of Danhan was solely due to my own inadequacies. Mo Wuji did not feel any relief from Lu Jiujuan's reassurances. The so-called strength of Danhan Pharmacy was negligible. They had yet to produce a flagship product. It would be odd if no one coveted their business. It was akin to a factory on Earth that assembled fruit phones, appearing grand yet merely providing a meager income, dependent on others' whims. If one day they were no longer needed, it would be the next Danhan Pharmacy. As for Lu Jiujuan's claims of protection from the Xinghan Empire, Mo Wuji remained skeptical. In the face of significant profit, anything could erupt. He understood that even long-term lovers could betray one another. Some matters were beyond the constraints of systems and morals. Yet he needed to grow stronger and must earn money. There was no room for concealment. Logically, even if someone sought to seize Danhan Pharmacy's interests, they should first employ a soft approach before resorting to force. As long as he controlled the most critical elements, he could sell off some shares when the time came without risking his life. With this in mind, he said to Lu Jiujuan, Old Lu, I must forewarn you. Should anyone attempt to take a share of the profits, they may have my shares, but they must not skimp on the money. All right, no problem. You can rest assured. Lu Jiujuan agreed without a moment's hesitation. Mo Wuji sighed inwardly, refraining from asking Lu Jiujuan to sign a contract. Sometimes, lacking strength rendered written agreements meaningless. Alone in Raozhou City, if trouble arose, no one would come to his aid. After finalizing discussions with Lu Jiujuan, Mo Wuji tirelessly engaged in fermenting penicillin. To maintain control, he personally handled nearly everything aside from gathering the penicillium, which which required a considerable workforce. For 2 months, he had not returned home. And aside from procuring materials for Meridian expansion, he had scarcely rested. 2 months later, he finally produced a batch of penicillin liquid. Chapter 15. The sensational Jiuming healing liquid. The Jiuming healing liquid, purportedly several times more effective than other healing products? On the main street of Raozhou City, several soldiers stained with blood abruptly halted, gazing at the large advertisement. It's from Danhan Pharmacy. I've heard of this workshop. Duan Hu. Take some men and carry Qiu Fang and the others to Danhan Pharmacy. We'll wait for you at the entrance, commanded a robust man leading the group. Captain, it says here that sales begin on September 10th. Today is already the 9th. We should wait to see. If it's a false advertisement, I'll tear down their shop myself. Understood. In Raozhou City, soldiers covered in blood were not uncommon. With the recent escalation of warfare in the Qinyu Kingdom, more severely injured soldiers returned to Raozhou. This influx of wounded soldiers underscored the dire situation on the front lines, intensifying the atmosphere of tension in Raozhou. Due to the outrageous claims of Danhan Pharmacy's healing advertisements and the high mortality rate among the wounded, scenes of carrying injured soldiers to the pharmacy were not unusual. Within just a few days, the entrance of Danhan Pharmacy became crowded not only with onlookers, but also with soldiers returning from the battlefield, exuding a fierce aura. With the growing number of soldiers, the city guards began to manage the crowd. The location of Danhan Pharmacy was fortunate, with the recent influx of soldiers. The street was nearly blocked. On September 10th, 2930, at the entrance of Danhan Pharmacy in Raozhou City, the scene was a veritable sea of humanity. Among the crowd were those curious, those skeptical, and many eager to purchase a bottle for a trial. As someone called out that the store was opening, the doors of Danhan Pharmacy slowly swung open. Having been surrounded for several days, Lu Jiujuan was already accustomed to it. Holding a megaphone, he addressed the throng. Dear friends, those wishing to purchase the Jiuming healing liquid, please line up in an orderly fashion. I assure everyone will receive a bottle. The new medicine developed by Danhan Pharmacy is undoubtedly a boon for all injured patients, with no false ingredients. For each purchase of Jiuming healing liquid, we will provide a complimentary white bandage and a packet of Danhan external injury powder. Wuji, considering the inconvenience of injections, had produced only oral penicillin. As for the external injury powder and bandages, they were naturally intended to complement the penicillin. As for those allergic to penicillin, a mere mention in the instructions sufficed. With so many martial artists dying from injuries daily, once penicillin proved effective, who would concern themselves with allergies? Moreover, oral administration posed lower allergy risks. How much for a bottle? A cacophony of inquiries abruptly interrupted Lu Jiujun's words. With every question revolving around a singular focus, the price of the 9 lives healing elixir. With a composed demeanor, Lu Jiujun raised his hand to quell the clamor. A broad smile adorning his face as he explained, due to the premium ingredients utilized in our new pharmaceutical formulation, the price is slightly elevated. It is currently set at 2 gold coins per bottle. A wave of gasps echoed through the crowd, swiftly followed by vehement outcries. 2 gold coins for a mere healing potion? Why not just rob a bank instead? Other healing potions are merely a few silver coins, or even just a handful of copper coins. The once bustling queue thinned dramatically upon hearing the exorbitant price. Indeed, 2 gold coins for a single bottle was excessively steep. For an ordinary family, an entire year's income might not even amount to that sum. Noticing the dwindling number of patrons, Lu Jiujun felt a twinge of discomfort. He had initially intended to set the price at 10 silver coins, yet Wuji insisted on 5 gold coins. Ultimately, they settled on 2 gold coins as a compromise. However, he also had to acquiesce to Wuji's request to package a portion of the higher purity penicillin in more exquisite glass bottles, which were then priced at 10 gold coins. Perhaps it was due to the exaggerated promotional efforts of Danhan's alchemy, which portrayed the 9 lives healing elixir as miraculous, that despite its steep cost, some individuals still opted to purchase it. Some even pooled resources to acquire a single bottle, though only a scant few ventured to buy more than 2 at once. As for the deluxe version, not a single bottle had been sold. After a few days of observation at Danhan's alchemy, the place was nearly deserted within just an hour. Brother Mo, Lu Jiujun sighed. If it weren't for the desire to see others' results in a few days, I would have urged you to lower the price. They had produced nearly 50,000 bottles, employing 20 workers who toiled tirelessly to meet the demand. Moreover, after the first batch of finished products was released, Wuji immediately commenced production on a second batch, which was even larger than the first. After nearly a month of promotion, they had barely sold 200 bottles, insufficient even to cover advertising costs. There's no need to rush. Let's wait a few more days. Wuji waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Lu Jiujun should not fret. Mo Wuji was unconcerned about whether penicillin would sell well. His focus lay on the medicinal concoction he was about to formulate. He had a premonition that penicillin would not yield long-term profits, and it was wiser to set a higher price initially to secure a substantial gain. In a few days, Lan Yu would deliver the various herbs he required, and with the additional herbs he had procured, he could commence his work. Some commonplace items needed to be sourced personally, and aside from waiting for Lan Yu's delivery, he lacked only one ingredient. Even though he knew that revealing the formula would not enable others to replicate the meridian-expanding elixir, Mo Wuji deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Lu Jiujun could only nod in agreement. At this juncture, he felt powerless to alter the course of events. The item Mo Wuji sought was not even classified as a medicinal herb, as it was exceedingly common, lotus fibers, with freshness being paramount. Through countless experiments, Mo Wuji discovered that his formula, without the addition of lotus fibers, while still effective on the meridians, lacked significant potency. However, with the inclusion of lotus fibers, the results were dramatically different. Yet, the selection of lotus fibers required precision. They had to be sourced from the second section of the lotus root. He had personally tested this, and after consuming the elixir, he could distinctly feel the clarity of his meridians and a notable increase in his strength. It was worth mentioning that although he practiced martial arts, he was no master of internal martial arts. Regrettably, before he could fully expand his meridians, he fell victim to a betrayal by his lover. If on the first day, Danhan's alchemy managed to sell 100 or 200 bottles of the 9 lives healing elixir, by the second and third days, sales had completely stagnated. Lu Jiujun was in a frenzy, while Mo Wuji remained unperturbed in his laboratory, absorbed in some endeavor, exhibiting no signs of distress. He barely emerged, even for meals, which were delivered to him. This cannot continue. Waiting like this is tantamount to waiting for death. Lulu, please fetch Brother Mo. I need to discuss matters with him. Lu Jiujun finally could no longer tolerate the store's desolation. The shopkeeper said not to disturb Master Mo unless necessary. A timid employee named Lulu replied hesitantly. Very well. I shall go myself. Lu Jiujun waved dismissively and headed upstairs. Just then, a towering figure blocked the entrance, demanding, "Who is the shopkeeper here?" Chapter 16. The resurgence of popularity, the menacing aura accompanying that voice made Lu Jiujun instinctively step back a few paces, his heart racing as he replied. I am Lu Jiujun, the shopkeeper of Danhan's alchemy. How may I assist you? His words faltered as he noticed the imposing figure before him, flanked by 2 individuals he recognized, those who had brought in a seriously injured man just days prior. Could it be that the injured man has perished, and now they come seeking retribution? The thought sent a chill down Lu Jiujun's spine. Typically, issues with sold medicines would not arise unless they were widespread. However, should someone pursue a claim, it could lead to serious complications, especially if military personnel were involved. Shopkeeper Lu, this is our leader, Chu. We wish to purchase 300 bottles of the standard 9 lives healing elixir. Might there be any possibility of a discount? The burly man Lu Jiujun recognized suddenly inquired. Understanding dawned upon Lu Jiujun. The effectiveness of the 9 lives healing elixir must be extraordinary, or else a leader would not venture to make a purchase. His anxiety dissipated as if he had taken a deep breath. As a seasoned businessman, he was acutely aware of the implications. The 9 lives healing elixir would undoubtedly sell well, alleviating his concerns regarding sales. While there were still some elixirs available, the price of 2 gold coins was merely a promotional rate for their grand opening. Lu Jiujun realized that these soldiers had ample funds. Let us not haggle. We'll take it at 2 gold coins each. We require 500 bottles. We hail from the Iron Flying Army and will be frequent patrons of your establishment. The tall leader declared, interrupting Lu Jiujun agreed. It settled then. Lu Jiujun had no intention of raising prices. Establishing a good relationship with the Iron Flying Army, one of the illustrious regiments of the Qingyu Kingdom, would ensure future business opportunities. At this moment, in the conference hall of the Chengling Jidan workshop, several individuals were seated, comfortably sipping tea and engaging in light conversation. With the Chengling Jidan workshop now firmly established, meetings had devolved into mere casual discussions. The commotion caused by Danhan's alchemy had me believing they had developed some remarkable healing potion, but it turns out to be much ado about nothing. Chuckled an elderly man nearing 60, Lu Wansheng, who managed sales for the Chengling Jidan workshop. To be candid, the initial hype surrounding Danhan's alchemy had genuinely intimidated him. Now that he realized it was a paper tiger, his spirits lifted considerably. Seated at the head of the table was a young woman, Mi Xiao, the workshop's proprietor. Upon hearing Lu Wansheng's remarks, she replied with a melodic tone, Lu, regardless of whether the spectacle put on by Danhan's alchemy is genuine or not, We in sales must remain vigilant. Moreover, it has only been a few days. Suddenly, as if struck by an unseen force, a vigorous young man hurriedly entered, delivering a letter to Michio. The sounds within the conference hall ceased abruptly, all eyes turning to Michio. She tore open the envelope and extracted the letter within. In mere moments, her expression shifted slightly, and she rose abruptly, stating that several representatives from military camps had visited Danhan Alchemy. According to the intelligence, these representatives had purchased no fewer than 100 vials of the 9 Lives healing liquid. Additionally, some merchants had also ventured there, and notably, these individuals were repeat customers who had previously purchased the healing liquid from Danhan Alchemy. A suffocating tension enveloped the room. Everyone understood the implication of Michio's words. The exorbitant price of the 9 Lives healing liquid indicated that these patrons were returning for a second time, suggesting one undeniable fact. The healing efficacy of this liquid was indeed astonishing, perhaps even exceeding its advertised claims. If Danhan Alchemy had indeed developed such a remarkable healing elixir, what could their Chungling Extreme Pill Workshop possibly contend with? Michio, what shall we do? Inquired a slightly portly middle-aged man, standing up with a sense of urgency. Immediately head to Danhan Alchemy to investigate. Michi, you must notify several elders of the workshop at once, Michio replied, her countenance stern and her tone resolute. Understood. The young messenger responded before hastily departing. When Lan Yu arrived at the entrance of Danhan Alchemy, burdened by 2 large leather bags, he was taken aback. Once desolate, the establishment was now teeming with people. Many wore anxious expressions yet stood in orderly lines, which extended halfway down the street. Could it be that the 9 Lives healing liquid was truly that formidable? He was aware of the extravagant advertisements, having seen many merchants exaggerate their claims. Hence he had not paid much attention. What are you doing? A man in line seized Lan Yu as he attempted to enter Danhan Alchemy. Lan Yu frowned slightly. I am not here to make a purchase, but to seek out Master Mo. Are you Brother Lan? A young girl hurriedly approached, speaking with reverence. Master Mo instructed me to wait for you here. Lan Yu nodded swiftly. Yes, I am Lan Yu. Please, lead me to Master Mo. The girl quickly replied. You can call me Lulu. Master Mo is not at the shop. He is over at the workshop. Please follow me. The onlookers in line cast envious glances as they watched Lan Yu being escorted away by the girl. Why were they not acquainted with Master Mo? The prowess of the 9 Lives healing liquid had already spread far and wide. Securing even a single vial would yield a handsome profit, even if one chose not to use it personally. Master Mo, your esteemed guest, Brother Lan, has arrived, Lulu announced respectfully upon arriving at the door of Mo Wuji's laboratory. Every employee at Danhan Alchemy was acutely aware of the reasons behind the recent surge in popularity, thanks to the remarkable alchemist, Master Mo. He had developed a revolutionary healing medicine, the 9 Lives healing liquid. If Danhan Alchemy continued on this trajectory, it was anticipated that they would rise again, surpassing their former glory. This was evident from the daily queues, with some even offering to pay extra to secure the coveted medicine. As Lulu, tasked with managing Master Mo's affairs, held him in high regard, she eagerly awaited Lan Yu. Brother Lan, we've finally been expecting you, she said just as the small door to the laboratory creaked open. The disheveled Mo Wuji stood at the threshold, visibly excited. Lan Yu paid little mind to Mo Wuji's appearance or the myriad scents of herbs wafting from the lab. He understood that truly skilled alchemists, like Mo Wuji, often succumb to a frenzy when faced with their craft. Master Mo, you did not deceive me. Not only have you succeeded, but your success is remarkable, Lan Yu remarked with admiration. Though he had agreed to remain in Rao Prefecture, he was initially skeptical of Mo Wuji's assertions. However, witnessing the flourishing state of Danhan Alchemy, he recognized that Mo Wuji's new medicine would indeed propel the establishment to new heights. Thank you, Brother Lan, for your faith in me. Please, come in and have a seat, Mo Wuji said, his gaze already fixated on the leather bags Lan Yu carried. Understanding Mo Wuji's intentions, Lan Yu smiled subtly and lifted one of the bags. Master Mo, this contains all the medicinal ingredients you requested, 10 portions in total. Please have a look. With a beaming smile, Mo Wuji eagerly accepted the bag. No need to count. I trust Brother Lan completely. He then addressed Lulu. Lulu, ensure you treat Brother Lan with the utmost hospitality. There is no need to tally the ingredients. Whatever he says is accurate. And let's offer him a price 10% above market value. It was not that Mo Wuji did not wish to accommodate Lan Yu. Rather, his fervor for advancement in alchemy was consuming. He understood that if Lan Yu wished to remain at Danhan Alchemy long term, he would spare no effort to bring Lan Yu into the workshop to assist. Deep down, Mo Wuji was aware that the true value of the 9 Lives healing liquid transcended what a mere establishment like Danhan Alchemy could manage. He harbored no belief in Lu Jiujun's words. In the face of such immense profit, it would be extraordinary for anyone to adhere to the rules of the game. He understood that this was not entirely Lu Jiujun's fault. He too could not have anticipated the overwhelming demand for the 9 lives healing liquid. This was merely the beginning. Once the true value of penicillin was realized, it was likely that Lu Jiujun would struggle to maintain even half of his share. Chapter 17. Expanding the Meridian's 50,000 vials of the 9 lives healing liquid. According to Lu Jiujun's calculations, if they managed to sell out within 6 months, it would be considered a monumental success. In reality, by the 5th day, more than half had already sold out, even with price increases and purchase limits in place. If the restrictions continued, the entire stock of 9 lives healing liquid would be sold out by the 12th day. With the addition of the deluxe versions of the 9 lives healing liquid, Danone Alchemy's profits were nearing 250,000 gold coins. In other words, the production costs of the 9 lives healing liquid were nearly negligible. All revenue represented pure profit. Observing the throngs of seekers outside the shop, while the shelves within were bare, Lu Jiujun found himself increasingly anxious. "Lulu, I will seek out Mo myself," he declared. Now fully convinced that Mo Wuji had indeed inherited the pharmaceutical legacy of Mo Tiancheng and was surpassing it. How else could he produce the 9 lives healing liquid? Unlike 10 days prior when he was eager to find Mo Wuji. Now he was desperate for him to expedite the production of the 3rd batch of the 9 lives healing liquid. The 2nd batch was already fermenting and nearing completion. However, Mo Wuji seemed disinclined to start on the 3rd batch, instead immersing himself in the laboratory, claiming to be developing new medicines. In truth, Lu Jiujun believed that with the 9 lives healing liquid, Danone Alchemy needed no other products. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji had become the master. If he insisted on developing new medicines, then that was the course they would take. "Master, Mo Wuji has instructed that until he emerges, no one may disturb him. Even meals must be delivered only to the window. If he does not eat, the next meal must be taken away and replaced with something fresh," Lulu quickly relayed, anxious that the master would be upset if Lu Jiujun barged in unannounced. "Very well," Lu Jiujun sighed, tapping his forehead in frustration. Just days prior, the people from Chongling Extreme Pill Workshop had come to discuss the 9 lives healing liquid, and he had passed them off to Mo Wuji. Mo Yaoshi is still engrossed in researching new medicines, and this matter must await his emergence. Mo Yaoshi possesses a temperament where any disruption during his research incites his wrath. Little did he anticipate the retribution would soon befall him. Regardless of whom he may offend, he dares not cross Mo Wuji, the proverbial golden goose. Mo Wuji, with his disheveled hair, gazes at the 10 azure glass vials on the table before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This is the culmination of several days of diligent work. By consuming even a single vial from this collection, he might ascertain whether he possesses a spiritual root. Should he find such a root, he could continue to amass wealth and prepare for enlightenment. According to Lan Yu and Lu Jiujun, only those with a spiritual connection can absorb and store spiritual energy, and those lacking a spiritual root may be hindered by blocked channels or an absence of such connections. In Mo Wuji's view, these channels are akin to pathways. With the opening elixir he has formulated, he is certain to clear these pathways, enabling him to absorb and store spiritual energy. If he can do so, would that not signify that he possesses a spiritual root? Ha ha ha, henceforth, this elixir shall be known as the opening elixir. Mo Wuji cannot restrain a hearty laugh. It is the first time he feels such joy since being schemed against. Meanwhile, Lu Jiujun, anxiously awaiting downstairs, hears Mo Wuji's laughter and disregards Lu's counsel, hastening upstairs. "Ha ha ha, old Lu, have you been counting coins so much that your hands cramp?" Mo Wuji quips as he opens the door, a bag in hand. Gazing at the ascending Lu Jiujun with a smile, Lu Jiujun should feel elated, for Mo Wuji has successfully concocted the opening elixir, but a lingering unease gnaws at him, the source of which eludes his understanding. "Let us set aside the worries for now and focus on opening my channels first," he declares, his face alight with joy. "Brother Mo, we have achieved great success. The 9 lives healing elixir is selling like hotcakes." Mo Wuji waves his hand dismissively. "I am aware, it is a given. By the way, please convert my share of gold coins into the finest gold notes." Of course. Besides that, our shop," before Lu Jiujun can finish his sentence, Mo Wuji interrupts, "I know, let's discuss it after I have a bath and rest for a day." With that, he brushes past Lu Jiujun, intent on reaching his quarters for alchemical pursuits. The elixir to expand channels has been developed, and to Mo Wuji, the immediate priority is to cleanse himself, don fresh attire, and then rest. Once he awakens, He will consume the channel-expanding elixir and attend to other matters later. The pursuit of wealth can wait. The urgency of acquiring a spiritual root and the ability to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation cannot. Lu Jujun, staring at the retreating figure of Mo Wuji, feels no anger. In the realm of alchemy, the true authority is not he, Lu Jujun, but Mo Yaoshi. After a prolonged moment, he departs with his head bowed. Realizing he has no opportunity to urge Mo Wuji to produce a third batch of the 9 Lives healing elixir or to discuss expanding their shop. After a refreshing wash and a restful slumber, Mo Wuji emerges, invigorated, and retrieves an azure glass vial. He has tasted this channel-expanding elixir before, recalling that upon consumption, a line akin to fire gradually extends within his body. Even someone untrained in martial arts can distinctly perceive a channel slowly unfolding within. While the expansion is uncomfortable, an indescribable sense of ease arises from deep within. Regrettably, in his past life, Mo Wuji had not fully expanded a channel before being ambushed. Calming the restlessness within, he seizes the azure vial, opens it, inhales deeply, and then tilts his head back to drink it all at once. As before, the slightly bitter liquid cascades down his throat, igniting a fiery line within him, burning through all obstructions before it. Mo Wuji feels the channel within him being opened, as the elixir's fiery essence gradually extends through his body. Amidst the tearing pain, a sense of relief emerges, as though with every inch burned, impurities within him are incinerated. Clenching his fists, Mo Wuji muses, if a vial can expand one channel, might he not effortlessly ascend to become a top-tier cultivator with a spiritual root? 99 channels, what are they? He could effortlessly attain them. However, 2 hours later, the anticipation in Mo Wuji's eyes dims. The elixir has indeed expanded one of his channels, yet the process has gradually ceased after 2 hours. The fiery sensation has dissipated, indicating the elixir's potency is exhausted, and the channel remains unbroken. How could this be? It feels as though a bucket of cold water has been poured over him, causing him to forget the pain of channel expansion. It is as if a waterway, initially poised to clear its obstructions, suddenly ran dry just as the debris was about to be swept away, leaving a dam that only exacerbates the blockage. In his previous life, Mo Wuji had consumed this elixir but had not endured long enough to witness its full effects before being betrayed. Thus, he remains unaware that this elixir not only fails to clear channels, but may also exacerbate blockages at certain junctures. No, it must be a matter of dosage, he resolves, gritting his teeth and opening another vial, consuming it entirely. If the first experience was akin to a single line of fire igniting within him, this time, it feels as though he has swallowed a fireball, threatening to tear him apart and reduce him to ashes. The excruciating pain is unbearable, and he collapses to the ground. Eventually, after an hour or two, this agonizing torment begins to subside. With trembling hands, Mo Wuji rises, feeling a chilling realization wash over him. He recognizes that this second vial has only intensified his suffering, causing blockages at the same location as before. He is certain that if he dares to consume a third vial, not only will the channels remain closed, but he may also risk his life. In short, his endeavor to create a channel-expanding elixir has failed. Should that woman learn of his continued lack of success, would she harbor even a modicum of regret? Perhaps not for having tried to kill him, but for not waiting to see him perfect the true channel-expanding elixir. Mo Wuji slowly approaches the table, catching sight of his pale, despairing visage in the mirror. He understands that he has lost his opportunity. In merely 4 hours, his heartfelt joy has transformed into desolation. After 4 hours, he realizes he has not opened a single channel. He remains incapable of cultivation. If he were still on Earth, he might have had the time to rectify the elixir, but here, he has no such opportunity. It is a marvel that such an elixir could be concocted in the dilapidated alchemical lab. His previous success was largely due to his experience. A wave of weakness washes over him, and Mo Wuji slowly regains his composure, exhaling deeply. Life offers no guarantees, and he casually reaches for the water jug on the table to pour a glass. However, he halts, the cup nearing his lips, his complexion growing even more ashen. Having studied plants for many years, Mo Wuji possesses a profound understanding of their characteristics. The water he had just poured bore a faint scent of poison wood, unmistakably a medicinal extract derived from the toxic arrow tree, a substance that can seal one's fate upon contact with blood. The thought of someone wishing to end his life jolted Mo Wuji from his previous despair. In a mere moment, he grasped the situation, being of royal blood. His previous madness had drawn no attention, but now that he had regained his sanity, he would surely attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. Moreover, as he delved into alchemy, wealth would inevitably follow him. A deranged descendant of the royal family might be disregarded. But a capable heir of the Northern Qin would undoubtedly instill fear, particularly in those vying for the royal position. Mo Wuji gently set down his cup, finding a semblance of calm. The vastness of the Starry Han Empire meant that his lack of spiritual roots did not equate to an absence of options. With a flicker of hope remaining, he resolved not to succumb to despair. Stowing away the 2 empty green vials, he felt a surge of relief. Fortunate it was that his attempts at cultivating his meridians had failed. Had he succeeded, he would have been compelled to seek out the spirit tower with gold in hand, a move that could have proven disastrous. In his previous fervor to attain the qualifications for cultivation, he had failed to consider the lurking dangers. One could easily imagine the nefarious individuals who sought to harm the Mo family would not allow a sane heir of the Northern Qin to live. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. A profound sense of crisis washed over him. He realized he could no longer remain in the alchemy lab as a person without roots or ties. It would be all too simple for others to conspire against him. But where could he possibly go? Master Mo, representatives from the Changling Extreme Pill Workshop have arrived. The workshop owner is in attendance and wishes to invite you. Lulu's voice broke through Mo Wuji's thoughts just in time. Very well, I shall come at once. Mo Wuji opened the door, adding, by the way, I accidentally tainted this pot of water with some impurities. Please pour it out and wash the pot thoroughly. Throughout his time in the alchemy lab, Lulu had consistently looked after him. Mo Wuji was certain that Lulu was not the one who had poisoned him. In such a place, entry and exit were hardly complicated, and those who wished him harm would not foolishly enlist others to act. Understood, Master Mo. Lulu's respect for him was genuine and heartfelt. The days before Master Mo's arrival were starkly different from those now. Ha, Brother Mo. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed workshop owner, Mi Xiao, Lu Jiujun exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh as Mo Wuji entered the alchemy meeting room. The title Brother Mo seemed deliberately intended to highlight their extraordinary rapport. Is something amiss with your health, Brother Mo? Lu Jiujun interrupted his introduction. For the presence of the Changling Extreme Pill Workshop members paled in comparison to Mo Wuji's well-being. Mo Wuji's pallid complexion and weak gait immediately raised Lu Jiujun's concerns. Mo Wuji waved a hand dismissively. No. It is merely that I have been quite fatigued these past few days. He then addressed the young woman who had also risen. It is an honor to finally meet you. Workshop owner Mi Xiao's gaze flickered over Mo Wuji with curiosity before she chuckled. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Master Mo. Seeing you in person is indeed an experience beyond mere hearsay. Understanding her implication, Mo Wuji smiled. I fluctuate between good and ill health, sometimes fancying myself as the king. If all else failed, he could simply continue to play the fool. Mi Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Master Mo is jesting. Allow me to introduce another esteemed colleague. She gestured to a warm-looking middle-aged man beside her. This is Elder Wu He Tai from our workshop. An elder nearing 60, Lu Wansheng, stood up before Mi Xiao could continue. I am the sales steward of the Changling Extreme Pill Workshop. It is a pleasure to meet you. Master Mo Wuji understood the purpose of their visit and smiled slightly. Let us all sit and converse. Chapter 19. Enlightenment. Though Mi Xiao was not particularly beautiful, she possessed an immense charm. After Mo Wuji settled into his seat, she preempted the service staff by pouring him a cup of tea. I envy the alchemical prowess of Master Mo, capable of developing epic-making products like the 9 Lives Healing Elixir. I trust you understand my intentions, regardless of my success or failure. I wish to toast to you with this tea, for the 9 Lives Elixir has undoubtedly saved countless lives, and that is a monumental merit of yours. With that, Mi Xiao drained her cup. Mo Wuji sighed inwardly, impressed by her eloquence. However, since she had already consumed a cup, he presumed the tea to be safe. His thirst overwhelming him, he raised his cup and drank deeply. Once he set down his cup, he adopted a serious demeanor. You flatter me, workshop owner me. The medicinal solutions I have developed are merely commonplace. Any practitioner with spiritual roots could present a remedy far superior to my 9 Lives Elixir. Internally amused, Mi Xiao had thoroughly investigated Mo Wuji beforehand. She was aware of his lack of spiritual roots, yet recognized his fervent desire for cultivation. From Mo Wuji's words, she could discern his subtle inquiries regarding practitioners. Master Mo underestimates the value of your 9 Lives Healing Elixir. Indeed, practitioners may offer superior healing potions, yet their prices are exorbitant, inaccessible to the average person. Moreover, even if ordinary individuals could afford them, they cannot match the mass production capabilities of the 9 Lives Elixir. Hence, I assert that it is indeed a revolutionary product. My purpose for visiting is to propose a collaboration with Danhan Alchemy to expand the production capacity of the 9 Lives Elixir, Mi Xiao stated earnestly. This veritable printing press of wealth was something the Chongling Extreme Pill Workshop would not willingly share, prompting Lu Jiujun to exchange furtive glances with Mo Wuji. And Mo Wuji feigned ignorance of Lu Jiujun's signals. He was resolute in his departure from Danhan Alchemy, having intended to share penicillin in exchange for a sum of money. The Chongling Extreme Pill Workshop's eagerness was a welcome opportunity. Haha, workshop owner me, you speak the truth. The 9 Lives Healing Elixir is undeniably revolutionary. Master Mo's ability to formulate such a remedy is an incalculable contribution to our entire Qingyu nation, Elder Wu Hitai chimed in, affirming Mi Xiu's sentiments. Even Lu Jiujun nodded in agreement, pride evident in his demeanor. However, upon hearing these words, Mo Wuji's heart sank. Suddenly, he understood the source of his lingering unease. The true threat did not stem from the individual who had attempted to poison him, but rather from the Qingyu nation itself. Once penicillin became widely available, it would inevitably fall under state control. The only reason he had not yet felt the repercussions was that the discovery of penicillin was still recent and its quantities limited. Most viewed it merely as a costly yet effective medicine. Yet, once this remedy was utilized on a massive scale by the military, he would most likely lose his freedom entirely. He would either be compelled to research medicines for the state or surrender the penicillin formula, risking his very life. No ruler would permit such a national asset to be carelessly leaked. With this realization, Mo Wuji could no longer remain seated. He abruptly stood and addressed Mi Xiu. Thank you, workshop owner me, for your regard. My intention in promoting the 9 Lives Healing Elixir was to do what I could for ordinary people. Until now, I had not been entirely certain, but your and Elder Wu's words have illuminated my path. Allow me a day. After that, the Chongling Extreme Pill Workshop shall undoubtedly achieve its desires. I shall take my leave to make some preparations. With that, Mo Wuji hurriedly exited, not even pausing to exchange pleasantries with Mi Xiu and the others. He yearned to first secure a profit from the Chongling Extreme Pill Workshop. Yet he dared not take such a risk. He was unwilling to entertain that danger for even a moment. Fortunately, Mi Xiu and her companions, being business people, understood the temperament of researchers and bore no ill will towards Mo Wuji's actions. On the contrary, Mo Wuji's proclamation that the Chongling Extreme Pill Workshop would soon fulfill its aspirations greatly excited her. Lu Jiujun felt an anxious urgency in his heart. Yet he could not simply depart, as Mo Wuji had. Situ Qian, the sovereign lord of the Qingyu Principality, was a figure of royal stature. Although the Qingyu Principality ranked quite low in the vast Star Han Empire, within its own territory, he was an unparalleled authority. At this moment, Situ Qian sat upon the throne in the Golden Luan Hall of Qingyu, his eyelids lowered, revealing a countenance tinged with impatience. The atmosphere in the grand hall mirrored his demeanor, with those present appearing somewhat lethargic. Ministers, if there are matters to discuss, please proceed, he declared, dismissing the court. A eunuch beside Situ Qian, evidently attuned to his master's sentiments, hastily interjected, General Feihu has urgent military news to report to the king. A robust man stepped forward from the right, bowing as he spoke. Urgent military news? Situ Qian suddenly lifted his head, his previously lackluster visage now radiating an imposing authority. The atmosphere in the hall shifted, heavy with tension, as all present sensed the gravity of the situation. General Feihu, has there been a development in the conflict with the Changyan Principality? Situ Qian's voice took on a sharper tone. The man named Feihu quickly clarified, no. This pertains to a matter of great significance for our Qingyu Principality, a matter of good fortune. If utilized wisely, it is not impossible to annihilate the Changyan Principality and potentially double our territory. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Situ Qian, became invigorated, eager to learn the nature of this promising news that warranted such hyperbolic enthusiasm. The notion of obliterating the Changyan Principality and expanding their territory was met with skepticism. An elder standing on the left interjected gruffly, Zhao Feihu, why have your words become so meandering and fragmented? Zhao Feihu shot a glare at the elder and continued, Your Majesty, our forces have recently discovered a remarkable healing elixir. This medicine possesses extraordinary efficacy, capable of quelling all inflammatory afflictions. According to reports from the Iron Division, among 1,000 injured soldiers who received this elixir, only one has succumbed thus far, and that was due to excessive blood loss rather than infection. It can be asserted that this remedy nearly eradicates mortality among the injured. In contrast, the death rate among soldiers who did not receive this elixir is alarmingly high, reaching 30 to 40%. This new healing solution surpasses the best current treatments by more than tenfold. What? Situ Qian abruptly rose from his seat, the jade rui in his hand clattering to the ground unnoticed. Not only Situ Qian, but all within the hall stared in astonishment at Zhao Feihu, their breaths quickening. Each time conflict arose, the number of soldiers lost to injury was counted in the millions. If a remedy could prevent such casualties, it would indeed be revolutionary. What is the most precious asset in war? Soldiers. More specifically, seasoned warriors. An injured soldier who survives can wield influence on the battlefield that rivals several inexperienced recruits. Should this miraculous medicine prove effective, Zhao Feihu's claim of vanquishing the Changyan Principality may not be far-fetched. Even if complete annihilation were unattainable, it would undoubtedly facilitate a substantial expansion of the Qingyu Principality. General Feihu, are you referring to the 9 lives healing elixir? The elder who had previously mocked Zhao Feihu inquired in astonishment. What 9 lives healing? Situ Qian, the sovereign of Qingyu, clearly had no prior knowledge of such a remedy. The elder in question was Han Shengyan, the first Duke of Qingyu. In the hierarchy of noble titles within the Star Han Empire, aside from the Emperor, there are 9 ranks, which include Duke, King, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, and others. While dukes might seem subordinate to kings in appearance, within the Grand Hall of the Principality, their status is indeed superior. Han Shengyan promptly responded, Your Majesty, several months ago, Danhan Pharmacy launched an extensive advertisement campaign in the capital, Raizhou, for a new healing elixir they developed, named 9 Lives Healing Elixir. Situ Qian nodded, having heard of this matter before, but dismissed it as trivial. Danhan Pharmacy had contributed to the Qingyu Principality, and although the name carried a hint of grandiosity, it was not deemed inappropriate. Han Shengyan continued. The advertisement for the 9 Lives Healing Elixir was quite audacious, claiming that as long as a wounded individual still drew breath, the elixir could save their life. This stirred considerable excitement at the time, and the 9 Lives Healing Elixir reportedly sold exceedingly well. The elder had even commissioned some to be purchased, but did not pursue further inquiries, as he too believed the rumors to be unfounded. However, General Feihu's statements today suggest that the healing properties of this elixir are indeed genuine. General Feihu, do Han Shengyan's words align with your own? Situ Qian's gaze sharpened with intensity. As a sovereign, his sensitivity to such matters far surpassed that of Mo Wuji. He immediately recognized that this healing remedy was an invaluable asset to the military. He must leverage this opportunity for the Qingyu Principality before the empire caught wind of it. And more crucially, he needed to suppress the methods of its production and confine the alchemist responsible. It is entirely factual. This information has been presented to me by the Iron Division based on verified accounts, Zhao Feihu affirmed. Summon all individuals associated with Danhan Pharmacy immediately. Bring the alchemist who developed the 9 Lives Healing Elixir before me at once. Situ Qian commanded decisively upon confirming the truth of the matter. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. A corpulent man suddenly stepped forward, bowing as he spoke. Situ Qian paused, halting his order to the guards, and, suppressing his irritation, inquired, Jiaiqing, what do you wish to convey at this juncture? The stout man cautiously produced a piece of paper filled with writing from his sleeve, trembling as he handed it over. Your Majesty, earlier today, as I arrived for court, someone was distributing this. It claims to be the formula for the 9 Lives Healing Elixir, which the developer, Mo Wuji, has generously offered for free to honor his parents and to accumulate merit for the benefit of impoverished people. What? Situ Qian quickly unfolded the paper, and indeed, it was densely filled with text. The content detailed the method of producing the 9 Lives Healing Elixir, with meticulous instructions and clear explanations of the underlying principles, making it apparent to him how to initiate its production. The document also elaborated on why the 9 Lives Healing Elixir could eradicate bacterial infections, revealing its other name, penicillin. Situ Qian forcefully slammed the paper down, his voice filled with anger as he commanded, bring Mo Wuji here at once, and simultaneously investigate how long this formula has been circulating and among whom. If it can be controlled, apprehend everyone who has obtained this formula. There was an unspoken thought that lingered in Situ Qian's mind. Once these individuals were secured, those who could be eliminated should be, while those who could not be dealt with would be sent to the alchemy workshop he was about to establish, specifically to produce the 9 Lives Healing Elixir. The hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak at that moment. Anyone with sense would recognize that the monarch's plan was utterly unfeasible. What time was it when the morning court convened? It was before dawn, and now, with lunchtime fast approaching, a significant portion of the morning had already passed. It would be a miracle to collect all of this information in such a short time. Indeed, within a quarter of an hour. The commander of the Imperial Guards hurriedly reported back, stating that Mo Wuji had approached several printing workshops and had overnight printed over 100,000 copies of the formula. Before dawn, he had employed hundreds of people to distribute them at the 4 city gates of Raozhou. Moreover, he had hired dozens more to disseminate them freely along other major thoroughfares outside the city. At that moment, it seemed that most of the merchants coming in and out of the city had likely received this formula. Situ Qian's hands fell weakly to his sides. How many merchants and idle individuals entered and exited Raozhou daily? Could he possibly apprehend them all? Even if he could somehow capture every last one, what would be the point? Surely, Raozhou had spies from other nations. This revolutionary healing elixir, the 9 Lives healing elixir, had undoubtedly been transmitted back to their respective countries by these people through various means. Moreover, the detestable Mo Wuji had hired individuals to spread the formula outside Raozhou, making it impossible to retrieve. Your Majesty, could it be that Mo Wuji is deliberately acting this way because he has realized something? A pale-faced man stepped forward to suggest. Situ Qian frowned slightly. It was not an impossibility. However, if he had realized it, why wait until today to distribute the healing elixir-S formula? It seemed unlikely. If Mo Wuji were that astute, he would have taken action when the 9 Lives healing elixir first began to sell well. In fact, he might not have revealed the elixir at all. Han Xingyan expressed his disagreement with this viewpoint. As the monarch, Situ Qian's emotions gradually settled. He spoke solemnly. For now, do not attempt to apprehend the alchemists of Danhan. What is Mo Wuji's background? The one who developed the 9 Lives healing elixir. Surely, the alchemists of my Qingyu kingdom also have their own notable lineage. The commander of the Imperial Guards quickly responded. Mo Wuji was originally named Mo Xingha. His father is Mo Guanyuan, and his grandfather is Mo Tianqing. Mo Tianqing, the Prince of Beijing? Situ Qian suddenly recalled the name, which was familiar to him. The commander confirmed, indeed, he is. 20 years ago, after Mo Tianqing arrived in Raozhou, he lost all contact. Later, Mo Guanyuan came to Raozhou with his wife and children. Years ago, Mo Guanyuan and his wife passed away, leaving behind Mo Xingha. Mo Xingha, in his desire to become the Prince of Beijing, ultimately descended into madness. Several months ago, he appeared to show signs of recovery and even sought work at the Raozhou Guild. After changing his name to Mo Wuji, he joined Danhan as an alchemist and developed the 9 Lives healing elixir. The commander's account was somewhat vague, yet most in the hall understood the underlying causes. After Mo Guanyuan arrived in Raozhou, he had not been stingy with his gifts. Few people in the hall had not received some form of tribute from him. As for Mo Guanyuan's son, Mo Xingha, going mad, that was common knowledge. What none had anticipated was that Mo Xingha would take such a remarkable step after his recovery. Situ Qian remained silent. He was aware of the complexities surrounding the Prince of Beijing's family. Simply put, the Mo family's loss of the princely title was somewhat intertwined with him. He had also heard of Mo Xingha's descent into madness, but he never expected that he would still be alive now. Just then, a voice called from outside the hall, Mo Wuji has been brought in. Do not bring him in. Simply execute him. Situ Qian spoke coldly. Your Majesty, I believe that not only should Mo Wuji not be executed, but he should also be generously rewarded. The Duke Han Xingyan quickly interjected. And why is that? Situ Qian furrowed his brow. He had never held the Mo family of Beijing in high regard, and now that the Mo descendants possessed such a beneficial healing elixir, they had not offered it to the Qingyu kingdom, but instead allowed it to be widely known. Whether Mo Wuji was cunning or had ulterior motives, he had no desire to inquire further. He simply wanted him dead. Your Majesty, Mo Wuji's selfless contribution of the 9 Lives healing elixir is a matter of national and public benefit. Before Mo Wuji revealed this elixir, the king could have acted freely. However, now, the king cannot afford to execute him. If word spreads that Mo Wuji selflessly provided the 9 Lives healing elixir for the benefit of the people, only to lose his life, it would tarnish the reputation of the crown and be detrimental to our Qingyu kingdom. Conversely, if it becomes known that Mo Wuji offered such a vital national treasure merely for the welfare of countless citizens, and the king spares his life and rewards him handsomely, our Qingyu kingdom will be further solidified, and the unity among the populace will be strengthened. Once Duke Han Xingyan finished speaking, he stepped aside. Fully aware that his words were not overly explicit, yet Situ Qian understood. It meant that despite Mo Wuji having offended Situ Qian, as long as his actions benefited the populace, Situ Qian would overlook Mo Wuji's crimes and grant him a grand reward. This would further solidify Situ Qian's position and garner him more affection from the people. The fate of a mere Mo Wuji was of little concern to him. The opportunity to enhance his reputation and secure his status was not something he would scorn. Moreover, since the deed had already been done, choosing to enhance his reputation rather than tarnish it was a decision even a fool would make. Furthermore, Mo Wuji could always be executed at a later time, when circumstances had stabilized and everyone had forgotten about him. The old duke speaks wisely. Bring Mo Wuji forward. Situ Qian immediately grasped the crux of the matter. A moment later, a pallid, disheveled young man was brought into the grand hall. This is the alchemist who developed the 9 lives healing elixir? All present were taken aback by Mo Wuji's disheartened appearance. Typically, alchemists might not place great emphasis on their appearance, but that was generally during the process of concocting potions. Most of the time, alchemists were well-dressed. Even while brewing, they would not appear as disheveled as Mo Wuji did. Do not kneel. The guard who had brought Mo Wuji embarked when he saw Mo Wuji gazing blankly around the hall. Mo Wuji seemed not to have heard, still vacantly surveying the surroundings, utterly oblivious to the need to pay respects to the monarch. You may leave. As an alchemist who has achieved something of such national benefit, I permit him to remain standing while he speaks. Situ Qian waved off the guard, his tone surprisingly amiable. Once the guard had departed, Situ Qian turned to Mo Wuji and inquired, "Are you Mo Wuji?" Mo Wuji appeared to awaken from his stupor, looking at Situ Qian with confusion. After a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, "You are the king?" Yes, I am Mo Wuji." A minister standing on the left was about to reprimand Mo Wuji, but Situ Qian raised a hand to stop him. "I have heard that you have developed the 9 lives healing elixir, a remarkable healing potion. Can you share how you achieved this?" He had indeed heard of Mo Wuji's madness, but as the legitimate heir of the Prince of Beijing, such news still reached him, albeit he had not paid it much mind. In other words, had Mo Wuji not concocted the 9 lives healing elixir, even if he were to perish on the streets, he would not have garnered any attention as a leader. If Mo Wuji were indeed a prodigious alchemist, sparing this individual could have proved beneficial. Mo Wuji exhaled softly, unaware that he had just traversed the gates of death. Nevertheless, it seemed that this leader would likely spare his life. The drug designed to expand his meridians had left him in a state of agony, and fearing that penicillin would bring him genuine misfortune, he had spent the night seeking someone to reproduce the method for creating penicillin, resulting in a sleepless night. A recovery in spirits would be a marvel. His somewhat dazed demeanor upon entering the grand hall was intentional. He was already perceived as mad, and even a slight delay in his reactions could be excused. The return of the king's seal was a legacy from my father before his passing. He expressed that should there come a day when survival itself became precarious, I should unveil the 9 lives healing elixir. I had previously lost my composure due to the allure of hollow fame. After regaining some clarity, I recalled my father's words and decided to collaborate with the alchemist Dan Han. Mo Wuji elaborated, "As for alchemy, I have never studied it." So that was the case. Situ Qian suddenly felt a pang of regret for not having paid attention to this descendant of the Mo family sooner. He had no reason to doubt Mo Wuji's claims, aware that Mo Tiansheng was indeed an alchemist, and it was understandable that Mo Wuji had not pursued alchemical studies. Was alchemy a craft that just anyone could undertake? Mo Tiansheng was an alchemist, and when he vanished, Mo Wuji had yet to be born. How could he have taught him? Why, then, have you disseminated this formula so widely? Situ Qian pressed further. Mo Wuji, feigning nervousness, replied, "This formula was originally bequeathed to my father by my grandfather for the benefit of the people when he inherited the title of prince. Until my father's demise, he never had the opportunity to assume the title. My previous obsession with the princely title led me into a cul-de-sac. Now that my health has improved somewhat, I recognize that the Mo family will never inherit the title of Prince of Beijing. So I wish to take this opportunity to release the 9 lives healing elixir, allowing more people to survive and accumulating some merit for the Mo family." Situ Qian nodded discreetly. Despite the enduring association of the Beijing princely title with the Mo family, a new prince ascending the throne would find it most fitting and advantageous to employ such a means of benefiting the populace, thus enhancing his prestige and support. He believed Mo Wuji's words with a high degree of conviction. "Then why did you not first collaborate with Dan Han to produce the elixir at a high price before distributing the formula?" Situ Qian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji appeared somewhat anxious as he responded, "Previously, I could scarcely afford a meal, let alone promote this healing remedy. Master Lu of Dan Han Alchemy has shown me kindness. Thus, I chose to produce a batch first and then distribute it freely for 3 reasons. First, it provided sufficient funds for promotion. Second, it was a way to repay Master Lu's kindness. And third, it was to inform the public that the 9 lives healing elixir is a premier healing remedy, not a mere fabrication." Upon hearing Mo Wuji's response, Situ Qian felt an even greater sense of regret. If only he had learned of this matter a day earlier, the healing elixir would not have been disclosed. Suppressing his displeasure, he pondered briefly before stating, "Mo Wuji, although the 9 lives healing elixir was not developed by you, it is still a contribution of the Mo family to the state of Chengyu. As the monarch of Chengyu, I have decided to reward you. Should you wish to continue inheriting the title of Prince of Beijing, it is not out of the question. Those familiar with Mo Wuji's background sighed at this proclamation, lamenting his fortune. It was a classic case of effort yielding no blossoms while neglecting to sow seeds resulted in flourishing willows. The Mo family had sacrificed greatly for the princely title, with Mo Guangyuan perishing and Mo Xinghe, this very Mo Wuji, descending into madness without attaining the title. Now, with the unveiling of the 9 lives healing elixir, Mo Wuji seemed poised to claim the title effortlessly. Almost everyone believed that Mo Wuji would accept the title of Prince of Beiqin, considering his relentless pursuit of it. Internally, Mo Wuji smirked. If Situ Qian genuinely intended to grant the Mo family the princely title, the unfortunate demise of his fortunate father in Raozhou City would not have occurred. To entertain the notion of accepting the title of Prince of Beiqin would likely lead him to his demise. Setting aside whether he could escape Raozhou to reach Beiqin, even if he did, arriving alone with a prince's seal would be tantamount to courting death. The memory of nearly succumbing to poison was still fresh in his mind. How could he forget? Regardless of who had aimed the poison arrow at him, Mo Wuji was certain that upon his death, the monarch of the Chengyu Dominion would not utter a single word in his memory. Chapter 22. Seeking a retreat. Thank you for your royal grace, but having experienced a cycle of life and death, I understand that being a provincial prince is no easy feat like your majesty. One must toil tirelessly for the benefit of the entire nation. I have also earned a share from Dan Han Alchemy, after deducting the costs of promoting the 9 lives healing elixir. It is sufficient for me to live out my days, though I am not an alchemist and cannot concoct other remedies. This experience has ignited in me a passion for alchemy, and I hope to find a tranquil place to study it, enabling me to contribute more to the populace in the future. Mo Wuji spoke with genuine humility. Situ Qian regarded Mo Wuji with mild surprise. Given his previous fixation on inheriting the title of Prince of Beiqin, he found it hard to believe that Mo Wuji had come to realize that agreeing to such an offer would signify the end of his own life. Some who were acquainted with the Mo family circumstances were equally perplexed. Had this descendant of the prince truly abandoned his dreams of princely glory? Would he forsake a title within his grasp? Are you truly interested in alchemy? If so, I could recommend you to the Chengyu Alchemy Academy. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward to suggest. At that moment, Mo Wuji was no longer the Mo Xinghe of yore. He immediately grasped the elder's intention. This individual sought to curry favor with the Lord of Chengyu, implying that he wished to alleviate the burden of this seemingly insignificant character. Mo Wuji was also intrigued by the prospect of attending this academy, yet he was acutely aware that there were those plotting against him behind the scenes. Even if he relinquished the title of prince, he would still need to tread carefully. It is not solely an interest in alchemy that captivates me. I am also fascinated by practitioners of the arcane arts. Alas, I am but a mortal, incapable of cultivation. Mo Wuji sighed, acknowledging his earlier exaggeration. This sigh bore a semblance of truth, as the inability to cultivate was a painful reality for him. Seemingly divining Situ Qian's thoughts, Han Cheng'an interjected once more. Young Mo, half a year from now, the Xinghan Empire will host the Ascending Immortal Gate Conference. Chengyu will have a dozen participants, including one from my Han family. If you are willing, there is an opportunity for you to accompany my Han family as a servant to witness the conference. However, I fear this may be beneath you, considering your ancestry as a former prince. May I inquire, who might you be, sir? Mo Wuji's heart leapt with joy. What did status matter? Remaining in his current position was perilous. To travel to the Xinghan Empire would allow him to encounter genuine practitioners and perhaps unveil new opportunities. Most importantly, it would provide an escape from Chengyu. The white-haired elder huffed lightly. This is Lord Han, the Duke of Ping, and from Chengyu. You should promptly express your gratitude for his support. Do not continue to delude yourself into believing you are still the minor prince of Beiqin. That title no longer pertains to you. Mo Wuji did not immediately acquiesce to the elder's suggestion, which left the latter feeling somewhat displeased. Ah, so it is Duke Han. I have long admired your esteemed name. Thank you for your generosity. I am willing to serve at the Han residence. Mo Wuji replied respectfully to Han Cheng'an. After speaking, he seemed to recall something and turned to the elderly man with white hair, inquiring, "Who are you?" The old man, seeing that Mo Wuji genuinely wished to serve as a servant in the Han residence, felt increasingly displeased and coldly replied, "I am Yao Kong from the Ministry of Rites." "I have not heard of you," Mo Wuji responded, then turned to Situ Qian, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. I have decided to pledge my service to the Han residence." He completely disregarded Yao Kong, as if he were merely a passerby. "As you wish," Situ Qian said somewhat perfunctorily. The eunuch beside him, already aware of Situ Qian's impatience, immediately declared, "The court is dismissed." Han Cheng'an addressed Mo Wuji, asking, "Will you return to the Han residence with me now, or do you need to gather your belongings first? Mo Wuji promptly replied, "Thank you, Duke. I shall return to tidy up briefly and will come to your residence today." Han Shengyan nodded, "Go ahead. Once you arrive at my residence, you may register directly." After speaking, Han Shengyan paid no further attention to Mo Wuji and departed with a multitude of officials. Naturally, Mo Wuji hastened to follow, leaving Yao Kong behind with a sullen expression. Yao Kong could hardly believe that a mere fallen prince would dare to be so audacious as to claim he had never heard of him, yet expressed admiration for Han Shengyan. It is worth noting that in terms of power within the court, Yao Kong surpassed Han Shengyan significantly. The latter merely held a slightly higher title. Watching Mo Wuji's hurried departure, a glint of coldness flashed in Yao Kang's eyes. Had it not been for other pressing matters, Mo Wuji would have considered following Han Shengyan directly to the Han residence. However, he still had 8 bottles of that vital medicinal liquid with him, and regardless of their efficacy, he refused to discard them. Who knew if those medicines could be enhanced further to genuinely open up meridians? More importantly, he had over 100,000 gold coins invested in Danhan alchemy. He could not abandon that wealth, as it was his lifeline. Additionally, ever since taking over Danhan alchemy, he had not returned to his dwelling. This visit to the Han residence might be his last chance to return. He might never have the opportunity again. Thus, he resolved to seize this moment to return home and check if Yenner had left behind anything of significance. Since arriving in this world, Yenner had been his sole concern. When Mo Wuji returned to the Danhan alchemy workshop, he found Lu Jiujuan sitting at the entrance with a mournful expression. Upon seeing Mo Wuji approach, Lu Jiujuan sprang up, as though stung, and grasped Mo Wuji's arm, demanding, "Brother Mo, what is the meaning of this? Just as we were on the verge of making a fortune, you gave away this prescription for free." Mo Wuji replied earnestly, "Old Lu, after hearing the words of the manager from the Chongling Extreme Pill Workshop, I realized an important truth. Such a revolutionary product must benefit countless ordinary people to truly save lives. Otherwise, it merely serves as a life-saving remedy for the wealthy. Our Danhan alchemy cannot possibly meet the demands of so many common folk. We can only release this formula to allow more people to participate. Only then can the price of the 9 lives healing liquid decrease." Mo Wuji did not divulge the real reason for distributing the 9 lives healing liquid, which was to preserve his own life. Lu Jiujuan could deduce this himself, but it was not something Mo Wuji could articulate. "Very well, Brother Mo. Can you help us at Danhan Alchemy create a new product?" Lu Jiujuan, having seen the world, quickly shifted to a more pragmatic approach when faced with an irretrievable situation. Mo Wuji patted Lu Jiujuan on the shoulder, saying, "Old Lu, heed my advice. Continue producing the 9 lives healing liquid, but reduce the price. Remember, sometimes a brand is more profitable than the product itself." Once the 9 lives healing liquid is widespread throughout the Qingyu kingdom, affluent individuals will seek out the workshop that first produced it. This is the power of branding. Whether we can establish this brand depends on you. In fact, my contribution of this formula may not be a detriment to Danhan alchemy. Lu Jiujuan trusted Mo Wuji implicitly. Upon hearing these words, he immediately understood the implication. Regaining his spirits and asking, "Brother Mo, what should we do next?" Mo Wuji smiled. "What comes next is not what we should do, but what you should do. I have accepted the invitation from Duke Han to serve as a guest official at the Han residence. I return this time to gather my belongings and to retrieve my share of the profits." Mo Wuji's role at the Han residence was merely that of a servant, yet he chose to present it in such grandiose terms as a guest official. Lu Jiujuan was momentarily taken aback, finally sighing, "Ah. The waters of Danhan alchemy are indeed too shallow for you. Brother Mo, congratulations on your promising future. Rest assured, as long as Danhan alchemy continues to prosper, your profits will remain here." It was remarkable for Lu Jiujuan to express such sentiments, considering Mo Wuji was no longer part of Danhan alchemy. Chapter 23. Joining the Han residence, young Master Mo, you have returned. Where's Miss Yenner? As soon as Mo Wuji stepped into the shared goods room he had rented with Yenner, he spotted Aunt Lu returning with a cart. Upon seeing Mo Wuji, Aunt Lu wore a look of surprise, likely having heard that his condition had improved. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Aunt Lu, for your care over the years for both Yenner and me. Yenner has been taken away by her family. I will soon be leaving Raozhou, and I came here to retrieve Yenner's belongings." This was Mo Wuji's first time seeing Aunt Lu, who appeared to be in her 30s with a somewhat dark complexion. The pressures of life had etched many lines of weariness upon her face, obscuring the beauty of her prime years. Noticing Aunt Lu's exhausted demeanor, he wondered if she had returned late due to poor business the previous night. That is good to hear. Although Yenner is sensible, she is still quite young and needs someone to look after her. Aunt Lu instinctively curbed her words. Yenner had always needed care and truth. She had been the one taking care of this young master. "Go inside and tidy up. The room has been kept for you," Aunt Lu said before hurriedly pushing her cart away. Entering the makeshift goods room that was only secured by a rope, Wuji was greeted by a cloud of dust. Having not visited for several months, dust had accumulated everywhere. He had only spent 2 nights here, and all that remained was a bed and a fairly decent blanket. Yinner's side was even more bare, with only a few neatly folded ragged clothes. This meant that when Yinner slept at night, she had no blanket at all. A wave of sadness washed over Wuji. Finding a girl like Yinner was akin to breaking countless wooden fish. After enduring betrayal, he understood how rare a girl like Yinner truly was. He carefully brushed the dust off Yinner's few garments and placed them into the backpack he had brought. Beneath the clothes, he discovered a hairpin. This hairpin, which Wuji recalled Yinner had never used, appeared to be an ordinary iron item. Yet it seemed to be her most treasured accessory. He wrapped the hairpin carefully and approached the mirror, which bore several scratches. This was Yinner's sole cosmetic item. Perhaps she used this mirror to prepare herself for him, the prince, every day. With a sigh, Wuji placed the mirror into his backpack as well. After surveying the small goods room one last time, he finally stepped outside. "Young Master Mo, since Yinner is not here, why don't you come to my place for a meal?" Wuji emerged to see Aunt Lu, now wearing an apron. Wuji once again bowed respectfully to Aunt Lu, producing a cloth bag which he handed to her. "Aunt Lu, I am about to depart from Raozhou. This bag contains a gift from Yinner and me for you. Please refrain from setting up your stall at night anymore. If possible, I kindly request that you preserve the storage room where Yinner and I have been staying. I must take my leave now. Take care of yourself." Having said this, Wuji did not linger but swiftly turned and walked away. Although Aunt Lu had not provided earth-shattering protection for him and Yinner, she had offered them a place to rest, along with an unassuming half-bowl of rice and a handful of grains. For Wuji and Yinner, this was the greatest kindness. 100 gold coins would suffice for an ordinary family to live a humble life. Too much wealth, he feared, might bring Aunt Lu discomfort. It was only after Wuji had vanished from sight that Aunt Lu remembered the bag in her hand. As she opened it, the dazzling golden light nearly drew a gasp from her lips. Suddenly, she understood. Yinner and that young master from the Mo family had encountered a benefactor. She hurried back, her heart racing with excitement. An hour later, Wuji found himself standing before a grand mansion. The imposing ancient characters of Han residence announced to him that this would be his home for the next few months, the residence of the venerable Duke Han Chingen. Wuji estimated that the mansion covered at least 10,000 square meters. In the bustling city of Raozhou, the value of such an expansive estate was unimaginable. He wondered how large the Mo family estate in Beijing had been, but regrettably, he had no recollection of Beijing at all. "Hey kid, what are you sneaking around for in front of the Duke's residence? Step aside." As Wuji marveled at the grandeur, a guard from the Duke's residence rudely interrupted him. Wuji quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. "Brothers, my name is Wuji. You're Wuji? The one the Duke personally approved to enter yesterday?" The guard who had just shouted at him exclaimed, cutting him off with surprise. He then muttered to himself, "Doesn't he seem particularly special?" Wuji chuckled, "Indeed, that is I." The guard's curiosity seemed to ignite suddenly, and he cautiously pulled Wuji aside to inquire, "I heard you are an alchemist. Why would you forsake the title of prince to come here as a servant?" Wuji pretended to clasp his fists in salute to the Han residence and replied earnestly, "My brother, that question is not appropriate. My admiration for the esteemed Duke is as boundless as the flowing river. How could a mere title of prince compare to serving in the Han residence?" He continued, "If given the choice between being a guard at the Han residence or a prince, which would you choose?" The guard was momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing the obvious choice of becoming a prince. But how could he admit that? Wouldn't it imply he felt no sense of belonging to the Han residence? "Heh. I too hold the Duke in high regard, naturally choosing to serve as a guard at the Han residence," the guard replied with a forced smile. Wuji clapped him on the shoulder. "Then it is settled. Such an elementary question and you already have the answer. You were merely teasing me." No. The guard quickly protested. Wuji laughed. "I am just jesting with you. Please take me inside to report." The guard patted his chest with confidence. "Brother Mo, leave it to me. From now on, you are my friend Ding Buer. Follow me." With that, he signaled to another guard and led Wuji inside. Although Wuji lacked martial prowess, he was assigned to the Han residence as a guard and became a protector of the estate. Upon hearing the name Ding Buer, Wuji couldn't help but think of Dingbu San and Dingbu Si. The fellow had a somewhat unsavory appearance, yet his eyes sparkled with sincerity, which endeared him to Wuji. Ding Buer seemed eager to establish Wuji's status, guiding him around the residence and introducing him to others. However, it was evident that Ding Buer's position was not particularly high. few servants or guards regarded him with respect, and no one stood up for him. Even in the guard division, he received little acknowledgement, and Mo Wuji had yet to meet the chief guard. Nonetheless, the treatment of the servants at the Han residence was relatively decent. As a newly arrived servant, Mo Wuji was afforded his own living quarters. Ding Buer, I heard that the Duke mentioned someone from our residence would be attending the Imperial Yuxianmen conference in 3 months. After settling in, Mo Wuji grew anxious, as he had yet to meet the person who would take him to the conference. His purpose for coming here was not merely to serve as a servant, but to leverage the Han residence's influence to reach the capital of the Qing Han Empire. Most importantly, he aimed to witness the Yuxianmen conference and seize the opportunity to escape from Raozhou. Chapter 24. You are Mo Wuji? Ding Buer immediately displayed a look of admiration. Of course, that would be the daughter of the esteemed Duke, Han Ning. She is a true genius even within the entire Qingyu kingdom. Her spiritual root is exceptional. 3 years ago, the Duke took her to the capital, Chonglu, to awaken her spiritual root. It is said that upon awakening, she established 7 spiritual channels. Now, she has reached the 5th level of spiritual pulse, likely having opened over 20 spiritual channels. If it weren't for waiting for this Yuxianmen conference, she could have joined a sect 3 years ago. Mo Wuji had heard of spiritual channels and understood that the more channels one established during the initial awakening, the greater their future potential. The quality of one's spiritual root determined the number of channels that could be opened. As a commoner without a spiritual root, Mo Wuji had failed to establish any channels during his own awakening. Why wait for the Yuxianmen? Mo Wuji asked, puzzled. Wouldn't it have been better for Miss Han Ning to join a sect 3 years ago? In his view, the outcomes of cultivating within a sect and at home were clearly different. If Han Ning had joined a sect 3 years prior, she might have already surpassed the 5th level of spiritual pulse. Ding Buer chuckled knowingly, patting Mo Wuji on the back with a condescending air. You don't understand this, do you? Only at the Yuxianmen conference do the true great sects come out to recruit disciples. Even if the Miss had joined a sect 3 years ago, it would have only been a minor one. The cultivation techniques and resources of the great sects are incomparable to those of the smaller ones. Now I see, Mo Wuji conceded, agreeing with this perspective. It was akin to comparing the educational resources of a prestigious university to those of a lesser institution. The Duke sent me here to accompany the Miss as her attendant to the capital for the Yuxianmen conference. Buer, when will I get to meet the Miss? Mo Wuji inquired eagerly. Ding Buer shook his head. Brother Wuji, the Duke merely reassured you with kind words. The servants accompanying the Miss to the capital will definitely not include either of us. Why not? Mo Wuji's heart sank. He had come for this very purpose. If he were not among those traveling to the capital, what use was his presence here? Ding Buer whispered in Mo Wuji's ear. The Miss personally selects her entourage for the trip to the capital. She doesn't know us, so she surely wouldn't choose you or me. To be honest, I might have a slightly better chance since I am one of the protectors and a guard at the entrance. Sometimes the Miss even glances my way. Mo Wuji felt a heavy weight in his heart. If Ding Buer was correct about the selection process, his chances were indeed slim. Ding Buer patted Mo Wuji on the shoulder, leaving with a sympathetic look. No, he had come here for the sole purpose of reaching the capital. If it were truly as Ding Buer said, he would find a way to seek out Han Cheng'an. There is no need to rush. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the cold house to establish connections, for he possesses a wealth of gold coins at present. After bidding farewell to Ding Buer, Mo Wuji collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Ever since he began consuming the Meridian Expansion Elixir, he had not enjoyed a proper rest. Last night, he endured yet another sleepless night, and to have held on until now was already commendable. As dawn's light began to break, the bell summoning the guards of the cold house to assemble rang out. Numerous guards quickly rose, hastily washing up before racing to the training ground. Mo Wuji, utterly exhausted in both body and spirit, could hear the bell but lacked the strength to rise. Within just the span of a short incense stick, over 100 martial guards had gathered at the training ground. The sound of unhurried hooves approached from outside, as a young girl clad in red rode a magnificent red steed toward them. From a distance, she appeared as a flickering flame drawing near. Behind her followed another girl in blue, riding a yellow horse. Miss Ning, the martial guards exclaimed in unison, recognizing the favored daughter of the cold house, Han Ning. Her gaze swept over the crowd of over 100, and after a few seconds, she slowly spoke. Today, I shall venture into the Thunder Mist Forest, and I require 10 guards from among you. Those who perform admirably may accompany me to the capital, Chongluo, in 3 months to witness the ascending Immortal Gate Conference. The prospect of joining the esteemed Miss in the capital ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the guards, each of them standing tall, eager to be selected for the journey to the Thunder Mist Forest, undeterred by its dangers. Who is Mo Wuji? Han Ning suddenly called out. A hush fell over the assembly, and no one answered for quite some time. Most were unfamiliar with Mo Wuji's identity. Han Ning's expression darkened, and she raised her voice. Asking again, is Mo Wuji present? Ding Bu quickly stepped forward, stammering, replying to the miss. Mo Wuji arrived yesterday and is likely still unacquainted with the surroundings. As Ding Bu spoke, Han Ning's expression grew increasingly severe. Everyone, run laps around the training ground until Mo Wuji arrives. Those who lag behind will forfeit a month's wages. A sturdy man at the front of the line lowered his voice, seething with anger as he addressed a fellow guard. Chang Honkai, summon that brat immediately, you scoundrel. Yes. A fierce-looking man with a prominent nose responded, hastily exiting the training ground. Bang, bang. Mo Wuji was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door, blinking to find that dawn had barely arrived. The pounding outside was far from a mere knock. Surely, a mere servant need not rise before the rooster crows? What is it? He replied, opening the door. Irritation evident in his voice. You must be the new arrival, right? Because of you, we have all been punished by the miss. Hurry to the training ground for assembly. The man at the door was a fierce-looking individual with a long face and a prominent nose. Mo Wuji recognized him from Ding Bu-er's introduction yesterday. He was a guard of the cold house named Chang Honkai. Furrowing his brow, Mo Wuji questioned, but it's barely dawn. What could possibly be the matter? He was quite displeased at being disturbed during his rest and had yet to fully comprehend the situation. The miss is heading to the Thunder Mist Forest today and is currently selecting attendance. You dare to disregard the assembly order as a newcomer? No wonder people say you're arrogant. You truly are. Chang Honkai glared at Mo Wuji, his tone icy. Wasn't the miss of the cold house Han Ning? He had long sought to meet her, and now that she was selecting attendance for her expedition, it was precisely what he desired. Realizing this, Mo Wuji quickly responded. Please wait a moment. I shall be ready shortly. He hastily washed up and, keeping pace with Chang Honkai, nearly sprinted to the training ground. Oh, by the way, Brother Chang, did you just say someone called me arrogant? I only just arrived last night, Mo Wuji recalled as he jogged. Chang Honkai, uninterested in Mo Wuji's musings, quickened his pace. You are the one who disregarded even the Minister Yao Kong. Upon arriving at the training ground, a sharp voice filled with irritation called out to him. Chapter 25, Thunder Mist Forest. Mo Wuji turned to see a girl in red scrutinizing him. Her features were delicate, and although she did not surpass Wen Manju in beauty, her figure exuded an aura of strength despite her slender waist. This girl was undoubtedly Han Ning, the cherished daughter of Han Sheng'an. Mo Wuji had assumed that with her father's aging appearance, she would be older, yet she appeared as a tender young maiden. I am Mo Wuji. It is an honor to meet you. Mississippi. Mo Wuji clasped his fists politely, responding warmly. He chose not to address whether he held Minister Yao Kong in esteem. Since you are a guard of the cold house, why were you absent at the morning summons? Han Ning's tone suddenly shifted to one of severity. Mo Wuji wore an expression of indignation. Miss, I mistook the bell for a meal summons. As a newcomer, how could I compete with others for breakfast? I intended to wait until others had finished before going, unaware it was a call for assembly. Had I known, I would have been the first to arrive at the training ground. Chang Honkai, who had roused him, was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, thinking how he had nearly broken down the door to wake Mo Wuji. Yet, he could only harbor his displeasure internally. He lacked the courage to confront him. He had witnessed the miss ordering the limbs of a servant to be broken and tossed into the street to be fed to dogs. As long as she did not pursue the matter further, it was often wiser to avoid trouble. Han Ning nodded. Today, I shall venture into the Thunder Mist Forest. I have heard you possess some knowledge of pharmacology. I intend to take you along. But let me warn you, the Thunder Mist Forest is perilous. The 11th Prince of the Inyu Kingdom once led a group there, and none returned. She did not suspect Mo Wuji of lying. Being new to the place and coming from a princely family, he would not have contended over breakfast with mere servants. As the young miss of the cold house, she was unaware that breakfast was not served until after the servants finished their morning tasks. Mo Wuji replied earnestly, although I fear for my life. I would be honored to serve the miss. I would dare tread through the Thunder Mist Forest, let alone face a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. He understood that he must accompany her if he wished to leave a lasting impression on Han Ning. If he failed to do so, he would likely be overlooked in any future endeavors she undertook. The prospect of the ascending Immortal Gate Conference in the capital several months hence was of no concern to him. He sensed that Han Ning's invitation to the Thunder Mist Forest had little to do with his knowledge of pharmacology. He doubted that Han Sheng'an had not revealed his background to her, especially since he had claimed ignorance of pharmacology. Han Ning's interest in Mo Wuji stemmed from her father's belief that he might prove useful. Satisfied with his response, she casually remarked, in that case, you may stand to the side. With that, Han Ning's gaze shifted to the sturdy man at the front of the line. Peng Shou, assist me in selecting 8 more individuals. With you and Mo Wuji, we shall have a total of 10. Let us depart promptly. At the forefront stood the robust man, Peng Maohua, the chief guardian of the Han residence. Upon hearing Han Ning's words, he promptly stepped forward, bowing slightly as he inquired, Miss, would it not be a bit too few to select only 10 individuals to venture into the misty forest? Han Ning replied calmly, we shall merely be training at the forest's edge for a few days while seeking a specific herb. There is no need to venture deep inside. Understood, Peng Maohua responded. Then turned to the more than 100 guardians standing in a line, declaring, Yu Ji, Chang Hongkai, Ding Buer, Chai Jiu, 10 individuals shall be chosen. To Mo Wuji's surprise, Ding Buer was among those selected. Ding Buer, somewhat dazed, approached Mo Wuji and whispered, Brother Mo, it must be because of you that I was chosen by the chief guardian. Mo Wuji, now seeing Ding Buer as more than just a brother, felt a bit puzzled. As logically, Ding Buer should not have qualified for selection. He instinctively glanced at Chief Guardian Peng Maohua, who happened to meet his gaze and nodded in acknowledgement, signaling goodwill. Ding Buer, just call me Wuji, we are friends, and you are my elder, Mo Wuji said softly. Ding Buer nodded eagerly. All right, Wuji, from now on, you shall be my best friend. Everyone, select a horse and prepare. We shall depart in half an incense stick's time, announced the young lady in blue on a yellow horse, who was Han Ning's close attendant, Xiaolan, well favored by the young miss. Ding Buer quietly advised Mo Wuji, do not neglect her. I'll return to fetch a few items, Mo Wuji replied, nodding. Even without Ding Buer's reminder, he would not foolishly offend those close to Han Ning. He returned with several vials of meridian-opening elixir, uncertain of how long they would be at the misty forest. He was reluctant to leave the elixir behind, for if discovered, it could pave the way for significant misfortune. When Mo Wuji returned to the training ground, the horses had already been brought. He chose a tall black steed. Having ridden before, he felt familiar with the task, as it was not a matter of combat. When the 12 of them galloped out of Raozhou City, dawn was just breaking. Although Mo Wuji's horsemanship was not exceptional, the horses were evidently well trained, allowing him to ride without discomfort despite their speed. Ding Buer, why not take a carriage instead of riding? Mo Wuji inquired, aware of the mechanical carriages available. Which would be more convenient and less strenuous? Ding Buer chuckled, you will understand in half a day. Yet, it took only 2 hours for Mo Wuji to grasp the situation. The path grew increasingly rugged and narrow, with stretches precariously close to a cliff edge, barely a meter wide, causing him considerable anxiety. Should a horse stumble, a fall would be inevitable. Fortunately, this treacherous stretch was brief, and half an hour later, they finally entered a canyon. Mo Wuji was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of his own riding inadequacies and his desire to survive. As night fell, Han Ning finally commanded a halt. Dismounting, Mo Wuji felt a searing pain in his thighs, blood seeping through. Have we arrived? He asked, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. We have not yet reached the outskirts of the misty forest. Furthermore, have you never ridden before? Ding Buer, standing closest, quickly noticed Mo Wuji's injuries. It's been a while since I last rode. Let's help out, Mo Wuji suggested, observing others setting up tents. Ding Buer understood Mo Wuji's concern. Should Han Ning learn that he could not even ride a horse, it might jeopardize their journey to the imperial capital. After over an hour of effort, Mo Wuji finally joined the others for a modest meal of dried provisions before retreating to rest in the tent. The tents were shared two to a unit, with the guardians' tents encircling Han Ning's. Naturally, Mo Wuji and Ding Buer shared a tent due to their familiarity. Are you all right? I have some external injury ointment. Ding Buer offered a small vial to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji waved it off. No need. Tell me about the dangers in the misty forest instead. Will we reach it tomorrow? Ding Buer chuckled. Do not worry. We will only be at the forest's edge, and it will be safe. But remember, do not set foot inside the misty forest. Why not? Mo Wuji asked immediately. Ding Buer's expression grew serious. Do not question why. 9 out of 10 who dare to venture deep into the misty forest seeking fortune never return. Chapter 26. Driven into the misty forest, Mo Wuji frowned. Ding Buer, is there a reason we cannot enter the misty forest? You do not know? Ding Buer sighed. I know a bit. It is said that powerful demon beasts reside deep within the misty forest. You know of demon beasts, right? They are comparable to celestial masters. Even the guardian king of our Qingyu kingdom struggles to survive in the depths of the misty forest. Our lady mentioned that Prince Situyu vanished within. Lowering his voice further, Ding Buer continued. Prince Yu was a prodigy of our kingdom, and when he disappeared, the king even requested the guardian king to search for him. Ultimately, the guardian king escaped grievously injured, but Prince He was not rescued. Mo Wuji fell silent, realizing that even a formidable figure like the Guardian King faced peril in the misty forest. He, who could barely contend with Hu Fei, would likely be reduced to nothing should he enter. Noticing Mo Wuji's silence, Ding Buer added, in addition to those powerful demon beasts, the misty forest is riddled with thunder marshes, where lightning flickers perilously. Should one fall into them, it would mean certain death. After speaking, Ding Buer patted Mo Wuji on the shoulder. Get some rest. We shall reach the outskirts of the misty forest by tomorrow afternoon. Uncertain whether it was due to a lack of faith in Mo Wuji's abilities or simply because he was favored by the young miss, Mo Wuji was not assigned any watch duties that night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ding Buer aroused Mo Wuji, and after a quick wash, they resumed their journey. As Ding Buer had predicted, after a considerable trek, they arrived at the outskirts of the misty forest by the afternoon of the next day. Even without being told, Mo Wuji could discern that they had reached the forest's edge. Although the area ahead appeared shrouded in mist, he could faintly see flashes of lightning illuminating the fog. The unsettling sounds of unknown beasts echoed, instilling a sense of dread. The area where they stood was filled with low shrubs, and between them, faint trails could be seen. Occasionally, venomous snakes and large rodents scurried past, rustling the grass. Chief Peng, have someone watch the horses and clear a space for a temporary resting area. The rest of you, follow me deeper as we search for the twin-leaf flame grass, Han Ning decisively instructed after signaling for the group to dismount. Peng Maohua, upon hearing Han Ning's words, exclaimed in shock, Miss, that twin-leaf flame grass is indeed a spiritual herb. Han Ning replied coolly, if it were not a spiritual herb, would I need to personally venture into the Thunder Mist Forest? However, Peng Maohua hesitated. For although there were indeed some spiritual herbs on the outskirts of the Thunder Mist Forest, they had been thoroughly searched by others countless times. To find the elusive twin-leaf flame grass outside the forest would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Han Ning's implication was clear. She intended to enter the depths of the Thunder Mist Forest. He truly wished to accompany her to the imperial capital to witness the Ascension Sect conference. Yet he would rather forego that opportunity than risk entering the forest. What are your thoughts? Han Ning's tone grew somewhat frigid. Peng Maohua took a deep breath and respectfully replied, Miss, even the king of the national defense would struggle to exit the Thunder Mist Forest unscathed. Our entry would be perilous, his concern evident on his face. Han Ning smiled slightly. Peng Shouhu, you are overthinking this. How could I possibly delve deep into the Thunder Mist Forest? I shall only venture within 2 zhang at most. If I cannot find it, I will not go further. Your life is precious, and mine is not without value. Upon hearing her words, Peng Maohua felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was correct. She would not recklessly place herself in danger. If they were to remain within 2 zhang, they would likely be safe. With this thought, he turned to a slightly frail young man and instructed, Chai Jiao, stay here to watch the horses and clear the surrounding area. Seeing that Peng Maohua had no further objections, Han Ning nodded, the rest of you, follow me inside. Peng Maohua led Mo Wuji and 8 other guards ahead, with Han Ning and her personal maid Xiao Lan closely trailing behind. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji noticed the trees growing increasingly tall and imposing. The path carved by human footsteps had long vanished, yet the grass had thinned considerably, sparing them the need to cut through it with blades. Miss, we are only a few 10 zhang away from entering the Thunder Mist Forest. Peng Maohua's voice trembled with anxiety. Han Ning acknowledged, it is getting dark. We shall not enter, but search along the periphery for several dozen zhang. Everyone, form a human wall. Be mindful, though the twin-leaf flame grass is a rare spiritual herb, it is not in high demand. It is best sought in the evening when a faint red glow can be seen from the grass's core. Understood, Peng Maohua replied, and Mo Wuji could sense his relief. He was familiar with the twin-leaf flame grass, having encountered its description in the herbal text during his alchemical studies. The grass divided into 2 leaves at its root, with a short core between them, its color reminiscent of flickering flames. Just as Peng Maohua instructed the group to disperse, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. Chang Honkai, what are you doing? Peng Maohua's tone was stern. I've been bitten by a heart-piercing snake. Chang Hongsai's voice trembled, clearly unable to withstand the pain. Han Ning produced a pill and handed it to him, urging, quickly swallow this. The bite of this snake is excruciating. Without an antidote, the poison will swiftly take your life. Thank you. Chang Honkai managed to utter before Mo Wuji heard another scream from Ding Buer. There are so many. The sound of slithering filled the air. It was clear that not only Ding Buer, but everyone had witnessed the unfolding chaos. Hundreds of heart-piercing snakes surged toward Chang Honkai, and in the distance, a cacophony suggested that even more were following. Everyone flee. Han Ning commanded, gripping her maid's hand as they retreated swiftly. The group scattered. and Mo Wuji wasted no time in following suit. Chang Honkai, who had yet to swallow the antidote, emitted several agonizing cries as Mo Wuji instinctively glanced back. Witnessing Chang Honkai ensnared by dozens of snakes, clearly beyond salvation. A chill coursed through Mo Wuji as he quickened his pace, drawing the long dagger from his leg. These snakes were terrifying. Once encircled, his fate would likely mirror that of Chang Honkai. After running for several meters, he sensed a shift. If he continued forward, he would breach the thunder mist forest. He turned to see where the others had fled, and a dark line zipped past him. Without thinking, he swung his dagger at the shadow. A wave of nauseating blood scent struck him, and he quickly realized the peril. The heart-piercing snakes could leap. The sounds of slithering intensified from both sides. At this juncture, he had no time to ponder whether he was nearing the thunder mist forest. Even a moment's hesitation would bring him closer to death. He accelerated, unhesitatingly plunging into the thunder mist forest. Chapter 27. The Thunder Swamp. He ran furiously until the slithering sounds faded away, only then daring to glance back. The heart-piercing snakes had vanished from sight, allowing him a momentary sigh of relief, though he did not feel entirely out of danger. The surroundings were shrouded in a thick mist, and the towering trees obscured the sky from view. At that moment, he knew he had indeed entered the thunder mist forest, and not merely the outskirts. He could not see Hanning or the others, nor did he have the luxury to concern himself with their fates. Above all, he must find a way out as quickly as possible. Though he had never been to the thunder mist forest, he did not doubt the warnings he had received. Each additional minute spent here heightened his anxiety. A loud crack echoed as a tree splintered, followed by two dark figures emerging from the mist. Leveraging the dim light filtering through the trees, Mo Wuji discerned the nature of these creatures. He felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck. They were two beasts he had never encountered before. One possessed 3 eyes and was covered in large scales, while the other resembled a tiger, its elongated jaws stained with blood and fur. The two beasts appeared oblivious to Mo Wuji's presence, or perhaps they simply did not regard him as a threat. As they collided with one another, a thunderous roar filled the air, causing Mo Wuji's heart to race. Fortunately, 2 beasts had arrived. Had it been just one, he might have already become a meal. While retreating, he kept his gaze fixed on the creatures, knowing they were likely demonic beasts. He recalled Ding Buer's words about the multitude of such creatures within the thunder mist forest. Moving cautiously and swiftly backward, he suddenly felt a chill beneath his feet. He had been so focused on the fighting beasts that he had neglected to check the path behind him. A flash of lightning crackled nearby, illuminating the area momentarily. It was only then that Mo Wuji realized he had retreated into the midst of a swamp. Another 2 flashes of lightning arced past him, creating captivating arching bridges of electricity. Yet Mo Wuji's heart sank. He finally understood his predicament. This was the Thunder Swamp, a place as perilous as the demonic beasts, where falling meant certain death. With a long sigh, Mo Wuji found himself unexpectedly calm. He had encountered both the beasts of the Thunder Mist Forest and the Thunder Marsh. If he were to survive this ordeal, it would indeed be a miracle. His feet were mired in the muddy waters of the marsh, which explained the chilling sensation enveloping him. He wondered if there were any other terrifying entities lurking within this swamp besides the Thunder Arcs. After all, if death was inevitable, there was little left to fear. Cautiously, Mo Wuji attempted to drag his foot from the mire, determined to struggle even in the face of certain demise. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning erupted from the marsh. And this time, fortune did not favor him. The arc struck directly on his shoulder. A searing pain coursed through him, causing his body to weaken and collapse into the marsh. It seemed that this bolt of lightning had heralded a deluge of others, which arched down upon him like a barrage, striking his body relentlessly. His clothing was shredded by the arcs, and the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, leaving him in a state of numbness. He chuckled bitterly, reflecting that he had lived anew, only to meet his end by electrocution. The torment of such a death was unbearable. He longed for a swift end to his suffering. Perhaps sensing his inner turmoil, a larger arc of electricity surged toward him. With a crack, it shattered his shoulder bone, yet surprisingly, he felt less agony than before. Instead, he distinctly felt the lightning seep into his shoulder, breaking through some unseen barrier within him. In the next moment, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him, and he trembled with excitement. The meridian that he had sought to open with his elixir, only for it to become blocked, was now graced with a faint opening thanks to this jolt of electricity. If the arcs continued to strike, could it not mean that this blocked meridian would eventually be fully opened? The opening of a meridian implied the awakening of spiritual channels, and the emergence of such channels hinted at the possibility of cultivation. Having endured the relentless onslaught of the thunder arcs, Mo Wuji no longer wished to escape. Rather, he awaited the next strike with anticipation. 2 more arcs descended in succession, but regrettably, neither matched the potency of the first that had aided in clearing his blocked meridian. This was unacceptable. Wuji lamented his inability to control the arcs that struck his body. Were he able to direct the lightning towards his obstructed meridian, he would surely strive to unleash its full potential. After enduring several more strikes, Wuji realized he could not simply wait any longer. Relying on luck to open his meridian was not a viable strategy. He might very well perish before achieving his goal. From his tattered pouch, he retrieved a cloth bag containing a vial of his concocted elixir, raising it to his lips and swallowing it down. It ignited within him like a flame, rekindling the dormant meridian. As another arc of lightning descended, Wuji focused his spirit, willing it to strike where the elixir was igniting the meridian. Whether it was his mental concentration or the efficacy of the elixir that influenced the outcome, this time the arc transformed into a source of thunderous energy, pouring into the meridian. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Wuji felt as though the blockage within him had torn open further. Yet another arc fell, precisely targeting the very meridian. The gap widened, hastened by the lightning's influence. The elixir, once dissipating, now seemed to merge with the arcs, compelling them to strike the meridian. Sensing the elixir's gradual depletion, Wuji did not hesitate to consume another vial. A cacophony of thunderous arcs struck him repeatedly, and amidst the barely audible sounds within him, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Despite enduring the relentless punishment of the thunder arcs, he felt invigorated, though he could not manifest this newfound strength. Only exhaustion and pain lingered in his body. Wuji's eyes brimmed with tears. He understood well what had transpired. He had finally opened a meridian that he had longed for. With a crack, yet another arc flashed from the marsh, and Wuji deftly evaded it, astonishing even himself. In truth, when he first began to dodge, he had not anticipated success. It was no wonder that practitioners were said to be formidable. He had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet simply opening a single meridian had rendered him lighter and more agile, akin to the legendary tales of mastering the Rin and Du meridians. How powerful must those who had opened numerous meridians and cultivated for years be? As more arcs descended, Wuji could not avoid them all. But he was now able to move. After a brief moment, he was struck by several arcs before finally breaking free from the thunder marsh. Standing at the edge, he was filled with a profound sense of gratitude. Life's fortunes and misfortunes are inscrutable. Had he not faced this seemingly fatal trial, he would not have opened a meridian with the aid of his elixir and the thunder's power. The cost of opening a single meridian had consumed 8 vials of elixir and nearly cost him his life, a steep price indeed. Although he still possessed 2 vials, he resolved not to tempt fate further by seeking to open a second meridian through the thunder's strikes. He understood that continuing to rely on the elixir and the thunder marsh's electricity would not yield success. He might even lose his life in the process. Wuji felt no disappointment. The opening of a single meridian was an unexpected stroke of fortune. More importantly, he had discovered a method to cultivate his channels. If these channels were akin to spiritual pathways, then should he succeed in opening 99 of them, would he not be considered a prodigy in cultivation? A fearsome roar echoed through the air, jolting Wuji from his reverie. He remembered that he was still within the thundermist forest, and not far from where he had entered the marsh, 2 powerful beasts had been locked in combat. The battlefield lay in ruins, yet the beasts had vanished, replaced by a series of piercing howls. Deciding against risking exposure, Wuji resolved to remain cautious. Venturing out at night could lead to becoming lost within the depths of the thundermist forest, a fate he dared not contemplate. Choosing a towering tree not far from the marsh, Wuji climbed its trunk, finding a secure spot amid the branches where he leaned against the trunk. He tore his tattered shirt, fashioning it into a makeshift harness to secure himself in place. In such a treacherous environment, he dared not sleep on the ground. Resting in the branches, Wuji was unsure when he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, light filtered through the tree's leaves, casting a gentle glow upon him. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no danger lurked nearby, before quickly untying his makeshift harness and descending from the tree. He had to exit the thundermist forest with all haste, for failure was not an option. He could very well become trapped here forever. His luck from the previous night did not guarantee continued fortune, and Wuji resolved to carefully observe the layout of the thunder marsh before proceeding. In the event that the second meridian requires the lightning essence found here, he may yet take another risk. Within the thundermist forest, there exists an abundance of lightning essence. However, it is likely that those that can assist him in unblocking his meridian will be hard to come by. Should he encounter the more formidable lightning essences, a single bolt could render him to mere fragments before he even has the chance to clear his meridian. The twin-leaf flame grass. At first glance, Mo Wuji recognized the twin-leaf flame grass. He had paid it no mind the previous night when dusk had fallen. Now, however, he could clearly see that in the spot where he had plunged into the lightning essence, there were at least 3 plants of twin-leaf flame grass. The grass, with its 2 distinct leaves and a flame-shaped core in the middle, was exceedingly identifiable. Mo Wuji did not immediately harvest the twin-leaf flame grass. This herb held significant value for Han Ning, but was of little use to him. His most pressing concern was to swiftly find his way out, escaping the Thunder Mist Forest. When he had fled into the forest last evening, it was at twilight, and Mo Wuji quickly discerned the direction he had come from. He felt a slight sense of relief. By his calculations, he was still near the edge of the Thunder Mist Forest. He hurriedly excavated the 3 plants of twin-leaf flame grass and dashed off in the direction he remembered. He believed the heart-piercing snakes would not linger, having surely departed. The collective movement of those heart-piercing snakes must have been caused by some reason. Regardless of what it was, he had no desire to linger. Half an hour later, as Mo Wuji felt his sense of direction wane, a hint of urgency began to creep into his heart. If he could not find his way out within 10 minutes, it would indicate that he was truly lost, and he may never find the exit. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Initially, Mo Wuji thought he had misheard. Who could be calling his name? When the shout came again, he realized he was not mistaken. Someone was indeed calling for him. The voice was somewhat familiar. It must be Ding Bu-er. Ding Bu-er had not been killed by the heart-piercing snakes and was still searching for him, which brought great joy to Mo Wuji. With the sound came direction, and he hastened towards the source of Ding Bu-er's voice. Within mere minutes, he felt a sense of openness before him. Before him lay a vast expanse of low shrubs, prompting Mo Wuji to exclaim, "Bu-er, I'm over here." He had finally escaped. Moments later, 5 figures emerged from behind a small hill. "Wuji, you're safe. This is wonderful. But how did you end up like this?" Ding Bu-er was astonished to see Mo Wuji alive. Surviving the night in such a place was indeed a stroke of luck. However, Mo Wuji's hair was evidently singed, and his half-bare torso bore numerous blackened marks. One arm hung limply, bound with a tattered cloth around his neck. "Bu-er, thank you very much. I was in a daze, unsure of which way to go, and then I heard your calling." Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude, omitting any explanation for his scorched appearance. Ding Bu-er replied hastily, "I merely wanted to take a chance and suggested to the lady that we call your name. I never expected we would actually find you. We came with 12 people, and now, with you, only 6 remain." Mo Wuji promptly thanked him. "I appreciate the lady's concern. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find my way out." Han Ning appeared not only weary but also somewhat disheveled, her once fiery red garments now tattered. As Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude, she waved her hand dismissively. "Surviving is already an immense fortune. We lost 6 people yesterday, and while we found the bodies of the others, you were the only one missing. Ding Bu-er asked me to search for you, and we simply did our part." Mo Wuji observed that, aside from the maid Xiao Lan, Peng Maohua and the horse caretaker Chai Jiu were also present. With him and Ding Bu-er, they constituted exactly half of their original group. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Han Ning. As the young lady of the Han family, she was naturally the one to take charge. With a hint of contrition, Han Ning said, "I did not anticipate that as we approached the Thunder Mist Forest, we would encounter a swarm of heart-piercing snakes. Such misfortune seems to suggest that perhaps I am not destined to obtain the twin-leaf flame grass." Peng Maohua cautiously inquired, "Miss, shall we return now?" Han Ning's gaze lingered on Peng Maohua for a moment before she sighed. "I must acquire the twin-leaf flame grass. This herb is unique to the outskirts of the Thunder Mist Forest. I did not expect this venture to be so perilous. I shall not compel anyone. Those who wish to accompany me in search of the twin-leaf flame grass may stay, while those who do not may return." Chapter 29. An unexpected visit. Peng Maohua let out a weary groan. As the chief protector of the Han family, how could he refuse when his lady wished to remain in the Thunder Mist Forest to take risks? Mo Wuji produced 2 plants of twin-leaf flame grass and remarked, "I believe we need not continue searching in the Thunder Mist Forest. I was fortunate enough to stumble upon these 2. Indeed, it is twin-leaf flame grass." Han Ning swiftly approached Mo Wuji, and before he realized how she had reached for it, the 2 plants in his hands had vanished. Remarkable. Mo Wuji instinctively took a step back. This woman was simply formidable, even at the Meridian Expansion realm. Only then did he grasp how fortunate he had been to survive the previous night. "Wuji, regardless of where you found the twin-leaf flame grass, you have rendered me a great service. I shall ensure you accompany me to the imperial capital. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." Han Ning spoke fervently, spilling her words in a rush. "Thank you, Miss," Mo Wuji responded hastily. His ambition to join the Han family was precisely to venture to the imperial capital, and now with an additional condition, he could not let this opportunity slip by. Han Ning waved her hand. You have helped me find the twin-leaf flame grass, which is the greatest assistance. It is I who should be thanking you. I have heard from my father that you are not in need of money, aside from going to the imperial capital. If you have any further requests, feel free to ask. Wuji nodded. Before he had unblocked his meridian, he would have certainly requested Han Ning's assistance in finding a reputable place to test his spiritual root in the imperial capital. Now, even if he were to seek a test, he would find a place himself. He was eager to discover whether, after utilizing the lightning essence to clear a meridian, he had acquired a spiritual root. Though Peng Maohua felt a tinge of envy towards Wuji's fortuitous find of the twin-leaf flame grass, thereby winning the lady's favor, he was still grateful to Wuji. Had it not been for him, the lady might have ventured deeper into the Thunder Mist Forest, which could have led to unforeseen calamities. Han Ning's previously gloomy demeanor brightened at the sight of the twin-leaf flame grass. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "Let us return immediately." What was meant to take a month to search for was accomplished in just one night. While Wuji was equally eager to leave, he noted Han Ning's lack of sorrow for the deceased, reflecting on the value of life. As a protector of a prominent family, life was even less valued. Should he perish, he might be remembered only by name, and even that could easily be forgotten, as it happened with others. He glanced at Ding Bu'er. Had Ding Bu'er not suggested searching for him, Han Ning might not have even uttered his name. "Wuji, congratulations," Ding Bu'er said, his face radiating envy. Wuji waved his hand and addressed Han Ning. "Miss, I have heard that you have reached the 5th level of meridian expansion. Is it truly as powerful as they say?" Han Ning felt quite pleased and was not at all concerned about Wuji's inquiry. Expanding the meridians to the 5th level was no easy feat. He had only managed to reach the 1st level. Currently, he was merely faster than most, and his true strength was even inferior to that of an average martial artist. Only upon reaching the 4th level of meridian expansion would there be a significant enhancement in his power. Wuji shot a disapproving glance at Ding Bu'er, who appeared rather embarrassed. This fellow was simply spouting nonsense. Nonetheless, the fact that he had achieved such speed at the 1st level of meridian expansion only fueled Wuji's desire to cultivate further. He clasped his fists again and addressed Han Ning, asking if Ding Bu'er could accompany him to the imperial capital to broaden his horizons. "Very well, as you wish. Let us depart," Han Ning replied, clearly in high spirits. She immediately mounted her horse, raising her whip as the red steed reared up and galloped away. "Thank you so much, Wuji," Ding Bu'er exclaimed with joy, astonished that Wuji would recommend him for the trip to the imperial capital. It was an opportunity of a lifetime. The boast about Han Ning achieving the 5th level of meridian expansion had already slipped from his mind. Wuji patted Ding Bu'er on the shoulder, saying, "Let us go. I have yet to express my gratitude for your concern for me. We shall discuss it further upon our return. Also, refrain from boasting in my presence in the future." "Absolutely," Ding Bu'er responded, equally elated, as he quickly followed Wuji out. Unbeknownst to Wuji, he did not understand why the esteemed Han Ning desired the dual-leaf flame grass, nor did he wish to. He was only aware that upon returning to the Han residence, he was afforded much greater regard than before. Even his accommodation had been upgraded to one with a small courtyard, ostensibly for protection, yet requiring no actual duties. The only concern for Wuji was the absence of cultivation techniques. If only he had such methods to practice here, it would be ideal. Residing in the Han residence was undoubtedly safe. Sitting in his small courtyard, Wuji held 2 remaining azure glass vials, containing the medicinal liquid he required for opening his meridians, which would be indispensable for future expansions. A gentle knocking sounded on the door of his courtyard, followed by the voice of Han Sheng'an. "Wuji, may I have a moment to speak with you?" Wuji hastily concealed the vials and opened the door. It was quite perplexing that Han Sheng'an, the lord of the Han residence, would personally visit him in this protective quarters. "Lord Han, if you require something from me, you need only send someone to call for me. There is no need for you to come in person," Wuji said as he opened the door. Han Sheng'an smiled warmly and walked straight into Wuji's room, taking a seat on a chair. Wuji prepared a cup of tea for Han Sheng'an, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Without this old marquis, he would not have gained entry into the Han residence. Had he not entered, who could say whether those who had poisoned him would attempt to strike again? Han Sheng'an nodded with a smile. "Wuji, do you know why I arranged for you to enter the Han residence without providing much assistance afterward?" Wuji replied respectfully. "The fact that the old marquis brought me to the Han residence is already the greatest form of assistance." Han Sheng'an sighed. "I saved you last time in the royal palace, and you have greatly aided Ning Er this time. I owe you my thanks. Mo Wuji looked at Han Shengyan in confusion. The last time, he had merely been given a position as a steward, and he couldn't recall any instance of being saved in the royal palace. Seemingly aware of Mo Wuji's thoughts, Han Shengyan spoke softly. When you were brought to the royal palace gates, the king did not wish to see you and instead ordered your execution. I had a good relationship with your grandfather, Mo Tiansheng, and was curious to see whether your actions were sincere or merely a fade of concern for the people. Mo Wuji understood that Han Shengyan referred to his public disclosure of penicillin. He had not anticipated such a perilous moment before entering the royal palace. Han Shengyan continued without noting Mo Wuji's shock. I advised the king against executing you, as your actions benefited the populace, and such an act would tarnish the king's reputation. This statement is the truth, and it is one you earned through your own efforts. Additionally, there was a genuine desire to save you. Otherwise, I would not have allowed you into the Han residence. Mo Wuji felt a chill run down his spine, brimming with apprehension. Had Han Shengyan not intervened, he could have been wrongfully executed by that wretched king. The king's reputation was of no concern to him. He was solely focused on preserving his own life. Thank you for your life-saving grace, old Marquis, Mo Wuji said, standing and bowing deeply. Han Shengyan quickly supported Mo Wuji, laughing heartily. A hero emerges in youth. If you had not captured Ning Er's attention, you would have merely sought a meager meal within the Han residence, and I would not have intervened to have her take you to the imperial capital. Now, not only have you caught her attention, but you have also resolved a significant issue for her. This proves that capable individuals will always shine. I have not misjudged you. You flatter me, old Marquis. Mo Wuji felt an urgent desire to leave the Qingyu kingdom. That wretched king was surely no good, and he might remember him one day. The Mo family had lost their status as the northern Qin duke, which was undoubtedly linked to that vile king. Suddenly, Han Shengyan's expression turned solemn, and he spoke gravely to Mo Wuji. Wuji, I have come to seek your assistance. Please, old Marquis, speak freely. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not decline, Mo Wuji replied earnestly. He was confident that Han Shengyan would not deceive him regarding such matters. The debt of gratitude he owed for saving his life, regardless of how effortless it was for Han Shengyan, was monumental for him. Han Shengyan appeared quite pleased with Mo Wuji's response. With your word, I am reassured. In a little over a month, the Xianmen conference will be held in the imperial capital of the Xinghan Empire. You have interacted with Ning Er and should know that she is quite innocent, far from the maturity she displays. Given your superior ability to handle situations compared to her, I wish to request that you accompany her and provide her with some care before she joins the Xianmen. Mo Wuji solemnly promised, rest assured, old Marquis. As long as I possess the capability, I will do my utmost to protect Miss Ning Er. Han Shengyan retrieved a jade hairpin from his pocket and handed it to Mo Wuji. If you encounter any insurmountable challenges with no recourse, take this hairpin to the family of Yu Qiong Ying in Chongluo Yu. Why not give the hairpin directly to Miss Ning Er? Mo Wuji asked, puzzled as he accepted the hairpin. Han Shengyan shook his head, offering no explanation. Mo Wuji was not one to pry into other secrets. Seeing Han Shengyan's reluctance to answer, he chose not to press further and carefully secured the hairpin. Han Shengyan was increasingly pleased with Mo Wuji's demeanor. After sipping his tea, he remarked, I hear you enjoy tea. I will have someone send you some fine tea later. Mo Wuji smiled, responding, thank you, old Marquis. As I have not traveled far, there are a few matters I would like to consult you about. A bit of tea leaves was nothing to a Marquis, so Mo Wuji did not hesitate to accept. Please, feel free to ask your questions, Han Shengyan invited. I have heard that we are not the only empire in the Xinghan Empire. Are there others? Mo Wuji had long wished to inquire about this, but had yet to find a suitable person. Han Shengyan, being knowledgeable and a Marquis of a lordly nation, should know much more about such matters. Han Shengyan replied, as far as I know, there are 5 major empires: the Tianshang Empire, the Zhizhou Empire, the Qianyang Empire, the Xinghan Empire, and the Minghan Empire. Each of these 5 empires is protected by one of the 5 great Xianmen, with the Tianji Hall safeguarding our Xinghan Empire. At the upcoming Leap to Immortality Conference, the celestial teachers from the Heavenly Extremity Hall will also be attending Chongluo. I do not expect Ning Er to be accepted into the Heavenly Extremity Hall. I would be content if she could join a terrestrial-level sect. Old Duke, what exactly is a terrestrial-level sect? Is the Heavenly Extremity Hall the most formidable sect in the Starry Han Empire? Mo Wuji inquired. Having heard much that was previously unknown to him, it is quite normal for you to be unaware of this. Many people are, after all, mere mortals. The sects of the 5 great empires are classified into 3 tiers, with the lowest being the profound level sects, and above that are the terrestrial level sections. In our Starry Han Empire, The highest-ranking sect is the quasi-celestial level sect, which is the heavenly extremity hall, Han Cheng'en replied, his tone tinged with longing. For he too gazed up in reverence at these esteemed sections. Mo Wuji pressed on. Since there are quasi-celestial level sects, surely there must be celestial level sects as well? Why didn't the old duke mention them? Han Cheng'en shook his head. I am uncertain about that. I was equally perplexed at the time. Not only does the Starry Han Empire lack them, but even the strongest sects of the other major empires are quasi-celestial. Is the Heavenly Extremity Hall the only quasi-celestial sect in the Starry Han Empire? That should not be the case. I once heard, by chance, that aside from the Heavenly Extremity Hall, there are other quasi-celestial sects within the Starry Han Empire. Although I am a duke of a lordship, my knowledge of such matters is limited. Mo Wuji and Han Cheng'en conversed for several hours, and after bidding farewell to Han Cheng'en, Mo Wuji had acquired a general understanding of the 5 great empires. After half a day's idle chatter, Han Cheng'en felt a greater sense of trust in Mo Wuji. In those hours, Mo Wuji refrained from inquiring about the North Qin principalities, leading Han Cheng'en to conclude that Mo Wuji was not an impulsive individual. Mo Wuji naturally would not foolishly inquire about who had conspired against Han Cheng'en's North Qin principality. Nor would he ask about the disappearance of Mo Tianqing or why Mo Guanyuan had not attained the position of North Qin king. It was not due to his inherent indifference to the matter, but rather because it was evident that such affairs were tacitly sanctioned by the Lord of Qingyu, Sima Qian, who might even be covertly involved. Han Cheng'en's casual remark about saving him was a debt he could acknowledge. Yet he could not regard Han Cheng'en as a trustworthy ally. He was certain that even if he assisted Han Ning, should Han Cheng'en be forced to choose between him and Sima Qian, Han Cheng'en would unhesitatingly side with Sima Qian. Who could say whether his inquiries to Han Cheng'en would not reach Sima Qian's ears the very next moment? Sima Qian had refrained from eliminating him due to his reputation. But that did not guarantee his safety in the future. Should Sima Qian remember Mo Wuji, he could easily concoct a reason to dispose of him without a ripple of consequence. Moreover, when the time came to identify the perpetrator, it would suffice to observe who ascended to the North Qin throne, rendering any inquiry unnecessary. Ever since his expedition to the Thunder Mist Forest, where he discovered the dual-leaf flame grass, Mo Wuji had not seen Han Ning. Feeling a sense of restlessness, he purchased a machine in Raozhou City and enlisted Ding Buer to gather various medicinal herbs, resuming his alchemical endeavors. After more than a month, Mo Wuji successfully concocted 30 vials of the meridian opening elixir. Concerned that those who conspired against him might strike as he prepared to depart, he ceased further production, fearing that carrying too many potions would be cumbersome. As a few days passed, with his departure from Raozhou imminent, Ding Buer approached him. Mo Wuji, you have but 2 days before leaving Raozhou. Will you not procure some supplies? Due to the incident in the Thunder Mist Forest, Ding Buer had become Mo Wuji's closest friend in the Han residence, and their rapport was quite relaxed. No need. I have sufficient gold coins, Mo Wuji replied, having no intention of venturing out. With the Mo family of North Qin under scrutiny, and having previously been targeted with a poisoned arrow, he had also found himself on Sima Qian's blacklist. At this time, he wished to remain inconspicuous, hoping to leave Raozhou and the perilous capital of Qingyu safely. Are you not afraid of becoming bored? If you need anything, I can fetch it for you, Ding Buer remarked, already accustomed to Mo Wuji's seclusion within his courtyard. No need. Simply call for me when we set off. Mo Wuji waved his hand dismissively. He had prepared adequately, and carrying excessive belongings would hinder his mobility. On the morning of departure, Ding Buer arrived punctually at Mo Wuji's residence, informing him that the young lady had gathered and was ready to set forth. Chapter 31. Departing Raozhou, the gates of the Han residence swung wide, and nearly 100 individuals accompanied Han Ning as she emerged. Han Cheng'en and his wife hovered anxiously around their departing daughter, offering constant reminders. For the past 2 months, Mo Wuji had remained confined within his small courtyard, fearful of being targeted, and thus was unaware of how many individuals would accompany Han Ning to the imperial capital. Now, upon witnessing nearly 100 people departing, he turned to Ding Buer in astonishment. Buer, are there many people accompanying the young lady to Changluo? Ding Buer chuckled softly and whispered in Mo Wuji's ear. Aside from the young lady, only 4 others are accompanying her to Changluo. Thanks to your fortune, I have the opportunity to join. The other 2 are Peng Maohua and Xiaolon. Only so few? Mo Wuji felt a surge of unease. If the numbers were so scant, safety would indeed be precarious. I heard that the Lord initially intended to send 20 people along with the young lady. But the imperial edict stipulates that each participant in the Leap to Immortality conference may only bring 4 attendants, Ding Buer explained. As the group exited Raozhou City, Mo Wuji began to comprehend the reason behind the imperial limitation on numbers. Outside the city, throngs of people had gathered to bid farewell. Clearly, Han Ning was not the only one attending the conference. Mo Wuji observed at least 20 or 30 others. The unseen numbers were likely even greater, and combined with their attendance, the total could easily reach hundreds. This was merely one lordship. How many lordships existed across the entire Starry Han Empire? And how many individuals would that encompass? When Han Qingyan mentioned that Qingyu would send a dozen participants, it was evident he had not included those from the principalities. Some individuals began to form groups, bidding farewell to their families before boarding beast-drawn carriages. Upon seeing Han Qingyan arrive, Mo Wuji quickly joined a few others in discussion. Moments later, Peng Maohua approached Mo Wuji and Ding Buer, whispering, "Our Han residence is teaming up with the young prince of Wuxia County, Chao Hao, the legitimate grandson of the Marquis of Fengcheng, Ji Changhe, and the only son of the manager of the Qingyu branch of the Wanpu Trading Company, Yang Junsong. You must remember, any one of these individuals is not to be trifled with, so avoid conflicts if possible." Ding Buer patted his chest, assuring, "Rest easy, Brother Peng. I am not one to stir trouble. Since we are a team, we must work together in harmony." Peng Maohua nodded. He was merely providing a cautionary note. And Ding Buer understood the boundaries, ensuring he would not overstep. Mo Wuji, contrary to the rumors, was quite well behaved in Peng Maohua's eyes. He had not even ventured out of the courtyard, so it was unlikely he would cause any disturbance. At that moment, Han Ning was also bidding farewell to her family, beckoning Mo Wuji and the others to board the carriage. What puzzled Mo Wuji was that Han Qingyan had not offered him any further advice before leaving. "Let us board the carriage as well," Ding Buer urged, pulling Mo Wuji along. Just then, Mo Wuji felt a sudden chill sweep over him. Instinctively, he glanced back, catching a glimpse of a figure swiftly turning and vanishing from sight. He could not ascertain whether this was an adversary lurking nearby, as he would not have sensed discomfort otherwise. With this thought in mind, Mo Wuji hastened his steps and boarded the Han family's beast-drawn carriage. The carriage was divided into two compartments, with Han Ning and Xiao Lan in the inner chamber, while the three of them occupied the outer one. Both compartments were spacious enough that 5 individuals did not feel cramped within. As the coachman called out, the beast carts set in motion, joined by 3 other teams. 4 carts departed simultaneously. Mo Wuji had some understanding of these beast carts. The creatures pulling them were akin to horses, but boasted greater endurance and defensive capabilities. Of course, even their strength paled in comparison to automobiles, which were available on the streets of Qingyu country. Regrettably, such public transport could only operate within Qingyu and its immediate vicinity. Once one ventured beyond its borders, the roads ceased to exist. This predicament was primarily due to the local populace's lack of regard for technological advancement, compounded by the multitude of neighboring nations. Even within a single lord's domain, the various principalities were rife with factions. Constructing a smooth roadway that traversed several nations proved to be quite a challenge. Conversely, each nation made considerable efforts in cultivating spiritual herbs and mining minerals, which constituted the mainstay of the region. Aside from the broad and level official road at the outset of their journey from Raozhou, the remainder consisted almost entirely of bumpy mountain paths, though the beast carts were surprisingly well equipped for shock absorption. As they traveled, Mo Wuji encountered numerous beast carts heading towards the imperial capital. He noted that aside from a few familiar faces exchanging greetings, most travelers were singularly focused on their journey. Even among the 4 families traveling alongside them, interaction was minimal, limited to brief exchanges during meal breaks, with the main participants of the upcoming conference largely remaining disengaged. After a month, the caravan halted at the boundless coastline. By the time Mo Wuji and his companions arrived, the area was already teeming with people, with a rough estimate of at least several tens of thousands present. A variety of beast carts nearly filled the space, alongside some avian creatures. As Mo Wuji pondered whether these flying beasts were akin to the beast carts, a massive bird descended from the sky, landing on an open area nearby. The gust from its wings was palpable even from several meters away. On the back of the creature sat a large circular tent. Once the beast landed, the tent unfurled, and several individuals leaped down. Indeed, these were beast carts, yet they offered far more convenience than the terrestrial carts they occupied. It was likely that even airplanes could not compare in terms of ease. No wonder the locals held little interest in machinery. With such flying beasts available, who would bother with airplanes? The time wasted on takeoff and landing was considerable. When will our Qingyu country have such flying beast carts? Why must we endure days of jolting travel to arrive here? Mo Wuji heard a discontented mutter nearby. Without needing to turn around, he recognized the speaker as Chao Hao, a young prince from the Principality of Wuxia, who was traveling with them. This individual had a tempestuous temperament and would curse at any perceived slight. On one occasion, he had even fought with another young prince over a right-of-way. Is this thing very expensive? Why doesn't teaching you country have it? Mo Wuji quietly inquired of Dingbu heir, believing that even if the beast carts were pricey, as a lordly nation, Qingyu should be able to afford them. Dingbu heir chuckled. It's not merely a matter of cost. It symbolizes status. Acquiring such a beast cart is no simple task, and money alone will not suffice. I've heard there is a sect dedicated to training these flying beasts, but I can't recall the name. Enough chatter. Let us find an inn to rest while we await our ship, Han Ning interjected, cutting Dingbu heir off. Chao Hao cast a disdainful glance at Mo Wuji and remarked, Ning Mei, your aptitude for cultivation is quite commendable, but your judgment appears severely lacking. Would I be foolish enough to select such trash to accompany me to the imperial capital? It was evident he had overheard Mo Wuji's comment, and the fact that Mo Wuji had never shown him the proper respect on their journey had irked him, given his status. Mo Wuji ought to have been groveling at his feet. Han Ning's expression darkened, yet she refrained from retorting. Seeing her silence, Chao Hao felt emboldened. Ning shimmy. My father insisted we form this team, naturally wishing for my companions to be of suitable quality. To be honest, I am concerned for my own well-being. The sea voyage of nearly 2 months will be the most perilous part. Mo Wuji felt no satisfaction despite being unjustly insulted by this prince. What was a princely son to him? On Earth, he was a renowned biologist and pharmacologist, sought after by many influential figures. Mo Wuji chuckled warmly at Chao Hao. I believe you needn't worry about yourself so much. Even a piece of dung eventually encounters a dung beetle. Something will come your way. There's no need to fret. Are you seeking death? Chao Hao gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Little prince, please refrain from violence here, or we shall all meet our demise. Yang Junsong quickly intervened, stepping in front of Chao Hao. Among the 4 talented individuals from Qingyu country, Yang Junsong was the most amiable, always smiling, even toward someone of Mo Wuji's lesser status. Ji Chonghe, the legitimate grandson of the Marquis of Fengcheng, also approached to dissuade him. This place gathers many talents heading to Chongluo for the Uxiamin conference. Causing a commotion here could lead to expulsion from the event or, worse, death. Even a prince from a lordly nation would find no refuge here. Chao Hao scoffed and shot Mo Wuji a fierce glare before turning to walk away towards the tavern, aware that this was not the place for a brawl. Mo Wuji, don't think that just because you've aided the young lady, you can act with impunity. Should you dare to overstep again, you'd best return to Qingyu. Xiaolan, beside Han Ning, shot Mo Wuji a disapproving look. Han Ning's expression was grim, although she did not voice her disagreement. She silently endorsed Xiaolan's words. Mo Wuji merely smiled, unaffected by their disdain. When he had recently gifted Han Ning 2 twin-leaf fire herbs, her gratitude had been genuine, but as time wore on, that appreciation began to fade. This was one reason Mo Wuji was reluctant to forge relationships with children of powerful families. They often held a sense of superiority, looking down upon those who were less fortunate. They only smiled when they stood to gain something. Once the benefits ceased, so too did their smiles, and they would never remember the kindness they once received. Just as his ability to accompany Han Ning to the imperial capital was seen as a reward for his contributions. Should he err one day, that reward could be swiftly rescinded, or worse, punishment could ensue. Their interaction, while not entirely devoid of warmth, was distinctly hierarchical. Mo Wuji hailed from Earth, and thus could not accept such a feudal relationship, making separation inevitable in time. Nonetheless, until that day, he would continue to assist Han Ning with utmost diligence. Han Cheng and had saved his life, and regardless of intent or circumstance, he felt a debt of gratitude that he would repay. Let us settle in first. We shall remain here for at least 3 days. Han Ning stated as she followed Chao Hao and the others towards one of the inns. However, after Han Ning and Xiao Lan entered the tavern, Mo Wuji and his companions were halted. What do you mean, he? Peng Maohua's face darkened as he confronted the man blocking their path. Mo Wuji recognized this individual as He Feng, one of Chao Hao's associates. Han Ning also fixed her gaze on Chao Hao. What is the meaning of this? Before Chao Hao could respond, a servant from the tavern stepped forward apologetically. My esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize, but the Yute High Tavern is currently fully booked. Among your group of 5, only 1 room is available. The 3 servants, therefore, could only reside outside or in the storage room. Han Ning's gaze fell upon Yang Junsong. Yang Junsong, the rooms here are reserved by your family. Why is it that my servants have no accommodations while others do? Chao Hao replied calmly, there is no alternative. Accommodations are allocated based on who arrived at the inn first. It wouldn't be reasonable for my servants to be left outside when they arrived before others. Yang Junsong's expression turned awkward, and he looked at Xiao Hao with difficulty, saying, "Little prince, we are all part of the same team. How about we all squeeze in together?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hao reluctantly responded, "All right, I will have my people accommodate. We can only arrange one room, which can house 2 people. And you, aren't you quite impressive? My room does not welcome you." Everyone understood that Xiao Hao was specifically targeting Mo Wuji. Despite being a prodigy and nearly a transcendence practitioner, Han Ning could not remain silent any longer, even if she disliked Mo Wuji for upsetting Xiao Hao. "Xiao Hao, are you certain you wish to proceed this way?" The tension in the air was palpable, yet Xiao Hao appeared unfazed, remaining composed as he replied, "Sister Ning, my father and the old duke share a profound friendship. Otherwise, I would not have introduced you to Master Lu. Regardless, I hold great care and concern for you, Sister Ning, and I hope that you will not allow a mere servant to create rifts in our cooperation." The impending outburst from Han Ning seemed to be punctured by Xiao Hao's words, leaving her silent once more, her anger extinguished. After several seconds, she turned to Mo Wuji and said, "Wuji, please endure for a few days and set up a tent outside." With that, she said no more and turned to leave. Mo Wuji smiled faintly, indifferent to the situation. He would do his utmost to assist Han Ning on their journey to the capital, but once they arrived, they would be 2 unrelated individuals. "Wuji, wait. I'll accompany you," Dingbu Air quickly interjected, then addressed Han Ning. "Miss, I will stay with Wuji." "As you wish," Han Ning coldly replied, quickening her pace into the inn. Peng Maohua hesitated briefly, then followed Han Ning and the others inside. After leaving the inn, Mo Wuji patted Dingbu Air on the shoulder, saying, "Bu Air, why are you coming out to pitch a tent when you have a guest room?" Dingbu Air chuckled. "Wuji, do you think I came here for someone else's favor? It is all because of you. I am quite clear on my position. Once we reach the capital, if the mist is selected by the immortal sect, I will have nothing to do with it." Back in the Thunder Mist Forest, only you could find the twin-leaf flame grass. I don't believe it was mere luck. If I cannot be with the mist, I can only follow in your wake. Don't try to persuade me to go back. I don't believe anyone would want to return once in the capital. Bu Air, I see you have a promising future, knowing to follow me, Mo Wuji joked. Their conversation was interrupted by the melodious voice of Mo Xingha. "Oh, it's Miss Wen. What a pleasure to meet you. Miss Wen, you are as enchanting as ever. However, might I request you to call me by my true name?" I have changed it to Mo Wuji. Since leaving Raozhou City, Mo Wuji had shed his previous restraint. No longer did he fear or hesitate in speech or action. He was surprised to learn that when Manju would also be going to the capital, unlike him, she was not a servant or maid, but rather attending the immortal sect's grand assembly like Han Ning. Wuji, I fear that if I arrive late, all the good spots will be taken. I will go set up the tent. You all continue your conversation, Dingbu Air said hastily, stepping aside as he recognized the awkwardness between Mo Wuji and Wen Manju. "I apologize, I momentarily forgot," Wen Manju said with an air of regret. She harbored numerous questions, for she understood Mo Wuji better than anyone. In their recent encounters, she sensed a significant transformation in him. If their first meeting at the Qingyu Guild left her feeling he was no longer malleable, but rather a sharp blade, this time, that blade had fully unsheathed. Although she did not comprehend the term enchanting, she could surmise it meant beautiful. "Wuji, may I speak with you?" Wen Manju inquired, having long desired this conversation. However, since hearing about Mo Wuji's miraculous 9 lives healing technique, she had been unable to find him, as he remained secluded in the Duke's manor. Additionally, she had heard from her father that Mo Wuji shared the healing formula freely for self-preservation. She struggled to understand why his transformation was so pronounced after changing his name, or if the name change was a result of his transformation. Mo Wuji replied nonchalantly, "As long as this handsome gentleman by your side has no objections, I am available for as long as you wish to talk." Standing next to Wen Manju was a remarkably handsome man. Their pairing was undoubtedly striking. The aura exuding from him indicated he was not merely her attendant. Wen Manju calmly introduced, "This is my companion, the 9th Prince of Qingyu, Situ Pe. We teamed up during our journey." Upon realizing he was the 9th son of Situ Qian, Mo Wuji's demeanor shifted, as he recalled that Situ Qian was someone he would eventually confront, given the circumstances surrounding the Mo family's downfall. Since Situ Qian was likely involved, why should he feign civility? Moreover, seeing Wen Manju and Situ Pe together, he felt a surge of displeasure. The woman seemed fickle, and the man, being a Situ, was no paragon of virtue. "9th Prince, first and foremost, I am not a healer. Everyone knows that the 9 lives potion I present is an ancestral recipe. Do not feign compliments, as it only serves to undermine me. Secondly, I am a man, so calling me a phoenix is inaccurate. Typically, only kings are referred to as dragons. If I were a dragon, I would be the king of Qingyu, which is rather blasphemous. I don't believe you, Ninth Prince. Wish for me to become the king of Qingyu. Mo Wuji spoke with fervor, forgetting that phoenix actually refers to a female. When Manju pressed her lips together, refraining from commenting or correcting the flaws in Mo Wuji's statements. Situ Po's expression darkened. He wondered why his father had not dealt with this individual previously. Unfortunately, this was not a matter for the Ninth Prince to decide, and even if he wished to eliminate Mo Wuji, he could not act upon it. By the way, Ninth Prince, I feel you resemble someone I know, Mo Wuji remarked, enjoying the shift in Situ Po's previously calm demeanor. He continued with a smile. As Situ Po frowned, he sensed that Mo Wuji would not have anything favorable to say. When Manjo also knitted her brows, finding the current Mo Wuji increasingly unfamiliar. Mo Wuji chuckled, remarking that the person referred to as Gentleman Jian was quite formidable, being a paragon of virtue and the leader of a sect, with the unparalleled Xia divine art to boot. The Ninth Prince, who had intended to leave, suddenly halted, astonished as he inquired, Mo Yaoshi, is there truly such an esteemed predecessor? May I ask for the immortal name of this elder? And what exactly is the Xia divine art? Is it an ultimate sword technique? Having come to attend the Yujiman conference, he was thrilled at the prospect of Mo Wuji knowing such an eminent figure, completely forgetting his earlier displeasure. As for whether Mo Wuji was lying, he held no doubts. After all, Mo Wuji's grandfather, Mo Tianqing, was a formidable character, and it was entirely plausible for someone of his stature to associate with such high-ranking elders. Sighing, Mo Wuji continued, this remarkable gentleman Jian is named Yubuchuan. Upon seeing the Ninth Prince, I couldn't help but think you two are cut from the same cloth. As for whether the Xia divine art is an ultimate technique, I cannot say. However, this gentleman Jian possesses immense resolve. After achieving mastery of the Xia divine art, he astonishingly abandoned his own technique in pursuit of an even mightier method. No, it is more accurately described as a classic. I doubt I would possess such courage and fortitude. At this moment, Situ Po completely let go of his pride and bowed respectfully to Mo Wuji, asking, may I inquire what classic this esteemed you elder later adopted? Mo Wuji, taken aback, gazed at Situ Po in astonishment. The Ninth Prince is indeed impressive. I have yet to reveal what it is, yet you already know it is a classic. Indeed, it is the Sunflower Classic. Alas, that elder is not present. Had he been here, he would surely bestow the Sunflower Classic upon the Ninth Prince. As he spoke, Mo Wuji suddenly paused. It was not just Situ Po who held his breath, even when Manjo awaited Mo Wuji's explanation with bated breath. After several seconds, Mo Wuji resumed. It is because you are fundamentally kindred spirits, destined to understand one another deeply. Alas, I have no interest in cultivating that technique. Initially, I was merely captivated by the 8 characters on the cover. I can only recall 6 of those characters. It is of no regret, for I am but a mortal. Such a classic is truly unsuitable for someone like me. I possess the 7 emotions and 6 desires. How could I forsake an ordinary life for the sake of cultivation? What are those 6 characters? Situ Po almost blurted out. Mo Wuji looked at Situ Po with grave seriousness, stating, to practice divine arts, one must first remember these 6 characters. I must take my leave. With that, he turned to Wen Manjo, saying, Miss Wen, I suddenly find myself lacking the interest for prolonged conversation. Being in your company is rather pressuring. Farewell. Watching Mo Wuji's retreating figure, Situ Po's expression shifted numerous times. After a while, he remarked to Wen Manjo, Manjo, this Mo brother is quite carefree, unaffected by his mortal roots. When I realized my spiritual root was not particularly good, I felt quite disheartened. After all, we were once acquaintances. It would be nice to chat a bit more. I shall head into the tavern first. Why not converse a bit more? Dingbu Air cheerfully inquired as Mo Wuji returned. Paths diverge. We cannot conspire together, Mo Wuji replied nonchalantly, beginning to assist in setting up a tent. The influx of people heading to the imperial capital of Chanluo was overwhelming, and those without accommodations, much like Mo Wuji, were setting up tents by the seaside. A fine saying about diverging paths. This brother speaks well, came a hearty voice, followed by the approach of a burly man with a beast-hide bag and a face adorned with a thick beard, accompanied by an alluring woman. If Wen Manjo were akin to a green apple, this woman was undoubtedly a more tempting ripe apple. Had it not been for the heavy scent of the world upon her, she would have resembled a figure of high nobility. The bearded man clasped his hands towards Mo Wuji, introducing himself. I am Yuan Jini, and this is my companion, Xin Yang. I wholeheartedly agree with your earlier words. If you do not mind, I have some fine wine. Let us share a drink. Mo Wuji laughed heartily. Of course, I do not mind. I am Mo Wuji, and this is my companion Dingbu Air. The tent is now set up. Please, come in. Chapter 34. A friend's wine. Yuan Jini did not exaggerate. The wine he brought was indeed exquisite. It was rich and fragrant, leaving a lingering aftertaste, and remarkably, it enveloped the drinker in a gentle intoxication. The meridian Mo Wuji had opened was nourished by the wine, leaving him feeling unburdened. Indeed, this wine is exceptional. One sip brings complete comfort, Mo Wuji exclaimed, suspecting the presence of spiritual herbs within, which explained the pleasant sensation. Upon hearing Mo Wuji praise his wine, Yuan Jini beamed with pride. Indeed, Brother Mo possesses a discerning palate. This wine is brewed with a rare spiritual fruit. I hail from the Changyan Principality, and 1 year, I inadvertently wandered into the Thunder Mist Forest, where I stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter and harvested a spiritual fruit. I ended up brewing 10 jars of fine wine. And this is the last jar. However, its potency is considerable. Mo Wuji immediately recognized Yuan Jini as a generous soul. The wine made from such a rare fruit must be of staggering value, yet he casually shared it. I am truly humbled, though our meeting is serendipitous. I have indulged in Brother Yuan's fine wine. Mo Wuji suddenly recalled the Changyan Principality, the same one embroiled in conflict with the Qingyu Principality. Nevertheless, he felt no allegiance to the Qingyu Principality. Yuan Jini laughed heartily. Brother Mo, do not say such. As you mentioned, paths diverge, and we cannot conspire together. Our bond feels as if we have known each other for ages. Not even a jar of wine can compare to such a connection. What a splendid sentiment. A bond that surpasses even the finest of offerings. Come, Brother Jini, Shi Nyang, Bu Air, let us raise another glass. Mo Wuji felt an unprecedented sense of liberation since being reborn after his lover's betrayal. This was the first time he felt such unrestrained joy. The four of them raised their cups and drank deeply. Even when he had first opened his meridian, he felt only excitement and indescribable delight. But it was not true liberation. At this moment, he experienced genuine freedom, a true release of emotions. As they continued drinking, Mo Wuji could not help but break into song. In life, how many true friends do we meet? How many friendships endure through time? Today we part. But with a handshake, friendship forever resides in our hearts. For now, let us bid farewell, but surely, we shall reunite one day. Even if we cannot meet, we will always remain friends. Though mountains may rise and distance may separate, no need for meetings, our hearts understand. Friendship remains unchanged. Initially, Mo Wuji sang solo. But soon Yuan Jini and the others joined in harmony. Outside Mo Wuji's tent, when Manzhou remained frowning, she was displeased by the raucous revelry of Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini, feeling it unbecoming for someone who had once held the status of a minor prince. Even without that title, he ought not to descend to such depths. If this continued, Mo Wuji would find it impossible to rise above his current station. Had she not felt a twinge of guilt and a desire to assist Mo Wuji, she would have turned away long ago, perhaps unbeknownst to her. She had another motive for being here, to aid Situ Pa in uncovering the origins of Gentleman Jian. However, upon hearing Mo Wuji sing of enduring friendship, she was taken aback. Having spent the most time with Mo Wuji, she knew him inside and out. Yet, it was unbeknownst to me that Mo Wuji possessed such remarkable musical talent. His melodious voice was exceedingly pleasant, exuding sincerity amidst simplicity. Brother Mo, this song is delightful. I truly enjoy it. The 11th lady's face flushed crimson, resembling a man as she approached Mo Wuji with a wine cup in hand, drunkenly exclaiming, "Indeed, a beautiful song." Yuan Jini also rose, lifting his cup to declare, "It is indeed a splendid song. I share your sentiments. My only regret is that there is no wine in the lyrics. Otherwise, it would be utterly perfect. Let us toast to this." Mo Wuji, equally intoxicated, stood up and drank from his cup, proclaiming, "In that case, I shall sing another. Yesterday is gone and will not return. Oh, happiness is worth more than anything. Spilled water cannot be retrieved. Oh, the peach blossoms wither, yet roses bloom. Life spans several decades and will inevitably bring storms along. With carefree abandon, we shall attend this gathering. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Regrets for the past are best experienced slowly. At this moment, my friends, this cup of wine is most precious. Fill it up, let us drink and sing aloud. Good friends, let us revel tonight, teaching me to cherish the shoulders of friends. Sunshine will inevitably shine after the storms, teaching us to hold our heads high and learn strength. Just like this cup of strong liquor warms my heart, reminding me to not dwell on trivial matters. Today, we gather, Oh, with heartfelt libations filling our cups. Time flows swiftly like a stream. Oh, who cares about yesterday's identities? After indulging in drink, Mo Wujia's raucous, hoarse voice rendered when Manju outside the tent utterly transfixed. Compared to the previous song, she found herself more enamored with this one. Each line struck deep within her heart, igniting a fervor that made her yearn to join them in drinking. Was this the essence of friendship? She too had her companions, Prince Situ Pa of the Qingyu Kingdom, son of General Zhao Feihu, Zhao Pu, son of Yao Kong from the Ministry of Rites, and that somewhat hypocritical Zhao Su. Each was a remarkable talent, a young hero destined for greatness. Yet why did she feel she could never find that exhilarating sensation in their company? For instance, if Situpa had not known that Mo Wujia was aware of the whereabouts of the Sunflower Manual, would he have encouraged her to engage more with him? All right, Brother Mo, I adore this song. Fill my cup, let us sing loudly. Good friends, let us revel tonight, teaching me to cherish the shoulders of friends. Yuan Jini joined Mo Wujia in song. After just 2 lines, Ding Bu Air and the 11th lady joined in. When Manju stood outside the tent for quite some time, ultimately dispelling the thought of entering. Had it not been for today's events, she would never have known Mo Wujia's multifaceted talents. The 2 songs he casually sang stirred her blood. She could hardly resist the urge to join in the revelry. After walking a considerable distance, until the melodious sound faded away, when Manju slowly lowered her head, she understood that regardless of how beautiful Mo Wujia's voice was, they ultimately belonged to different worlds. If Mo Wujia had spiritual roots, she might have sought ways to assist him. Alas, he did not possess such roots. Once she entered the immortal sect and began her cultivation, the distance between her and Mo Wujia would only grow. Let the past remain in the past. If she succeeded in her cultivation and encountered him again, she would bestow upon him wealth and assist him in realizing his dream of reclaiming the Northern Qin Principality. It seemed as though she was bidding farewell to the past, while seeking a reason to distance herself from Mo Wujia. When Manju murmured to herself as she stepped into the tavern. Chapter 35. The coastal market. When Mo Wujia awoke, he found Yuan Jini and the 11th lady absent. And even Ding Bu Air was not in the tent. After a night of drunken slumber, he felt no headache. Rather, he felt remarkably at ease, suggesting that the wine Yuan Jini had provided was indeed of excellent quality. It appeared that his long-held frustrations and repressions had led to a complete relaxation and restful state. Mo Wujia felt immense gratitude towards Yuan Jini and the 11th lady. They were individuals worthy of friendship. He opened a nearby bundle to find the elixirs for opening meridians still intact. Feeling rejuvenated, Mo Wujia stood up, seized a glass vial, opened it, and drank it down. He sensed that his condition was exceptionally good. Previously, he had hesitated to open a second meridian, fearing his state was unfit. With his current ease, it was the perfect moment to consume the elixir. Once again, a surge of energy coursed through his body as he distinctly felt the second meridian being opened. It was as he had surmised. Mo Wujia clenched his fists, completely relaxed. If the effects of this elixir could persist, he would become an unparalleled genius. 2 hours later, as the effect waned, much like the first meridian, the second became obstructed at a certain point. With the experience from the first attempt, Mo Wujia's mood was tranquil. He now understood that relying solely on the elixir could not open a meridian. What he needed to do now was to find the same lightning method as before to force it open. Though this approach was somewhat harsh on himself, it yielded excellent results. As for the lightning above, he had no intention of attempting to draw it down. Even a single bolt could potentially be fatal. Regrettably, without a cultivation technique, he would not have to rely solely on physical endurance to force open a meridian, as he had before. Mo Wujia, you are awake. Hurry and wash up. We are going to the market. Ding Bu Air burst in excitedly. The market? Mo Wujia asked, puzzled. Ding Bu Air chuckled. You didn't know? I just found out. Brother Zhini is taking me there. The market is a temporary gathering, ready to disperse at any moment. Many have come here preparing to head to the imperial capital of Changluo. Numerous folks wish to purchase goods, while many others seek to sell, thus forming this temporary market. Once the ships to Changluo depart, the market will conclude. This is certainly worth seeing. Where do I wash up? Mo Wujia quickly inquired, keen to experience the world. Many of those heading to the imperial capital had likely undergone some cultivation. Perhaps he would gain further insights into cultivation at the market. Ding Bu Air pointed towards the sea ahead. Isn't that the place? Mo Wujia glared at Ding Bu Air. The seawater is salty and bitter. You want me to wash there? Ding Bu Air laughed heartily. Who told you that seawater must be salty and bitter? This is a freshwater sea. Just look at all those people washing up by the shore. Freshwater sea? Mo Wujia was unaware if such a thing existed on Earth. At least he had never heard of it. However, these questions quickly faded from his mind. The universe is vast, and there are countless mysteries beyond human comprehension. Half an hour later, Mo Wuji and Ding Bu'er found themselves amidst the market. Although termed a market, to Mo Wuji, it resembled a grand gathering. As he gazed around, he saw throngs of people everywhere. The sounds of calls and sales filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Mo Wuji, do you see? The spiritual herbs we once could not find are abundant here. Though the prices are exorbitant, the lowest are several hundred gold coins, while the better ones reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. I just saw a bright-eye fruit, reputed to be an excellent spiritual herb. The vendor is asking 50,000 over there. Look, there are people gathered around. It seems it hasn't sold yet. Ding Bu'er pointed toward the crowd not far away. Let us take a look. Mo Wuji hurriedly made his way over. After squeezing into the crowd with Ding Bu'er, Mo Wuji spotted a man with a fierce expression standing before a massive square stone. At the center of the stone lay a transparent glass vial, within which resided a fruit the size of an infant's fist. This fruit, glistening like crystal, appeared so exquisite that one might easily overlook it if not for the leaf resting atop it. My friend, your asking price of 500,000 gold coins is utterly outrageous. I offer 200,000, which is already a top-tier bid. The speaker was a slightly hunched man, seemingly not very old. The fierce-looking man possessing the fruit remained silent, as if he had not heard the offer at all. Will you respond or not? The hunched man's tone grew more insistent. The fierce man's gaze suddenly fixed on him. You took nearly an hour to raise your bid from 150,000 to 200,000. You may take your time to increase your offer. But do not ask me again if I will sell, for I will not part with it for anything less than 500,000. Mo Wuji, having perused numerous texts on alchemy, considered himself quite knowledgeable. Yet, he had never encountered anything like the Mingmu Gua in the alchemical libraries. The name suggested a connection to vision enhancement. The hunched man scoffed. If the Mingmu Gua were refined into a Mingmu Dan, it might fetch 500,000 gold coins. While this fruit can improve one's eyesight to some extent, its effects are significantly diminished. My friend, are you certain you can transform this Mingmu Gua into a Mingmu Dan? Or do you truly believe someone here would buy your fruit for the sake of the Mingmu Dan? One must know their limits. I heard that consuming this fruit could enhance one's vision to the extent of seeing clearly within 100 meters, even on a moonless night. Ding Bu'er whispered to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji inhaled sharply. To enhance one's vision so dramatically by consuming a single fruit? This fruit's worth surely exceeded 500,000 gold coins. Were he to possess that sum, he would purchase it outright without haggling. Suddenly, Mo Wuji recalled that he also possessed a rare herbal remedy, the twin-leaf flame grass. Initially, he had acquired 3 stalks, giving 2 to Han Ning while retaining 1. However, he was uncertain of the grass's effects or whether it could command a price similar to that of the Mingmu Gua. Yet, if the Mingmu Gua held such value, why was the fierce man selling it? Moreover, why was he selling it on the way to the imperial capital? Surely, its worth would only increase there. This marketplace primarily comprised household servants, and someone able to produce 200,000 gold coins was already quite remarkable. I shall take this fruit, another voice suddenly declared. A powerful force shoved Mo Wuji and Ding Bu'er aside, clearing a path through the crowd, revealing a man with a long sword slung across his back. Mo Wuji noticed that the hem of this man's clothing was embroidered with a small sword in golden thread. Could it be that you are a disciple of the ancient sword sect? The fierce man inquired with a sudden surge of excitement. The man with the sword nodded. Indeed. I am Fei Kaichong, a disciple of the ancient sword sect. Upon hearing this, the fierce man quickly and carefully presented the glass vial to him, trembling as he spoke. I am Yenin, and I have long admired the ancient sword sect. This Mingmu Gua is a humble gift to Senior Fei, with the hope that... Fei Kaichong interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Upon our arrival in Chongluo, I can offer you gold coins. However, I lack the authority to ensure your admission into the ancient sword sect. Clearly, he understood Yin An's intentions and preemptively halted him. Yin An quickly responded. I do not necessarily require formal admission. Even being an outer disciple or a servant disciple of the ancient sword sect would suffice. Mo Wuji comprehended the situation entirely. This fellow had presented the Mingmu Gua not for monetary gain, but rather to secure a place within the sect. It appeared that Yin An's spiritual roots were subpar, leading him to seek entry into the ancient sword sect, knowing he had no chance with the rising immortal sect. Such cunning. The Mingmu Gua was never meant for sale. But how did Yin An know that a disciple of the ancient sword sect would come by? Regardless, he likely would have offered the same pitch to any sect disciple. What if no disciples from the immortal sects appeared, and a wealthy participant of the rising immortal sect purchased his Mingmu Gua instead? Fei Kaichong nodded and casually produced a wooden token, handing it to Yanin. This is my token. Upon reaching Changluo, you may report to the recruitment office for servant disciples at the ancient sword sect. Yes, esteemed master, Yanin replied, tucking the token away amidst the envious gazes of those around him. Chapter 36. The market for female slaves. As the crowd dispersed, Dingbu Air sighed beside Mo Wuji. Now I finally understand why Miss Bai wanted us to help find the twin-leaf flame grass. She surely intends to present it to a certain immortal master. Mo Wuji, if only you had kept one stock back then. Perhaps we could have traded it for a servant disciple upon reaching Changluo. Mo Wuji chuckled softly. I did keep one stock, but the twin-leaf flame grass pales in value compared to the Mingmu Gua. If any low-tier herb could secure a position as a servant disciple, there would be far too many of them. Dingbu Air nodded in agreement. That's true. I bid 20 coins for number 17. 17? I bid 23 coins. Came another loud voice. Curious, Mo Wuji turned to see what was happening. Is there another auction taking place? What are they selling? Dingbu Air explained. That's the place for selling female slaves. I've seen them, and to be honest, each one is more beautiful than the last, all untouched. Merchants bring them in to sell to those talented individuals attending the Rising Immortal Sect Conference. Mo Wuji inquired. Isn't it said that each participant in the Rising Immortal Sect Conference can only bring 4 servants? How can they take female slaves aboard? You don't understand. We'll be here for several days before we leave. Those wealthy young masters attending the conference naturally can't bring their concubines along. They need some entertainment while stuck in this dull seaside area, so they buy these slaves for a few days. Should we go take a look? Dingbu Air chuckled. Better not. Mo Wuji shook his head. He felt a deep anger towards the commodification of women, but he was powerless to stop it. There was no need to add to his frustration by witnessing it. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring number 17 for 25 gold coins. Next up is number 26. Pay attention, for this one is no less than number 17 in quality, and her beauty may even surpass it. Moreover, she hails from a noble family. Rumor has it she is a descendant of the Mo family of Beichin. Mo Wuji suddenly halted his steps, turning to gaze at the distant auction area. His fists clenched tightly. Although his soul was not of the Beichin royal lineage, his bloodline still bore its mark. Moreover, he too carried the surname Mo. No need for Dingbu Air to say anything. Mo Wuji rushed forward. Dingbu Air, well aware of Mo Wuji's background, noticed his furious expression and worried he might act rashly. He hurriedly chased after him. Mo Wuji, you mustn't act recklessly here. If things go awry, they could crush us like ants. Mo Wuji replied solemnly. I know what I'm doing. I bid 35 gold coins for this one, shouted a man resembling a squat winter melon. To try a descendant of the royal family, that must be quite an experience. I bid 40 coins. Came another lewd voice. Mo Wuji had already spotted a young girl in a green dress, her ankles shackled by iron chains, her eyes reflecting a flicker of resentment and despair. Just as the rotund merchant had described, she was indeed a strikingly beautiful maiden. Her attire appeared to have been meticulously arranged, likely to fetch a higher price in gold coins. 100 gold coins. Mo Wuji inhaled sharply, his heart ablaze with fury. He yearned to draw forth the dagger from his boot and swiftly eliminate the corpulent man. Yet reason cautioned him. Impulsiveness could be his undoing. The only way to deal with the merchant was through gold, for should he act rashly, he would meet a fate far worse than that of the merchant. As for the girl he wished to rescue, her plight would likely be even graver. The once raucous crowd fell into an abrupt silence. Until now, bids for the female slave had barely exceeded 10 gold coins. Just moments ago, a bid had jumped from 35 to 40, a considerable increase. Now, a newcomer had boldly raised the bid to 100 gold coins. What extravagance! 100 gold coins could buy several female slaves. This woman is exceptional. I bid 101 gold coins. Someone suddenly called out, breaking the stillness that had ensued after Mo Wuji's bid of 100 gold coins. The atmosphere was chaotic, a mere open-air market. The bid of 101 gold coins was like a firecracker exploding in the crowd, igniting a wave of excitement. More voices clamored for higher prices. Mo Wuji caught sight of the man who had bid 101 gold coins, twirling a pretentious folding fan. His hair slicked back with oil. Mo Wuji had no acquaintance with this man and could not fathom why he was vying with him. 1,000 gold coins. Mo Wuji declared, uninterested in engaging in a bidding war with this individual, instantly multiplying the price by 10. The plump merchant trembled with excitement at the mention of 1,000 gold coins. The price for one female slave had surpassed that of dozens of others. How could he not be elated? Yet, he still cast a glance towards the man with the fan, eager for a rivalry that would yield him even more gold. The onlookers were electrified, murmuring in disbelief. A female slave selling for 1,000 gold coins was truly astonishing. You have some guts. Daring to compete with me for a woman. 1,001 gold coins. Do you dare to raise the stakes again? The man with the fan sneered, folding his fan with a flourish, glaring intently at Wuji. Seemingly unfazed by the man's provocations, Wuji retorted, 1,001 gold coins and 1 copper coin. The man with the fan pointed at Wuji's forehead, his earlier threats now rendered impotent. If Wuji's previous bids had been a mere spectacle, his current offer was a direct affront. He could raise his bid by a single coin, but Wuji was not permitted to outbid him. No, it was not merely a coin. The very act of speaking a price should have silenced this lowly servant. Yet, contrary to expectations, the man not only remained vocal, but had audaciously increased the bid by a copper coin. This was not just a slap in the face, it was a blatant humiliation. The merchant's face twitched as he observed Wuji's modest increment. He turned his gaze to the man with the fan, hoping he would retaliate with a furious bid. To his dismay, the man merely glared at Wuji in furious silence, seemingly unable to react even after several moments had passed. The merchant surmised that the man with the fan was hesitant to raise his bid, fearing a loss of face, thus choosing to remain silent. In a bid to salvage the situation, he exclaimed, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for securing the Northern Qin descendant female slave at 1,001 gold coins and 1 copper coin. Who told you I wouldn't raise my bid? I'll offer 2,000 gold coins," the man with the fan growled, his eyes fixed angrily on the merchant. The announcement of 2,000 gold coins sent a shudder through the merchant's flesh. He mentally berated himself for not waiting a moment longer to finalize the deal. "No, I cannot let 1,000 gold coins slip away," he thought urgently, raising his voice. "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 2,000 gold coins?" Before he could finish, he felt a chill at his throat. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he found a gleaming dagger poised against his neck. "Release her immediately. This is a gathering point for the Yuezhan sect. Do you dare to commit murder here?" The merchant stammered, the first part of his statement faltering. But as he realized Wuji would not act, his words flowed more smoothly. The dagger was wielded by Wuji, who, upon unsheathing it, drew the astonished gazes of the crowd. As the merchant had said, to draw a blade here was akin to courting death. Wuji chuckled softly. "You have already consented to my price, which forms a verbal contract between us. Neither of us can retract our words now. You are aware that this is a Yuezhan sect gathering point. If the immortals learn of your illicit dealings here, your breach of contract will not be taken lightly. Do you understand the consequences?" He paused dramatically, followed by a mocking laugh. "I fear you may earn a profit, but lose your life in the process. I have no urgent need to kill you. I merely need to inform the immortal masters present." With that, Wuji sheathed the dagger. Casting a disdainful glance at the rotund merchant, cold sweat trickled down the merchant's face. If Wuji chose not to pursue the matter, he would be fine. However, a man willing to bid 1,000 gold coins for a female slave would undoubtedly seek retribution for such an affront. In his greed for gold, he had neglected the danger. To renege on their agreement was not an option. Too many witnesses had heard and seen. If he attempted to deceive Wuji, it would only hasten his demise. "Apologies, I was mistaken. In my eagerness for gold, I forgot that we had reached an agreement," the merchant said, forcing a smile as he handed over the chain and a key to Wuji. Compared to 1,000 gold coins, his life was far more valuable. Wuji scoffed, unlocking the chain and discarding both the key and the shackles. He then tossed 1,001 gold coins and 1 copper coin to the merchant. Had it not been for his desire to rescue this girl, possibly of kin, he would not have been so accommodating. Even in purchasing, he would have offered no more than 50 to 100 gold coins. Yet, Wuji remained indifferent. Having witnessed the merchant's sale of a girl from the Northern Qin royal family, he had no intention of letting this merchant go unpunished. The man with the fan wore a dark expression but dared not challenge the principles of the Yuezhan sect gathering. Forced to watch as Wuji led the girl away from the merchant hastily turned to the man with the fan, ingratiatingly stating, "Esteemed sir, I have even finer offerings. Number 31 is not only beautiful, but also skilled in various musical arts. In terms of servitude, she is my finest." "Is that so? You have even better offerings, and didn't mention them sooner?" "I shall take number 31 as well. I bid 1,000 gold coins," Wuji interjected, not waiting for the man with the fan to respond. Having been humiliated by Wuji's earlier triumph, the man was seething with anger. His restraint until now had been due to the rules of the Yuezhan sect. Now, with an opportunity to regain his dignity, he could not allow Wuji to best him again. He was determined not to let a mere servant outbid him. 2,000 gold coins. The man with the fan declared, his gaze condescendingly fixed on Mo Wuji, his voice laced with arrogance. The corpulent merchant, taken aback, was left speechless. Before he could call out for lot number 31, the two bidders had already commenced their offers. To his astonishment, it appeared he would make a substantial profit. 3,000 gold coins, Mo Wuji declared nonchalantly. 5,000, 6,000, 1,000,000 gold coins. The fan-wielding gentleman felt a surge of exhilaration. Emboldened by the audacity of a mere servant, Mo Wuji noticed an older man whispering something to the fan-wielder, causing the latter's fervor to wane, and his eyes to cool from their frenzied state. Indeed, these were individuals of considerable means. Such wealth was beyond Mo Wuji's own grasp. With that thought, he tugged at the girl he had purchased and addressed the utterly astonished Dingbu heir, saying, "Let us depart." At this moment, the fan-wielding gentleman realized that Mo Wuji was playing him for a fool. Anger surged within him, veins bulging on his forehead. Wishing he could summon someone to seize Mo Wuji and flay him alive. Unfortunately, this was not his sovereign territory, and he lacked the courage to act upon such thoughts. Jia Jing, settle the payment, he huffed, turning his back without even glancing at the girl, lot number 31. The most pleased of all was the rotund merchant, who, with these two female slaves, had just secured a profit equivalent to a year or two of his earnings. Wuji, that fat man is no virtuous character. While you may have outsmarted that detestable fellow, you've inadvertently enriched the merchant, Dingbu heir remarked as he followed Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji chuckled lightly. Enrich him? Huh. Let us discuss that later. Anyone daring enough to treat a member of the Mo family as a mere slave had already been marked for death in his eyes. The reason he could bid so high was that he feared not the actual expenditure. I shall check on brother Zhun Yi and sister 11. You may return, Dingbu heir said, recognizing that Mo Wuji wished to converse with the Mo girl and thus stepped aside. Mo Wuji led the girl into a tent and raised the flaps. The girl regarded him warily. To her, he was akin to the fan-wielding gentleman and the corpulent merchant, all belonging to that detestable ilk. What is your name? Mo Wuji inquired, unfazed by her caution as he took a seat. Mo Shantong, she replied, still pursing her lips in suspicion. And how do you refer to Mo Tiancheng, the Prince of Beijing? Mo Wuji asked again. Mo Shantong was not surprised. Everyone knew of her origin from the Beijing Principality. Prince Tiancheng is my uncle, my father, and he are cousins. Mo Wuji stared at her in astonishment, realizing that Mo Shantong was actually from an older generation than himself. By rights, he should refer to her as Aunt Mo. I am Mo Wuji. Mo Tiancheng is my grandfather. Hence, you understand why I sought to rescue you, he explained with a hint of nostalgia. Mo Shantong, upon hearing his words, appeared even more taken aback than Mo Wuji. After a moment of stunned silence, she hesitantly asked, "Are you His Highness, the young prince?" Mo Wuji smiled wryly. What young prince? I suspect I am the last remaining of the direct line. The Beijing prince has long ceased to belong to our Mo family. Mo Shantong trembled, her eyes reddening as tears began to flow freely. The Mo family of Luoyin is no more. They are all dead, she lamented, unable to continue as she succumbed to her grief. The events have passed. Take your time to share, Mo Wuji encouraged, gently lifting her to sit in a chair. He recognized that Luoyin was the capital of the Beijing Principality and that the Mo family was the princely lineage residing there. In the presence of others, he would have refrained from inquiring into the Mo family's affairs for fear of drawing attention, yet with Mo Shantong, such concerns were absent. After a prolonged bout of sobbing, she finally steadied herself enough to utter, for years ago, the Mo family was embroiled in an assassination plot against the Beijing prince. Wait, how could the Mo family plot against the Beijing prince when they are the Beijing prince? Mo Wuji interjected, perplexed. Mo Shantong shook her head. For years ago, the Mo family was no longer the Beijing prince's family. The current Beijing princely lineage belongs to the Zhu family. The former prince went missing, and Zhu Huai, in deference to the Lord of Yu, assumed the responsibilities of the Beijing prince. However, during an inspection of the city gates, a branch member of the Mo family assassinated him. That branch member was executed on the spot, and the Mo family was exterminated, along with their entire lineage. Mo Wuji's expression darkened. How could a mere branch member dare to assassinate someone holding the princely title? The justification seemed utterly preposterous, and the cruelty of the punishment, total annihilation, spoke of profound enmity. How did you escape? Why were you spared? He inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Shantong. With a pained voice, she recounted, when the old prince did not return, your father and mother departed Luoyin for Raozhou to seek permission to inherit the princely title. However, they vanished without a trace. The Mo family sent numerous people to Raozhou, but none returned with news. It became clear that they had been silenced outside the city of Luoyin. It seemed anyone from the Mo family venturing to Raozhou was met with death. Once Zhu Huai obtained the princely title, the Zhu family fabricated a pretext to eradicate the Mo family entirely. For years ago, I was only 15. With the Mo family members continuously going missing, the clan had strictly forbade anyone from leaving Luoyin. I was favored at home. So I risked punishment and disguised myself to leave, yearning to see the world beyond Luoyin. The very next day, the Mo family was annihilated due to the assassination of the prince. Upon learning of the news, I dared not return, instead seeking your father in Raozhou. Mo Xiangtong seemed to relive her days of helplessness and loneliness. I disguised myself, took many detours, resorted to thievery, even begged, and subsisted on wild grasses and leaves. Mo Wuji felt a surge of regret. When he had caught that little girl stealing from him on the street, he should have extended a hand to help. How could he have known that his kin suffered the same fate outside? Thus, 2 years passed. Eventually, I was taken in by a kind family as a maid for their daughter. However, 3 months ago, that family unknowingly offended someone, and armed intruders slaughtered them, leaving only me and their daughter alive. They spared us to profit from our sale, and soon we were resold to a brothel. That rotund merchant is a partner of the brothel. He is quite the businessman, claiming that with the upcoming Yuxiamen conference, it would be better to sell us to the noble participants. After they are finished with us, we would likely be discarded by the seaside, and he could reclaim us for the brothel. With a loud clap on the table, Mo Wuji exclaimed, "What cruelty!" It was unclear whether he referred to the fat merchant or the ones who had slaughtered the young lady's family. After uttering those words, he suddenly recalled, "What of that young lady? Her name is Jinglingbei. She is lot number 31. Wuji, could you find a way to rescue her?" Mo Xiangtong gazed at him with hopeful eyes, surmising his status as a servant had brought him here. Yet, she still yearned for a miracle. Perhaps that the genius who had escorted Mo Wuji would heed his request. "Let us discuss other matters later. Wait for me here," Mo Wuji commanded, not pausing for her response. As he hurriedly exited the tent, Mo Wuji was resolute in his determination to save the Jing family's daughter, forever indebted to them for their kindness to Mo Xiangtong. He feared that if he arrived late, Jinglingbei would fall victim to that fool. As Mo Wuji emerged, he spotted Ding Buer in the distance and hurried over to draw him aside. "Buer, are you aware of the background of the person I was competing against?" Ding Buer, thinking Mo Wuji was worried, quickly replied, "I've already inquired. That fellow is a minor prince from the Xianyang Principality, named Tuobachi, and he resides in the inn we just left. He's known for his volatile temper and vengeful nature. However, we needn't worry about him for now. Our concern arises once we board the ship. I've heard that the immortal masters aboard don't intervene in matters of death." "Understood, Buer. Please set up another tent. I need to speak with the young lady about something," Mo Wuji hastily instructed before striding back toward the inn. Ding Buer, upon realizing Mo Wuji was heading to Han Ning, paid it no mind. Assuming Mo Wuji merely wished to have Han Ning greet Tuobachi to instill some caution in him. "Stop. You are not a guest of the inn and cannot enter." The innkeeper blocked Mo Wuji's path, recognizing him as the one previously expelled by the minor prince, Chao Hao. Mo Wuji politely clasped his fists and said, "I seek to find our young lady for a matter of urgency. Surely, you cannot deny me the opportunity to inform her?" The innkeeper hesitated, realizing Mo Wuji's reasoning was sound. As the lady was a guest, a servant must keep her informed at all times. Just as he was about to acquiesce, a gold coin was pressed into his palm. "Brother, please make an exception. I am not here to stay, so I won't cause you any trouble." The innkeeper, already inclined to agree, readily replied, "Go ahead, but do remember to return quickly." Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude and was about to step inside when a thought struck him, and he quietly leaned closer to the innkeeper's ear, asking, "Brother, I heard that the minor prince from Xianyang, Tuobachi, recently acquired a stunning female slave?" The innkeeper chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Wuji, whispering, "You truly understand, my friend. By the way, that slave is indeed remarkable. I have seen her, curvaceous, with an oval face. If one could hold her, the experience would be delightful." The innkeeper succumbed to his fantasies. "I wonder which room he occupies. The poor soul next door must be suffering." Mo Wuji echoed the innkeeper's sentiments with a chuckle. The innkeeper replied, "You need not worry. The minor prince resides in room 17. His room is adjacent to a courtyard. Good fortune to him. I must go report to my lady." Mo Wuji casually responded, then hastily entered the inn. Chapter 39. Rescuing room 17 was indeed as the innkeeper described, situated next to a courtyard, a rather secluded location on the second floor. Mo Wuji touched the dagger strapped to his leg, planning to execute a surprise attack on Tuoba, incapacitating him, and then swiftly escorting Jing Lingbei away. He was confident that as long as he did not kill Tuoba, the immortal masters would not investigate over a mere slave. Furthermore, as Tuoba was soon to board the ship, he would likely not pursue the matter, having to accept his defeat. With Hu Fei's example in mind, Wuji had prepared for any eventuality. Should Tuoba prove formidable and resist being subdued, he would not hesitate to resort to lethal measures and escape afterward. The implications of killing Tuoba versus sparing him were profoundly different. Should he kill Tuoba, he would be forced to flee. Young master, that fellow is preparing to leave. Our competition with that scoundrel has caused the slave market to flourish. All the slaves he brought have been sold out, and when I arrived, he was packing his belongings. I suspect he will depart imminently. A voice reached Wuji as he hid beneath the window at the corner of the room, clearly hearing the exchange. To his surprise, Tuoba's room had additional occupants, which he had not anticipated. He assumed that such an arrogant young prince would occupy his room alone. If there were two people, his plan would face complications. Tuoba's derisive scoff echoed, "You think you can take my gold and walk away unscathed? Dream on. Jia Jing, take 2 men and deal with him discreetly. Retrieve all the gold, but keep your distance. Leave no trace." Wuji was taken aback that Tuoba had a similar plan. He intended to wait until the portly merchant left before stealthily following to eliminate him. However, he had not anticipated the merchant's swift departure. Had he not come to this location, he might have remained unaware of the merchant's imminent exit. "Young master, I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will reclaim the gold." The man named Jia Jing acknowledged before Wuji heard the creaking sound of the door opening. Once the footsteps faded, Wuji approached the door and knocked softly. "Who is it?" Tuoba's voice inquired. Wuji mimicked Jia Jing's tone, saying, "Minor prince, I've thought of a better plan and wish to discuss it with you." Originally intending to enter through the window, Wuji changed his strategy upon hearing Jia Jing's voice. The door creaked open again. In an instant, Wuji slipped inside the room and delivered a powerful blow to Tuoba's temple. Tuoba had no inkling that Jia Jing would return with such intent. He barely registered Jia Jing's appearance before being struck, his head buzzing as he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Wuji exhaled a sigh of relief, closing the door behind him and retrieving a vial of potion to pour into Tuoba's mouth. He was certain this potion would render Tuoba asleep for an entire day. After ensuring Tuoba was incapacitated, Wuji turned his attention to the woman seated nearby. Although he had noticed her upon entering, he had no time to examine her closely. Now, scrutinizing her features, he realized the portly merchant had not exaggerated. The woman was indeed more beautiful than Mo Xiangtong, with shoulder-length hair, an oval face, and skin as smooth as cream. Though her eyes appeared somewhat vacant, they held a flicker of surprise as she regarded Wuji, seemingly bewildered by his audacity. "Are you Jing Lingbei?" Wuji inquired, producing a black scarf from his pocket. The woman suddenly stood, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "How do you know my name?" Though she had been sold, she had never revealed her identity to anyone. In truth, no one cared what she was called. Her existence was reduced to a mere number. "Let's dispense with formalities. I am here at the behest of Mo Xiangtong to rescue you. Put on this scarf and follow me immediately. When I speak with the innkeeper downstairs, you will take the opportunity to leave the inn and wait for me outside." Wuji instructed, handing her the scarf. "Ah, Xiangtong." Jing Lingbei quickly grasped the situation, perhaps having matured due to her family's misfortunes. Without further questions, she wrapped the scarf around her neck. Wuji found working with this woman quite agreeable. He whispered, "Stay close, but maintain some distance from me. When you see me conversing with the innkeeper, slip past me from behind." "Understood," Jing Lingbei nodded, her voice trembling, whether from excitement or fear, he could not tell. Wuji casually closed Tuoba's door. Had he not been restrained from killing him, he would have been tempted to draw his dagger across Tuoba's throat. In the presence of immortals, should he kill Tuoba, it would not be long before he was implicated. Jing Lingbei followed Wuji from a distance. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor, she observed Wuji engaging in lively conversation with a staff member, seemingly in good spirits. Despite her uncertainty regarding how he managed it, she kept her head down and hurried past them, swiftly exiting the tavern. Unexpectedly, the young lady of your household was resting, which prevented you from seeing her. No matter. Next time you come, you can go straight up. The tavern staff seemed somewhat embarrassed that Wuji had not met his own lady after receiving his gold coins. Upon noticing that Jing Lingbei had left, Wuji expressed his gratitude with a broad smile, saying, "Well then, I shall take my leave. After all, Some were not fond of his lingering presence here. Overstaying would not bode well. The staff, pleased with Mo Wuji's understanding, personally escorted him to the door. Once outside the tavern, Mo Wuji exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the situation had not escalated to the point of necessitating the death of Tuabaki. He caught sight of Jing Lingbei waiting nearby and hurried over to her, whispering, "Follow me." In this bustling area, their passage went unnoticed. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Wuji led Jing Lingbei back to the tent. As he had predicted, Dingbu Air was indeed setting up a new tent not far away. "Xiang Tong, is that really you?" Upon seeing Mo Xiang Tong, Jing Lingbei felt her worries dissipate. Mo Wuji had not deceived her. "Sister Bei, you're safe. That is wonderful." Mo Xiang Tong's eyes were still slightly red and swollen, indicating she had cried again after Mo Wuji's departure. Remembering how Mo Wuji had rescued Jing Lingbei, she quickly inquired, "Wuji, how did you save Sister Bei? You didn't kill anyone, did you?" She understood that in this place, taking a life would lead to dire consequences. And if Mo Wuji had indeed killed someone, they would need to flee immediately. "We must leave now. We can discuss other matters later," Mo Wuji urged hastily. He had neither the means nor the ability to take Mo Xiang Tong and Jing Lingbei to the imperial capital. He himself was fighting for this opportunity with all his might. "Brother Wuji, after hearing from Bu'er, I knew what you were up to. Such a significant undertaking. Do you truly dare to confront Tuabaki?" The urgent voice belonged to Yuan Jini and Shi Yinyang, accompanied by Dingbu Air and others, who appeared at the tent entrance. "Yuan, sure you've arrived. I did not kill him. I merely incapacitated him, preparing to assist these two in their escape. This is my aunt, Mo Xiang Tong, and this is her friend, Jing Lingbei," Mo Wuji revealed without reservation. Yuan Jini breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If he is merely unconscious, then there is no issue. Let us go, I'll help you." Mo Wuji hesitated and added, "Before I leave, I actually wish to do one more thing. I want to kill the one who sold my aunt." Mo Xiang Tong interjected, "Wuji, just call me Xiang Tong. It feels a bit awkward for me to be referred to as aunt since I am younger than you." This statement rang true. Referring to Mo Xiang Tong as aunt felt uncomfortable for Mo Wuji, who was not the original Mo Xinghe, but rather a reborn Mo Wuji. Yuan Jini chuckled. "Then it's settled. I'll assist you. It might be a bit strenuous for you to handle this alone. Shi Yinyang and I will join you. Do not underestimate these merchants. Some wealthy individuals employ guards that are even more formidable than us." "I will go as well," Dingbu Air quickly asserted. Mo Wuji stopped Dingbu Air. "Bu'er, you stay here. In case anything arises, it's better for everyone to stay in touch." "Shi Yinyang, you shouldn't go either. The more people there are, the more complicated the target becomes." "Wuji is right. Just the two of us will suffice," Yuan Jini stated. "Even if a merchant has several companions, they won't be enough to withstand my blade." However, Shi Yinyang insisted, "I must go. Xiang Tong and Lung Bei are ordinary women, and it's quite dangerous for them to escape alone." Mo Xiang Tong quickly interjected, "I have survived alone in the wilderness for 2 years. I know how to fend for myself." Shi Yinyang smiled slightly. "That may be so, but what if you encounter bandits again?" Yuan Jini nodded. Shi Yinyang makes a valid point. "With your skills, even a band of horse bandits would not pose a threat to you. Wouldn't that delay Shi Yinyang's chance to reach the imperial capital? How about this? I will escort them away." Mo Wuji suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Mo Xiang Tong was, after all, his aunt, and he hadn't thought to personally see them off. To be truthful, he was reluctant to give up the opportunity to go to the imperial capital, as such chances were incredibly precious for him. Moreover, he had not fully accepted Mo Xiang Tong as his aunt. Perhaps it was merely a sense of resentment. In other words, had Mo Xiang Tong been replaced by Yin Air, he would have braved any difficulty to leave with her. Shi Yinyang smiled. "Wuji, I once thought that Jini was my only true friend, sincere and unpretentious. However, after our revelry yesterday, I am grateful to have met you." At that, Shi Yinyang suddenly sang softly, "In life, how many true companions do we have? How many friendships can endure? To have a friend such as you. What harm is there in escorting them away? Besides, I am older and lack the spiritual roots. Whether I go to the imperial capital or not is inconsequential. As for that master, I shall not indulge him any longer." With Shi Yinyang expressing herself so candidly, it would be rather pretentious for Mo Wuji to add anything further. Sometimes, the word friend carries immense weight. If there ever comes a day when Shi Yinyang requires his assistance, he would not hesitate to offer it, so there was no need for further sentimental words. He earnestly stated, "Shi Yinyang, you, Jini, and Bu'er will forever be my dearest friends." Upon arriving here, he had faced life and death and had forged genuine friendships. Suddenly, Jing Lingbei knelt down and sobbed. Young Master Mo, please, once you capture that man, help me find out who seeks to destroy my Jing family. Mo Wuji gestured for Mo Xiang Tong to help Jing Lingbei up. Rest assured, I will certainly inquire on your behalf. After saying this, he turned to Mo Xiang Tong. Do you know about the background of the Prince of Jiyuan in Beijing? Zhu Hui. His sister, Zhu Kaiyun, is the favored concubine of the Lord of Qinyu, Situ Qian. It is said that in recent years, Situ Qian has favored another woman, causing Zhu Kaiyun to lose her standing. Mo Xiang Tong succinctly explained. With just one sentence, Mo Wuji comprehended the situation entirely. No wonder the position of the Prince of Jiyuan had been usurped. That old scoundrel, Situ Qian, one day I shall return to settle the score with you. Simultaneously, Mo Wuji finally understood why he had been fortunate enough to escape the merciless blade of Situ Qian. The primary reason was Zhu Ziyun's waning favor. With Zhu Ziyun's diminished status, she would naturally not pursue the matter of his insanity and subsequent recovery. Moreover, the Prince of Jiyuan in Beijing likely had yet to learn of his exact circumstances, which is why he had not moved against him. Mo Wuji was certain that as long as he remained in Raozhou, his fate would be perilous, making his timely departure all the more critical. But who was it that sought to poison and harm him? We must hurry. I fear we may miss our opportunity if we delay. Mo Wuji decided to cast those thoughts aside. He knew Tu Baki would seek to have that fat merchant killed. It would be best if he and Yuan Jini could act as opportunistic fishermen. Even though dusk had fallen, this makeshift gathering place for the Uxianmen conference remained bustling with activity. Mo Wuji, Yuan Jini, Shi Yinyang, Mo Xiang Tong, and Jing Lingbei navigated through the throngs of people, leading their horses, and not a soul paid them any mind. Just in time, the man was about to leave, and there were still quite a few people around. Yuan Jini observed the departing carriage from a distance, chuckling to himself. As soon as the carriage had distanced itself from the crowd, Yuan Jini promptly declared, "Let us go, we shall follow them." Mo Wuji halted Yuan Jini. "Jini, wait. Tuoba Chi has already instructed someone to follow closely behind. Shortly, we shall play the role of the fisherman." "Haha," Yuan Jini chuckled. "That fellow truly seeks his own demise. It appears he believes that his numbers grant him immunity from fear, hastening his journey to the afterlife." Mo Wuji sneered. "This man is not rushing to the netherworld. He is eager to earn another fortune. In 2 days, a large ship bound for the Yuxian Gate will arrive, and he intends to take the opportunity to procure more female slaves for sale. I am certain that barring any unforeseen circumstances, this man will return tomorrow. Such is the fate of the greedy. If the corpulent merchant earns this windfall and does not leave hastily to prepare for a second batch of female slaves, but instead waits for the ship to the Yuxian Gate to depart, he will surely escape unscathed. Even if Mo Wuji wishes to eliminate him, he would not forsake the chance to journey to the imperial capital for mere vengeance." Indeed, before long, Mo Wuji observed Jia Jing riding alongside 2 others who had followed closely. "We can proceed." Once it was confirmed that both parties had moved far enough away, Mo Wuji spoke. 2 hours later, Yuan Jini suddenly gestured, halting the advance of the 5. Ahead, a scuffle had erupted. They carefully muffled the sound of hooves and approached stealthily. Mo Wuji listened intently for a while, occasionally catching the sound of clashing weapons, and could not help but admire Yuan Jini greatly. "Wuji, this place is downwind, and since you have not cultivated, you won't hear it here. Just follow Jini," said the 11th lady with a slight smile upon seeing Mo Wuji straining to listen. Mo Wuji understood that the 11th lady spoke truthfully. The reason he could hear was due to an open meridian. Chapter 41. Parting after more than 20 minutes, under Yuan Jini's guidance, they lay concealed behind a small hillock, the moonlight illuminating the battle below. Observing the scene, Mo Wuji realized how absurd his earlier intention to quietly eliminate the rotund merchant had been. Although 7 or 8 individuals had perished, the merchant had a remarkably formidable ally. This individual was single-handedly battling 2 opponents, one of whom was Jia Jing. Jia Jing had arrived with 3, and now only 2 remained, indicating that one had been slain. "I acted recklessly. Had I ventured here alone, I would have likely returned empty-handed," Mo Wuji sighed. Yuan Jini replied, "You cannot be blamed for this. That merchant is likely not simple. A typical merchant would not have such a powerful figure by his side." Minutes passed, and Jia Jing's last remaining subordinate was struck in the shoulder by a blade. The sword in his hand pierced the waist of Jia Jing's companion. At that moment, both Jia Jing and his ally fell to the ground, gravely wounded. Jia Jing, regaining his composure, swung his blade with force, severing the head of the merchant's last subordinate. The corpulent merchant, heavily injured, half sat beside the cart, no longer pleading for mercy. He likely recognized that at this juncture, begging would avail him nothing. Now is the time, Yuan Jini declared, and with a swift motion, he glided down the slope like a hawk. Just as Jia Jing had dispatched his opponent, he found himself facing Yuan Jini's axe. The clash of metal rang out, and Jia Jing staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Who are you? How dare you lay hands on me? I am a retainer of the Duke of Xinliang. We have no enmity yet. As long as you let me go. Jia Jing's words abruptly halted as he beheld Mo Wuji descending from the slope. Mo Wuji was a figure he recognized, and he was even more familiar with the two following him, Mo Xiangtong and Jing Lingbei. In that instant, he understood his fate was sealed. Jing Lingbei's presence signified that these individuals dared to act against even the Duke's retainer. So how could they spare a mere servant like him? With a swift motion, Yuan Jini spun the axe in his hand and cleaved Jia Jing's head in two. Then, he approached Jia Jing's gravely injured companion, delivering another fatal blow with his axe. The 11th lady observed Mo Wuji beside her and smiled. Wuji, I told you there was no need for assistance. With Jini's skills, these two feeble opponents are hardly a challenge for him. Despite having faced life-threatening peril in the Thunder Mist Forest, Mo Wuji had never witnessed such a bloody scene. His senses were momentarily overwhelmed. I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention, my lord. Were it not for your arrival, I would surely have perished. I am willing to offer all my possessions as a token of my gratitude. The still-living, corpulent merchant trembled as he stood, clasping his hands in thanks. Mo Wuji could hardly believe the man did not recognize that he had come not to save, but to kill. He could not help but admire the merchant's utter lack of scruples. Fatty, you are overthinking it. Tell me, from where did you acquire these two women? Spare me the excuses and do not negotiate conditions. If you please me with your response, I may grant you a swift end. If not, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons, Mo Wuji interjected, blocking the merchant's plea. They are from the black-tailed hornet bandits of the Lingyongyi region in Wuxia County. Thus, it was the black-tailed hornets who annihilated the Jing family? Mo Wuji turned to the trembling Jing Lingbei, seeking confirmation. I do not know. I truly do not know, the merchant stammered repeatedly. Mo Wuji glanced at Jing Lingbei, asserting, it must have been the black-tailed hornets. There is no need for further inquiry. Jing Lingbei knelt, sobbing. She had heard of the black-tailed hornets, notorious for their malevolence and thievery. With a swift stroke, Mo Wuji beheaded the merchant. The splatter of blood intensified his discomfort, yet he understood that some experiences were unavoidable. Not to mention this rotund man's trafficking of Mo Xiangtong. Even without that, Mo Wuji could not afford to show any mercy for his trafficking of women. Yuan Jini skillfully searched the bodies for gold coins and banknotes, amassing a total of 16,000 gold coins and over 1,000 silver coins. He handed all the gold coins to Mo Wuji, as this venture had originally been his suggestion. Mo Wuji did not pocket the gold coins. Instead, he withdrew an additional 20,000 in banknotes, dividing the funds into 3 portions, which he presented to the 11th lady, Mo Xiangtong, and Jing Lingbei. 11th lady, you should take them and leave quickly. Understood. The 11th lady wasted no time, promptly stowing the banknotes. Mo Xiangtong, aware that Mo Wuji was bound for the imperial capital and could not take her along, accepted the gold coins without further discussion, recognizing that he was of her clan. Hesitant, Jing Lingbei observed the 11th lady's actions and realized that declining would only displease her, so she resignedly accepted the gold coins. Wuji. In the future, Mo Xiangtong hesitated, looking at him. Mo Wuji solemnly replied, if I gain the means in the future, I will settle the Mo family's accounts. He held back another thought, that if he were unable to gain the means, then the Mo family's affairs would have to be left unresolved. Let us depart. The 11th lady mounted her horse, her actions and words always brisk and decisive. Jing Lingbei approached Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini, bowing respectfully twice without uttering a word before mounting her horse. I admire Jing Lingbei. Some sentiments need not be spoken. Yuan Jini remarked appreciatively as they watched the trio ride away. Once their figures faded into the moonlight, he added, we should move as well. Let these corpses remain here. Mo Wuji looked at Jia Jing, stating, let the other bodies be left, but Jia Jing must vanish. Yuan Jini immediately grasped the intent, laughing heartily. Wuji, your idea is excellent. I cannot believe I did not think of that. As the night's tumult faded, the morning by the seaside took on an air of tranquility. A startled cry echoed through the Yuehai restaurant, audible even from outside. A servant hurriedly approached room 17, knocking urgently on the door. May I assist you, esteemed guest? At that moment, every individual residing within Yuehai restaurant was regarded as an equally ordinary patron, with no distinction of titles. Any room could potentially house a lord's young prince or a noble's minor prince. Thus, the titles of prince or young lord held little value here. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Tuoba Chi's furious voice resonated. Last night, I was knocked unconscious and my female servant was taken. Where's Jia Jing? Why hasn't he returned yet? After uttering his first two statements, Tuoba Chi suddenly recalled the orders he had given to his subordinates prior to being attacked. And he fell silent. Even as a minor prince, should he call for the assassination of merchants here, he would face dire consequences. Once discovered, escaping this place would be a formidable challenge, let alone reaching the imperial capital. This matter is of no concern to you. I just had a dreadful nightmare. Tuoba Chi gestured dismissively to the servant, resolute that such matters must remain undisclosed. The servant, with a look of disdain, turned and departed, choosing to ignore the erratic behavior of the minor prince. Chapter 42. The Lost Opportunity. Mo Wuji and Yuan Zhini returned to their tent and fell into a deep slumber, entirely unconcerned. Even if Tuoba Chi were aware of their involvement, without evidence, he could not touch them. When Mo Wuji awoke, it was already midday. After freshening up, he intended to inquire about any developments regarding Tuoba Chi with Ding Buer, when he noticed Ding Buer approaching from the direction of the Yuehai restaurant. Wuji, the young lady seeks you for an important matter, Ding Buer called out from a distance. Just as Mo Wuji was about to gather information at the Yuehai restaurant, he found Ding Buer's message timely. Wait, Ding Buer whispered upon reaching Mo Wuji, be cautious. It seems the news isn't good. Peng Maohua was rather hesitant when discussing this matter. Mo Wuji patted Ding Buer reassuringly. What could possibly happen here? Rest assured, I merely wish to gather some information. Upon entering the Yuehai restaurant, the first figure he spotted was Tuoba Chi, who was inquiring with the restaurant staff about any unrelated individuals who had entered the establishment the previous day. The servant accepted a gold coin from Mo Wuji. Uncertain of Tuoba Chi's intentions, yet preferring to avoid trouble, he simply stated that no one had come. Humph. Upon seeing Mo Wuji approach, Tuoba Chi let out a cold snort and turned to ascend the stairs. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, frowning as he scrutinized Mo Wuji. The assailant from the previous night bore an uncanny resemblance to the individual before him. Mo Wuji cast a glance at Tuoba Chi, intending to inform the servant of his quest to find Han Ning, when he heard Peng Maohua's voice call out, Wuji, the young lady instructed me to inform you that this time, she cannot bring you to Changluo. A wave of foreboding washed over him, and he soon heard Peng Maohua continue. The young lady has been tasked with escorting someone of great importance. Regaining his composure, Mo Wuji resolved that even if Han Ning would not take him to Changluo, he would find a way there himself. Without making the journey to Changluo, he would face certain doom. Peng, I must speak with the young lady. I need to hear this directly from her, Mo Wuji stated emphatically. Having witnessed the fickleness of human loyalty, even those who shared life and death bonds could conspire against one another. He and Han Ning were hardly even friends. Would the dead of two twin-leaf firegrass be so easily forgotten? There's no need for that. A guest has arrived at my home who wishes to travel to Changluo. There is no other option but to inconvenience you, came Chao Hao's disdainful voice, lifting his leg as if to emphasize his words. Indeed, it was the scoundrel. Mo Wuji clenched his fists, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. You reek wherever you go. It's evident you have yet to encounter a true challenge. Go home and raise your filthy feet, then ask your parents. I'll kill you. Chao Hao, brimming with youthful arrogance, could endure such mockery from someone of equal status. But to be ridiculed by a mere servant was intolerable. One of Chao Hao's servants quickly restrained him, advising, young prince, refrain from acting rashly. There will be ample opportunity once we board the ship. After Mo Wuji's scathing remarks, he ignored Chao Hao entirely, turning his attention to Han Ning. Miss Han, I wish to confirm whether it is indeed your wish that I not accompany you to Changluo. Even though he knew the truth, he needed to hear it from her own lips. His opportunity was not a beggar's gift, it was earned through his own merit. A fleeting look of guilt crossed Han Ning's face before she quickly regained her composure. I apologize, Mo Wuji. I failed to consider all aspects. Perhaps you should apologize to young Prince Chao. Mo Wuji replied coldly. What is the Chao family to me? They dare demand an apology from me? They are far from worthy. He presented a jade hairpin, stating, this was left by your father. Should you encounter difficulties, you may seek out the Yu family in Changluo. He continued, my journey to Changluo is not a favor bestowed by your family, but a reward for my own efforts. I shall not request the return of the twin-leaf firegrass today, and henceforth, I shall have no further dealings with your Han family. With that, Mo Wuji handed the wrapped jade pin to Han Ning, chuckling. If this place does not wish to retain me, there are other places that will. Farewell. He turned to leave, and as he exited the restaurant, he suddenly recalled that the killer of Jinglingbei was from the Wuxia County. If Cao Hao was indeed a minor prince of Wuxia County, there could be a connection with the Blacktail Peak incident. If he were to assist Jinglingbei in settling this matter, it would be in gratitude for the kindness shown to Mo Xiangtong by the Jing family. Han Ning clutched the jade pin, staring blankly at Mo Wuji's retreating figure, puzzled as to why her father had bequeathed the pin to him. I've never seen such an arrogant servant. Had he been under my command, I would have flayed him alive, Cao Hao seethed, watching Mo Wuji's silhouette vanish in fury. Tuoba Chi, intent on confronting Mo Wuji, hesitated upon witnessing him disregard Cao Hao entirely, refraining from pursuing him. With only one companion at his side, he could not afford to lose face before a mere servant. Wuji, has something transpired? You appear rather disheartened. Yuan Jini and Ding Buer awaited him upon his return to the tent. It seemed Ding Buer had sensed something amiss and summoned Yuan Jini. I have lost my chance to go to Chongluo, as I have incurred the wrath of Cao Hao from Wuxia County. He must be leveraging something against Han Ning. Mo Wuji confessed, sitting down with a hint of disappointment. Yuan Jini laughed heartily. I thought it was something significant. Such trifles are inconsequential. With the departure of 13 Yang, you can accompany me to Chongluo. I, along with the 13th Miss, came under the protection of the grandson of the Marquis of Wei Yuan from the Changyan Kingdom. Our sole task is to escort him to Chongluo, and once he finds the Celestial Gate, I am free to depart. Thus, escorting you there poses no issue. Mo Wuji's heart soared with joy. It was indeed a moment of unexpected fortune. His presence alongside Han Ning was not driven by a penchant for servitude, but rather a desire to reach Chongluo. With the matter of traveling to Chongluo resolved, Mo Wuji, Yuan Jini, and Dingbu indulged in revelry once more, drinking to their heart's content. Chapter 43. A debt of gratitude, perhaps feeling a sense of guilt. Han Ning did not seek out Mo Wuji, nor did she offer any explanations. Tuoba Chi also fell silent, although he suspected Mo Wuji had knocked him unconscious. He wished to avoid complications on their journey to Chongluo. Each day, Mo Wuji, Yuan Jini, and Dingbu would drink and meander through the marketplace, listening to Yuan Jini recount tales from the realm of cultivation, which lightened their spirits. One morning, as Mo Wuji opened the tent flaps to prepare for his ablutions, he was nearly taken aback at the sight of a colossal ship anchored by the shore, almost exclaiming the word aircraft carrier. This behemoth loomed large, with decks sprawling across several football fields. Including the rooms nestled between the decks, it was estimated to encompass nearly 100,000 square meters. Mo Wuji inhaled sharply. This vessel was larger than an aircraft carrier. While aircraft carriers are designed primarily for deck space, this ship's design featured decks surrounding a central area much larger than the deck itself. The rooms appeared to be arranged in layers, resembling an enormous courtyard-style building. What kind of force could possibly propel such a vast entity? Earthly aircraft carriers, though not as grand, require nuclear power for propulsion, while mechanical power might be available here. Nuclear energy seemed unlikely. Startled, are we? I was equally taken aback when I first laid eyes on it. Ding Bu's voice chimed in. At that moment, Mo Wuji realized he was not the only one astonished. The area by the shore was teeming with onlookers. Wuji, hurry and get ready, then come aboard with me. Beware, you should return and board with your lady. Yuan Jini approached quickly through the crowd. Ding Bu understood that to board, he must follow Han Ning, Wuji. Brother Jini, I'll head off first. We shall meet in Chongluo. Yuan Jini smiled. What Chongluo? Once aboard, we can meet. This ship imposes few restrictions. As long as you have the means, life aboard can be quite carefree. The individual Yuan Jini was tasked with protecting, Ji Xing, appeared quite amiable. As Mo Wuji queued behind Yuan Jini to board, Ji Xing merely smiled and nodded at him, offering no further words. An hour later, Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini were assigned to a large dormitory accommodating nearly 50 people. Jini, sharing a dormitory like this raises concerns. If anything were to happen to Ji Xing, how could we assist? Mo Wuji, not a novice, was aware of the dangers that lay ahead on the journey to Chongluo. Each of us has a personal guard. Should a crisis arise, we will be there in an instant. In truth, our primary duty as guards is to protect our masters from sea demons. It is said that the maritime route to Chongluo is fraught with numerous sea demon attacks. Should such an assault occur, we must reach our masters immediately. Only the top-tier talents share the same level as us. But they have the luxury of 2 in a room. Of course, you need not worry. Ji Xing is aware that you are merely borrowing the boarding privilege from the 11th Miss and does not expect you to serve as a guard, Yuan Jini explained. Mo Wuji pondered the enormity of the ship and the threat of sea demons, keen to learn what sort of creature would dare to assault such a colossal vessel. Latecomers to the dormitory seemed alert. Even in neighboring bunks, they merely exchanged casual nods. Here aboard this ship, unlike by the shore, if a conflict arises and someone is killed, the assailant generally faces no repercussions. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, avoid provoking others. Yuan Jini warned as he settled into his bunk next to Mo Wuji. As time passed, Mo Wuji felt a slight tremor through the ship. He knew they were setting sail. Jini, what kind of power drives such a large vessel? Mo Wuji could no longer contain his curiosity. Yuan Jini shook his head. I do not know. This is my first time on such a ship. I have heard it is powered by formidable celestial masters using formations, and it supposedly requires a special energy source, one that not only propels this grand vessel but also aids in cultivation and trade. A melodious voice, rich with a feminine timbre, interjected, indeed, it is quite delightful. Turning, Mo Wuji discovered a woman sleeping adjacent to him. She appeared to be around 30. Her hair neatly styled into an updo. Her skin was fair, and though her features may not have been conventionally beautiful, together they exuded a unique charm. Combined with her voice, she was undoubtedly a remarkable woman. Sitting up instinctively, Mo Wuji asked with curiosity, is this dormitory mixed gender? Yuan Jini chuckled, what difference does it make? To reside in such a dormitory is already a stroke of great fortune. The woman smiled gently, sitting up and acknowledging Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini with a nod. Greetings. I am Qin Xiangyu, hailing from Bajuan. Upon her sitting up, Mo Wuji realized her figure was even more striking than her face. I am Mo Wuji, from Qingyu. This is Yuan Jini, from Changyan. Isn't Changyan and Qingyu at war? Why are you involved? Inquired a young man with golden hair. Yuan Jini dismissed it with a wave. What does the war between Qingyu and Changyan have to do with us? Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of Ding Bu echoed as he rushed in. Recognizing the urgency in his voice, Mo Wuji quickly descended from his bunk, asking, Bu, what has happened? Why is there blood on you? Panting heavily, Ding Bu replied, someone attacked the lady. I and Peng Maohua couldn't hold them back. That person seemed intent on killing her. Mo Wuji frowned, realizing that trouble was already brewing on the ship. However, he refrained from questioning further and said resolutely, let us go. Take me to her. Wait, Yuan Jini stopped him. Wuji, Han Ning cast you out and wouldn't even allow you to board for Changluo. Her matters are no longer your concern. Why wade into murky waters? Moreover, your assistance to her is already sufficient payment for her debt. Calmly, Mo Wuji replied, regardless of whether it was intentional or not, her father saved my life once. Perhaps my possessions could equate to a life, but in my heart, a debt of gratitude cannot be repaid with mere material goods. If I know she is in trouble and do not lend a hand, I cannot bear it. In honor of the old Duke Han's act of saving my life, I must go. Once we reach Changluo, we shall part ways. Jini, you need not accompany me this time. Wait for me here. Boer, let us go. With that, Mo Wuji dashed out of the dormitory. His principle was clear. Debts of gratitude must be acknowledged, and he intended to repay the life-saving favor owed. As for the two twin-leaved fire flame grasses, he considered them a gift. There is another reason he did not mention. Although he was expelled by Han Ning, Ding Bu'er remains under her command. He may choose not to go, but Ding Bu'er will undoubtedly proceed. By going now, it is akin to assisting Ding Bu'er. Yuan Jini chuckled. Since you are going, as your brother, I shall naturally accompany you. Let us depart. Chapter 44. The might of Mo Wuji as Han Ning is a genius set to participate in the Yujiman Conference, her residence. Though on the same floor as Mo Wuji and his companions, is slightly elevated and consists of 2 persons per room. Bang! A loud crash reverberated against the door, and Mo Wuji could clearly see blood seeping through the cracks beneath it. Bai Hui, you are a prince of a lordly nation. How dare you attempt to seize my belongings and kill my people? Do you not possess any shame? Han Ning's voice echoed with indignation. Oh dear, that was my fault. Fei Si, why not take your own life to appease Miss Han's anger? A frivolous voice emerged, sending shivers down Mo Wuji's spine. Could this man be a eunuch? Then another voice chimed in. Well, I shall take my life then. See, the knife is already at my throat. Alas, I am dead, Ding Bu'er said, forcefully pushing the door open. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh followed, and another man collapsed to the ground. Mo Wuji observed clearly as a man fell into a pool of blood, his throat severed by the knife he wielded. In an instant, Mo Wuji understood the situation. The man feigned suicide, placing the knife to his neck, unsuspecting that Ding Bu'er would suddenly push the door open, causing the door to collide with the blade, thus completing the act of self-destruction. Truly, those who court death shall meet it. Aside from this man, Mo Wuji saw Peng Maohua lying on the ground. one arm already severed. Han Ning and Xiao Lan were bloodied, cornered by two men. A robust young man clad in coarse garments and sporting a full beard stared in astonishment at the body of Ding Bu-er's slain subordinate. "Who are you? How dare you kill my men?" The bearded man finally comprehended, his voice rising in a shrill cry. Mo Wuji nearly covered his ears. He had not expected this seemingly formidable individual to have such a high-pitched voice. He soon realized this man was Bai Hui, the prince of the lordly nation that Han Ning had mentioned. He did not see Han Ning's companions, Chao Hao, Yang Jun Song, and Zhao Su, who were part of her team. None were present, and their subordinates were also absent. Bang! With a thud, Yuan Jini locked the door behind him. Although he, like Mo Wuji, was uncertain why fighting aboard this vessel would not incur the wrath of the Celestial Masters, he understood that certain matters must remain concealed. Ding Bu-er, assist Peng Shouhu in bandaging his wounds, Mo Wuji instructed, noticing Peng Maohua still struggling on the ground. The experience of violence had rendered him more composed in the face of such events. As Ding Bu-er retrieved healing ointment to tend to Peng Maohua's injuries, Mo Wuji approached the bearded man. "I am Mo Wuji, hailing from Raozhou." Without further prompting, the bearded man grasped Mo Wuji's intent to aid Han Ning. In his eyes, Mo Wuji was undoubtedly her protector. "I am Bai Hui, the 16th prince of the Silver Han lordly nation. Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" The bearded man, regaining his composure, fixed his sharp gaze on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji chuckled. "I have already slain one of your men. What do you propose now? As long as you agree to withdraw and cease your involvement in this affair, I can overlook this incident entirely. I might even allow you to join my Silver Han lordly nation," Bai Hui replied, attempting to soften his tone. He sensed that both Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini were formidable opponents, particularly the latter. Before Mo Wuji could respond, Yuan Jini coldly interjected. "What worth is the Silver Han lordly nation? Have your lord come here to lick the soles of my feet." Bai Hui's expression darkened instantly, and he turned to the two men who had threatened Han Ning, commanding, "Xiao Di, teach him a lesson." A man with a face marred by dark spots stepped forward, brandishing his blade and swiftly closing the distance to Mo Wuji. "Wuji, step back. I shall deal with this rascal." Yuan Jini, although unfamiliar with Mo Wuji's prowess, surmised his inferiority in strength. Mo Wuji swiftly produced a short blade from his waist. "Jini, allow me to take the lead. If I falter, you may intervene." He recognized that he could not always rely on Yuan Jini. Some challenges must be confronted alone. Just as today, even if Yuan Jini had not arrived, he would have confronted this situation regardless. In the midst of Mo Wuji's speech, Xiao Di swung his curved knife at him. He believed that even with 3 opponents, they could easily overpower Mo Wuji. Though Mo Wuji lacked formal training, his combat experience was commendable. The short blade in his hand would not afford him the luxury of distance from Xiao Di. As the latter's knife descended, Mo Wuji advanced, positioning himself in front of Xiao Di, striking the blade with his own while simultaneously delivering a punch aimed at Xiao Di's head. Clang! As the blades clashed, Mo Wuji noticed a fine blue light flowing from his palm into the short blade, then along Xiao Di's weapon. Bang! Mo Wuji's fist collided with Xiao Di's temple, and the latter fell like a stone. Mo Wuji himself was taken aback. Was he truly this formidable? In truth, he had intended merely to force Xiao Di to lift his head to avoid the blow, allowing him to strike from an unseen angle. Yet now, his follow-up move had gone unused, and Xiao Di had been felled. Subconsciously glancing at his fist, he noticed Xiao Di's hand gripping the knife had become charred. In a moment of realization, Mo Wuji recalled that faint blue light, reminiscent of the lightning he had encountered in the Thunder Marsh. Understanding dawned upon him. Although he had not undergone formal training, the residual thunder from the lightning in the Thunder Marsh had remained in his meridians after he had forcibly opened them. It was no wonder that when his punch struck Xiao Di's temple, the latter had appeared stunned, failing to evade. The man had been momentarily incapacitated by the electric arc transmitted through his blade, allowing Mo Wuji to seize the opportunity. "Zhu Teng, take Xiao Di and Fei Si. We must depart," Bai Hui called out, finally realizing that even if he restrained Han Ning's allies, his own numbers were insufficient. Mo Wuji made no attempt to intervene. Yuan Jini was there to support him, and his silence signified that he would not hinder the latter's actions. The frightened Bai Hui hastily retreated from Han Ning's chamber. "Wuji, I did not anticipate your remarkable prowess. No wonder you survived in the Thunder Mist Forest," Ding Bu-er exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to continue bandaging Peng Maohua. Yuan Jini mirrored his astonishment, equally surprised by Mo Wuji's strength, sensing that even he would not have easily defeated Xiao Di with a single blow. "Thank you, Pharmacist Mo. I apologize for my previous actions." It was wrong of me to suggest expelling your companions during such perilous times, Han Ning confessed, feeling a wave of shame, realizing that it was Mo Wuji, whom she had dismissed, who came to her aid. Mo Wuji replied nonchalantly, "The old Duke Han saved my life. I promised him I would not hold this against you. You may regard it as my way of repaying kindness, but once we reach Changluo, we shall part ways. Bai Hui has come to seize the twin-leaf flame grass. It is unclear how they discovered our possession of it." Pin Mo Hua rasped as he regained consciousness. Chapter 45, Encountering the Sea Demon Assault. Now you have repaid your debt to her. You are free of burdens. Yang Zhini remarked with a smile after departing from Han Ning's residence. Mo Wuji chuckled lightly, yet before he could respond, he noticed Zhao Hao and Yang Jun Song hastening towards them. However, their hurried demeanor appeared contrived to Mo Wuji, revealing a lack of authenticity. Upon spotting Mo Wuji, a flicker of murderous intent briefly crossed Zhao Hao's eyes, while Yang Jun Song greeted Mo Wuji with a smile. "Mo pharmacist, it has been a while." Mo Wuji had no interest in engaging with such a duplicitous character. He dismissed both of them with indifference, stating to Yang Zhini, "What I owe is not to her, but rather what she owes me. My debt lies with her father, who once saved my life and entrusted me with a responsibility. Therefore, at least during our journey to Changluo, I will not stand idly by." Yang Zhini laughed heartily. "Wuji, this is precisely why I admire you. Perhaps it is due to this very disposition that we can become true friends." In the communal lodging where Mo Wuji and Yang Zhini resided, a sharp-faced man burst in, exclaiming with exaggerated fervor, "You have all guessed incorrectly. It was indeed Bai Hui from the Silver Han Lordship who initiated the attack. However, the ones departing are not the two from our midst, but rather Bai Hui's own men. I just witnessed Bai Hui and his companions retreating in disgrace, apparently having suffered defeat. These two are so formidable." The golden-haired youth gasped in astonishment. After all, the status of the lordship far exceeds that of the marquisate, and the prince of the lordship would naturally have capable companions. How could only two individuals from our communal lodging have defeated them? Perhaps after their arrival, Bai Hui's men were outnumbered. The conversation abruptly ceased as the door swung open, and Mo Wuji and Yang Zhini stepped inside. Despite appearing impeccably clean, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the communal space, causing conversations to dwindle significantly. Over the ensuing days, the large communal lodging exuded an air of tranquility. Aside from the occasional stir caused by the women changing their garments, most individuals attended to their own matters without conflict. Mo Wuji, who initially found the communal space quite noisy, was now quite content with the relative stillness. He had also made the acquaintance of several agreeable individuals, including the polite and gentle Qin Xiangyu, the loquacious golden-haired youth Ruan Yi, and a man named Tang Bo Xian, who exuded scholarly elegance, as if he were only missing a pair of spectacles. As a fortnight swiftly passed, aside from Dingbu Heir's frequent visits, Han Ning's maid Xiaolan had come once, primarily to express her gratitude to Mo Wuji. Besides this, the rumored dangers had yet to materialize. Mo Wuji spent his days inquiring about various cultivation techniques from the locals, finding himself quite at leisure. His daily routine consisted of continuously attuning to the current flowing through the meridians he had cleared. Yet, he had never experienced the sensation of such a thunderbolt. Even after sparring with Yang Zhini, he failed to evoke the lightning. This led him to ponder whether the electric flash he had previously unleashed was akin to the Six Meridians' divine sword, appearing intermittently. Since no one here possessed knowledge of cultivation, and given that his lightning attack involved the use of meridian-opening elixirs, Mo Wuji could only keep his thoughts to himself. The only discomfort he felt was that, after growing familiar with one another, the communal atmosphere lost its earlier tranquility. Some began to gamble, often causing a ruckus for hours. This left Mo Wuji feeling quite helpless. He was aware that other communal lodgings were even noisier, yet this clamor made him somewhat uneasy. One day, after another fruitless half-day of attempts, Ruan Yi rushed in. "Brother Yuan, Brother Mo, I just received word that there will be an auction on the second floor tonight, featuring cultivation techniques for sale." Mo Wuji, who had been pondering how to harness the lightning power within himself, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Cultivation techniques? Is this not the very thing I have longed for?" A disdainful voice interrupted. "As a mere servant, you dare covet the items at the auction?" A red-clad man strode in, his words cutting sharply through the air. The red-clad man's gaze landed on Qin Xiangyu's bed, where a dress hung, and it seemed she was changing behind the tent. Without hesitation, he rushed over and tore open the tent. "What do you think you're doing?" Qin Xiangyu's startled and angry voice rang out, fortuitously for her, as she had just finished changing. "What a beautiful woman! I like your figure. You need not stay here any longer. Come with me, the red-clad man sneered, reaching out towards her again. In response, Qin Xiangyu flicked her left hand, producing a gust of wind accompanied by a flash of purple light. The red-clad man gasped in surprise, quickly retreating. He stumbled backward towards Mo Wuji's position, and without hesitation, Mo Wuji kicked out, catching the man squarely. The red-clad man had not anticipated that Mo Wuji would dare to strike, and he was sent reeling. Yet he managed to twist his body mid-fall, landing on the ground between the beds. He pointed a finger at Mo Wuji, demanding, "Who are you?" Mo Wuji drew a sharp blade from his leg, while Yang Zhini stood alongside him, ready for confrontation. Qin Xiangyu also landed gracefully on the ground, revealing a purple soft spear in her hand. If it were not for the fact that they were in a communal lodging, the red-clad man might have thought he had entered the wrong place. How could mere servants in a communal lodging be so fierce? He had visited other lodgings, yet none had dared to confront him in such a manner. Just as he was about to summon assistance, the ship beneath them began to shake violently. Everyone was stunned, gazing outside, momentarily forgetting the standoff. The massive vessel had not experienced such turbulence in over half a month since its departure. Before anyone could inquire further, a deep voice resonated in their ears. "Our ship is currently under attack by sea beasts. All aboard the Leap Sea shall immediately take your weapons to the deck. Do not delay. Those who hesitate for 30 breaths shall be cast into the sea." The red-clad man had no time to reproach Mo Wuji and turned, rushing out. The ship rocked increasingly violently, and Yang Zhini urged, "Wuji, we must hurry. It seems the sea demons have arrived." In that moment, the people in the communal lodging seized their weapons and rushed to the deck. Upon reaching the deck, Mo Wuji and Yang Zhini were struck dumb by the sight before them. They had never witnessed such a multitude of sea beasts attacking. The immense Leap Sea was besieged by their onslaught. These creatures appeared to have 6 limbs, with sharp barbed spines protruding from their backs, and thick scales that reflected a dazzling blue hue in the sunlight, exuding immense strength. What astonished Mo Wuji even more was that most of these sea beasts emitted electrical sparks, reminiscent of electric eels. Those who were caught off guard by the electric discharges convulsed, momentarily losing their ability to resist. If they had not fled before the second bolt of electricity struck, there would be no chance of escape. Just as Mo Wuji assumed that only the sea beasts capable of launching electric arcs existed, he witnessed a creature resembling a toad extend its long tongue, capturing an assailant along with his weapon and drawing him into its maw. We encountered a group of 6-legged thunder crocodiles, and it was imperative that we form small teams to prevent these creatures from boarding our vessel. Remember, the Achilles heel of the thunder crocodile lies in its throat. The rest of its body is as tough as iron, and thus, we should focus our attacks there. A robust middle-aged man leaped down from the 3rd tier of the colossal ship, and before he could finish his sentence, he struck with his blade, cleaving 2 thunder crocodiles into 4 segments. Mo Wuji observed closely, realizing that this formidable individual did not target the creature's throats. His prowess suggested he was undoubtedly a master. Suddenly, screams pierced the air, and Mo Wuji caught a whiff of blood. He noticed a thunder crocodile lunging towards him just as a bolt of lightning struck down. Chapter 46. Those with Grit. Mo Wuji was unperturbed by the lightning. He did not even attempt to evade it. Instead, he instinctively thrust his dagger towards the creature's forehead. With a clang, he almost mistook his weapon for piercing a steel plate, sparks flying in the process. Thankfully, the dagger, which he had acquired from Hu Fei, remained intact. With a resounding crack, the lightning struck Mo Wuji's chest, sending a searing pain coursing through him. Having previously experienced the life-and-death grip of lightning, he immediately sought to direct the energy into his 2nd meridian, which had been partially opened but not fully cleared. To say he was in control was merely an optimistic thought. He himself was unsure how to manage it, whether by luck or the inherent nature of the lightning. It surged into the previously open meridian. The intense agony flooded into Mo Wuji's 2nd meridian, granting him a peculiar sensation, despite the absence of sound. He felt the constricted pathway within him burst open. The impact of the lightning sent him sprawling, propelling another individual away in the process. He swiftly regained his footing. In this treacherous domain rife with sea demons, lying on the ground was perilous. Even if the sea demons did not claim his life, he risked being trampled by others rushing past. Yet, rather than fear, he felt exhilaration. The lightning from the thunder crocodile seemed less brutal than that from the thunder mist forest. Engaging the thunder crocodile was undeniably hazardous, but it also presented a rare opportunity. If he exercised caution, he might successfully open his 2nd meridian today. The thunder crocodile appeared perplexed. After the lightning struck Mo Wuji, it did not obliterate him. After a moment's hesitation, it charged at him again, seemingly enraged by Mo Wuji's lackluster attack. Another bolt of lightning descended towards him. This time, Mo Wuji was wiser. He understood he could not match the master who had effortlessly severed 2 thunder crocodiles. Not only could he not cleave the creature in 2, but even leaving a mere scratch seemed an arduous task. Mo Wuji remained undeterred by the lightning aimed at him. In fact, even if he wished to evade, he lacked the strength. As the lightning approached, he advanced instead, thrusting his dagger directly into the thunder crocodile's throat. The master had spoken true. Mo Wuji's dagger indeed penetrated the creature's throat. The tip of the blade met some resistance, but unlike the previous sensation akin to striking a steel plate, this time his momentum propelled the dagger deep into the throat. Vivid crimson blood surged towards his arm, staining half his body. The thunder crocodile roared in agony, and multiple strikes of lightning rained down, battering Mo Wuji's form and leaving him marred with wounds, his hair singed. Another wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. He felt as though he were being sliced into pieces, his entire being trembling. Yet, the thunder crocodile, undeterred by its own injury, lunged at him with renewed fury. Mo Wuji had thoroughly incensed the creature. This suffering bore fruit, as he sensed the opening in his second meridian widening. Gritting his teeth, he stood with unwavering resolve, retrieving a vial of meridian opening elixir and pouring it down his throat. Around him, others retreated, unwilling to confront the wrath of the thunder crocodile that Mo Wuji had provoked. However, rather than flee, he braved the terrifying pain once more, lunging at the creature's throat with his dagger again. Those who witnessed his actions shared a singular thought: the man had lost his mind. No one would recklessly charge at a thunder crocodile in such a battered state without being deemed insane. Once more, lightning struck Mo Wuji's chest. Yet he plunged his dagger into the creature's throat again. The second meridian was further opened by the lightning, and the wound in the thunder crocodile's throat expanded. The creature's vitality was astonishing. Even after 2 stabs, it continued its relentless assault on Mo Wuji. Having faced 2 life-threatening moments, he grew more composed. He consumed another vial of elixir and thrust his dagger once more. After 3 strikes, his body was drenched in blood. Unsure if it was his own or that of the thunder crocodile. Time after time, he was sent reeling by the creature's lightning, yet each time, he resolutely rose again, drank the elixir, and charged back toward the thunder crocodile with his dagger raised. It formed a cyclical pattern, Mo Wuji thrusting his dagger at the thunder crocodile's throat, the creature's lightning sending him flying, Mo Wuji consuming elixir, and then rising to attack again. Those who drew closer were left in awe. While the thunder crocodile possessed formidable vitality, this humble servant seemed to exhibit an even greater resilience. It was as if they were in a contest of endurance, with each seeking to outlast the other. This was no mere madness. Could a deranged individual endure for so long? Had the surrounding thunder crocodiles not been so numerous, some might have paused to witness the clash between Mo Wuji and the beast. Ultimately, the thunder crocodile, a creature of flesh and blood, fell after nearly 10 stabs. Almost instantaneously, as it collapsed onto the deck, Mo Wuji felt a wave of relief wash over him, a sensation of completeness flooding his being. His second meridian had been successfully opened, and his hands trembled with the surge of energy. Whether it was fatigue from overexertion or exhilaration from the newfound ability, he could not tell. Having narrowly escaped death and endured torturous trials, he had been reborn. This hard-won transformation filled him with gratitude. With 2 meridians now open, he felt both light and utterly exhausted. He needed a moment to recuperate. Inspired by Mo Wuji's bravery, more people rushed towards the thunder crocodile. While some were struck down by lightning, others banded together to slay the creatures. No one would accuse Mo Wuji of cowardice. His earlier sacrifice in slaying a thunder crocodile was still fresh in their minds. As the creature fell, it was evident that Mo Wuji had paid the ultimate price for its defeat. Those around him recognized this truth. It was fitting for him to rest now, seated on the ground. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after merely a brief respite of about 10 minutes, Mo Wuji consumed another vial of elixir and once again charged towards one of the thunder crocodiles, dagger in hand. Many watched in disbelief. Had he lost his sanity? Given his earlier performance, even if he chose to abstain from further combat, he would face no reproach, and post-disaster, he would likely earn accolades from the master. Mo Wuji was not insane. He was acutely aware of how rare this opportunity was. At this moment, he possessed the opening pulse elixir, and with the aid of the elixir, he was on the verge of unblocking his meridians. To neglect such a chance would be sheer folly. The sharp blade once again found its mark, piercing the throat of one of the thunder crocodiles. Infuriated, the creature released its grip on its opponent and lunged directly at Mo Wuji. unleashing a barrage of lightning. The scene reverted to when Wuji had slain that thunder crocodile, as he was repeatedly blasted away by arcs of electricity, only to consume more elixir and charge forward again and again, never disheartened. A young woman observing from a distance marveled at Wuji's tenacity. The young man beside her smirked, dismissing him as merely a reckless fool, engaging in a futile struggle with the beast without any apparent training or knowledge of martial arts. He could only resort to such barbaric methods. Chapter 47. Using thunder to kill Boom. Once more, Wuji was hurled away by the electric arc of the six-legged thunder crocodile, but this time he did not rise again. After sending Wuji flying, the crocodile, having lost too much blood, followed in the footsteps of the first, collapsing to the ground without rising again. Wuji sighed inwardly. With just one or two more electric strikes to assist him, he might have been able to open a third meridian. Unfortunately, his physical strength was too feeble to endure any longer. Had those around him known he was lamenting his bodily weakness, they would likely have been exasperated. In truth, after unblocking his first meridian, his strength had already increased significantly due to the electric shocks. Otherwise, he would not have lasted this long. Swallow this elixir. An almost emotionless voice echoed in Wuji's ear. He glanced around but saw no one nearby, perplexed by who was speaking to him. Soon, he found a pill in his hand, slightly larger than a broad bean, exuding a subtle fragrance. After a brief moment of hesitation, he unhesitatingly consumed the elixir. A strong individual would have no need to waste such a medicine to kill him. A mere opportunity would suffice. The fragrance invigorated him, assuring him it was no inferior concoction. As the elixir entered his body, it felt as though countless cool streams permeated every part of him, and he soon clearly sensed his injuries diminishing. Within mere moments, he stood up with newfound ease. Instinctively, he touched the charred, scarred skin that had been struck by the electric arc and was astonished to find the wounds healing. Compared to this elixir, his own knowledge as a biologist felt utterly inadequate. Were it not for the advanced instruments on Earth that had allowed him to refine the opening pulse elixir on a serendipitous occasion, he would be nothing. The distant roars of thunder crocodiles and the anguished cries of those struck by them sent a shiver down Wuji's spine. The battle with the thunder crocodiles was still ongoing. The celestial master who had given him the healing elixir likely did not intend for him to merely observe once he recovered. Moreover, he had no desire to be a mere spectator. After consuming another vial of the opening pulse elixir, Wuji surged forward once more. Crack! Almost as soon as he charged in, an electric arc struck his chest. Remarkably, this time it did not send him flying as he had regained much of his strength. The sharp blade thrust forth, accurately penetrating the thunder crocodile's throat. As the blade withdrew, a jet of blood erupted. Amidst the renewed barrage of electric arcs hitting him, Wuji continued to stab with the blade. This time, as the electric arc struck him, he distinctly heard the sound of his meridians being unblocked within his body. This sensation accompanied a wave of relief, a feeling so exquisite it was almost euphoric. Wuji felt as if he could take flight, aware that it was an illusion. Yet the thrill of having unblocked 3 meridians left him breathless. Without hesitation, he continued to stab the 6-legged thunder crocodile's throat, reaching into his bosom once more. His hand grasped at emptiness. At that moment, he realized he had completely exhausted the opening pulse elixir. The thought of having insufficient elixir to aid him was the sole concern in Wuji's mind. Just then, 2 electric arcs struck him again, and he no longer wished to be electrocuted by the 6-legged thunder crocodile. Without the elixir, he was no fool to continue being targeted by the creature. Wuji retreated swiftly, but the bloodied 6-legged thunder crocodile was not inclined to let him escape, pursuing him relentlessly. Having fought the thunder crocodile numerous times, Wuji knew well that these creatures held grudges. If he did not eliminate this one, he would likely find it impossible to withdraw safely. Realizing he had to take down the thunder crocodile, he resolved not to retreat any further. As he thrust his blade into the creature's throat once more, he noticed a red figure frantically rushing towards him, pursued closely by a thunder crocodile. Wuji had long been aware of the creature's vindictive nature and suspected the figure had provoked it. Upon seeing Wuji, the figure cried out in terror, "Friend, save me. I will grant you unimaginable wealth and glory." With Wuji's capabilities, it would have been easy to assist this individual by blocking an electric arc from the thunder crocodile, granting them a chance to breathe. Had it been anyone else, Wuji would have acted without hesitation to help. However, upon recognizing this figure, his anger flared. Before the onslaught of the thunder crocodile, this red-clad individual had torn down Qin Xiangyu's tent. Had it not been for the thunder crocodile's emergence, he would have already confronted this red-clad individual. Just as Mo Wuji contemplated saving the figure, a voice from afar called out loudly to him. He scoffed internally, seemingly ignoring the call, and sidestepped. Almost simultaneously, several electric arcs from the thunder crocodile he was battling surged towards him. Having never dodged electric arcs before, Mo Wuji this time acted without a hint of hesitation, darting sideways. This maneuver was equally perilous. Avoiding the thunder crocodile's electric arcs meant facing its powerful tail swipe. Crack! The arcs struck the red-clad man, who had already been heavily injured, and he collapsed to the ground. The thunder crocodile, relentless in its pursuit, trampled over him, stepping directly onto his neck, leaving him on the brink of death. A figure suddenly soared into the fray, landing beside Mo Wuji and launching a powerful punch towards him. As the fist struck out, Mo Wuji felt an overwhelming force pushing him dangerously close to the two six-legged thunder crocodiles. Alarmed, he realized the punch bore an excessive amount of power. Xiaofeng, do you seek death? Do not think that being a member of the Billiomen grants you the right to act recklessly and kill at will in this place. A cold snort resounded as a middle-aged man with an impassive expression appeared behind Mo Wuji. As his words fell, the overwhelming force dissipated without a trace. Mo Wuji recognized the voice. It belonged to the one who had previously given him the elixir. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he caught a glint of cold light. The six-legged thunder crocodile he had fought so desperately was cleaved in two beneath that cold brilliance. Not just one, but both thunder crocodiles fell in half simultaneously. Xiaofeng, you have gone too far. The recent display of valor by the junior disciple was nothing short of remarkable. He even risked his life in a fierce battle against the six-legged thunder crocodiles. While you stood by in silence, how can you now so hastily demand his life? Another figure descended, this time a striking young woman clad in a yellow dress. Her hair flowed like satin, and her skin gleamed like snow. Had her gaze not carried a hint of coldness, her beauty would have been enhanced even further. Uncle Qin, Sister Wanner, you have also heard. Just moments ago, I urged him to assist Hua Zhenghu, yet he not only refrained from helping but chose to evade, resulting in Hua Zhenghu's demise at the hands of two thunder crocodiles. Remarked the man named Xiaofeng, a frown etched upon his brow. The young woman in yellow scoffed. Xiaofeng, he has never cultivated before, and his martial foundation is exceedingly weak. The only reason he managed to slay two six-legged thunder crocodiles was due to that healing elixir allowing him to withstand the crocodile's electrical strikes. He relied on but a single technique. Do you truly believe he possessed the capacity to save your friend amidst the two thunder crocodiles? Sister Wanner, that is not my intention, Xiaofeng replied, attempting to clarify. The yellow-clad woman waved her hand dismissively. Xiaofeng, you may call me Chu Wanner. You are from the Biluo sect, while I am from the Tianji Hall. We are not of the same sect. Nevertheless, as a friend, I must say that as a genius disciple of a major sect, one should exhibit a broader mindset. In this respect, Brother Ho Yuqing has demonstrated far greater grace than you. Xiaofeng's expression darkened. Do not compare me to that demon spawn. The yellow-clad woman opted not to elaborate further. As Mo Wuji was about to express his gratitude to the Qin surname man and the young woman, a commotion broke out. He instinctively turned to observe that the throngs of thunder crocodiles and the monstrous sea creatures had retreated entirely. The deck was rife with the stench of blood and strewn with corpses, both of six-legged thunder crocodiles and numerous individuals from the ship. The majority of the bodies were charred black from electrical strikes, while only a scant few crocodiles had been slain with a strike to the throat. Most had been cleaved in two. Mo Wuji did not need to inquire further. He understood that the vast majority of the thunder crocodiles had been dispatched by the celestial masters. Wuji, are you all right? As the thunder crocodiles withdrew, Yuan Jini rushed over. Previously, he had been separated from Mo Wuji by the crocodiles, struggling for his own safety and unable to assist. I am fine. What of Buer? Mo Wuji asked with concern. Wuji, Brother Jini, I am unharmed as well, came Ding Buer's voice, his body similarly charred, indicating that surviving this ordeal had not been easy. Thank you for your protection, esteemed celestial masters. Mo Wuji bowed in gratitude towards the Qin surname master and the young woman upon confirming that both Yuan Jini and Ding Buer were safe. The yellow-clad woman nodded silently, while the Qin surname master scrutinized Mo Wuji for a considerable moment before stating, your performance was commendable. You may apply for a private room. Mo Wuji quickly replied, thank you, esteemed master, but I am quite content in the common quarters. He was unaware of how he had offended Xiaofeng, recognizing that, in the presence of such strength, he had little means of resistance. Residing in a private room posed the risk of being targeted by that rogue. Staying in the common quarters would likely deter Xiaofeng from revealing his intentions to the yellow-clad woman. The Qin surname master did not press further, instead inquiring, What of your spiritual root? Mo Wuji reluctantly replied, I have tested it once. My spiritual root is quite feeble, hardly superior to that of an ordinary person. This statement was a fabrication. He had tested it not once but twice. In truth, his spiritual root was non-existent, rendering him an utterly mundane individual. Mo Wuji's intention in downplaying his abilities was not to garner the attention of the Qin surname master for entry into the sect, but rather to safeguard his future in the event that he awakened a spiritual root after unblocking his meridians. Upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, the Qin surname master exhibited a fleeting look of disappointment, shaking his head before leaping away, vanishing in an instant. Despite Mo Wuji's resolute spirit rendering him an ideal candidate for cultivation, without a spiritual root, he remained merely an ordinary man, and the potential for growth was thus curtailed. The yellow-clad woman, too, revealed a hint of regret before swiftly departing. Xiao Feng, indeed, did not pursue further conflict with Mo Wuji, opting instead to follow the yellow-clad woman. On the bloody deck, individuals began the grim task of clearing the bodies. Mo Wuji estimated that at least 2,000 lives had been lost in this encounter. With such a high toll, it seemed likely that, should further incidents occur, half of those aboard would perish before reaching Changluo. He suddenly comprehended why personal vendettas were prohibited aboard this vessel. Those who survived were inherently stronger, playing a more significant role in repelling future sea beast assaults. In essence, apart from the celestial masters, the lives of others seemed expendable. Wuji, it appears you have sustained serious injuries, Yuanjini remarked as the three from the Qin surname departed. Observing Mo Wuji covered in blood and scorched from electrical strikes, believing him gravely wounded, Mo Wuji knew his injuries were not severe, largely thanks to a healing pill from the Qin surname master. He gestured to Yuanjini. Jini, let us discuss this later. Wait, are you Mo Wuji? Residing in the 32nd common quarters? A brown-clad man called out to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji looked in surprise at the approaching man, having no recollection of him. The brown-clad man held a ledger, seemingly comparing something. Indeed, I am Mo Wuji, he replied, nodding in confusion. The man glanced at the ledger, smiling. That is correct. I am from the Luohai Commerce Building. Earlier, you defeated 2 six-legged thunder crocodiles. We believe it would be inconvenient for you to carry them with you. So our establishment intends to purchase them. Do you prefer gold coins or contribution points from our commerce building? What do you mean? Does the one who slays the crocodiles claim them? Shouldn't they belong to the celestial masters aboard this ship? Mo Wuji soon realized that the celestial masters would likely not concern themselves with such lowly thunder crocodiles. Wuji, you actually killed 2 thunder crocodiles? Yuan Jini exclaimed in astonishment. Recalling how Mo Wuji had easily defeated a guard from the Silver Han Lord's domain, he recognized Mo Wuji's prowess, yet even with his high estimation, he had not anticipated Mo Wuji's success against 2 six-legged thunder crocodiles. Mo Wuji nodded. Indeed, I did slay 2 thunder crocodiles. He then turned to the brown-clad man. Might I inquire what contribution points from the Luohai Commerce Building entail? The brown-clad man promptly explained, our patrons are categorized into casual and regular customers, with the latter further divided into 5 tiers: orange, green, blue, and purple card holders. These cards allow for the accumulation of contribution points. As long as you have made a purchase at our Luohai Commerce Building, you can apply for an orange card. Once your transactions reach a certain amount, you can upgrade to a green card. Since you have slain 2 thunder crocodiles, we are willing to offer you 20,000 gold coins for them. Should you prefer not to take gold, we can provide you with 200 contribution points. 20,000 gold coins would be a substantial sum for most. Yet for Mo Wuji, it was not particularly significant. He immediately inquired, what can be done with the contribution points at the Luohai Commerce Building? The brown-clad man replied amiably. Contribution points can be exchanged for anything our commerce building offers: cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, and even spiritual artifacts. I'll take the contribution points, Mo Wuji declared without hesitation, his mind racing at the prospect of acquiring cultivation techniques. After finishing his words, he inquired with lingering curiosity, may I ask how many contribution points are generally required for a cultivation technique? The man in brown pondered briefly before responding, this depends on the level. Ordinary techniques typically require several thousand to 10,000 contribution points, while some exceptional ones may demand over 1 million. Mo Wuji gasped in astonishment. He had to exert himself to slay 2 thunder crocodiles, merely earning 200 contribution points in return. Even acquiring the most rudimentary technique seemed an almost insurmountable task for him. Then, how can one earn contribution points at your esteemed trading house? Mo Wuji asked eagerly. The man in brown replied, there are various avenues, such as submitting spiritual herbs, ores, and elixirs to the trading house, or completing tasks assigned by it. all of which can be exchanged for contribution points. Chapter 49. The imperial capital of Changluo having received 200 contribution points from the Luohai trading house. Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini returned to the communal lodging. Mo Wuji noticed that out of the 50 beds, only about 30 were occupied. A recent attack by sea beasts had reduced the number of occupants by 2/5. The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat oppressive. Upon their return, nearly everyone stood up, their faces marked by respect and awe, evidently aware of Mo Wuji's formidable prowess and reckless audacity. Only an exceptionally strong warrior, aside from the immortal masters, could have slain 2 thunder beasts single-handedly. What does this mean? Mo Wuji wondered, gazing at the crowd in confusion. Brother Mo, did you truly kill 2 thunder crocodiles? Tang Boxian, a cultured individual, approached him, disbelief evident in his eyes. Given their amicable relationship, he felt emboldened to ask. Mo Wuji chuckled lightly, attributing it to mere luck, and then inquired, by the way, where's Ruoyin? Tang Boxian's expression immediately soured. Ruoyin will not be returning. Mo Wuji sighed inwardly. Indeed, fortune plays a significant role in life. Although Tang Boxian was not as clever or agile as Ruoyin, he remained safe while Ruoyin was lost. Initially, the occupants had only murmured among themselves, skeptical of the news brought back by their fellow lodgers. However, with Mo Wuji's direct admission of having dispatched 2 thunder crocodiles, the atmosphere fell silent once more. Thank you, Brother Mo. Qin Xiangyu, who had been inside a tent, suddenly emerged and bowed deeply, her tone imbued with profound gratitude and respect. Mo Wuji understood she must have witnessed his covert maneuver against the man in red, and he merely nodded, signaling her not to dwell on it. He then addressed the others. I shall take a rest. Everyone else should do the same and refrain from making excessive noise. At that moment, Mo Wuji's voice held an authoritative weight. As he spoke, those who had been standing promptly returned to their respective spaces, and the room grew quieter than before. Conversations became hushed, for all understood that the diminished number of occupants was not solely responsible for the silence, but rather Mo Wuji's preference for tranquility. Whether due to Chu Wanner's warning or a lack of regard for Mo Wuji, the individual he worried about, Xiaofeng, had not sought him out. After learning of the prices for cultivation techniques, Mo Wuji abandoned any intention of attending the auction. Although he possessed over 100,000 gold coins, he realized that it would be insufficient for purchasing a technique. As they encountered several more sea beast attacks along the way, these were not of the same scale as the thunder crocodiles, and Mo Wuji, despite his lack of formal training, often managed to unleash hidden arcs of electricity in critical moments. Collaborating with Yuan Jini, they achieved moderate success. Though they had not incurred significant losses, over time, they managed to slay numerous sea beasts, yet the value of these creatures paled in comparison to the thunder crocodiles, resulting in Mo Wuji accumulating nearly 50 additional contribution points at the Luohai trading house. 2 months later, when only about 20 individuals remained in the communal lodging, the jumping sea ship finally reached the capital of the Xinghan Empire, Changluo. Almost simultaneously with the ship docking, the passengers surged forth from the cabin. At that moment, even the title of immortal master held little sway. After 2 months of being under the constant shadow of death and unable to see land, the urgent desire to rush ashore was irresistible. Fortunately, the immortal masters did not intervene, even as the throng of people surged forward, causing some to stumble and be trampled. No one seemed to care. Within a mere incense stick's time, most of the passengers had disembarked. Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini chose not to push through the crowd, but waited until it thinned before stepping onto the land. Now that they had arrived in Changluo, what was there to scramble for? Wuji, you need not accompany me. Once in Changluo, you may roam freely. I must stay with Ji Xing to prepare for the Yuxiamen conference in a month. Yuan Jini understood that Mo Wuji lacked spiritual roots and would not be joining him at the tavern to await the commencement of the conference. Indeed, Mo Wuji had no intention of accompanying Yuan Jini to wait with Ji Xing. He planned to find a place to settle down first, and then discreetly test his spiritual roots once more. Having opened 3 meridians, he was still uncertain about the presence of spiritual roots. Regardless of whether he possessed them, Mo Wuji was determined to acquire a cultivation technique by any means possible, hoping to channel the lightning source within him. The Yuxiamen conference also featured a selection process for miscellaneous disciples, so Mo Wuji was keen to attend. Even if he could not become a true disciple due to the absence of spiritual roots, being a miscellaneous disciple would still be an achievement. Let us part ways here. I must find you a suitable place. Mo Wuji acknowledged that Yuan Jini, accompanying Ji Xing, would not be wandering aimlessly like him and likely had a fixed residence. Wuji, my brother and I will be at the Yuan Ku Tavern. If you wish to find Jini, that is where you should go. Ji Xing, standing nearby, said with a beaming smile. After 2 months on the ship, he had witnessed Mo Wuji's strength. Among the many servants accompanying their master, few could single-handedly slay 2 thunder crocodiles. Were it not for Mo Wuji's lack of spiritual roots, Ji Xing would have lowered his status to befriend him. Unfortunately, despite Mo Wuji's prowess, his lack of spiritual roots destined him to remain an ordinary person. Once he entered a sect, it would only be a matter of years before he would look up to Ji Xing. For Ji Xing, being able to converse with Mo Wuji with a smile was already a significant concession. Mo Wuji paid little heed to Ji Xing's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. After exchanging a brief farewell with Yuan Jini, he soon vanished into the crowd. Neither Yuan Jini nor Ding Buer required his worries. Yuan Jini had his own agenda, certainly well planned for this trip to Raozhou. Ding Buer remained close to Han Ning, with a chance to become a miscellaneous disciple before the Yuxiamen conference concluded. Only he was without a destination at present. Nevertheless, Mo Wuji felt remarkably upbeat. In Raozhou, he had hardly dared to step outside. Now, he had finally attained freedom. Each breath of air here felt fresh and invigorating. Looking back at the vast ocean he had just traversed, he knew he would return one day. Chongluo, the capital of the Xinghan Empire. Even before entering the city, Mo Wuji sensed an aura of prosperity and nobility. Several broad flagstone roads lay side by side, resembling immense azure dragons from a distance. Each roadway bustled with throngs of people. While the capital of Qingyu was considered prosperous, it paled in comparison to Chongluo, which seemed more akin to a small town. The magnificent city towers and the spacious, grand gates stirred a fervent excitement within Mo Wuji. This was indeed the true birthplace of monumental endeavors. Perhaps the very reason why so many were drawn to the imperial capital. Mo Wuji quickened his pace, following the crowd along the wide bluestone road into Chongluo City. Chapter 50. Checking into the Tianluo Tavern. Logically speaking, Raizhou had already shown signs of industrialization, and the technological elements in Chongluo City would be even more pronounced. However, what Mo Wuji felt in Chongluo was predominantly a profound cultural richness, with towering buildings exuding an enigmatic historical aura. The shops and pavilions contained an elusive charm that Mo Wuji found difficult to grasp. Without exception, every establishment that graced the main thoroughfare was resplendent, their luxurious exteriors strikingly opulent. Mo Wuji understood he needed to find lodging swiftly. The Yuxiamen conference was being held in Chongluo, and if he delayed, he might end up sleeping in the streets. His premonition proved accurate as he scoured over 10 inns and taverns, finding none with available accommodations. Just as he was about to settle for a lesser establishment, he caught sight of the words Tianluo Tavern. While not located in the most bustling part of the city, Tianluo Tavern was certainly not secluded. Moreover, its exterior suggested a level of sophistication far superior to the numerous inns he had previously surveyed. Mo Wuji surmised that this tavern likely had no vacancies, yet he entered with a glimmer of hope. A woman hurriedly exited the tavern, brushing past Mo Wuji at the entrance. Despite the brief encounter, he could discern from her flawless figure that she was an exceedingly beautiful woman. The opulent first-floor lobby made Mo Wuji feel as if he had stepped into a 6-star hotel on Earth. Upon noticing Mo Wuji's arrival, a charming young girl approached him, bowing gracefully and inquiring, "May I ask if you seek lodging or wish to meet someone?" "I wish to stay. Are there any rooms available?" Mo Wuji asked urgently. With a smile, the young girl replied, "Both our standard and VIP rooms are fully booked, but we do have one superior room available, just vacated by a guest. If you wish to stay, you must pay for 2 months in advance." Mo Wuji suddenly recalled the woman he had seen leaving just as he entered. If that was indeed the room she had vacated, he considered himself exceedingly fortunate. "How much for 2 months?" he inquired almost immediately. The girl, still smiling, answered calmly, "Due to the Yuxiamen conference, our prices have increased tenfold. The superior room is 10,000 gold coins per month, totaling 20,000 for 2 months. Mo Wuji inhaled sharply. The price was not just high, but exorbitant. Had it not been for the profits he made from penicillin, he wouldn't have even dared to glance at such a room. "Here are 20,000 gold notes. I will stay for 2 months, he declared, despite the steep cost making his teeth ache. Though he lacked the qualifications to participate in the Yuxiamen conference, he recognized it as a potential opportunity. He understood that these celestial sects sought not only talented disciples, but also menial workers. Should he discover that he possessed spiritual roots, he might gain entry into one of the sects, becoming an outer disciple. Securing a position as a menial disciple in a prestigious sect would undoubtedly greatly benefit his cultivation. Much like students preparing for entrance exams, he sought proximity to the sections. He needed to rest well to ensure he was in optimal condition. Earning money was not a concern. Such opportunities were rare. If he left and searched without finding accommodations, only to return and find none available, that would be a considerable loss. Moreover, this tavern exuded an air of sophistication. He might have the chance to interact with celestial masters, which would serve him well. The charming girl hadn't anticipated that Wuji would indeed produce 20,000 gold coins. Typically, only celestial masters, princes, or those from affluent families could afford to stay here. She noted his plain attire, which contradicted the image of someone who could afford such luxury. Her smile remained, merely an act of courtesy. Is there a problem? Wuji asked, sensing the girl's momentary distraction. With the rooms in such high demand, it is best to secure one promptly. Oh no, esteemed guest. Please follow me to complete the check-in process. The girl quickly regained her composure and led Wuji through the necessary formalities. In mere minutes, Wuji received his room key and identification badge. His room was number 182 on the 3rd floor. Are there any rooms left? He had just acquired his key when an anxious voice interrupted. The voice belonged to a young woman with bold brows and bright eyes, exuding a spirited air, though her femininity rendered it somewhat less gentle. Beside her stood a young man with a long sword slung across his back. I apologize, but the last room was just booked by this friend here. The girl who had attended to Wuji replied courteously. Upon hearing this, the young woman turned to Wuji and declared, transfer your room to me, and I will pay you double the price. I cannot relinquish my room. I need to rest, Wuji firmly stated, unwilling to sacrifice his plans for a mere handful of gold coins. Triple the price, the bold-browed woman offered, her brows furrowing as she scrutinized Wuji. She increased her offer, seemingly worried he might refuse, adding, young man, know when to accept a good deal. Do not be greedy, or you may regret it. Clearly, she had taken note of Wuji's ordinary attire, believing that a little extra money combined with intimidation would compel him to relinquish his room. Wuji, however, was unperturbed by threats. Excuse me, miss, what is the price for your finest room? Wuji retorted, irked by her attempts to bully him with wealth. If it were merely a matter of money without the need for him to vacate, he might have reluctantly considered it, but the woman's threats irked him further. The tavern's attendant, hearing Wuji address her as miss, blushed slightly, but maintained her gentle demeanor, responding, the best celestial master room is 100,000 gold coins per night. Forget it, just book me the best celestial master room, and I will give my room to them for free. Wuji waved dismissively. The girl, looking apologetic, replied, I'm sorry, but our celestial master rooms are fully booked. I truly regret it. Ah, since there are none, I shall not pretend otherwise, Wuji retorted, glancing back at the bold-browed woman and smirking as he ascended the stairs. Though the tavern girl was oblivious to Wuji's implication, she recognized his disdain for the bold-browed woman. How dare a mere mortal be so arrogant? She resolved to teach him a lesson. Once Wuji had departed, the bold-browed woman realized he had likely mocked her. Junior sister, said the earnest young man beside her. Since there are no rooms available, we should find another place to stay. Besides, we snuck out. If we cause a stir, our families will find out. Seemingly alerted by her companion's last remark, the bold-browed woman growled, You wretch, do not let me catch you again. Otherwise, you shall know the might of the Tianyin Palace. Let us go? After the two individuals exited the tavern, the young girl who welcomed Wuji seemed to recall something, a look of trepidation crossing her face. Instinctively, she glanced towards Wuji's room, silently mourning for him in her heart. Chapter 51. The Immortal Mortal Technique. After resting for merely a day, Wuji departed from his residence the next day, heading towards the Luohai commercial building. With the ascending Immortal Gate Conference still a month away, he resolved to first explore the cultivation techniques he had long admired. It mattered not if he could not afford them, merely entering to observe would suffice. As for the formulation of meridian opening elixirs, Wuji was in no rush. The primary reason being that even if he were to concoct the elixirs, there were no thunder arc techniques available here to refine his meridians. Unlike the opulent Tianluo Tavern, the Luohai commercial building exuded a more austere charm. Two stone sculptures of unknown beasts flanked the entrance, emanating an air of intimidation. The spacious entrance was bustling with patrons, and as Wuji followed the crowd inside, he was greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. The first floor's hall was filled with a myriad of elixirs, all meticulously arranged within clean, transparent glass cabinets, offering an unobstructed view. The names, effects, and ranks of the various elixirs were clearly labeled, with some even indicating the alchemists who concocted them and the primary spiritual herbs used. Wuji, who had previously frequented various apothecaries in Raozhou, now realized that the elixirs there could scarcely be compared to those here, which were of a far superior quality. Each counter was attended by a clerk, standing by patiently, awaiting inquiries from customers. Unless a patron expressed a hint of interest, they typically remained still. However, at the slightest indication of need, the clerks would promptly approach to offer their introductions and recommendations. Wuji appreciated this service highly, for he detested the experience of entering a marketplace only to be bombarded with inquiries by salespeople before he had the chance to observe. After browsing the first floor, Wuji refrained from purchasing any elixirs. The only ones he could possibly utilize were various healing elixirs, the cheapest of which were priced at several hundred gold coins. He estimated their efficacy to be comparable to that of his penicillin. Upon seeing these prices, Wuji gained a clearer understanding of the revolutionary nature of penicillin, which, once mass-produced, could be acquired for merely a few silver or even copper coins. In stark contrast, the healing elixirs here, often priced in the hundreds or thousands of gold coins, were worlds apart. Ascending to the second floor, Wuji found it to be filled with elixirs of even higher quality, evident from their packaging and appearance. He did not linger, as he knew he could not afford them. Upon reaching the third floor, he finally discovered cultivation techniques, and he rushed over eagerly. The Southern Dipper Qi cultivation technique, a common-grade technique, was priced at 8,000 contribution points, or 1 million gold coins. The Longevity Qi scroll, a premium human-grade technique, was priced at 50,000 contribution points, or 600,000 gold coins. The Whirlwind Fist, a premium human-grade martial art, was priced at 76,000 contribution points, or 800,000 gold coins. After surveying the offerings, Wuji's heart sank further. The total amount of gold coins he possessed was insufficient to even purchase the cover of the lowest grade Qi cultivation technique. "Excuse me, do you require assistance?" Upon noticing Wuji's shifting gaze, the clerk promptly approached. Wuji quickly snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Might I ask why all the techniques here are of human grade?" The clerk, upon hearing Wuji's question, realized that this sale would likely not come to fruition. How could someone who did not even understand the ranks of techniques possibly be in the market to buy one? Fortunately, the clerk, though new, patiently explained. Cultivation techniques are categorized into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and human, with heaven being the highest. Each rank is further divided into standard, premium, and rare categories. We do not carry any earth-grade techniques here. The clerk had more to say, but refrained, knowing that even earth-grade techniques were scarce, let alone the rare human-grade ones. It turned out that the highest techniques available were indeed heaven-grade. Wuji instinctively muttered to himself, pondering how many gold coins one would need to exchange for a heaven-grade technique. He speculated that even the total amount of gold coins from an entire planet might not suffice. The clerk, seemingly eager to display his knowledge, interjected, "Typically, commercial establishments classify techniques by the ranks of heaven, earth, and human. I have also heard that above heaven-grade techniques, there exist immortal-grade techniques, which are truly the methods for achieving immortality." Wuji, puzzled, pointed to the Longevity Qi scroll, asking, "Doesn't practicing this technique lead to longevity?" The clerk patiently responded, "This technique is merely named Longevity Qi. In truth, it is just a method of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine the body. While it may grant long life, the longevity I refer to is of an extraordinary duration. How shall I put it?" After pondering for a while, the clerk finally recalled an example, pointing to a technique in the corner. "For instance, that technique." Wuji hurried over to inspect it. The Immortal Mortal technique. He was taken aback, astonished by such an audacious name. Did a mortal dare to aspire for immortality? Almost immediately, his gaze fell upon the pricing: 1,000 contribution points, or 110,000 gold coins. "Why is it so inexpensive?" Wuji blurted out. The clerk chuckled, explaining, "You will understand why it is so cheap once you examine the rank of this technique." Wuji felt as if he had encountered a beautiful maiden, his heart racing at the prospect, akin to being enveloped in her enchanting fragrance, igniting a restless excitement within him. The Immortal Mortal technique, a common human-grade technique. Upon seeing this, Wuji exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be possible?" Yet, it did not seem right. Even a common human-grade technique should not be so affordable. Noticing Wuji's astonishment, the clerk suddenly thought that a few more persuasive words might lead this individual to purchase the technique. Just as the clerk was preparing to urge Wuji to make a purchase, a gentle voice interrupted, "This technique is quite common on the streets. What you see here is among the pricier options. Typically, it can be found for around 20 to 30,000 gold coins, or even 10,000 at street vendors. However, Practicing this technique will only allow one to cultivate up to the 9th layer of meridian opening. Thereafter, one must switch techniques. Moreover, expanding meridians using this technique is exceedingly challenging. Additionally, reaching the 9th layer of meridian opening with this technique demands several times the resources and effort compared to other techniques. The speaker was a middle-aged man of average height, smiling amiably. His words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Wuji. He had thought he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to realize it was merely a common technique sold everywhere. "Thank you for your guidance, brother," Wuji said, expressing gratitude even as disappointment weighed heavily on his heart. The clerk, feeling somewhat awkward, added, "Although this technique is common, I assure you that our offerings are genuine and complete. Many street vendors sell the immortal mortal technique with significant omissions and in a shoddy manner. I sell more than 10 copies of this technique every month. I am not lying." The middle-aged man nodded, affirming that the Luohai commercial building had a reputation for quality, which he believed. Chapter 52. The Foundations of Qi Cultivation. Could you please show me this technique? Wuji sighed internally, still wishing to examine the immortal mortal technique. He found himself with no other choice, as his funds permitted him to purchase only this widely available technique. "Of course, no problem," the clerk replied. The attendant, with a broad smile, presented the tome titled The Immortal Mortal Technique from beneath the glass counter to Wuji. While he lacked the authority to handle other manuals, he could indeed take charge of this particular one. Just as Wuji was about to open it, the middle-aged man interjected with a grin, advising him that if he intended to embark on the path of cultivation, he should first accumulate some contribution points to purchase a high-quality, human-level technique. Despite the resounding name of this technique, it bore a more common title. The Immortal Mortal Technique was merely the name displayed in the shop. Once outside, it would be known by another name. "What name?" Wuji blurted out. The middle-aged man pointed to the technique in Wuji's hands, stating that once he opened the manual, he would discover its true name. Eagerly, Wuji flipped it open, revealing not only the grand title but also 4 inconspicuous characters beneath: Foundation of Qi Cultivation. Upon seeing these 4 words, Wuji nearly spat blood. Had the middle-aged man not warned him, he might have unwittingly purchased this technique. Should anyone inquire about his cultivation, claiming to practice the immortal mortal technique could potentially render him the laughingstock of the world. Seeing Wuji's reaction, the attendant quickly reassured him. "This is merely a basic entry-level technique. Mastering it will not hinder your ability to switch to another technique in the future. I assure you, there is no other technique more foundational than this." Wuji retorted sarcastically, acknowledging that it indeed would not affect him. However, he had just heard the elder mention that the immortal mortal technique required a considerable investment of time and resources. By the time he qualified to transition to another technique, he would likely be on the verge of death. The attendant chuckled nervously, refraining from countering Wuji's words. The middle-aged man chimed in again, stating that the attendant was not mistaken. Although this technique was slow to cultivate, it had been refined over countless years, free of any flaws. Once he acquired a more advanced technique, he could indeed switch at any time. As Wuji perused the manual, the attendant's claims held true. The contents were meticulously detailed, outlining the circulation of qi with clarity and even including diagrams depicting the pathways of spiritual veins. However, Wuji had never engaged in cultivation nor received guidance. He was unfamiliar not only with the paths of these spiritual veins, but also their nomenclature. The attendant then produced another book, presenting it to Wuji. "My friend, should you purchase our immortal mortal technique, you will also receive this introductory guide to spiritual veins." Wuji closed the manual and addressed the attendant. "Could we refrain from discussing the immortal mortal technique? I am now looking to acquire this foundational qi cultivation manual. What is the minimum price? I have 250 contribution points. How much more must I add to obtain this manual and the bonus?" He was in a predicament. Without this, he could not afford any other options. Upon hearing Wuji's genuine intent to buy the foundational technique, the attendant's face brightened. "You will need to add 70,000 gold coins. Make it 50,000 gold coins, and I will take it immediately. If not, I will look elsewhere." Wuji replied without hesitation. After deducting the expenses from the tavern, he had barely amassed 100,000 gold coins. He needed to be frugal. Initially arriving with over 100,000 coins, he had felt wealthy, but after entering this commercial building, he realized he was poorer than a beggar. If this continued, he would have to find ways to earn a living. "Deal." The attendant promptly handed over the immortal mortal technique and the basic guide to spiritual veins to Wuji. Wuji withdrew his orange contribution token, deducting the 250 points, and produced a 5,000 gold note. At last, He had acquired the cultivation manual he had previously only dreamt of, or rather, the foundational Qi cultivation manual. Carefully wrapping the two books and tucking them into his robes, Mo Wuji resolved to find a place to test his spiritual roots and return to see if he could cultivate. As he prepared to leave, he noticed the middle-aged man had not departed. Suddenly, it struck him that this man did not know him, yet had taken the time to explain everything. It seemed he was indeed looking for him, though Mo Wuji had only just arrived in Changluo City. "Thank you for your explanation, brother. I noticed you have been here for a while. Were you perhaps looking for me?" Mo Wuji inquired, clasping his fists in gratitude. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. "While I may not have assisted you much, you ultimately bought the technique. However, I truly came to find you." Before Mo Wuji could ask more, the man continued. "This is a token of the Wuhan Sword Sect for a servant disciple. With this token in hand, you can become a servant disciple anytime." Mo Wuji instinctively took the cool token, looking at the middle-aged man with confusion. "But I don't even know you. Why are you giving me this token?" The middle-aged man replied gently, "Do not worry. This token was given to me by Qin Xiangyu. She asked me to deliver it to you. If you find it of no use, simply keep it with you. It can be used at any time." Qin Xiangyu? Mo Wuji immediately recalled the woman who lived next door. She appeared quite ordinary, yet exuded an exceptional aura. What captivated him more was her figure. An exquisite silhouette that was both beautiful and devoid of vulgarity. Perhaps that was the essence of true grace. He had merely offered her a small favor and did not expect her to remember him, let alone send someone to deliver a servant disciple's token. Yet, something felt amiss. Qin Xiangyu was merely a maid of similar status. How could she procure such a token from an immortal sect? Perceiving Mo Wuji's confusion, the middle-aged man explained, "Xiangyu's brother, Qin Xun, is a direct disciple of the second elder of the Wuhan Sword Sect. He has been away from home for over a decade. Due to the upcoming Yuezhan Gate Conference, the siblings reunited, and this token was requested by Qin Xun." Realization dawned on Mo Wuji. It was no wonder she could easily acquire a servant disciple's token. After this matter was settled, the middle-aged man did not introduce himself and took his leave after Mo Wuji accepted the token. Once the middle-aged man departed, Mo Wuji turned to the attendant and asked, "May I inquire about the ranking of the Wuhan Sword Sect?" The attendant cast an envious glance at the servant disciple token in Mo Wuji's hand and replied, "While the Wuhan Sword Sect may not be the most prestigious, it is classified as a terrestrial-level sect, ranking lower middle among its peers." Although feeling a tinge of disappointment at the lower middle classification, Mo Wuji was nonetheless grateful to Qin Xiangyu. It was rare for individuals to remember the kindnesses extended to them while easily harboring hatred. Stowing away the token, Mo Wuji resolved to test his spiritual roots. Should he discover that his roots were indeed viable, perhaps he could participate in the Yuezhan Gate Conference, transforming his status from a mere servant disciple to possibly an outer disciple. Chapter 53. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment in Changluo City. There were numerous places to test spiritual roots, with the lowest price being a mere 100 gold coins. To avoid any potential miscalculations, Mo Wuji opted for the Xinghan Spirit Awakening Tower, which he had learned was among the most esteemed in the Xinghan Empire. Here, spiritual roots were tested with a guaranteed accuracy of 100%. Initially, Mo Wuji harbored concerns that if his spiritual roots were exceptionally good, his covert visit to test them might attract undue attention. However, upon standing before the Xinghan Spirit Awakening Tower, he realized his worries were unfounded. After merely a few minutes outside the tower, he observed hundreds of people entering and exiting, with so many seeking to test their spiritual roots. Who would pay him any mind? Mo Wuji entered the Kai Ling Tower, where a grand sign presented itself before him, displaying two arrows, one pointing left, labeled Test Spirit Root, and the other right, marked Develop Spirit Veins. He proceeded towards the left and soon encountered a window, beneath which was inscribed the fee of 700 gold coins for the Spirit Root test. After handing over the coins, he received a token bearing the number 3121. Many individuals awaited their turn for the Spirit Root test, so Mo Wuji simply followed the crowd. Ascending to the third floor, he found himself in a vast hall filled with over 100 people, the spaciousness making their presence seem sparse. In a corner of the hall stood a barred iron door. As he entered, someone emerged from within, followed by the announcement of a number, prompting another individual to enter. In less than half a minute, the person who had gone inside exited, and a new number was called. After waiting approximately an hour, Mo Wuji's name was finally announced. With a hint of nervousness, he stood and walked toward the door. If misfortune struck again, and he was deemed to possess no spirit root, it would likely mean a lifetime devoid of such potential. Upon entering the room, he beheld a crystal column, even more translucent than that in the Qingyu Kai Ling Tower. This crystal column not only sparkled with clarity, but also towered impressively, estimated to stand at least 5 or 6 meters high. Beside the column sat a middle-aged woman, who, upon his entry, emotionlessly instructed him to step onto the platform. Having undergone this test before, Wuji was familiar with the procedure and promptly positioned himself on the spirit root testing platform. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light shot skyward, piercing through the top of the crystal column. However, in an instant, the blue radiance vanished, leaving the crystal column unchanged. What could this mean? The woman testing his spirit root stood up, puzzled, and approached the crystal column, examining it closely for quite some time. After a while, she was still unable to ascertain the cause and instructed Wuji to step down and await a retest. Initially startled by the ascending blue light, Wuji soon felt a rush of excitement. He recalled the testing of Yenner, who had emitted a green light. It had not even reached the top of the column before she was declared to possess an exceptional spirit root. Yenner's gentle green glow persisted until she stepped down from the testing column, making its eventual disappearance unforgettable. What was the meaning of his experience? The dazzling blue light had surged upward only to vanish without a trace. Moreover, the nature of his light seemed restless, starkly contrasting with Yenner's soft glow. As he hesitated, the middle-aged woman called out again for him to stand atop the platform once more. Wuji quickly complied, and after a brief moment, he noticed a faint blue light flickering on the crystal column before returning to its original state. The woman's brow furrowed with concern, prompting her to request a third test. Again, a slight blue light flickered momentarily before dissipating entirely. You possess a low-grade mortal root, with no potential for developing spirit veins. You may leave, she finally concluded, her earlier assumption of a brilliant talent having been proven erroneous. The spirit root testing crystal column rarely malfunctioned, but it was not impossible. She felt regret for having wasted time testing him thrice, believing him to be extraordinary. Wuji exited the small room, his heart heavy with disappointment. It appeared that the veins he had opened belonged to the meridian category rather than spirit veins. Had they been spirit veins, he would have undoubtedly acquired a spirit root. But what of the initial blue light? Something felt amiss. During his test at Qingyu Kai Ling Tower, only a gray light had flickered for a moment. Here, it was blue. Could it be related to the thunder source within him? Now that he possessed cultivation techniques, he resolved to return and practice diligently. If cultivation proved impossible, he would seek a path in martial arts. He was also preoccupied with thoughts of Yenner, the only person he had encountered, aside from his parents, who would sacrifice her own needs to ensure his well-being. The memory of Yenner ignited a fierce resentment towards the woman who had forcibly taken her away. Upon entering the Tianluo Tavern, Wuji immediately closed the door behind him and retrieved his foundational cultivation text. Heaven and earth first opened. Then there was primordial energy. A fallacy. The energies of heaven and earth and the cosmos were born simultaneously, interwoven and thriving. Those who have yet to attain Tao are mere mortals. We mortals refine primordial energy to achieve longevity. The opening lines were grandiose, filling Wuji with anticipation. However, upon reading about refining primordial energy and the first step of cultivating the earth vein, he was left dumbfounded. He had no idea how to proceed. And if he could not master this, how could he hope to cultivate further? Indeed, cultivation required a master, Wuji lamented internally, hastily extracting the basic introduction to spirit veins. He finally discerned that cultivating the earth vein meant that the spirit energy must first traverse a spiritual pathway known as the earth vein, then circulate through this pathway in a cycle. Wuji had opened 3 meridians, yet despite his attempts, even drawing in air, he could not draw in the energies of heaven and earth through any of them. Was this truly the end? Unwilling to accept defeat, he attempted the cycle of operation once more. After 3 or 4 hours of effort, with his legs becoming numb, he had yet to perceive any absorption of spiritual energy. Just as despair began to settle in, 2 sharp knocks echoed at the door. Infuriated, Wuji tossed aside the cultivation text and flung the door open, finding a somewhat familiar woman clad in black standing at the entrance. The black-clad woman possessed a flawless figure and stunning beauty. However, Wuji did not care for her looks and bellowed, "Do you not know it is impolite to knock on a guest's door without permission? Would you barge in if I were with a woman?" Startled by his intense ire, the woman's gaze fell upon the unfading mortal technique that Wuji had tossed aside. Though it was a foundational text, the title stood out prominently. "I sincerely apologize for interrupting your cultivation. I am a guest who stayed here last night," she explained. In that moment, Wuji recalled brushing past a woman upon his arrival yesterday. This woman, had she not suddenly vacated her room, he would have had great difficulty finding accommodation. Calming his anger, he managed to say, "My apologies. I was having a bit of trouble with my cultivation and was feeling rather irritable. Did you not check out? Why are you back here?" In truth, he had never successfully cultivated at all. What did it mean to have a bit of trouble? Chapter 54. A glimpse into cultivation. The black-clad woman appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitating before responding. "I suddenly found myself unable to leave Changlu due to some matters. Yet I could not find another place to stay." Mo Wuji replied, "I cannot assist you in finding accommodation. I will not be moving from this place." Despite his inability to cultivate, he had resolved to give it another try, as the environment here was conducive to his efforts. The black-clad woman quickly gestured. "I am not asking you to move. I am aware that this room can comfortably accommodate 2 people, having stayed here before. You see, apart from the living room, there are rooms on both sides." Mo Wujin had truly not noticed. After moving in yesterday, he had collapsed into sleep upon entering the room on the left and left early in the morning. Upon returning today, he had not even entered the room before beginning his cultivation. It was only after the reminder from the woman in black that Mo Wujin realized, indeed, as she had said, there was a door on the right side. Although he had spent 20,000 gold coins, it was worth it, as it essentially provided him with a room and 2 halls. It was not that Mo Wujin was unwilling to assist this woman in black. He was currently in a crucial period. If he did not cultivate, he would hardly care if she moved in. However, if she disrupted his cultivation, it would be unfortunate. Even though he could not truly cultivate yet, he was still on the path of cultivation, after all. Seemingly perceiving the hesitation in Mo Wujin's eyes, the woman in black hastily added, "Rest assured, I will not disturb your cultivation. Moreover, if you have any questions, I would be glad to discuss them with you." Clearly, she had discerned from the discarded immortal mortal technique that Mo Wujin was engaged in something specific and was contemplating something deeper. The offer to discuss was merely a way to spare Mo Wujin's pride. The implication was that she could teach him what he did not understand. "You are an immortal master?" Mo Wujin asked in astonishment. The woman in black shyly replied, "I wouldn't call myself an immortal master. I am merely at the 4th level of the Meridian expansion stage, but I understand the basics." To mortals, the Meridian expansion realm was synonymous with being an immortal master. Yet the woman in black knew her realm was but a drop in the ocean, hardly warranting the title of immortal master. Mo Wujin immediately felt a surge of respect. Han Ning was only at the 1st level of the Meridian expansion stage. Han Ning had previously mentioned that reaching the 4th level resulted in a qualitative change, significantly enhancing one's strength. He had not anticipated that this woman was already at the 4th level. He quickly gestured with a smile. "Please, sister, come in. The wind outside is quite strong." The woman in black cast a bemused glance at Mo Wujin. His previous image had vanished like smoke with the remark about the strong wind. This was an inn. What wind could there possibly be? However, she truly had nowhere else to go. Not only did she lack a place to stay, but she also had other plans that necessitated her presence in Changluo City. Once the woman in black entered, Mo Wujin promptly closed the door and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, picked up the immortal mortal technique from the ground. He thought to himself that perhaps, in this woman's eyes, he was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Although this foundational technique was inexpensive, it was not a particularly good method for cultivation, yielding minimal results for the effort invested. The woman in black observed Mo Wujin picking up the technique and casually remarked, "Indeed, I have heard from others that this technique has been refined over countless years and is among the finest foundational methods. I believe that to progress further in cultivation, one must have a solid foundation. Since I have chosen the path of cultivation, I fear not the trials of hard work." Mo Wujin boldly proclaimed, though in truth, he could not afford any other technique. Upon hearing Mo Wujin's words, the woman in black felt a newfound respect for him. She had not considered that he might genuinely be unable to purchase a better technique. One would assume that someone living in such a room would not lack for money. "You are correct. When I was cultivating, I did not possess such a tranquil mindset as you," the woman in black agreed. If she had known that Mo Wujin had slammed the cultivation technique to the ground when she knocked, she would have understood that his calmness was far from genuine. With a smile, Mo Wujin leisurely took out some tea leaves and proactively brewed a cup for the woman in black. "My name is Mo Wujin. I have just arrived in Changluo, aiming to try my luck at the Elixir conference. I have yet to inquire about how to address you, sister. I am Shun Lian. You may call me Sister Shun," the woman in black replied after a brief pause. "I will be staying here for a long time. Shall I pay you rent?" Mo Wujin, however, had no intention of accepting rent from Shun Lian. If he had any money, he would gladly offer her some instead. "Sister Shun, when one is away from home, everyone encounters inconvenient times. A room left vacant is still a room. To discuss rent would be rather mundane, Mo Wujin stated earnestly. Shun Lian appeared somewhat at a loss for words. Hearing Mo Wujin's remark, she could only rise and express her gratitude once more. Mo Wujin quickly interjected. No need for thanks, Sister Shun. I am merely a novice in cultivation, completely ignorant, and I must ask for your guidance. This statement was, in fact, Mo Wujin's true intention from the beginning. Shun Lian, appearing quite agreeable, was already inclined to offer Mo Wujin some guidance, and she said, Feel free to ask anything you do not understand. Mo Wujin felt a renewed spirit. Among the friends he had made previously, none understood cultivation. The only one with knowledge, Han Ning, had always maintained an air of superiority, leaving him with no opportunity to inquire. Sister Shun, you are currently at the 4th level of the Meridian expansion stage. Could you tell me how many levels there are in total? Mo Wujin inquired in one breath. Shun Lian did not hesitate to provide a detailed answer. To cultivate, one must possess a spiritual root. The fact that you can cultivate indicates that you have one. Once you have a spiritual root, the next step is to open the spiritual channels. The number of spiritual channels you can open during your first attempt will determine how far you can go in the future. Generally, if you can open 5 or more channels on your first attempt, that is quite good. Some individuals with exceptional spiritual roots can open over 10 channels on their first try. When she spoke of exceptional spiritual roots, Mo Wujin could not help but think of Yenner. What about the most talented individuals? How many channels can they open on their first attempt? Mo Wujin asked. That is difficult to say. Those who can open more than 10 channels are typically the prodigies cultivated by the sections. I once saw a prodigy who opened 17 channels. They say he is the greatest talent in hundreds of years, unmatched by anyone, Shun Lian replied, a hint of envy gleaming in her eyes. Once the spiritual channels are opened, does that mean one has reached the Meridian expansion stage? Mo Wujin queried. Shun Lian shook her head. Not quite. After opening the channels, one must continue to cultivate. The Meridian expansion stage involves continually expanding the spiritual channels within. The more channels one can expand at this stage, the stronger one becomes, and the greater their future achievements. There are 9 levels in the Meridian expansion stage. If one can reach the 9th level and expand 99 channels before advancing to the spirit building stage, they have a strong possibility of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Does this mean that a cultivator can expand a maximum of 99 channels? Mo Wujin was overwhelmed by the plethora of unknowns. Shun Lian nodded, then shook her head. Very few individuals can expand 99 channels. In a century, an empire might produce 1 or 2, which is quite remarkable. Yet, 99 channels are not the ultimate limit. It is said that those with exceptional potential and fortuitous opportunities may open a 100th channel after reaching 99, advancing to the 10th level of the Meridian expansion stage. However, such cultivators are merely spoken of in legends. They have never been observed. Isn't reaching the 10th level a further waste of time? What purpose does it serve? Mo Wujin questioned, perplexed. Shun Lian replied with longing. It is far from a waste of time. Do you know about the 3 realms of cultivation? Mo Wujin awkwardly shook his head. He knew nothing at all. Chapter 55. 10 breaths. Shun Lian looked at the foundational technique that Mo Wujin had carelessly set aside and explained. There are 3 major realms of cultivation: the human realm, the earth realm, and the heaven realm. Each realm is divided into 3 tiers, and each tier is further divided into 9 levels. The Meridian expansion stage is the first tier of the human realm. The second tier of the human realm is the spirit building stage. And the third tier is the transcendent stage. After transcending the transcendent stage, one enters the earth realm, where the first tier is the essence dance stage. The second tier is the true lake stage, and the third tier is the void spirit stage. Seeing that Shun Lian had stopped elaborating, Mo Wujin eagerly pressed. What about the 3 tiers of the heaven realm? The heaven realm? It is said that certain sects have individuals who have stepped into the heaven realm. However, those are merely elusive entities, largely lingering within the first layer of the celestial realm. Thus, the 3 layers of the heavenly domain hold no significance for us. Whether we are aware of them or not, it makes little difference, sighed Shun Lian. Over the millennia, how many formidable beings from the 5 great empires have truly ascended to the celestial realm? Mo Wuji recognized that Shun Lian spoke with conviction. The celestial realm was indeed distant from him. He recalled Shun Lian's previous remarks and, puzzled, inquired. You once mentioned that cultivating to the 10th layer of the Meridian expansion stage is a waste of time. Yet how does what you just said relate to our earlier discussion about the 10th layer of Meridian expansion? Shun Lian replied calmly. Because at the 9th layer of the transcendent stage, many individuals strive to transcend the mortal realm and enter the first layer of the earthly realm, the Yuan Dan stage. Is that not quite normal? Mo Wuji remained perplexed. Even if he reached the 9th layer of the transcendent stage, he would still seek every possible means to enter the earthly realm. That is indeed normal. Yet only a select few are aware that there exists another realm beyond the 9th layer of transcendence, Xun Lian clarified. What realm is that? Mo Wuji blurted out. Xun Lian's eyes sparkled with yearning. It is called the human extreme realm, which corresponds to the 10th layer of transcendence. While few know of the human extreme realm, some do exist. However, no one has ever managed to truly penetrate the 10th layer of transcendence, not for lack of desire, but due to the impossibility of achieving it. To strive for the human extreme realm, one must first cultivate to the 10th layer of meridian expansion in the first layer of the 3 layers of the mortal realm, and then cultivate to the 10th layer in the spirit building stage, thus providing a slender chance to enter the 10th layer of transcendence, the human extreme realm. At this juncture, Xun Lian cast a glance at Mo Wuji and continued gently. In fact, not only is it nearly impossible to cultivate to the 10th layer within the 3 layers of the mortal realm, but even within the transcendent stage, such an accomplishment is virtually unattainable. Do you still consider the 10th layer of transcendence a waste of time and effort? What benefits does entering the human extreme realm confer? Mo Wuji, having grasped the many advantages of the human extreme realm through Xun Lian's explanation, felt compelled to inquire further, despite knowing it was far beyond his reach. Xun Lian responded, firstly, cultivators who enter the extreme realm possess broader prospects. Secondly, their strength far surpasses that of their peers. Generally speaking, even if a cultivator in the mortal realm reaches the pinnacle of the 9th layer of transcendence and stands on the cusp of the Yuan Dan stage, their strength remains worlds apart from that of genuine Yuan Dan cultivators. However, cultivators of the human extreme realm can contend with Yuan Dan stage experts, albeit with great difficulty. This is the most significant disparity. Although Mo Wuji had never heard much of what Xun Lian described, he recognized her vast knowledge as sufficient to warrant his seeking her as a mentor. Sister Xun, I am utterly ignorant of cultivation. I humbly request your guidance. Mo Wuji said, rising and bowing respectfully. Xun Lian sipped her tea and remarked, I can certainly explain the distribution of the spiritual meridians in your body and how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for other aspects, I cannot teach you. You must learn those on your own. Thank you, sister, Mo Wuji replied earnestly. What he lacked were these fundamental concepts. He was entirely unaware of how to commence his cultivation. Xun Lian, exhibiting no reluctance, imparted to Mo Wuji the methods to run his spiritual meridians to absorb spiritual energy. She instructed him on how to perform the minor circulation and the major circulation, even explaining how to utilize his intent in conjunction with the connected spiritual meridians to absorb spiritual energy. For things he could not recall immediately, Mo Wuji even took out a pen to record the information. This exchange of teaching and learning occupied the greater part of the day. Xun Lian, parched, rose and said, I need to rest. Sigh, sharing a room with you is truly not an easy task. Thank you, Sister Xun. I will forever remember your teachings today. Mo Wuji sincerely expressed. The knowledge Xun Lian imparted to him was certainly not something one could acquire in ordinary settings. Even if he became a servant disciple, it would be unlikely for him to learn so much useful information. Well, I do not wish to take you as a disciple, Xun Lian remarked before walking towards the right room. It had taken her nearly an entire day to transition from entering the house to entering the room. Mo Wuji chuckled to himself, thinking, I never intended to become your disciple. As Xun Lian reached the door of her room, she suddenly paused, turned around, and asked, By the way, what is your spiritual route like? How many spiritual meridians have you opened? Mo Wuji hesitated slightly. How could he claim to have a spiritual route if he admitted to having none, and that he had not opened a single spiritual meridian? He wondered whether Xun Lian, who had just spoken of her thirst, would leap upon him in disbelief. I can only say my spiritual route is rather average. I feel embarrassed to mention the meridians I have opened. In short, my aptitude is surely far inferior to that of Sister Xun. Mo Wuji chuckled awkwardly. Xun Lian replied calmly, I am well aware that your aptitude is not as good as mine. I merely wish to remind you that individuals with exceptional spiritual roots typically require about a day to perceive spiritual energy upon their first attempt to absorb it. Those with innate sensitivity may sense it within an hour. High-grade spiritual roots take about 3 to 5 days. Medium-grade spiritual roots require around 10 days. And low-grade spiritual roots may need a month or even several months. Upon finishing her statement, Xun Lian entered her room, and the last remark seemed intentionally crafted to dishearten Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji chuckled lightly, raising his hand to grasp his cultivation methods, swiftly entering the left room. He had no spiritual root. What did it matter how long it took him to sense spiritual energy? As long as he had the methods and techniques, he would simply continue to experiment. Having learned so much from Xia Ruoyin, he intended to make the most of the 2 months he would spend here, persistently trying. Back in his room, Wuji immediately began to absorb spiritual energy and perform the circular flow as instructed by Xia Ruoyin. Acknowledging that those with the poorest spiritual roots typically require at least a month to sense spiritual energy, he felt a sense of equilibrium. He had no spiritual root. It was a wonder he could perceive spiritual energy after less than half a day's cultivation. Cultivation is inherently a gradual process. There is no need to rush. Taking a deep breath, Wuji closed his eyes, beginning to sense the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth. At this moment, his heart was tranquil, devoid of any impatience. After all, even those with exceptional spiritual roots required a day to sense spiritual energy. His lack of a root rendered impatience futile. In less than 10 breaths, Wuji felt a stream of ethereal energy surge into his first connected meridian, swiftly circulating through half a minor circulation, entering the second meridian. Startled, Wuji opened his eyes, only to find that the sensation had vanished. This was merely half a minor circulation, yet he felt an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. Is this really how cultivation feels? Yet I clearly lack a spiritual root. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wuji was overcome with elation. Regardless of whether he possessed a spiritual root, as long as he could cultivate, that was sufficient. The next moment, Wuji promptly spread open the foundational text on Qi cultivation, calming his mind and fervently engaging in the circular flow. Chapter 56, First Layer of Meridian Expansion. It was unclear how much time had passed when Wuji suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that his cultivation had reached an impasse, and he could proceed no further. The foundational text on Qi cultivation stated clearly that spiritual energy must fill the body, and the meridians must be connected for the first layer to be established. He easily felt the influx of abundant spiritual energy into his body, yet he realized he was not connecting meridians, but rather pathways. Is this truly the first layer of meridian expansion? Wuji gazed at his hands in astonishment, only to detect a faint odor. This was the impurities expelled from his body, and he immediately understood what was happening. Indeed, he had reached the first layer of meridian expansion. Yet he encountered a bottleneck almost immediately after commencing his cultivation. However, Wuji understood that this was not due to an inability to cultivate, but rather the result of his rapid advancement. Having only connected 3 pathways, he had hit a bottleneck. For other cultivators, this bottleneck would signify the necessity to connect new spiritual meridians to continue advancing. For him, it was essential to continue refining the meridian opening elixir and seek locations imbued with the essence of thunder for assistance. The extent to which his meridians would be connected would directly correlate with his progress. With a hearty laugh directed at the heavens, Wuji mused that cultivation was as straightforward as that. He felt a twinge of hunger, though it was not debilitating. Estimating that he had only practiced for a little over a day, he had already stepped into the first layer of meridian opening. What could be more delightful than this? Hastily, Wuji dashed into the bathing chamber, cleansing himself thoroughly. Once he donned clean garments, he felt invigorated. At that moment, he believed he could devour an entire cow. Despite his hunger, he felt remarkably light. Not only was his body unburdened, but his spirit also felt exceptionally buoyant. With each gentle step, he felt capable of covering great distances. Perhaps this was what Han Ning referred to when she spoke of moving with ease, with a body that had become extraordinarily agile. Regardless of whether his cultivation differed from others, Wuji resolved to continue on this path. The immortal mortal technique indeed lived up to its name. Even if someone offered him a superior technique in exchange, he would not entertain the thought. However, why was it that this foundational practice, which others deemed inferior, felt genuinely transcendent to him? Was it because he was opening meridians rather than spiritual connections? Yet, what distinction lay between the two? Wuji found himself confounded and chose to dismiss the thoughts. Existence itself must have its rationale. If he could not comprehend it now, who could assert that he would not understand it in the future? Opening the door, Wuji expected Xia Ruoyin to inquire about his prolonged stay within the room. But to his surprise, she was not outside. Wuji touched his nose, realizing he had perhaps overestimated his importance. With more than a month remaining until the Ascending Immortal Gate Conference, he decided to venture out to procure medicinal materials and continue refining the meridian opening elixir. Although he was of common roots, he believed in his capacity to cultivate, and his speed was commendable. To hasten his progress, he needed to continue opening new meridians. Relying solely on 3 was insufficient. Are you going out? Just as Wuji opened the guest room door, Shunlian's door on the right swung open. Mo Wuji thought to himself that after a day or two of seclusion, Shunlian wouldn't have also been cultivating for the same duration. Would she? Yes, I am going to buy some medicinal materials. Upon saying this, Mo Wuji suddenly remembered he needed alchemical equipment for the refining process. His current supply of gold coins was rather meager, and prices in the Imperial City were undoubtedly higher than in Xinyu Kingdom. Could you lend me some gold coins? I assure you I will return them if I have any left over. Given the importance of his cultivation endeavors, Mo Wuji felt no embarrassment in making this request. Shunlian shot him a glance. When I offered to pay your rent, you refused. Mo Wuji rubbed his hands together and replied, let us forget about the rent. This time, when I purchase medicinal materials, I will pay you back if I have any excess gold. Shunlian's face turned inexplicably red as she stammered, I don't have any money right now. I will have some when the Ascending Immortal Gate conference begins. Mo Wuji widened his eyes at Shunlian. You have no money, yet you mentioned paying me rent upon entering? Were you deceiving me? Shunlian's complexion grew even more awkward. I have taught you many foundational cultivation techniques. They are worth enough to cover the rent. Finally, Mo Wuji understood. Her claim about paying rent was entirely fabricated. If he had truly insisted on rent, she would have concocted a different story. Realizing he had caught her in her ruse, Shunlian lowered her head and said, I had to move out due to the lack of rent. In truth, Shunlian had moved out because of her financial constraints. She returned, knowing the guest house had 2 rooms and hoped to negotiate with the owner to rent one, promising to pay double once the conference commenced. Observing Mo Wuji struggling with his cultivation, she dedicated herself to teaching him diligently. Logically, Mo Wuji would be too embarrassed to ask for rent later. As anticipated, Mo Wuji did not ask her for rent and expressed gratitude instead. Little did she know that he would seek her assistance for money today. Had she foreseen this, she certainly would not have opened the door at that moment. However, her hunger had become unbearable. A growl emanated from Shunlian's stomach, prompting Mo Wuji to glance down. Her lovely face had turned beet red. She had not eaten since moving in, having kept an eye on Mo Wuji's room. She knew he would likely go out to eat, and she had hoped to accompany him for a meal. Surely, you do not lack even the funds for a meal? Mo Wuji said, perplexed, as he had never encountered a woman spending her last coins to the point of being unable to afford food. If she were genuinely broke, like Yenner had been, that would be one thing. However, this woman resided in Tianluo Tavern, indicating that it was not a lack of funds, but rather her extravagant spending that had led her here. Shunlian, feeling more embarrassed, finally raised her head and confessed, indeed, I have run out of money. I was hoping to borrow some from you to get something to eat. If you lend me some, I will be available for any inquiries regarding cultivation. Mo Wuji sighed. Let us go, we shall have a meal. Ironically, he had intended to borrow money from Shunlian, yet now found himself in a position of lending to her and even treating her to a meal. Such was the paradox of appearances. Rest assured, I will repay you in full, she assured him as they departed Tianluo Tavern in search of sustenance. Noticing Mo Wuji's slight frown, Shunlian assumed he was troubled by financial concerns and offered words of comfort. Mo Wuji waved his hand dismissively. No need. I can afford this little amount. His true worry was how he would find a place to temper his meridian connections, as they required the essence of thunder for completion. But you seem preoccupied, Shunlian remarked, puzzled. Mo Wuji, uninterested in explaining, pointed toward a nearby tavern. Let us enter there for a meal. I have matters to attend to afterward. Chapter 57. The costly alchemical equipment in the astonished gaze of the tavern staff. Mo Wuji and Shunlian devoured a lavish spread before departing under the admiring eyes of the attendants. The staff had seen men with hearty appetites, but had never encountered a woman with such voracity. It was astounding enough that she could eat so much. But her beauty was unlike anything they had witnessed before. Senior Sister Shun, you have eaten your fill. Perhaps you should return now. I have some matters to attend to. Mo Wuji urged, eager to free himself from her company and procure medicinal materials and alchemical equipment. Initially reserved around Mo Wuji, Shunlian had grown comfortable discussing cultivation and dining together, shedding her former shyness. I have nothing to return to, and I intend to explore as well. What are you planning to buy? Perhaps I can offer some advice. Unable to shake off her presence, Mo Wuji replied, I intend to purchase some alchemical equipment. What purpose would it serve for you to accompany me? You want to buy a Dan furnace? But you have yet to begin your cultivation. Shunlian exclaimed instinctively. Mo Wuji clarified, I do not wish to acquire a Dan furnace. I merely seek some ordinary alchemical equipment to see if I can pursue the path of an alchemist. You are aware that my qualifications are lacking. If I were to become an alchemist, and later find myself unable to cultivate, I could still rely on my alchemist identity to earn a living. Xun Lian nodded sympathetically, acknowledging the truth in your words. However, the path of an alchemist lacks promise. If one must learn, it should be the art of pill refinement. Mo Wuji scoffed. A pill refiner, will you teach me? If you are willing to impart your knowledge, I would not mind learning. Xun Lian awkwardly replied. Becoming a pill refiner requires immense dedication. Since you are unable to cultivate, it would be wiser for you to pursue alchemy. Her father was a pill master, after all, and she knew well the challenges of mastering pill refinement. Realizing her previous suggestion was somewhat impractical, Xun Lian added, in the entire Changluo city, the finest pill furnace is found at the Star River Pill Pavilion. Not only are the elixirs top-notch, but the pill furnaces are also of the highest quality. However, I would recommend you visit the Luohai Trading House. While their pill furnaces may not match those of the Star River Pill Pavilion, their alchemical equipment is the finest in the entire Star River Empire. Let us go to the Luohai Trading House, Mo Wuji said decisively, as he was not engaged in pill refinement and was already familiar with the establishment. Sir, what items do you wish to purchase today? I assure you I will present the best quality at the lowest price upon arriving at the Luohai Trading House. Mo Wuji sought out the attendant who had previously sold him the Immortal Mortal technique. Do you have any immortal-grade alchemical equipment? Something as exceptional as the Immortal Mortal technique I bought last time? Mo Wuji patted the attendant's shoulder. The attendant felt a pang of embarrassment, as the Immortal Mortal technique had been a mere ruse to entice Mo Wuji, and now he was being reminded not to use the same tactics again. A melodious laugh erupted nearby, clearly sparked by Mo Wuji's enthusiastic praise for the Immortal Mortal technique. How can something so rudimentary be labeled as the Immortal Mortal technique? It's amusing that you would describe such a basic foundation as an extraordinary item. Turning around, Mo Wuji recognized two women, one of whom was the familiar Chu Wanner, whom he had encountered on the ship. Ah, it is Senior Sister Chu. Thank you for your assistance on the ship. He expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Chu Wanner blushed slightly. I apologize. My friend did not mean to laugh. It was evident that the laughter had come from her companion. After speaking, Chu Wanner instinctively glanced at Xun Lian, who was clearly a cultivator, leaving her puzzled as to why Xun Lian would associate with someone like Mo Wuji, who lacked cultivation roots. It's nothing, Mo Wuji waved dismissively. To this sister, it may just be a basic foundation. For someone like me, who has never engaged in cultivation, it is indeed a revered Immortal Mortal technique, a method that allows a mere mortal to achieve immortality. He added with a hint of humor, you may consider it as me being somewhat sheltered. Even Chu Wanner, who had been somewhat aloof, could not suppress a smile. Sir, I do indeed have a complete set of alchemical equipment called Everlasting Green. It is not akin to the Immortal Mortal technique. It is genuinely named Everlasting Green. This equipment was imported from a distant nation, and since few in Changluo utilize machines for alchemy, it has remained idle in my possession. The quality of this equipment is several times superior to anything we have here, and the extracted elixirs are remarkably pure. The attendant, noticing Mo Wuji's interest, quickly elaborated. How much? Mo Wuji inquired straightforwardly. Having previously purchased low-tier equipment in Qingyu country for around 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins, he estimated he could afford a tenfold increase here. 370,000 gold coins. The attendant's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Mo Wuji, leaving him chilled to the bone. His total gold coins barely reached 30,000, insufficient even for a fraction of the price. Well, I have a twin-leaf flame grass. Would you be interested in it? Mo Wuji inquired, grasping at straws. He suspected the value of the twin-leaf flame grass paled in comparison to the Mingmu fruit, but he had no other options and hoped for a stroke of luck. You possess twin-leaf flame grass. Would you sell it to me? I will offer you 400,000 gold coins. Chu Wanner suddenly exclaimed in delight. You want twin-leaf flame grass? Mo Wuji asked, bewildered. Chu Wanner nodded affirmatively, yes. I genuinely require twin-leaf flame grass. Here is a ticket for 400,000 gold coins. Without waiting for Mo Wuji's response, she swiftly produced 4 10,000 gold tickets, all from the Luohai Trading House, where exchanging for gold coins posed no challenge. Mo Wuji hurriedly retrieved a wooden box from his pocket and handed it to Chu Wanner, saying, Thank you, Senior Sister. I ought to be the one expressing gratitude. I must take my leave now, until we meet again. Chu Wanner grasped the wooden box and pulled her companion along, hastily exiting the trading house. Mo Wuji handed over the still cool gold tickets to the attendant. Please assist me in bringing that finest alchemical equipment. The attendant, taken aback by the swift completion of such a significant transaction, quickly accepted the tickets and respectfully replied, Please wait a moment. I will bring the equipment shortly. Once the attendant left, Xun Lian remarked, I find this peculiar. Although twin-leaf flame grass is rare, it is not worth such a high price. Your acquaintance, senior sister Chu, seems to specialize in water-based techniques. Why would she offer such a substantial sum for your twin-leaf flame grass? Mo Wuji replied nonchalantly, there is no need for you to explain. In truth, he had recognized Chu Wanner's disingenuousness the moment she expressed urgency for the twin-leaf flame grass. She was not particularly adept at lying, and her demeanor did not align with her words. However, given her assertion, he felt it inappropriate to refuse her offer, regardless of her motivations for aiding him. Mo Wuji chose to accept the favor, intending to remember this kindness. Wanner, do you harbor any feelings for that fellow? I know you need the twin-leaf flame grass, but why offer him 400,000 gold coins? Her companion asked in astonishment as they exited the Luohai trading house. Chu Wanner replied coolly, he is merely a mortal. Upon hearing that Mo Wuji was just a mortal, Chu Wanner's friend understood that she likely did not have romantic inclinations towards him. Though she looked at Chu Wanner with a hint of confusion, Chu Wanner continued, he may be just a mortal, but his indomitable spirit is unparalleled in my experience. Under such a thunderous onslaught, even cultivators would have retreated, yet he pressed on with unwavering resolve. Time and again, he was repelled by the lightning arcs of the thunder crocodiles, yet he charged forth repeatedly, ultimately slaying 2 of them with his mortal flesh. And what of it? He is but a brute, her companion retorted. Chu Wanner shook her head. If he were truly a brute, he would not have succeeded in slaying 2 thunder crocodiles. This indicates he understands his limits. He knows when to strike while the thunder crocodiles are vulnerable. Alas, he is but a mortal. Chapter 58. Always friends. The attendant soon returned with the complete set of alchemical equipment. Mo Wuji had encountered numerous alchemical devices and could assert that he had used the most advanced equipment back on Earth. Upon receiving the everlasting green, Mo Wuji opened it for inspection and immediately recognized its exceptional quality. Compared to the subpar equipment from Qingyu country, this set was exponentially superior. While many functions differed from Earth's alchemical devices, Mo Wuji felt this set was far more suited for alchemy. The everlasting green has arrived. It appears quite sophisticated. Shen Lian remarked with a hint of skepticism in her tone. If Mo Wuji had ample funds, it would be a different matter altogether. She has now come to realize that Mo Wuji is not wealthy. A person with limited means not only resides in a luxurious room costing 10,000 gold coins per month, but also spends 370,000 gold coins on a completely useless alchemical device. This is utterly absurd. She cannot believe that Mo Wuji could succeed in alchemy, for although alchemists are not particularly esteemed in the eyes of pill refiners, not everyone can become an alchemist. It requires not only innate talent, but also a considerable amount of knowledge. Mo Wuji, having inspected the alchemical equipment, began to package it nonchalantly, stating, I possess an immortal commoner's formula now, and this set of equipment shall henceforth be known as the basic alchemical equipment. There is no need for ostentatious names that might incite envy in others. Shen Lian nearly laughed aloud. Who would envy this set of alchemical equipment and that basic qi cultivation? Senior Sister Shen, please assist me in delivering this equipment to the hotel. I still need to venture out to procure some herbs to experiment with. Before Mo Wuji could finish his sentence, he noticed that Shen Lian's expression had soured. He hastily produced a 1,000 gold coin note, saying, if I return late, Senior Sister Shen, you need not wait for me to dine. With no money even for a meal, Shen Lian swallowed her dissatisfaction upon receiving the 1,000 gold coins. She had accompanied Mo Wuji with the hope of borrowing some money from him. It would not do to wait for him each time they needed to eat. 1,000 gold coins were sufficient for her needs. After sending Shen Lian off, Mo Wuji began to procure herbs in earnest. Changluo City, being the capital of the Star River Empire, offers nearly anything for those with coin. By the end of the day, Mo Wuji returned to the Tianluo Tavern laden with several large bundles. He had purchased nearly 50 portions of materials for the opening meridian elixir. The herbs he required were not overly expensive, so he endeavored to acquire the best quality he could find. For instance, when it came to century-old Ganoderma, he sought specimens that were at least 200 years old. In this place, anything less than a millennium does not qualify as a spiritual herb. Even a millennium-old Ganoderma is considered merely a low-grade spiritual herb and does not command a high price. Additionally, he acquired a substantial quantity of dried rations. The greatest fear when refining pills is being interrupted. Thus, having resolved to engage in alchemy, he decided to continue for an extended period before emerging again. Upon returning to the tavern, Mo Wuji did not find Shen Lian present and was unsure if she was resting or had gone out. The alchemical equipment was left in the common room by Shen Lian. Although Mo Wuji did not know her well, he sensed that her background was likely not simple. Therefore, he He did not pry into her intentions. Back in his room, Wuji began to adjust the equipment, preparing to continue refining the opening meridian elixir. Having already refined dozens of portions, the process was quite straightforward for him. For several consecutive days, Wuji remained secluded in his room. Xunlian, catching the scent of herbs wafting from his quarters, understood that he was engaged in alchemy. As a practitioner herself, she was aware that both alchemy and cultivation are activities that should not be disturbed. Moreover, since she and Wuji were not well acquainted, she remained indifferent to the chaos of alchemy occurring within his room. 3 days later, Wuji stepped out briefly before returning to his work. Thus, it took him nearly 20 days to complete the refinement of all 50 portions of herbs. Over this span, he had visibly lost weight. From the 50 portions of materials, he successfully produced 46 opening meridian elixirs. Had he not been eager to complete the task, he would have wasted none of the herbs. Upon venturing out again, he still did not encounter Xunlian. With only a few days remaining until the Ascension Gate conference, Wuji contemplated whether he could utilize this time to find a location inhabited by thunder crocodiles to assist in tempering his meridians. Finding a suitable thunder marsh here seemed improbable. However, since Changluo City is coastal, there might still be a chance to locate thunder crocodiles. He dared not venture out alone in search of them. Having finally found an opportunity to cultivate, he was reluctant to meet an untimely end. Perhaps he could visit the Changluo Guild to see if anyone was organizing a team to confront the thunder crocodiles. As Wuji approached the entrance of the Changluo Guild, a familiar voice called out to him. "Zheni, how did you end up with Bu'er?" The surprise in Wuji's expression was cut short as he immediately inquired. "Bu'er, who harmed you?" Ding Bu'er's face was swollen and bruised, the marks of 5 fingers still visible. "This is not a place for conversation. Let us speak inside the guild," Zheng Yi remarked, pulling Ding Bu'er along with Wuji into the establishment. "What happened?" Wuji questioned Ding Bu'er intently before he had even settled into a seat. Though Ding Bu'er was not as boisterous and generous as Zheng Yi, he was a good friend with whom Wuji had always gotten along well. Moreover, had it not been for Ding Bu'er's warning in the Thunder Mist Forest, Wuji's fate could have been dire. Ding Bu'er clenched his fists and declared, "It was Chao Hao who struck me. If I ever gain the strength, I will surely crush that scoundrel's head beneath my foot." He did not continue, recognizing the futility of his words. Chao Hao possessed a commendable spiritual root, while he himself was merely a commoner without any spiritual roots. How could a rootless individual contend with someone like Chao Hao? The notion of trampling him was merely a fleeting expression of frustration. Wuji encouraged, "Take your time and explain." Zheng Yi interjected on Ding Bu'er's behalf. Bu'er has been following Han Ning closely. Later, Chao Hao brought a celestial master to find Han Ning. This celestial master sought the twin-leaf flame grass from her, which seemed to hold great significance for him. After acquiring the twin-leaf flame grass from Han Ning, the celestial master promptly presented her with a token, indicating that she could become an outer disciple of their sect at any time. It was only then that Wuji grasped why Han Ning was so insistent on obtaining the twin-leaf flame grass. It appeared she had already made plans. Even if she could not be selected for the Ascension Gate conference, she could still become an outer disciple. Truly a clever calculation. The celestial master, surnamed Lu, after collecting the 2 twin-leaf flame grasses, seemed unsatisfied and inquired how Han Ning had discovered them. Zheng Yi continued, "At this moment, I foolishly interjected, claiming that the twin-leaf flame grass was discovered by you. The celestial master then asked where you found it, and Han Ning stated it was at a lakeside stone crevice outside the Thunder Mist Forest. The celestial master did not say much after that and simply left. To my surprise, afterward, Chao Hao suddenly slapped me and kicked me to the ground, delivering several more blows." "Did Han Ning not intervene?" Wuji asked in a somber tone. Ding Bu'er shook his head. "No. It was not until Chao Hao had finished that Han Ning told me she no longer required my assistance. I am not a fool. I naturally understood that Han Ning had cast me aside. Unable to find your residence, I could only seek refuge with Brother Zheni." Wuji stood and patted Ding Bu'er reassuringly. "Do not worry. One day, I will help you avenge this grievance." Ding Bu'er's words inadvertently diminished Han Ning's contributions, which understandably displeased her. Given Han Ning's self-serving nature, it was only natural for her to cast Ding Bu'er aside. Zheng Yi also rose. "Wuji, my matters here are concluded. I do not intend to attend the Ascension Gate conference. I plan to pursue martial arts, thus I must leave Changluo City." "What are your plans with Bu'er? Pursuing martial arts? Is it because you lack a spiritual root?" Wuji had intended to wait until things settled before sharing the opening meridian elixirs with Zheng Yi and Ding Bu'er. Zheng Yi shook his head. Looking up at the bustling guild hall, and stated deliberately, even if I possess a spiritual root, I still intend to practice martial arts. This determination was made long before I arrived in Changluo. Now I shall embark on my quest for martial arts. Perhaps one day we shall meet again. Yet, it may be that today marks our final parting. Wuji, Bu'er, we bid farewell. With that, Yuan Jin turned and exited the tea room without waiting for Mo Wujin to utter any parting words, already far away. Mo Wujin and Ding Bu'er stepped out of the tea room, faintly hearing the melody of his song, a temporary farewell today. Yet surely they shall reunite in the future. Even if they cannot meet again, they shall always be friends. Chapter 59. Forming a team to set sail. Zhang Yi's demeanor was truly magnanimous and carefree until Ding Bu'er sighed. Reflecting on how Yuan Jin's song and silhouette had vanished from view. Bu'er, I intend to venture to the seaside to hunt the six-legged thunder crocodile. Why don't you stay at my place for now? After I have captured the thunder crocodile, we can attend the Yujiman conference together. Mo Wuji, aware that Ding Bu'er had been driven away by Han Ning and now had nowhere to stay, generously offered his hospitality. Ding Bu'er stared in astonishment at Mo Wuji. Wujin, you have seen the thunder crocodile before. Only a celestial master could withstand them. Why would you seek death? Mo Wujin gazed towards the direction where Yuan Jun had disappeared and spoke solemnly. Zhang Yi possesses his own aspirations. He is pursuing martial arts. Even if I lack spiritual roots, I must carve my own path. You know I can endure lightning strikes better than most. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to slay 2 thunder crocodiles on that ship. The hunt for thunder crocodiles is indeed perilous, but my resolve is firm. Should I fail to return, you must forge your own way. Ding Bu'er transitioned from shock to determination, ultimately clenching his fist. Yuan Jun and Mo Wujin both harbored their own ambitions. How could he, Ding Bu'er, cower in fear? Wujin, I shall accompany you. Spare me your warnings of danger. Once you capture the thunder crocodile, I can assist in collecting its materials. Ding Bu'er quickly made up his mind. It was far better to live boldly than to be treated like a dog, smacked, and told to leave. If death were to come, so be it. After all, who can be certain of their demise? You too wish to hunt the thunder crocodile? Why not join us in forming a team? A robust voice interjected. Mo Wujin and Ding Bu'er turned to see a towering man, his stature exceeding 2 meters, with a broad frame. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man was much slighter, perhaps only 1.67 meters, while the woman sported short hair and sharp eyebrows, exuding an air of efficiency. You two aim to hunt the thunder crocodile? Mo Wujin inquired cautiously, suspecting the coincidence was too fortuitous, given he had just declared his intent. The towering man chuckled. No need for suspicion. We are not hunting the thunder crocodile, but our path leads us through an area where they dwell, so we can all benefit. What is it that you seek? Mo Wujin asked candidly. There was no place for pretense among potential allies. The man replied, we are in search of the sea-wing leopard's egg. With the Yujiman conference approaching, the value of the sea-wing leopard's egg is bound to soar. If fortune favors us, a single egg could grant entry into a celestial sect as an auxiliary disciple. Many have recently set out to find these eggs. Just look around. Most are in teams seeking them. What manner of creature is the sea-wing leopard? Mo Wujin questioned, unfamiliar with such beasts. The man laughed heartily. Had I not heard you claim to have slain 2 thunder crocodiles, I would doubt your strength. The sea-wing leopard is not a sea creature but a lesser demon beast, the greatest advantage being its ability to fly. Many cultivators choose the sea-wing leopard as a mount, as its egg is easily tamed. Moreover, they excel in aquatic environments, with some dwelling along the coastal edges of Changluo. Although not particularly strong in combat, they harbor a deep aversion to thunder crocodiles, often residing near them. Thunder crocodiles excel in long-range attacks, and their lightning strikes are utterly unpredictable. Mo Wujin sensed the man's sincerity, but remained puzzled as to why these 3 wished to partner with him and Ding Bu'er. They appeared to lack significant combat prowess. Even though he had slain 2 thunder crocodiles, the means by which he did so were unknown. Nonetheless, he felt no risk of deception from them. Thus, he replied, very well, I agree to join your team. However, I have one stipulation. Should we encounter a multitude of thunder crocodiles, we must act together. Furthermore, we shall share in the opportunity for the sea-wing leopard's egg, contingent upon everyone receiving a fair share. Agreed, friend. I am Ji Guang, and these are my companions, Gao Wan and Sun Lian. Shall we prepare, or shall we depart immediately? Ji Guang's astute mind belied his imposing frame. Mo Wujin promptly replied, I have no preparations to make. Let us set out at once. How long will the journey take? Ji Guang responded, from here to the C7 point, it should take no more than a day. If fortune smiles upon us, We may locate the sea wing leopard's whereabouts within a day or two. If luck eludes us, we may not find them before the Yujiman conference begins. You need not worry. We too wish to attend the conference, hence we shall not linger until it commences. It is said that Chongluo City derives its name from its proximity to the Chongluo Sea, thus it can also be referred to as the coastal city. The Chongluo Sea is vast and perilous, with countless dangers. However, the most treacherous area nearest to Chongluo City is undoubtedly the C7 Point. The C7 Point consists of 7 marine gorges, stretching together in a ladle shape, hence its name. It is the closest point to Chongluo City where the sea wing leopard frequently appears. Yet, in recent years, the hunting of sea wing leopards has intensified, leaving their presence scarce near the C7 Point. To capture a sea wing leopard, one must venture nearly a day's journey into the sea. The 5 of them traveled through the night, arriving at the C7 Point just as dawn broke. Indeed, there were many people present. Despite the early hour, Wuji observed numerous beast carts parked there, along with some flying beast carts. Ji Guang, however, spoke gravely, "Everyone, be cautious. Over 90% of those here seek the sea wing leopard's eggs. We should avoid close contact with them, as many engage in robbery for survival. The edges of the C7 Point have long ceased to yield sea wing leopard's eggs. To find one, we must go further into the sea. Then we must take a boat. Should we not go out to sea with a large group?" Dingbu Er inquired, puzzled. Gao Wan, who had remained largely silent, sneered. "If we go out to sea with a multitude, how would we find the sea wing leopard's eggs?" Ji Guang replied, "There is a place nearby that rents small boats. I had no intention of renting one. We have brought our own supplies." With that, Ji Guang opened a large pack on his back. Wuji had long been curious about the contents of this hefty parcel, and now saw that it contained what appeared to be some kind of fabric. "What is this?" Dingbu Er asked, perplexed. Wuji recognized it as an inflatable kayak, though it was evidently more than just a simple kayak. "This is an inflatable boat." As he spoke, Ji Guang removed a stopper from the boat, and it began to inflate automatically. In mere moments, it expanded into a large inflatable craft, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and 3 to 4 meters in width. "This is remarkably convenient," Dingbu Er exclaimed in astonishment. Wuji remained silent, aware of the inherent dangers. This was the open sea, not a river. Should they encounter a formidable demon beast, it could easily puncture the kayak in a single bite. This matter is not the main concern. Primarily, this object lacks a propulsion system. Should we simply glide past it? Ji Guang retrieved 4 paddles from another package. Apart from Brother Mo, each of us will take 1 paddle. Given our speed, we should reach our destination by nightfall. In this stretch of sea, there are no other sea monsters apart from the thunder crocodile. After speaking, Ji Guang's gaze fell upon Wuji. "Brother Mo, you are relatively resistant to lightning. If we encounter a thunder crocodile, you will need to withstand its attack. We 4 will paddle with all our might, as long as we exceed its range. The thunder crocodile will cease its pursuit." Wuji finally comprehended why Ji Guang and the others had invited him and Dingbu Er to join. Clearly, they had discerned that he and Dingbu Er were not particularly formidable in combat. Their inclusion was not only to have Dingbu Er serve as a free laborer, but also to make Wuji a human shield specifically to absorb the thunder crocodile strikes. Dingbu Er also realized that he and Wuji were being utilized. Wuji and Dingbu Er exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat grim. Wuji had long harbored doubts regarding Ji Guang's invitation for him and Dingbu Er to join the team. Now that the truth was unveiled, he felt a sense of calm. It indicated their value as assets. If they were deemed useless, Ji Guang would not have extended the invitation. "Brother Ji, would you not agree?" Wuji inquired, directing his gaze toward Ji Guang. He truly did not mind that Ji Guang was exploiting him. He too was leveraging Ji Guang's guidance. Without Ji Guang leading the way, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to find this place, and besides, they had 3 additional allies. Ji Guang, believing he had utilized Wuji, was unaware that Wuji sought the lightning strikes. For Ji Guang and the others, lightning was a nightmare, while for Wuji, it represented unparalleled opportunity. As he had stated, if he and Dingbu Er possessed no value, there would be no reason for others to recruit them. "Very well, Brother Mo is magnanimous. Let us depart," Ji Guang proclaimed, leaping onto the inflatable boat. Upon seeing Wuji's agreement, Dingbu Er ceased his objections, grasping a paddle and joining Wuji on the boat. Initially, Wuji thought that even with 4 people paddling, the speed of the boat would not be remarkable. However, once aboard, he realized his assumptions were utterly misguided. This inflatable boat was ingeniously designed, with the 4 paddles on either side propelling it at nearly the speed of a motorboat, gliding across the water. After observing for a moment, Wuji noted that the design minimized water resistance. Its vulnerabilities lay in the fact that when the 4 paddlers became fatigued, there was no one to take their place, and it was also quite easy to tear. 2 hours later, the sky above the sea darkened ominously. "Let us take a brief rest. A torrential rain is likely approaching," Wuji remarked, noticing that Dingbu Air was struggling somewhat. Ji Guang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We shall rest here for a short while, about half an hour, then continue our journey." The group had barely rested for half an hour when, after only 20 minutes, a thunderous crack resounded, and rain the size of soybeans began to pour down. Wuji observed the inflatable boat's automatic drainage system, though it offered no shelter from the rain. Another bolt of lightning struck, and Ji Guang shouted, "A thunder crocodile is approaching." Everyone remained still. "Let Brother Wuji deal with it. We will paddle swiftly, allowing Brother Wuji to confront the thunder crocodile. The faster we go, the lighter the pressure on Brother Wuji." Before Ji Guang's words could fully resonate, a massive thunder crocodile leaped into the air, and before it could land, a bolt of lightning headed straight for Wuji. He paid no heed to Ji Guang's suggestion, fully aware of its implications. The thunder crocodile held a grudge. As long as he engaged, it would undoubtedly focus its wrath upon him, regardless of the presence of the others. This time, Wuji wielded a long knife, and without needing Ji Guang's reminder, he swallowed a vial of opening meridian liquid and proactively intercepted the lightning strike, while simultaneously thrusting his long knife towards the thunder crocodile's throat. Now that he had reached the first level of meridian opening, he began to circulate his energy. Previously, he had struggled greatly, relying on luck to channel the lightning arcs into his meridians. With the aid of his technique, he effortlessly guided a lightning arc into his meridian, nearly bringing him to tears. His efforts to acquire a technique had indeed proven fruitful. Without a technique, how could he have so easily directed the lightning arc into his meridians? With just one lightning arc, Wuji felt as though the blockage in his nearly connected 4th meridian had been completely cleaved apart. The inflatable boat resumed its speed as Wuji stood at the stern, continuously stabbing at the thunder crocodile's throat. However, the creature unleashed 3 or 4 lightning strikes upon him, and he could only manage to land a hit on the thunder crocodile occasionally. Wuji felt a surge of excitement. Upon reaching the first level of meridian opening, he realized his progress. Coupled with the ability to circulate his energy, consciously guiding the lightning arcs to strike his meridians significantly reduced his chances of injury. Previously, a mere 10 lightning arcs would have rendered him incapacitated, yet now, even after enduring more than 10 strikes, his injuries were surprisingly light. Moreover, breaking through his meridian blockages had become considerably easier. As for the foundational chi training, this technique was akin to an immortal secret for Wuji. After enduring over 10 lightning arcs, he had successfully opened his 5th meridian. Had he wished to slay the thunder crocodile, it would have been a simple task. Wuji hesitated, fearing that if he killed the creature, he might lose the lightning arcs to absorb. Thus, he held back. Ji Guang and the others watched as the lightning arcs unleashed by the thunder crocodile struck Wuji repeatedly, yet he steadfastly stood at the stern, blocking the creature. They sighed in relief. It seemed Wuji had not lied. He indeed possessed the ability to withstand the thunder crocodile. His constitution appeared to be extraordinary. Previously, they had only been able to evade the thunder crocodiles, even afraid to retaliate. Now, Wuji not only fought back, but could also withstand the beast's attacks. As Wuji endeavored to break through his 6th meridian, 2 more lightning arcs surged toward him from the side. Realizing reinforcements had arrived for the thunder crocodile, Wuji ceased holding back. He accelerated his strikes with the long knife, landing several blows on the first thunder crocodile's throat, ultimately sending it plummeting into the sea. While the materials from the thunder crocodile were quite valuable, Wuji had no intention of collecting them. Although the inflatable boat was sizable, overloading it with materials would slow their speed. Even though he could harness the lightning arcs to impact his meridians, he still could not absorb all of them. Some lightning arcs struck Wuji's body, quickly causing him severe injuries, leaving him charred and battered. Initially, when the 3 thunder crocodiles attacked Wuji simultaneously, Ji Guang and the others were filled with anxiety. They had not anticipated that Wuji would suddenly, as if aided by divine forces, land consecutive strikes upon the thunder crocodile's throat, sending one crashing into the water. Watching the lightning arcs strike Wuji and render him charred, Ji Guang and the others felt that recruiting Wuji had indeed been a brilliant decision. After slaying 1 thunder crocodile, Wuji continued to consume the opening meridian liquid. bracing himself against the other two. Soon, Ji Guang and the others realized that Mo Wuji's earlier success in defeating the Thunder Crocodile had indeed been a stroke of luck. At that moment, he found it increasingly difficult to land hits on the creatures, often enduring numerous lightning arcs before barely managing to strike once. The Thunder Crocodile possessed formidable vitality. A few strikes were of no consequence. Concerned that Mo Wuji might not withstand the incessant attacks from the Thunder Crocodiles, Ji Guang and the others paddled with all their strength. Dingbu Air harbored a sincere desire to assist Mo Wuji, yet he was acutely aware that he might not withstand even a single strike from the Thunder Crocodile. Thus, he fervently rowed, striving to escape the creature's lethal reach. The Thunder Crocodile, swift as the tempestuous sea, was not easily evaded. Amidst the torrential downpour, the leather boat surged forward, while at its stern, Mo Wuji battled against the relentless assaults of the Thunder Crocodile. Occasional flashes of lightning served as indicators for Ji Guang and his companions that Mo Wuji still clung to life. In Mo Wuji's heart, the initial thrill and excitement had long since dissipated, replaced by a grim determination. Each strike he executed became increasingly arduous. Despite the electrical arcs from the Thunder Crocodiles enabling his meridians to connect, his strength was woefully inadequate. As a mere mortal with a single layer of meridian expansion, he had reached the brink of his endurance. 3 successive arcs of lightning struck him. 2 were diverted into his obstructed channels, while 1 seared a substantial area of flesh and fabric alike. With the 19th meridian finally cleared, Mo Wuji bit down on his tongue, plunging his blade into the throat of a descending Thunder Crocodile. He knew he could not afford to falter. Should he succumb, the creature would undoubtedly rend him asunder. All his previous efforts would be in vain. As a mortal bound to earthly limitations, he understood that to achieve success, he must endure suffering far beyond that of others. No matter the cost, he had to persevere. After another half-day had passed, even Ji Guang's hands began to feel weak and weary. He could not comprehend how Mo Wuji continued to endure, as the torrential rain cast a veil of ambiguity over the boat's bow and stern. Ji Guang and the others were oblivious to the extent of the Thunder Crocodile's onslaught against Mo Wuji. He stood resolute at the stern, akin to a steadfast nail, seemingly impervious to being toppled by the ferocious beasts. Mo Wuji himself had lost count of how many Thunder Crocodiles he had faced. Had it not been for the boat's relentless advance, they might have already been encircled. He had dispatched at least a dozen of the creatures, yet the onslaught persisted, with more Thunder Crocodiles relentlessly pursuing and unleashing their electric strikes upon him. Finally, the 26th meridian opened, and as he consumed another vial of meridian opening elixir, he realized he had only 7 vials remaining. At that moment, he felt utterly drained. Every bone in his body was racked with excruciating pain. To remain standing was a testament to the strength of his will. With a decisive thrust, another Thunder Crocodile was dispatched, its body sinking into the depths of the sea. And simultaneously, Mo Wuji's 27th meridian cleared. Yet, in the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck his chest. Although he had opened 27 meridians, his power was still confined to the initial layer of meridian expansion, barely having entered that realm. The relentless onslaught of Thunder Crocodiles amidst the unending downpour had pushed both his body and spirit to their limits. His flesh and blood, no longer a steadfast nail, finally gave way, and he collapsed onto the leather boat. Chapter 61. Respect is earned through power. Mo Wuji was utterly exhausted, and the 4 rowers were scarcely better off. Upon witnessing Mo Wuji's inability to continue the fight, Ji Guang and the others rowed with frenzied urgency. While the leather boat could withstand the Thunder Crocodile's electric assaults to some extent, it was ultimately not impervious, especially amidst the ongoing rain. Fortunately, after Mo Wuji had slain more than 10 Thunder Crocodiles, only 2 or 3 continued their pursuit. More importantly, these remaining beasts had been severely wounded by Mo Wuji's efforts. With Mo Wuji ceasing his attacks and the boat accelerating, the injured Thunder Crocodiles soon lost their target, their fury dissipating. Thunder Crocodiles are peculiar creatures, known for their grudges. The deeper their hatred, the stronger their vitality, and the greater their ferocity. They fixate on a target, retreating only when faced with overwhelming force. After roughly 2 more hours, the leather boat came to rest on an islet spanning at least 100 miles. At last, the torrential rain ceased. Mo Wuji regained some strength, while Ji Guang and the others lay sprawled upon the ground in exhaustion. Brother Mo, we owe you our gratitude. We shall rest a while. You can secure the boat among the rocks. Ji Guang was the first to ascend the islet, his address to Mo Wuji having subtly shifted from brother to bro. Although Mo Wuji bore significant wounds, a pervasive sense of tearing coursed through him, he was still the strongest among them at that moment. Wuji, I admire you. Dingbu Air remarked, struggling to ascend, his arms nearly too weak to lift. Gao Wan and Sun Lian regarded Mo Wuji with newfound respect. The earlier disdain completely vanished. They were nearly spent, having merely engaged in menial labor, but Mo Wuji had served as their true shield. Had he not held off the thunder crocodiles, they would have surely perished. Is this the place? Mo Wuji inquired, surveying the rugged islet, his vision limited to a mere 100 meters. He refrained from discussing his confrontation with the thunder crocodiles, as it was deliberate entanglement that kept Ji Guang and the others from being overwhelmed. Of course, it was merely a possibility. Thus, he had played a role. Indeed, this is the spot. I have been here before, and few are aware of it. Wuji, you have exerted the most effort this time. Additionally, due to our haste, you have not collected materials from a single thunder crocodile. As long as we find more than 2 sea-winged leopard eggs on this islet, you shall receive the first share. Ji Guang's tone was sincere, his attitude markedly transformed. No one disputed Ji Guang's words. Strength spoke volumes. Mo Wuji's ability to fend off the thunder crocodiles and slay more than a dozen of them likely surpassed even Ji Guang's prowess. Thus, Mo Wuji earned their respect. Mo Wuji, however, remained taciturn. His purpose for coming here was not to gather materials or sea-winged leopard eggs. He had utilized the thunder crocodiles to open his meridians, achieving his goal. As for the eggs, acquiring them would be a bonus, but their absence would bear no consequence. I propose we rest here for the night and set off at dawn, Missouri Wuji suggested, aware of the group's fatigue and their prolonged wakefulness. Venturing to seek the sea-winged leopard eggs in such a state could prove perilous. Equally, he needed to recuperate from his severe injuries overnight. Gao Wan nodded in agreement. I concur with Brother Mo's suggestion. Let us rest here tonight. Although Ji Guang yearned to depart in search of the eggs, Mo Wuji had spoken, and with Gao Wan's endorsement, they acquiesced to his counsel. The torrential rain had long subsided, leaving only the tumultuous waves crashing against the rocky shore. Apart from Dingbu Air, the remaining 4 had all undergone cultivation. Thus, Dingbu Air succumbed to slumber in the cave, while Mo Wuji and the others meditated to cultivate their energy. With 27 meridians connected, Mo Wuji's cultivation speed surged, even in an area where spiritual energy was not abundant. An invisible energy circuit formed around him. Upon awakening the next morning, Mo Wuji felt invigorated. Not only had his injuries significantly improved, but he also sensed a considerable enhancement in his strength. Brother Mo, are you perhaps practicing the foundational breathing technique? Ji Guang inquired first, noticing Mo Wuji's posture in meditation, which resembled that of the basic technique. Mo Wuji smiled. Indeed, I cannot afford more advanced techniques, so I opted for the foundational breathing method. Ji Guang replied earnestly. Brother Mo, your strength merits a more superior cultivation method. The value of the thunder crocodiles is substantial. I recommend that in the future, you gather a team and rent a boat to hunt the 6-legged thunder crocodiles. Before long, you will be able to acquire a remarkably exquisite human-level cultivation technique. The foundational practice of qi cultivation is exceedingly slow and requires a vast amount of resources, rendering it impractical. Mo Wuji stated noncommittally, my spiritual root is rather poor. Being able to cultivate is already a stroke of luck for me. As for the quality of the technique, I am not particularly concerned. Besides, the technique I am cultivating boasts a rather ostentatious name, the Undying Mortal Technique, which certainly carries a certain prestige. At this, Ji Guang and the others shared a knowing smile, finding it amusing to witness someone who prioritized the name of a technique over their own future. Wuji, can you cultivate now? Dingbu Air inquired softly. Mo Wuji patted Dingbu Air on the shoulder and encouraged him. You should also begin practicing the Undying Mortal Technique. My spiritual root is practically non-existent, yet I can cultivate. Perhaps you can as well. Mo Wuji resolved to assist Dingbu Air in opening his meridians once he had stabilized his own situation. Can I really cultivate? Dingbu Air asked, his eyes wide with excitement. In his mind, celestial teachers were lofty and unattainable beings. The notion that Mo Wuji believed him capable of cultivation filled him with joy. Ji Guang added with a smile, as long as there is even a hint of spiritual sensitivity, even the most inferior spiritual root can still cultivate. The only difference lies in the level of achievement. Upon hearing this, Dingbu Air's spirit soared. Perhaps he indeed possessed a smidgen of a spiritual root. Unlike Mo Wuji, he had never had the opportunity for formal testing. In a world where 999 out of 1,000 possessed mundane roots, he, hailing from an ordinary lineage, naturally belonged to that majority. Unlike Mo Wuji, he was indifferent to whether he was a mundane or spiritual root. However, being in the imperial capital, surrounded by many with spiritual roots, ignited a fervor within him. Furthermore, witnessing the oppression faced by mortals fueled his desire to become stronger. Let us depart. After a night of rest, everyone had recuperated. Ji Guang waved his hand and took the lead. This area of reef islands was vast, and the five traversed for over 2 hours amidst the numerous bizarrely shaped rocks. As Wuji contemplated whether to ask Ji Guang for a definite direction, a sudden scream pierced the air. He was the first to drop to the ground, recognizing the source of the scream as Sun Lian, who had always remained silent. At that moment, Wuji clearly saw a bloody hole in Sun Lian's right chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Everyone, do not move. That is a spitting arrow beast. Its arrows possess corrosive effects, and being struck is excruciatingly painful, Ji Guang shouted, promptly producing a pill for Sun Lian. Despite his initial cry of agony, Sun Lian displayed remarkable resilience, uttering no further sounds. After swallowing the medicine Ji Guang had given him, he retrieved some powdered medicine and applied it to his wound, binding it securely. Fortunately, he had not sustained a fatal injury, and with effective medication, the bleeding ceased. The five regrouped, and Dingbu Air whispered, "Where's the spitting arrow beast?" "I cannot see it," Ji Guang replied gravely. "The spitting arrow beast excels at camouflage. Sometimes it disguises itself as a rock, making it nearly impossible to detect unless one is vigilant. Many who come here, seeking sea-wing leopard eggs perish not at the hands of the leopards, but from the spitting arrow beasts." Instinctively, everyone glanced at the surrounding rocks when another scream echoed out. This time, they were certain that the scream did not belong to any of them. "There are others here besides us," Gao Wan remarked. Just as her words fell, two figures stumbled out from around the corner of a nearby rock. As soon as the two emerged, a lithe black shadow descended from above, its jaws wide open, and in an instant, it seized one of them and swallowed him whole. "Is that the sea-wing leopard?" Dingbu Air gasped, observing that the creature had a head identical to that of a leopard, albeit with a much larger mouth and an additional pair of black wings. Wuji was equally astonished. Whoever claimed that the sea-wing leopard was weak had just witnessed it devour a person in a single bite. "Do not speak," Ji Guang urgently commanded. However, it was too late. The sea-wing leopard had already heard Dingbu Air's voice. With a swift kick, it sent the other survivor flying before lunging toward Wuji. "Everyone, attack!" Seeing the sea-wing leopard charge, Ji Guang brandished his long knife and was the first to leap forward. Gao Wan and the injured Sun Lian followed suit, drawing their weapons and joining the fray. Though Dingbu Air was comparatively weaker, he felt compelled to fight as he had instigated the situation. Only Wuji remained still, not out of fear, but because he had been alert to the surroundings since Ji Guang's mention of the spitting arrow beast. With 4 people engaged against the sea-wing leopard, he surmised they could handle it. His priority lay with the more immediate threat posed by the spitting arrow beast that had injured Sun Lian. As Wuji had anticipated, Ji Guang and the others managed to fend off the sea-wing leopard's attacks. Although the creature possessed great strength, it lacked agility. The 3 experienced fighters, along with Dingbu Air, managed to maintain a stalemate against the sea-wing leopard. Unfortunately, Sun Lian's injury hampered his movements. After a few minutes, Dingbu Air's vulnerabilities became evident. In a moment of hesitation during a retreat, the sea-wing leopard lunged at him, its jaws wide open. Dingbu Air, caught off guard, had no opportunity to evade, and it seemed he was destined to be devoured. Wuji could no longer hold back and prepared to rush forward when a shadow darted toward Ji Guang like an arrow. Upon witnessing Ji Guang rush toward the sea-wing leopard to save Dingbu Air, Wuji immediately altered his course. With Ji Guang engaging the leopard, his task was now to intercept the incoming attack. Clang! A dark arrow struck the surface of Wuji's blade, sending a powerful shockwave through him. Fortunately, having already opened a layer of meridians, he was able to withstand the impact. Had he still been in his pre-cultivation state, the force would have sent him reeling. After blocking the arrow, Wuji propelled himself toward a patch of exposed coral. He had realized that the arrow originated from the coral, confirming Ji Guang's assertion that it was indeed a spitting arrow beast. Engaging such a creature from a distance was tantamount to courting death. With his first layer of meridian cultivation and having connected 27 meridians, even without a significant upgrade, Wuji's explosive speed was remarkable. The distance of several meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. He swung his long knife, the air tearing with a resounding whoosh. The spitting arrow beast, caught off guard by Wuji's sudden appearance, failed to evade the incoming blade. In the brief moment it took for Wuji to move from blocking the arrow to closing in on it, the creature was left with no time to react. With a decisive strike, the blade cleaved through the coral, yielding a sensation akin to slicing through flesh. Blood spurted forth as the spitting arrow beast transformed into a shadow, vanishing beneath his blade. Aside from the faint sound of wind, Wuji detected no further traces of the creature. Though a pool of blood remained where the coral once stood, Wuji speculated that the spouting arrow beast would not return. He quickly turned around, intending to assist Ji Guang and the others, when he heard the ferocious roar of the sea-winged leopard. Wuji saw Ji Guang's curved blade had cleaved open the lower jaw of the beast, blood spurting forth. In its fury, the sea-winged leopard lost its composure and was swiftly pierced in the throat by the long knives of Gao Wan and Sun Lian. Reluctantly, the beast's body fell, shattering a nearby rock. Ji Guang did not turn to regard the slain leopard. Instead, he approached Wuji, bowing in gratitude. "Brother Mo, thank you for saving my life once more." Ji Guang had already shielded Dingbu Air from a calamity and was well aware that Wuji had simultaneously defended him against the arrow of the spouting beast. Had it not been for Wuji, that arrow could very well have pierced his neck. Other injuries could be tended to, but a shot through the neck would leave little chance for survival. "Brother Ji, since we are a team, it is only natural that we support one another. Moreover, had it not been for you, Brother Ji, Dingbu Air would likely have faced dire consequences," Wuji replied with a smile. There was an unspoken understanding among them. Rather than saying Wuji saved Ji Guang, it could be said that Ji Guang saved himself. Had Ji Guang not intervened to assist Dingbu Air, Wuji would undoubtedly have chosen to save Dingbu Air first. "Brother Mo, I am fortunate to count you as a friend. I previously thought you might have ulterior motives, but it seems I misjudged your character. Had you not concealed yourself waiting for the spouting arrow beast, Ji Guang would have faced grave danger." Sun Lian, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "There is no need for formality. Let us now seek the eggs of the sea-winged leopard," Ji Guang declared, leading the way. The group exerted little effort in locating a smooth rocky cave. The cave was large, measuring over 10 feet in height and width. Before entering, they caught a whiff of a pungent scent. "This is the place," Ji Guang exclaimed. "This cave should serve as a temporary nesting site for the sea-winged leopard's eggs. In no more than 4 months, the leopard will abandon this location." The 5 entered in single file, soon reaching the depths of the cave. Deep within, they found a massive, makeshift nest constructed from animal fur, containing 6 eggs. "These must be the eggs of the sea-winged leopard," Wuji mused, noticing that 5 of the eggs were as large as volleyballs, while one was only a third of their size. Furthermore, the larger eggs were adorned in striking black and white patterns, while the smaller egg was a dull yellow, resembling a large chicken egg. "We are fortunate. Each of us can take one of the larger eggs. And the smaller one may not belong to the sea-winged leopard. It is likely an egg it scavenged from elsewhere. Let us give the smaller one to Brother Mo. What do you all think?" Ji Guang proposed. Dingbu Air, being with Wuji, had no objections. Both Sun Lian and Gao Wan agreed, fully aware of Wuji's prowess. It was evident that their safe arrival here was largely due to Wuji's efforts. Wuji smiled. "No need. I shall take the smaller one." Dingbu Air took one of the larger eggs, while Ji Guang and the others claimed the remaining 4, as it was Ji Guang who had guided them to this location. Afterward, Wuji held the smaller egg in his hand, having achieved his purpose. Had it not been for Ji Guang, he would not have found this place, let alone traversed 27 meridians along the way. Were it not for the servant-disciple token gifted by Qin Xiangyu, Wuji would not have hesitated to pocket 2 eggs. After all, possessing a sea-winged leopard's egg could potentially secure him a position as a servant-disciple. However, with the token in hand, acquiring the egg held little significance. Thus, he chose to relinquish it to Ji Guang, understanding that sometimes yielding can be a virtue, a valuable lesson he had learned. Even if he were to obtain the egg, he would not incubate it. The thought of killing the sea-winged leopard and breeding its offspring for a beast companion felt somewhat disconcerting to him. Even if he had not struck the leopard himself, the notion remained unsettling. "Thank you, Brother Mo, for your generosity. From this day forth, you are my friend Ji Guang. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Ji Guang replied, not wishing to press further as 1 egg was insufficient for his needs. He understood that Wuji's contributions outweighed his own, especially since Wuji had saved his life. Chapter 63. The leap to the Immortal Gate Conference. The return journey was remarkably quiet, devoid of encounters with the 6-legged thunder crocodile, which left Wuji feeling somewhat despondent. He still possessed 7 vials of meridian-opening elixir, and if he could encounter some thunder crocodiles, he felt confident he could expand his meridians beyond 30. 2 days later, Wuji and Dingbu Air arrived back at the Tianluo Tavern. Shun Lian was still absent. And upon learning that Mo Wuji could cultivate and that Shun Lian was a celestial master, Ding Bu'er decided to temporarily stay in the common room. Mo Wuji was not one to stand on ceremony, having opened 27 meridians, and he was eager to cultivate. When Mo Wuji resumed absorbing spiritual energy for a full cycle, he was nearly astounded. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, it felt as inconsequential as a single drop in the vast ocean, presenting no barriers or hindrances to his cultivation. Previously, upon reaching the first stage of meridian opening, he had felt an unmistakable bottleneck. Yet now, with 27 meridians opened, he sensed that as long as he persisted in his cultivation, he could accommodate an endless influx of spiritual energy. Continuously absorbing energy, his cultivation progressed steadily. Even without witnessing the cultivation of prodigies, Mo Wuji could surmise that even the most gifted would not absorb spiritual energy as swiftly as he. His 27 meridians resembled an expansive ocean, allowing him to navigate freely, suppressing his inner elation. Mo Wuji realized that whether his meridians were spiritual or not was of little consequence to him. With his current speed of cultivation, he believed that as long as his meridians could keep pace, no talent could rival his own. 2 days passed in an instant, and Mo Wuji distinctly felt himself approaching the pinnacle of the first stage of meridian opening. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through to the second stage, he found himself stalled. It was not his meridians that limited his cultivation, but rather his lack of experience in breaking through to the second stage. With Shun Lian absent, he feared that any mistakes in his cultivation could lead to irreparable consequences. More importantly, the leap to the Immortal Gate Conference was imminent. Who knew how much time he would need to achieve that breakthrough? Stepping out of his room, Mo Wuji found Shun Lian and Ding Bu'er engaged in a silent standoff. Upon seeing Mo Wuji emerge, Shun Lian furrowed her brow and inquired, Mo Wuji, who is he? He is Ding Bu'er, a friend of mine. Your room was originally reserved for him, but since you had nowhere to stay, I allowed him to occupy it first. After Ding Bu'er arrived, he insisted on not disturbing your space, so he is temporarily residing in the common room. Mo Wuji explained, rendering Shun Lian speechless. Sensing her misstep, Shun Lian quickly added, the leap to the Immortal Gate Conference has commenced. I came to invite you to try your luck. Ding Bu'er, secretly admiring Mo Wuji's eloquence, turned his gaze to Shun Lian upon hearing that the conference had begun. Initially, he had little expectation of the event, but now with a sea-winged leopard's egg in his possession, he realized that if utilized wisely, it could grant him entry into a celestial sect. Even securing a position as a servant disciple would be a remarkable achievement. Moreover, given that Mo Wuji seemed capable of cultivation, he too might have an opportunity. Let us go. We came here for the leap to the Immortal Gate Conference. Mo Wuji urged eagerly. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances, confident that his cultivation speed would not be inferior to that of any prodigy. Yet, in truth, he was an ordinary mortal devoid of spiritual roots. At the Yuezhan sect conference, the prospect of an ordinary individual becoming a true disciple of the sect was nearly impossible. Mo Wuji was unfazed by this reality. He was certain he could join the Wuhan Sword sect as a servant disciple, which sufficed for him. His primary aim in entering the sect was to connect with some celestial masters, so that he might inquire about any uncertainties he encountered in his cultivation journey. Mo Wuji was uncertain about the size of Chongluo City. He only knew that it was the capital of the Xinghe Empire and the largest city within it. Having spent a month in Chongluo City, he had barely traversed a corner of it, even lacking knowledge of the palace's location. It was only upon accompanying Shun Lian to the Xinghe Imperial Square that he discovered such a vast area existed. The square was teeming with people, and since Mo Wuji and Shun Lian arrived later, they could only observe from the periphery. In the center of the square rose a grand marble platform, upon which stood a crystal column towering 2 zhang high, which Mo Wuji recognized as the device used for testing spiritual roots. Surrounding the column were several circular platforms erected by various sects, each marked with the name of its respective sect. The larger sects clearly occupied more space and featured more impressive constructions. For instance, the Tianji Hall at the forefront was not only prominent, but also several times larger than the other sects' platforms. To Mo Wuji, it resembled a job fair, with large enterprises and small companies easily discernible. Beyond the circular platforms of the numerous sects, many signs indicated recruitment for servant disciples. Mo Wuji quickly spotted the Wuhan Sword sect's recruitment area, which, given its scale, could only be considered below average among the dozens of sects present. Shun Lian remarked to Mo Wuji, "Did you notice? This Yuezhan sect conference is somewhat different from previous ones. In the past, only designated geniuses could participate in the tests and then proceed to sect selection. This time, aside from the designated geniuses, anyone who believes their spiritual roots are decent can participate in the selection. She added, take you for example, even as a servant. If you believe your spiritual root potential is good, you can still participate in the selection. Wuji instinctively glanced at the dense crowd, surprised as he asked, if all these people participate in the selection, when will it end? Xun Lian laughed lightly, saying, do you think anyone can simply step onto the high platform for testing? Only designated individuals can test there first. Those who are not designated geniuses must pass preliminary tests before they can access the high platform. She pointed to a tall building at the edge of the square, indicating that it was the location for preliminary testing. She continued, the benefit of the preliminary testing is twofold. It is low cost, and if your qualifications prove insufficient to become an outer disciple, you can still apply as a servant disciple. Like those recruitment areas. Wuji, I'm going to test my spiritual roots over there. Dingbu Air, noticing the throng heading towards the preliminary testing hall, grew eager. Wuji decided against pursuing the spiritual root test any further, nodding to Dingbu Air, go ahead, and good luck. Which sect are you from? Wuji suddenly recalled Xun Lian, knowing she possessed considerable knowledge and was already at the 4th layer of meridian opening at a young age, indicating she was not from a lesser background. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Xun Lian replied dismissively, seeming unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Wuji refrained from asking further, as he observed a tall man gracefully descending into the center of the marble platform beside the crystal column for the spiritual root test. The bustling crowd fell silent, their attention riveted on this imposing figure. I represent the Xinghe Empire and welcome all sects to Changluo for disciple selection. I also welcome the talented individuals of the Xinghe Empire to come forth and choose their respective sections. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the salute be fired, the tall man declared, and 9 ceremonial cannons erupted in sound around the marble platform. Who is this person? Is he the emperor of the Xinghe Empire? Wuji whispered to Xun Lian. Of course, he is the emperor of the Xinghe Empire. Who else would it be? Xun Lian shot him a glance. Wuji, puzzled, asked, isn't it odd for an emperor to be here at a sect selection event? He doesn't seem to hold much significance. Xun Lian looked at Wuji incredulously. Do you think being an emperor is simple? While an emperor cannot overshadow some sects, do you believe that the top-tier powers of the sects would attend this selection event? Most present are merely minor figures. Even if there are significant individuals, there may only be 1 or 2. Their purpose is to seek out promising disciples, and they will not step into the limelight. Chapter 64. A heart-wrenching encounter with the Yuezhan sect conference officially commencing. I wish all sects to find their ideal disciples and hope that each talented participant can leap beyond the mundane to become true disciples of the sect. As the emperor of the Xinghe Empire announced the official start of the Yuezhan sect conference, a wide passageway emerged through the crowd, leading directly to the marble platform in the center of the imperial square. At this moment, the emperor descended, and 2 individuals responsible for recording the test results stood beside the crystal column for testing spiritual roots. A man dressed in official robes approached the center of the marble platform, announcing loudly, Ozwa Su from Changluo County, please come forth for testing. Wei Shi, prepare for the test. As the official announced the names, a young man clad in golden robes swiftly walked along the wide passage to the marble platform, leaping onto it. Once on the platform, the youth did not immediately proceed with the test. Instead, he turned back to survey the multitude gathered in the square with a sense of pride. It must be acknowledged that the youth's demeanor was quite captivating, prompting excited gasps from some onlookers. Xun Lian scoffed, this guy craves attention too much. Unless his spiritual roots are extraordinary, no great sect will desire him, as his progress is limited. Standing before the testing crystal column, a brownish light surged upward from the column's base, halting at a height of 5 feet. An individual beside the crystal column then announced loudly, Ozwa Su from Changluo County possesses mid-grade earth spiritual roots, with average potential. Wuji witnessed the youth's expression shift to one of satisfaction. Clearly having anticipated his own spiritual root potential, knowing it would allow him to join certain sects as an outer disciple. However, this youthful visage soon became rigid, as he noticed no sects expressed interest in him. Despite the emperor of the Xinghe Empire's seemingly straightforward declaration that anyone with spiritual roots could choose their desired sect, the underlying condition was that the sects must show interest in the individual. Without that interest, possessing spiritual roots was rendered meaningless. The golden-robed youth stood there in a daze, while another individual responsible for the testing grew impatient and remarked, since no sect has chosen you, why do you remain on the platform? Yes, Ozwa realized. His face flushed as he hurriedly stepped down from the platform. Wuji shook his head, thinking that even if this guy were selected by a sect, his achievements would be limited. Not only was his potential mediocre, but his desire for attention and the subsequent embarrassment he displayed after being rejected indicated a lack of the proper mindset for aspiring to greatness. At that moment, the testing column emitted a brilliant golden light, nearly reaching 9 feet in height. In Chongluo County, Weishi possesses a superior grade spiritual root, showing above-average aptitude. The individual in charge of testing the spiritual roots called him forth once more. Subsequently, Mo Wuji observed 2 sex locations glowing with golden light. He gazed at Shenling, perplexed, and inquired, Shenling, it seems that 2 sects have set their sights on Weishi. Why is it that only 2 sects are interested in a superior grade spiritual root? Do the immortal sects here seek only exceptional spiritual roots? Shenling replied, naturally not, unless they are top-tier geniuses. Generally, once a sect has made its choice, others do not compete. The simultaneous golden lights from these 2 sects indicate that they both selected Weishi. Otherwise, you would have only seen one. The Earthgrade sects, the Golden Spear sect and the Fire Phoenix sect, both chose Weishi, inviting him to select a sect for himself. The next to step forward for testing was Chongluo County's Chengfei. The tester called out loudly once more. Numerous eager and envious gazes fell upon Weishi, who not only garnered the favor of an Earthgrade sect, but also had the privilege of selection. As the crowd's attention shifted with Weishi, a towering red light shot into the sky, captivating everyone's gaze. This beam of light reached approximately 15 to 16 feet, soaring higher, nearly touching the apex. Not only was it strikingly radiant, but it also evoked memories of Yin Air in Mo Wuji's mind. During her testing, a similarly soaring light had appeared. The reason Yin Air's light did not reach the same height as Chengfei's was undoubtedly due to the lower grade of the testing crystal pillar. Chengfei possesses a top-tier fire spiritual root. With commendable aptitude, the tester announced, his voice trembling slightly. Almost simultaneously, over a dozen sects illuminated their golden lights, clearly indicating that this individual, Chengfei, had drawn the attention of numerous sections. The quasi-heavenly grade sects, including the Heavenly Extreme Hall, the Leaving Fire sect, the Bailuo sect, and the Heavenly Demon sect, were mentioned. Upon hearing the names of these sects, Shenling, standing beside Mo Wuji, whispered in astonishment, goodness. It seems that nearly all the quasi-heavenly sects of the Star River Empire have joined the fray. Mo Wuji clenched his fists, anger surging within him as he recalled Yin Air, who had been taken by that wicked woman. This was where Yin Air should have been, given the opportunity to choose among these great sects, rather than being seized away. The abundance of quasi-heavenly sects available for selection felt akin to a top scholar in a national examination. Amid the crowd's envious and reverent gazes, Chengfei chose the Heavenly Extreme Hall. Afterward, no other top-tier spiritual roots emerged during the testing. The best results were merely above-average or lower-grade roots. Wuji, I can't believe I have a middle-grade Earth spiritual root. I must go participate in the Weishan sect test. Dingbu Air's excited voice rang out as he approached Mo Wuji, brimming with enthusiasm. Congratulations, Bu Air. Mo Wuji expressed his happiness for Dingbu Air. Why don't you try your luck? Shenling inquired, looking at Mo Wuji with curiosity. Mo Wuji remained silent, being of a mortal root. How could he dare to tempt fate? When Manju is about to test, Dingbu Air remarked, but instinctively halted his words. Recalling the rumors surrounding Wen Manju and Mo Wuji, a crimson beam shot up to over 8 feet before stopping, prompting Mo Wuji to reflect on Wen Manju's commendable aptitude. Indeed, the tester proclaimed loudly, from the Qinyu Nation, Wen Manju possesses a superior grade fire spiritual root. With above-average aptitude, 3 sects simultaneously illuminated their golden lights, clearly interested in the fire-rooted Wen Manju. Upon seeing the golden light of the Heavenly Extreme Hall, Mo Wuji knew she would undoubtedly choose that sect. This woman is truly fortunate, Dingbu Air remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Mo Wuji smiled slightly. What did it matter if she had a superior grade spiritual root? Lacking a spiritual root, he was not necessarily weaker in cultivation than those with superior grade roots. The inability to cultivate due to a lack of a spiritual root did not apply to him. Step aside. How dare a beggar appear at the Weishan sect conference? You disgrace this solemn assembly. A scornful voice echoed not far behind Mo Wuji, followed by a pained grunt. Instinctively, Mo Wuji turned to see a disheveled, frail woman being kicked and sent sprawling to the ground. His heart clenched painfully as he recognized her unmistakably. It was Yin Air. But why was she here? And in such a dire state? Chapter 65. 9th rank alchemist young master. Mo Wuji embraced Yin Air, hearing her mumbling incessantly. Her gaze was vacant, her clothes tattered, emitting a foul odor. She repeatedly called out young master, not recognizing Mo Wuji, but seemingly trapped in a state of delirium. Jing, Fei Lan. Mo Wuji uttered these three names almost syllable by syllable, recalling that the woman who had taken Yin Er was named Jing Fei Lan. Now, Yin Er was reduced to a street dweller, perhaps even driven mad. He resolved that if he did not eliminate that woman, his existence would be meaningless. Yin Er was filthy, her hair a dull yellow. Cradling her in his arms, Mo Wuji discerned that she weighed no more than a few dozen pounds. One could only imagine the suffering she had endured. Overwhelmed by righteous fury, Mo Wuji clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms, blood flowing freely. Yet he remained oblivious. Was it you who kicked Yin Er? Mo Wuji rose, still holding Yin Er, and approached the man responsible for the cruel act. He had vowed never to let Yin Er suffer again, yet in the blink of an eye, she had faced such hardship, reduced to a mindless vagrant, abused at will. He would rather endure suffering himself than allow Yin Er to bear further torment. She had already endured enough alongside him. The man glanced at Mo Wuji coldly, saying yes. It was me who kicked her. What can you do about it? Crack. Ah. The sound of bones shattering echoed as Mo Wuji delivered a kick to the man's knee, followed by a resounding slap to his face. While he could tolerate suffering inflicted upon himself, he could not stand idly by as Yin Er was tormented before him. Some things simply cannot be tolerated, and when the time comes, there is no need for restraint. The man's screams were silenced by the slap, and he slumped to the ground, clutching his leg, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. Due to the crowd size and Mo Wuji's position at the periphery, the commotion surrounding the man's shattered knee drew only the attention of those nearby and did not spread further. Seeing the ferocity of Mo Wuji, onlookers quickly parted to create space. Ignoring the man, Mo Wuji lifted Yin Er and turned to leave. Is she your friend? Shen Ling hurried over and whispered in Mo Wuji's ear. Just as he was about to respond, a gloomy voice interrupted. You think you can just walk away after causing trouble at the Yueshan sect conference? The speaker was a young man with a long face and narrow eyes. Carrying a long sword on his back, his long hair tied in an immortal bun, and wearing cloud boots. Mo Wuji, having encountered many cultivators recently, recognized him as one of their kind. Wu Jingwu, what do you mean by this? Shen Ling angrily questioned the young man standing beside Mo Wuji. It then dawned on Mo Wuji that this long-faced young man was acquainted with Shen Ling and was likely here to cause trouble for him, potentially due to Shen Ling's influence. Wu Jingwu looked at Shen Ling and said, Junior sister, do not associate with these lowly mortals. It diminishes your stature. Master has been searching for you, knowing you would sneak into the Yueshan sect conference. You need not concern yourself with the testing of your spiritual root at the Ascending Immortal Gate conference, even if you were accepted by another sect. Do you truly believe they would dare to keep you after I have revealed your identity? Upon uttering this, Wu Jingwu turned to call for someone. Shun Lian's voice was cold as she interjected. Wu Jingwu, should you dare to implicate Mo Wuji today, I will not let you go for the rest of my life. I, Shin Lian, vow to uphold my promise. Wu Jingwu's expression darkened as he turned to Mo Wuji, asking in a subdued tone, who is this person? Mo Wuji replied to Shun Lian, Sister Shun, I must take my leave. If fate allows, we shall meet again. With that, Mo Wuji swiftly departed, carrying Yenner in his arms and ignoring Wu Jingwu entirely. What transpired? Ding Buer chased after him. Mo Wuji advised, Buer, you should strive to excel. Should you be selected by the Immortal Gate, it would be a fortuitous event. Very well, I shall return promptly after my test, Ding Buer replied, vaguely deducing who Yenner might be. Once back at his residence, Mo Wuji immediately tended to Yenner, cleansing her thoroughly. He was at a loss as to how she had come to be in such a state, but upon observing her emaciated form, he realized that had she not fortuitously found her way to the Ascending Immortal Gate conference today and been discovered by him, he might never have seen her again. Since Yenner had lost her sense of autonomy, she continued to call out for her young master. Mo Wuji understood that she had been searching for him, driven by an unwavering obsession that led her to populous places, for in her subconscious, the likelihood of finding someone was greater amidst a crowd. After personally preparing some rice porridge to feed Yenner, he waited until she fell asleep before venturing out to procure medicine and a few sets of clothing for her. He was uncertain if he could heal her condition. As evening approached, Ding Buer had yet to return, but Shun Lian reappeared at the inn. I apologize for causing you trouble today, she said upon entering. Mo Wuji waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. After all, it hasn't reached that point. Is that person your senior brother? He inquired casually, though he was acutely aware of the danger he had faced. If any of the enforcing immortal masters had taken notice of him, he would have been doomed, for in their presence, his life was worth less than that of an insect. Xun Lian shook her head, reluctant to discuss Wu Jingwu, and instead glanced at the medicine Mo Wuji was preparing. Then at his room. Shall I assist you in examining your friend? She offered. You understand medicine? Mo Wuji asked, puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, Xun Lian replied. My father is an earth alchemist. What is an earth alchemist? Mo Wuji still did not comprehend. Xun Lian widened her eyes, staring at him in disbelief, before asking. Aren't you an alchemist yourself? You spent 370,000 gold coins on a set of alchemical equipment. Do you not know what an earth alchemist is? Mo Wuji chuckled lightly. I am not a certified alchemist. I merely purchased some herbs to practice. Xun Lian sighed, rubbing her forehead in exasperation, and explained. Alchemical pills are categorized into 9 grades. The 1st to 3rd grades are considered mortal grade pills. The 4th to 6th are earth grade. The 7th to 9th are heaven grade. And those above 9 are immortal grade. One who can refine a 1st grade pill is called a 1st grade alchemist, and so forth. Therefore, an earth alchemist must at least be capable of refining a 4th grade earth pill. What grade is your father? Mo Wuji continued with a flurry of questions. Xun Lian was left speechless, and after a lengthy silence, she finally said, in the entire Galaxy Empire, there is not a single heaven alchemist. Do you not agree that an earth alchemist is quite remarkable? Mo Wuji quickly stood up, addressing Xun Lian. I implore you, Sister Xun, to assist me in checking on Yinner. Her name is Yinu. Such a lovely name. Xun Lian remarked as she moved toward Mo Wuji's room. Eager to discover what kind of girl this Yinner was, whom Mo Wuji held in such regard. They had lived together for nearly a month, and despite their limited interactions, she had come to know a bit about him. Yinner's beauty was undoubtedly exceptional, and her figure would incite envy in 99% of women. Yet, Mo Wuji's affection for her was not merely due to her appearance. She understood that his warmth stemmed from her greater understanding of cultivation, not her status as a beautiful woman. Chapter 66. The wordless pill manual. Xun Lian settled at Yinner's bedside. Upon witnessing Yinner's sparse, dry yellow hair, her skeletal wrists, and the small scar on her face, a pang of compassion struck her heart. What hardships had this girl endured to be reduced to such a state? She pondered the nature of Yinner and Mo Wuji's relationship that could incite such concern. Placing her hand on Yinner's wrist, she closed her eyes. Mere seconds later, she opened them abruptly, filled with fury, her hands trembling slightly. What is it? Mo Wuji asked, his tone tense. Xun Lian and Yinner were strangers. This scenario left him feeling somewhat alarmed. Releasing her grip, Xun Lian inhaled deeply to calm herself before inquiring. Did she previously possess an exceptionally good spiritual root? Mo Wuji nodded vigorously. Yes, Yinner once had an exquisite wood spiritual root. The azure glow was unmistakably indicative of a wood spiritual root. Having observed the spiritual root tests at the Ascending Immortal Gate Conference for a while, Mo Wuji had garnered some understanding. Xun Lian regarded him with sympathy, saying, in the cultivation world, there exists a particularly nefarious method known as spiritual root transference. They seek to transfer another's superior spiritual root to themselves, thereby enhancing their own cultivation potential and aptitude. Before Xun Lian could finish, Mo Wuji's expression shifted drastically as he stood abruptly, staring at her in shock. Are you suggesting that Yinner? Xun Lian nodded, confirming his fears. You are correct. Yinner's spiritual root has been transferred. Mo Wuji slammed his palm down on the table, shattering it to pieces, yet he felt no pain in his hand. Xun Lian sighed. This method is extremely insidious, typically employed by individuals who target those without lineage or background. They would not dare to act against those with established roots, for should word get out, the reputation of the perpetrator would be irrevocably tarnished. Moreover, such individuals are despised wherever they go. Mo Wuji gradually regained his composure, his expression fluctuating several times before he asked, if that is the case, why is Yinner still alive? How could she arrive at the Ascending Immortal Gate Conference alone? He struggled to believe that after undergoing such a vile act, she could still survive. Xun Lian furrowed her brow. I too find it strange. Logically, even if Yinner were of common birth, they would not leave any survivors. The perpetrator of the spiritual root transference would not allow anyone to know of their actions. It appears they not only spared her, but allowed her to escape, which is illogical. Has Yinner's spiritual root been successfully transferred? Mo Wuji fought to suppress his overwhelming fury. He needed to remain calm. Anger and impulsiveness would not aid him in achieving vengeance. Xun Lian shook her head. Yinner's spiritual connection has been completely destroyed. It is evident that the transference failed. The method of spiritual root transference is malicious and has a notably low success rate, typically under 1%. Mo Wuji clenched his fists once more, stating with a fierce tone, a nefarious technique with a success rate of less than 1% is still pursued, disregarding the lives of others. Xun Lian replied coolly, "You are too naive. Disregarding the lives of others? Allow me to enlighten you. To cultivators with spiritual connections, mortals are merely ants, easily extinguished. No matter how superior the spiritual root, without cultivation, one remains a mortal. In the face of mere mortals, one need not speak of a success rate of less than 1%. Even a mere 1 in 1,000 might compel someone to act." At this point, Xun Lian seemed to recall something and added, "Regardless of how Yenner managed to escape, you must leave here at once. It would be best if you refrained from participating in the final round of the Yu Xianmen competition. In truth, there exists a significant disparity between the roles of a servant disciple and an outer sect disciple. Once you become a servant disciple, you will realize that it is nearly indistinguishable from remaining outside the sect." Mo Wuji acknowledged Xun Lian's wisdom, yet considering Yenner's condition, where could he possibly go? Chongluo is a major city. Staying here offers a greater hope of healing Yenner. "Senior Sister Xun, may I inquire if Yenner can be cured?" Mo Wuji asked, concerned primarily with her recovery. Xun Lian shook her head with sympathy. "Her condition is exceedingly difficult to remedy. Her spiritual threads have been destroyed, and her physical foundation has also deteriorated severely. Even my father could not heal her. I believe that living another 10 years would be remarkable." In reality, Xun Lian assessed that Yenner could survive no more than 3 years, but she chose to comfort Mo Wuji with the notion of 10 years. Knowing how much he cared for Yenner, "I must heal Yenner." Mo Wuji seemed to be speaking to Xun Lian, yet it felt more like a quiet declaration to himself. If Xun Lian's father, a master alchemist, cannot heal her, what of the heavenly alchemists? Surely, if none exist in the Xinghe Empire, they must be elsewhere. If there are none, I shall learn alchemy myself. "Senior Sister Xun, I understand that my request may burden you, but I wish to accompany you and beseech your father to teach me alchemy," Mo Wuji resolved, immediately bowing deeply to Xun Lian. Were it not for Yenner, he would never have made such a request. He understood that if Xun Lian could take him with her, she would have suggested it long ago. Moreover, her senior brother, Wu Jingwu, was not one to easily tolerate others. As expected, Xun Lian displayed a troubled expression and said, "This may prove quite difficult. My father would not accept you as a disciple, nor would he teach you alchemy simply because you know me. Therefore, I cannot take you along." Xun Lian felt a bitterness within. If her father were so accommodating, she would not have had to sneak out. Mo Wuji's words were directed at her. Had they been spoken to someone else, it would likely have elicited laughter. If he had spoken them to her father directly, she was certain that Mo Wuji would not survive the next moment. Her father would have acted immediately to eliminate him. For this reason, she would never bring Mo Wuji to plead with her father for alchemical instruction. That would truly endanger him. Mo Wuji's expression fell, realizing that his request was indeed somewhat unreasonable. An awkward silence enveloped them until Xun Lian appeared to remember something. She retrieved a thin booklet from her pocket and handed it to Mo Wuji, saying, "This should be an alchemical book, which I casually purchased from a street stall. However, when I opened it, it contained no words. Perhaps soaking it in a certain liquid will reveal the text. I have tried various methods without success. Take it, and perhaps fortune will favor you. After all, alchemical books are not easily obtained. If it truly is an alchemical book, remember to keep it a secret." This book was not something she had found at a stall. Rather, it was something she had stealthily taken from her father's study when she left home. Despite her best efforts, she had been unable to reveal any text within the alchemical book. Now, considering Mo Wuji's desire to learn alchemy, she decided to give him the book she could not decipher. "Thank you, Senior Sister Xun. Regardless of whether it is an alchemical book or not. Should I succeed in the future, I shall repay you," Mo Wuji replied, though he was unaware that alchemical books were not available for purchase. Nevertheless, he could discern from Xun Lian's tone that they were indeed quite precious. The thin booklet she presented him likely was an alchemical book, as the cover bore the shadow of an ancient alchemical furnace. "This is all I can do for you. After the Yu Xianmen competition, I must return home to Chongluo. Until we meet again," Xun Lian said, casting one last sympathetic glance at the unconscious Yenner before exiting the room. Mo Wuji said nothing, merely standing up to bow once more. Their encounter was fleeting. Although he had assisted Xun Lian, his help paled in comparison to the aid she had provided him. Gratitude cannot be expressed merely through words. It must be repaid through action. Should he ever find a way to repay her, he would do so. If not, he trusted that Xun Lian would not expect any recompense from a mere mortal like him. As soon as Xun Lian departed, Ding Bu-er rushed in. Chapter 67. The culprit. Although Ding Bu-er harbored concerns for Mo Wuji, he could not suppress the joy radiating from his eyes. "Have you been chosen by the sect? Congratulations." Mo Wuji, upon seeing Ding Bu Er's expression, realized that his friend had successfully passed the selection for the Yu Xianmen competition. Ding Bu Er, struggling to contain his excitement, declared, "Yes, I have been accepted by the Ho-Tu sect as an outer disciple. Wuji, if your spiritual root is lacking, you might consider joining me at the Ho-Tu sect." Mo Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I may go to the Wuhan Sword sect." He would not heed Xin Lian's advice and abandon this place entirely. He must seek a sect to join. Unlike others with ordinary roots, he possessed the potential to cultivate. Moreover, it was crucial that he remain within the sect, for leaving might mean losing the chance to save Yinner. "Is Yinner all right?" Ding Bu Er, though happy for himself, was aware of Mo Wuji's current state of mind. Mo Wuji sighed. "She is gravely injured. Once I reach the Wuhan Sword sect, I will find a way to save her. Focus on your training at the Ho-Tu sect, and do not worry about me. I will. Today, I shall reside at the Ho-Tu sect's lodgings. One day, we shall meet again. I believe that when we do, both you and Brother Zhini, as well as Sister Shirsan, will encounter different opportunities," Ding Bu Er stated with conviction. Though he was merely an outer disciple, he could not promise Mo Wuji that he could heal Yinner, yet he resolved that if he ever found a way to assist her, he would seek out Mo Wuji at the Wuhan Sword sect. "Go ahead, do not concern yourself with me." Mo Wuji understood that this was a pivotal opportunity for Ding Bu Er, perhaps even a singular chance to change his fate. The elixir for expanding his meridians had never been tested on anyone else. Its efficacy remained uncertain. Furthermore, joining a sect would be far superior to following him aimlessly, especially since he too sought a sect to learn. "By the way, Wuji, I just heard something. It seems that the outpost in Zhejiang City was suddenly attacked, and many servants escaped. I heard that the disciples from Zhejiang City are still searching for the runaway servants. Be cautious. Could Yinner have fled from Zhejiang City?" Zhejiang City? Mo Wuji's gaze sharpened. Ding Bu Er's speculation might indeed be correct. Yinner had escaped from the outpost in Zhejiang City? The attackers may have intentionally released those trapped servants, aiming to expose the matter of the spiritual root transfer. But why would Zhejiang City bring those prisoners to Chongluo for the Yu Xianmen competition? Did you know? After you left, another exceptional spiritual root emerged, an extraordinary golden spiritual root. It belongs to the young lord of Zhejiang City, Dongwan. Strangely, despite being from Zhejiang City, he has joined the Tianji Temple, Ding Bu Er mentioned, lowering his voice. Exceptional spiritual roots, spiritual root transfers, and Zhejiang City. Mo Wuji clenched his fists, nearly certain that Yinner's spiritual root was a casualty of Zhejiang City's failed transfer. Yinner's spiritual threads had also been damaged by Zhejiang City. Why would they bring those prisoners to Chongluo? It is a simple matter. The young Lord Dongluan of the Extreme Sword City aspires to participate in the Ascendant Gate Conference. However, his spiritual roots have yet to be successfully transplanted. To avoid delaying the conference, he has brought along numerous bearers of superior spiritual roots to Chonglu for transfer. His exceptional golden spiritual root is evidently derived from a distinguished owner of a superior spiritual root. Mo Wuji of Extreme Sword City has firmly etched these three characters into his heart, placing them alongside Jing Filan. Deep within, he vows that should he, Mo Wuji, ascend to great heights one day, his first act will be to obliterate Extreme Sword City, with Dongluan and Jing Filan as his primary targets. Wuji, although we suspect that Yinner is being persecuted by Extreme Sword City, you must exercise caution. They are not to be trifled with. They can extinguish us with a mere breath, Ding Bu Er warned, anxious about Mo Wuji's potential recklessness. "Rest assured, I am aware. You should return to the sect." "I need to go to the Wuhan Sword sect," Mo Wuji replied, knowing that even without Ding Bu Er's admonition, he would not be foolish enough to seek vengeance on Dongluan at this moment. Ding Bu Er produced a small pouch and handed it to Mo Wuji. "This pouch contains an egg of the sea-winged leopard. Since I've been selected by the Thick Earth sect, I will have no use for it. As an outer disciple, I cannot afford to raise such a beast. You should take it. It may serve you well." "Very well, I shall accept it," Mo Wuji said, not refusing the offer. If it were only for himself, he would not have taken the sea-winged leopard egg. However, since Ding Bu Er had no use for it, it could be exchanged for cultivation resources. Yet, he needed to accept it now. He was determined to join the Wuhan Sword sect. The Ascendant Gate Conference is a monumental event for all mortals, a moment where one can leap over the Dragon Gate. Yet, for the various sects, it is merely a standard occasion for recruiting disciples. Even if mortals place great importance on the conference, it lasts only 2 days. It seems that some remnants of emotion still linger within Mo Wuji. Yinner does not shy away from caring for him, occasionally calling him young master in a subconscious manner, remaining in a dazed state. On the following day, Mo Wuji concealed Yin'er with his clothing and carried her on his back. He checked out of the inn and departed from the Tianlu Tavern. Even if the Wuhan Sword Sect were to reject him, he had to leave Chonglu City. Although the Wuhan Sword Sect is a terrestrial-level sect, it is among the lesser ones and is located in a relatively remote area. As Mo Wuji arrived at the entrance of the Wuhan Sword Sect, he heard the joyous call of Qin Xiangyu. What a coincidence! Mo Wuji felt elated. He had been worried about finding someone to introduce him, uncertain if he could join the Wuhan Sword Sect merely by presenting a token. To his surprise, he encountered Qin Xiangyu at the sect's entrance. At that moment, Qin Xiangyu was adorned in the elegant attire of an outer disciple, her waist cinched with a long sword, complemented by her unparalleled figure, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. If one were to gaze upon Qin Xiangyu now, it would be hard to imagine that just days ago, she was a mere servant sleeping in a communal dormitory. Indeed, what a stroke of luck. I will take you inside to register, Qin Xiangyu exclaimed joyfully. Mo Wuji, perceptive and astute, realized that this was no mere coincidence. Qin Xiangyu had been waiting for him. Tonight, the various sects would depart from Chonglu, and if he wished to become an outer disciple of the Wuhan Sword Sect, he had to arrive before nightfall. Thank you. You are now an outer disciple, while I am merely a servant disciple. Please continue to call me Wuji or junior brother, Mo Wuji replied. Aware that even though he had not yet joined the sect, servant disciples held no status within the sect, their position vastly inferior to that of outer disciples. No. Mo de Gu, you and Yuan de Gu are true heroes, Qin Xiangyu insisted. I called you big brother back then, and I shall not change my words. No matter how far I go in the future, or whether you remain a servant disciple, you will always be my big brother in my eyes. In the face of danger on the ship, it was Mo Wuji and Yuan Jini who stood up to protect her without hesitation, regardless of the identity of the man in red. Moreover, she had witnessed Mo Wuji's audacity in confronting the extraordinary youth in red. Such courage was rare. It was precisely for this reason that she had devised a way to procure a token for a servant disciple to present to Mo Wuji. Beyond expressing gratitude, it was also an attempt to form a bond with him. Despite the shortcomings of his spiritual roots, Mo Wuji was not an ordinary person. Who is she? Qin Xiangyu inquired, having noticed Yin'er on Mo Wuji's back. After exchanging pleasantries, she casually asked about Yin'er. This is a family member of mine. Due to her poor health, I must keep her by my side, Mo Wuji explained. That is perfectly acceptable. Many servant disciples bring their family members along. Over time, their families can also join as servant disciples, Qin Xiangyu replied promptly. As they conversed, they had already entered the residence. Junior sister Qin. Senior sister Qin. Mo Wuji followed closely behind Qin Xiangyu, as numerous greetings were exchanged along the way, indicating her popularity within the sect. It seemed that Qin Xiangyu had recently joined the Wuhan Sword Sect and had already become someone's senior sister. Mo Wuji surmised that in addition to her impressive figure, her brother must also hold a significant position. Has your brother come here as well? I should express my gratitude to him, Mo Wuji asked, recognizing that his acceptance into the Wuhan Sword Sect was likely connected to Qin Shun. If Qin Shun were present, he should thank him. He has already departed. I heard something significant is about to happen, and he needed to hurry back to cultivate, Qin Xiangyu explained hastily. As they spoke, they arrived outside a room. Mo Wuji noticed the sign outside reading registration office for servant disciples, indicating that this was the place where he would register. Indeed, Qin Xiangyu whispered to Mo Wuji. The steward in charge of servant disciples is Wu Kai. I have already spoken to him about you, so there is no need for concern. Afterward, Qin Xiangyu gently knocked on the door, which took a while to open. Mo Wuji saw a young woman with somewhat disheveled hair emerge, her steps unsteady and her face slightly flushed. Mo Wuji inwardly cursed. He was no fool and immediately recognized that he and Qin Xiangyu had interrupted Wu Kai's private affairs. Wu Kai was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, small eyes, and an exceedingly unattractive appearance. Mo Wuji observed that Wu Kai's expression was somewhat displeased. Yet when he glanced at Qin Xiangyu, a fleeting trace of tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. This trace of tears was quickly concealed, and he forced a smile, saying, Junior sister Qin, looking for me? With a smile, Qin Xiangyu bowed respectfully and replied, Steward Wu, this is my friend Mo Wuji. He will be working under you from now on, so please take good care of him. Wu Kai responded with exaggerated enthusiasm. Of course, of course. The dining department is short on hands. You can work there from now on. It's a good place to eat and live, a rather lucrative position. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. He was not a pig to be well fed. It seemed that once he joined the dining department, he would end up cooking for others rather than enjoying good food himself. Qin Xiangyu understood Mo Wuji well enough to know that he would not join the Wuhan sword sect solely for the sake of good food and drink. His desire to join was driven by a genuine quest for deeper understanding of cultivation. She had suspected this when she saw him in the communal dormitory, tirelessly inquiring about cultivation matters. "Steward Wu, could we possibly change positions? Perhaps to the cleaning department of the Dharma Hall?" Qin Xiangyu suggested. As she was not entirely familiar with the various servant departments within the sect, Mo Wuji, driven by his desire to delve into the art of cultivation, contemplated the possibility of accessing the teachings within the Dao Hall through his task of cleaning. However, Wu Kai hesitated, expressing the difficulty of the situation. The spaces were already occupied, and he could not permit others to enter. Were it not for Qin Xiangyu's brother, Qin Shun, being one of the 10 most talented disciples of the Wuhan sword sect, he might have attempted to subtly suggest to Qin Xiangyu to bend the rules for him. Without Qin Shun, a mere outer disciple daring to step into the sect was insignificant in Wu Kai's eyes. Mo Wuji recognized Qin Xiangyu's goodwill. Yet he sought more than just the status of a handyman disciple. His aspirations reached further. Observing Wu Kai, he sensed that even without offending him, merely engaging in idle conversation would likely yield little assistance. Moreover, his prior intrusion with Qin Xiangyu had disrupted Wu Kai's activities. Contemplating this, he turned to Qin Xiangyu and said, "Sister Qin, why don't you attend to your matters first? I wish to have a private discussion with Elder Wu." Surprised by his suggestion, Qin Xiangyu had gleaned from Wu Kai's tone that he was unwilling to assist. In truth, her own presence in the Wuhan sword sect was merely a consequence of her brother's reputation, not a reflection of her own exceptional qualities. Wu Kai, suppressing a scoff, maintained a cordial demeanor, assuring her, "Sister Qin, fret not. He will be under my care henceforth." "Very well, I shall take my leave. Brother Mo, remember to seek me out if you require anything," Qin Xiangyu reminded him as she departed. Gaining entry into the Wuhan sword sect was already a significant favor from her, and given her recent arrival, she possessed little influence. Thus, Mo Wuji would not trouble her with his concerns. Once Qin Xiangyu had left, the smile on Wu Kai's face vanished, replaced by a bland expression as he remarked, "The ranks of handyman disciples are already filled. If it weren't for Sister Xiangyu's assistance, you likely would not have been able to enter at all. You may assist in the dining department. There is a need for help with food preparation." Mo Wuji smiled faintly, unfazed as he took a seat and gestured to the figure behind him. "Elder Wu, I also have a patient to attend to. My knowledge of medicinal properties is adequate, and I have even brought along my alchemical equipment. Thus, I would kindly request a position in the herb garden. Additionally, I require a secluded residence, preferably a private one." Wu Kai inwardly scoffed, deeming Mo Wuji presumptuous for his numerous demands as a mere handyman disciple. While it was not forbidden for handyman disciples to reside alone, most opted for shared accommodations. Yet, what right did a newly arrived handyman disciple have to dictate his work and living conditions? Before Wu Kai could respond, Mo Wuji produced a leather pouch. Placing it before him, "Elder Wu, this is an egg from a sea-wing leopard that I recently acquired. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in granting me the honor of becoming a handyman disciple, and I wish to present this egg as a token of my appreciation." Even Mo Wuji found himself nearly retching at his own words. But he understood the necessity of compromise in times of inadequacy, a lesson he had learned well during his time on Earth. The mention of the sea-wing leopard prompted Wu Kai to swallow his initial urge to mock Mo Wuji. He accepted the pouch and opened it, revealing an egg that radiated a pulse of life. His poor spiritual roots notwithstanding, he had cultivated for several years and was adept at sensing such energies. The egg was rare, not due to the strength of the sea-wing leopard itself, but because they had recently become exceedingly scarce. A sea-wing leopard egg signified the potential for a flying companion. Even if he had no use for it himself, it could be sold for a handsome sum. The value of the egg was undeniably appealing to Wu Kai. "What is your name, brother?" Wu Kai finally inquired, now curious about Mo Wuji's identity. "Mo Wuji," he replied tersely, unwilling to engage in excessive banter. Wu Kai retained his grasp on the pouch, smiling broadly. "Those introduced by Sister Qin are indeed akin to family. There is a position available in the herb garden, but I recommend against it. The workload is relentless. Elder Wu, you are aware that my companion is gravely ill, and I wish to deepen my understanding of pharmacology," Mo Wuji insisted. Wu Kai chuckled softly, leaning closer. "Brother Mo, if you seek to enhance your knowledge of pharmacology, you would be better suited for the pharmacy. The pharmacy is where some alchemists conduct their work, and they often require assistance in procuring materials they cannot collect themselves. Moreover, these alchemists do not brew potions daily. Sometimes, a month passes without the use of a furnace. This means you would have ample free time while still learning about pharmacology. Mo Wuji's heart soared. This position was tailor-made for him, and the sea-wing leopard egg had not been given in vain. Thank you, Elder Wu. I shall proceed to the pharmacy and would appreciate your continued support. Wu Kai waved dismissively. No need for formality. I will ensure that your living arrangements are suitable, quiet, and solitary. Additionally, I shall assign you to the 19th pharmacy, which is rarely occupied. Chapter 69. Blood Lotus Lake. Mo Wuji was thoroughly pleased with the position Wu Kai had arranged for him. Upon learning of this news, Qin Xiangyu also felt joy for Mo Wuji. That very evening, the Wuhan Sword Sect's ship set sail, alleviating the tension that had gripped Mo Wuji's heart. His greatest fear was being pursued by the extreme Sword City before he could depart Chongluo. It was certain that should they pursue him, the Wuhan Sword Sect would cast him aside without hesitation. In just one day, the ship of the Wuhan Sword Sect came to a halt. As a handyman disciple, Mo Wuji followed behind Wu Kai as they disembarked. The ship docked at a spacious square, with a series of steps leading upward before them. Mo Wuji estimated that there were at least 400 to 500 steps. At the summit, 4 grand characters floated, seemingly etched by a sword stroke, Wuhan Sword Sect. Even without a knowledge of swordsmanship, Mo Wuji could sense an overwhelming aura of sword energy surrounding him. Upon arrival, the newly recruited inner and outer disciples ascended the steps to enter the sect, simultaneously participating in the initiation ceremony. Qin Xiangyu had no opportunity to bid farewell to Mo Wuji, following the other new disciples into the Wuhan Sword Sect. Once all the inner and outer disciples had entered, Wu Kai led over 100 handyman disciples up the stairs. Handyman disciples were not permitted to partake in the initiation ceremony, as they did not cultivate but instead performed various menial tasks for the sect. Crossing the 400 to 500 steps, they were met by another vast square. At its center lay a wide marble pathway that extended directly to the main hall of the Wuhan Sword Sect. Alongside this grand avenue stood 9 stone tablets. Mo Wuji noticed that each stone tablet bore faint images, as if someone were dancing with a sword. Yet, upon closer inspection, the details remained elusive. Handyman disciples could not traverse the central pathway, but were required to use the smaller paths on either side to enter the sect, after which they would be assigned to various departments. Mo Wuji could not help but marvel at the grandeur of this earthly-level sect. How magnificent it must be if it were a celestial-level sect. A young man clad in gray whispered beside him, "Isn't it impressive?" The speaker, Xian Ziqian, was also a newly recruited servant disciple. Unlike Mo Wuji, who lacked a spiritual root, Ziqian possessed the lowest grade of spiritual root. Indeed, it exuded the aura of a great sect. Mo Wuji nodded in agreement, his sentiments genuine, although obscured by a shroud of mist. The entrance alone conveyed the formidable presence of the Wuhan Sword Sect. Xian Ziqian continued in hushed tones. Don't be fooled by the fact that Wuhan Sword Sect is merely an earthly-level sect. I have heard that many celestial-level sects do not possess its might. Just then, Wu Kai's voice interrupted the chatter, commanding, "No whispering. Fei Guang, take Mo Wuji to his quarters and introduce him to his future duties. The rest of you, follow me." Mo Wuji recognized Fei Guang as Wu Kai's loyal subordinate. Despite his rotund figure, he was remarkably efficient. Realizing that Wu Kai had assigned Fei Guang to escort him, Mo Wuji understood the significance of the high leopard egg he had acquired. Wu Kai had an unseemly demeanor, appearing to be a man driven by greed. Yet, he was not one to neglect his duties. He ensured that the benefactors left satisfied. It was no wonder he occupied the position of a servant deacon. Everyone possesses their own merits. Brother Wuji, our deacon has genuinely taken care of you. Do you know that new servant disciples typically undergo 3 days of training? You have been exempted from this, Fei Guang remarked while leading the way. Mo Wuji was uninterested in such favors, recognizing them as transactions of interest. His primary concern was how to survive in this new environment. As they walked, he gleaned some insights. Servant disciples had designated areas they could traverse. Under normal circumstances, they were not permitted to roam freely. When encountering inner or outer disciples, they were required to bow and allow the true disciples to pass first. After completing their tasks, servant disciples enjoyed considerable freedom, able to leave the sect to visit the market or attend to personal matters, provided they did not delay their responsibilities. Fei Guang guided Mo Wuji to a secluded residence, nearly 100 meters away from the nearest servant dormitory, with only a small lake nearby. Though modest, a stone room with 2 chambers, a kitchen, and even a storage area, it was quite well equipped. Mo Wuji wondered why Wu Kai did not reside here himself. Was his own living arrangement superior? He learned from Fei Guang that this lake was known as Blood Lotus Lake, historically a place for cultivating the precious blood lotus. and this dwelling was once inhabited by the lotus cultivators. Precious blood lotus? Mo Wuji had never heard of such a thing. He hadn't yet perused the alchemical book that Xin Lian had gifted him. Fei Guang explained, the precious blood lotus is both a spiritual herb and a delectable delicacy. Due to its immense medicinal value, few dare consume it. Rumor has it that it can also be used as a material for refining transcendent elixirs. Isn't it precious? Why is it no longer cultivated here? Mo Wuji inquired, puzzled. Fei Guang chuckled, if it were still being grown, you wouldn't be living here. Although the precious blood lotus is a remarkable item, it has a significant drawback. It absorbs spiritual energy at an alarming rate. The area once cultivated with it is now nearly devoid of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Mo Wuji comprehended why Wu Kai chose not to reside here, but opted to maintain the place. Wu Kai, possessing a low-grade spiritual root, could still cultivate. A cultivator would not reside in a place where cultivation was impossible. Many servant disciples possessed spiritual roots and did not undertake menial tasks out of preference. Most sought to cultivate. Thus, they would naturally avoid areas lacking in spiritual energy. Those who genuinely fulfilled servant roles had little to offer Wu Kai, allowing this tranquil place to remain. Wu Kai presumed Mo Wuji could not cultivate, or perhaps did not consider his cultivation a priority, which is why he arranged for him to stay here. According to their agreement, Wu Kai's words proved true. It was indeed a secluded and suitable residence. Once Mo Wuji grasped this, he felt indifferent. He could absorb spiritual energy anywhere. Although the energy here was thin, it was still present, sufficient for his cultivation. Moreover, his cultivation speed was swift, while the opening of meridians was comparatively sluggish. Even if he were to relocate to a region richer in spiritual energy, his cultivation speed would not significantly increase. Thank you, Deacon Wu and Brother Guang. I am quite content with this place. Mo Wuji genuinely expressed his satisfaction. Fei Guang, relieved by Mo Wuji's response, had been worried that he might dislike the lack of spiritual energy. Mo Wuji's approval meant everything was well. This is a sign for the number 19 apothecary room. Once it lights up, it indicates that the esteemed alchemist summons you to prepare medicine. You must arrive at the 19th apothecary room promptly. Remember. Fei Guang handed Mo Wuji a jade-like token and a map indicating the areas he could and could not access, with the 19th apothecary room clearly marked. If Brother Mo has no further matters, I shall take my leave. With Fei Guang's thorough explanations, Mo Wuji encountered no issues. After bidding farewell to Fei Guang, he promptly entered to tidy up his quarters and arrange for Yen Heir's accommodation. Chapter 70. The enigmatic alchemical book once settled. Mo Wuji immediately retrieved the slender alchemical book that Xin Lian had bestowed upon him. In his hands, the book felt as light as a feather, devoid of any weight. Upon opening it, he noticed the paper's unfamiliar texture, exceptionally thin. Given its delicacy, he estimated that the book contained well over 100 pages. Turning to the first page, he found the text resembling tiny ants, not only minuscule, but also densely packed. To master the art of alchemy, one must first comprehend the path of medicinal herbs. Mo Wuji felt a sense of bewilderment. If alchemy was a path, how could one become an alchemist without first understanding the intricacies of alchemy itself? The path of medicinal herbs pertained to herbalists, while the path of alchemy belonged to alchemists. Every spiritual herb possesses its own path. In this world, no two herbs share the same essence. If one can glimpse the path of medicinal herbs, the path of alchemy will soon follow. With insight into herbalism, even the most common weeds can be transformed into transcendent elixirs. Mo Wuji gasped in astonishment at the bold claims of this alchemical book. According to its teachings, even two identical herbs required different methods for processing during alchemical refinement. How daunting a task would that be? Moreover, the notion that a simple dogtail grass could yield a transcendent elixir if one understood the path of medicinal herbs was perplexing. However, something felt amiss. Xin Lian had mentioned that this book was a wordless alchemical tome, and he had yet to apply any techniques. Why was he able to discern the text within? As he pondered this, he glanced back at the previously read sections, noticing occasional blank spaces. A chill ran down his spine. He was certain he hadn't merely misread. This alchemical book was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps he shared a unique connection with it, but he realized he had only one opportunity to read it. Should he forget its contents, he would be unable to recall them and could never revisit the previously seen material within the book. Upon contemplating this, Mo Wuji hastily retrieved paper and pen, intent on recording everything. Suddenly, a spark of fiery spiritual energy flared from the wordless alchemical tome, enveloping the paper he was writing on. In an instant, the paper ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes. Regrettably, Mo Wuji's cultivation was insufficient. He neither saw nor sensed this fiery spiritual energy. The pen slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Indeed, it is the unknown that evokes the greatest trepidation. In Mo Wuji's perspective, although this place allowed for cultivation, and achieving mastery could earn one the title of immortal master, he firmly believed it adhered to the mysteries of the universe. Just as technology can reach its pinnacle, so too can other paths culminate in greatness. Thus, the notion of becoming an immortal master capable of soaring through the skies did not strike him as odd. It resembled a trained athlete whose abilities far exceed those of an average person. Yet, the current situation transcended Mo Wuji's capacity for comprehension. It was simply too peculiar. No one moved, no combustible materials were present. He merely recorded the contents of the wordless tome, and the paper ignited. Could there truly be a divine intention at play? Or perhaps the secrets of heaven are not meant to be divulged? Mo Wuji quickly regained his composure, casting aside these thoughts. He devoted himself earnestly to studying the tome, indifferent to any underlying mysteries. His primary concern was whether he could become an exceptional alchemist and subsequently heal Yennefer. The spontaneous combustion of the paper eluded his understanding for now. Perhaps in the future, clarity would come. There was no need to obsess over it and waste time. The first chapter of alchemy, the pharmacology chapter. Once Mo Wuji immersed himself in the tome, an entire day slipped by unnoticed until the darkness rendered the words illegible. After preparing a meal for Yennefer and ensuring she was settled for the night, Mo Wuji refrained from further study and began his cultivation. 5 fleeting days passed, and Mo Wuji realized that Wu Kai had not been exaggerating. The number 19 apothecary room was indeed quite idle. He had resided there for 5 days without receiving any directives from the apothecary room. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he ventured to the 19th apothecary room, confirming its desolation. While other apothecary rooms bustled with disciples scurrying between the rooms and the spiritual herb repository, he found himself at a standstill. Mo Wuji had initially intended to familiarize himself with various spiritual herbs and observe how alchemists concocted their potions. After all, witnessing other alchemists at work could prove far more beneficial than consuming theoretical knowledge. However, with nothing to engage him, that plan was evidently thwarted. Fortunately, under his care, Yennefer gradually found peace. Though merely a few days had elapsed, her complexion had regained some color, and her health was slowly improving. Mo Wuji understood that unless he repaired the spiritual meridians within Yennefer, her recovery, no matter how complete, would likely leave her devoid of consciousness. To mend these meridians, he needed to enhance his own strength and delve deeper into alchemical knowledge. The idleness of the 19th apothecary room provided him ample time. He utilized the daylight to study the tome and devoted his nights to cultivating. The spiritual energy in this place was indeed sparse. However, Mo Wuji's method of cultivation encompassed a vast area, compounded by his relatively low level of cultivation. Thus, even in such an environment, he made rapid daily progress. Concerned about attracting attention due to his extensive absorption of spiritual energy, he opted to practice during the night. As half a month sped by, Yennefer gradually returned to her former self. Her hair was no longer the dry and lifeless state it once was, and her face was becoming increasingly vibrant. Yet, she remained unable to engage in any activities. While Mo Wuji studied, she would either watch him intently or gaze vacantly at the lake before their dwelling, occasionally taking brief strolls by the water's edge. When he practiced, she would drift into slumber. After each session of reading, Mo Wuji would converse with Yennefer. As time flowed, she grew capable of comprehending his words. One early morning, upon completing his final round of cultivation, he sensed a tremor coursing through his meridians, followed by a profound surge of energy filling his entire being. This sensation sparked within Mo Wuji an impulse to let out a long howl. He stepped outside and struck a massive boulder by the lake with a punch. The stone shattered into fragments, yet Mo Wuji felt no discomfort whatsoever. He had ascended to the second layer of meridian expansion. Taking a deep breath, he stood atop the rubble, gazing into the distance. Although he lacked a master and had no opportunity to learn from an immortal teacher, he had still advanced to the second layer of meridian expansion in a remarkably short time. Mo Wuji had also inquired and learned that a top-tier genius typically requires about a month to progress from the first to the second layer in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Yet he had accomplished this feat in merely half a month. No, more accurately, just half a month of nights. What talent could surpass his cultivation speed? Regrettably, he possessed no spiritual root and dared not proclaim his circumstances. Otherwise, he could easily join any quasi-immortal sect. After a considerable time, Mo Wuji gradually quelled his excitement. Turning around, he spotted Yennefer standing nearby, observing him. Yennefer, There will come a day when I shall restore your spiritual meridians and heal you. And there will come a day when I will ascend to Extreme Sword City to avenge you," he declared, grasping her hand firmly, speaking each word with conviction. He did not doubt his potential. He could cultivate, and he was gradually making headway with the alchemical tome. Yenner's expression was serene. It seemed that as long as she could remain by Mo Wuji's side, she harbored no other thoughts. Having reached the second layer of meridian expansion, he realized that beyond further cultivation, he needed to seek a place to expand his meridians. After all, who could predict when the next bottleneck might arise? Furthermore, he needed to devise a plan to acquire an alchemical furnace. One must engage in the practice of alchemy to truly grasp its intricacies. Relying solely on solitary study of a tome, no matter how remarkable, would not suffice. Just as Mo Wuji pondered whether to consult the rotund guang, the jade tablet connected to the 19th apothecary room, previously silent, suddenly chimed. Mo Wuji rushed into the room, seizing the jade tablet in hand, and said to Yenner, "I must step out for a moment. Remain here and do not wander." After advising Yenner, he hastened towards the 19th apothecary room. This alchemist, it seemed, possessed a peculiar disposition, choosing to practice alchemy in the early hours of the morning. Chapter 71. A hidden move. The 19th apothecary room was not particularly close to Mo Wuji's residence. He sprinted for nearly 3 minutes before arriving at its entrance. Each apothecary room was connected to a corresponding alchemy chamber, and the 19th apothecary room was joined with the 19th alchemy chamber. Mo Wuji had gathered some information regarding the 19th apothecary room and learned that it was notably less frequented by alchemists. The reason provided was the alarmingly low success rate of the 19th alchemy chamber. Regardless of who attempted alchemy there, the likelihood of failure was significantly higher than in other locations, and by no small margin. Over time, this led to a decline in alchemists choosing to work in the 19th alchemy chamber. Wu Kai had assigned Mo Wuji to the 19th apothecary room, seemingly a great favor, which filled Mo Wuji with gratitude. Yet, it also constrained his development. Mo Wuji had articulated his purpose for coming, to learn about pharmacology. However, with no one engaging in alchemy in the 19th apothecary room, how could he possibly learn about pharmacology? In truth, Wu Kai subconsciously harbored a desire for Mo Wuji not to pursue pharmacological knowledge. While theoretically, it was posited that even if Mo Wuji studied for a century, he would achieve nothing significant. It could not be entirely ruled out that he was a true alchemical genius who might attract the attention of an alchemist and be taken as a disciple. If Mo Wuji were to become a disciple of the alchemist, it would inevitably require even the esteemed Wuji to pause and pay his respects upon encountering him. Such an outcome was clearly unacceptable to Wu Kai. "Where have you been until now? Do you not understand the rules?" As Mo Wuji approached the entrance of Gate 19, a furious bellow reverberated in his ears. Startled and nearly deafened, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Finally discerning the figure before him, a disheveled old man with an unkempt beard and hair, his attire stained with remnants of medicinal liquids. Mo Wuji dared not linger in his gaze and quickly bowed to show his respects, explaining that he had taken some time to dress and groom himself out of consideration for the esteemed alchemist. In truth, he had not slept at all. Apprehensive that if he mentioned his distant residence, the alchemist might insist he move in immediately. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, the old man's tone softened somewhat. For he had summoned Mo Wuji when dawn was still breaking. "Take my token and swiftly procure these medicinal herbs from the apothecary. Return promptly. If you waste even a moment longer, you need not remain here." The old man tossed a jade token and a piece of animal hide paper to Mo Wuji before turning to enter the alchemical chamber. Not daring to delay, Mo Wuji hurried toward the apothecary. The apothecary of the Wuhan sword sect resided within the Hall of Sect Affairs, a place Mo Wuji had inquired about previously. This hall was where disciples received their monthly cultivation resources, accepted sect missions, and gathered contribution points. Consequently, it was the most bustling place within the Wuhan sword sect. As a mere servant disciple, Mo Wuji lacked the qualifications to accumulate contribution points. He needed to serve for a full year before being eligible to apply for them. On the way, he examined the animal hide paper, surmising it contained a prescription. It listed over 10 types of medicinal herbs, including iron-spotted flower, kangma, and xingyan fruit. Mo Wuji recognized most of these herbs and speculated that the prescription was for a refining elixir, likely aimed at refining meridians. Despite having never encountered this particular formula, Mo Wuji sensed an underlying issue. His alchemical expertise did not surpass that of the old man. Rather, it was his understanding of plant properties and recent studies of an alchemical text that led him to believe that combining iron-spotted flower with Huanyun bamboo sprouts would destabilize the medicinal properties of the xingyan fruit. Mo Wuji reasoned that regardless of how advanced the spiritual herbs were, they remained fundamentally plants. Even if they transcended the realm of botany, they could not escape the biological domain. According to the descriptions in the alchemical text regarding the properties of iron-spotted flower and Huanyin bamboo, combining these two would diminish the wood attribute of the fire element within the Qinyin fruit. Most alchemists used Qinyin fruit for its fire element's wood attribute, and any reduction would render the fruit ineffective, unless one were an exceptionally powerful alchemist capable of controlling these three herbs. Mo Wuji doubted that the scruffy old man possessed such prowess. He was uncertain of the Qinyin fruit's significance in the formula and whether the recipe could succeed without it. These matters were beyond his purview. Who could say if the formula was intentionally designed to diminish the wood attribute of the Qinyin fruit? After all, he was merely in the stage of understanding various spiritual herbs and knew nothing of alchemical prescriptions. Despite the early hour, the hall of sect affairs buzzed with activity. Mo Wuji raced to the apothecary window, presenting the jade token and the animal hide paper, announcing, "Prescription for room 19. The attendant responsible for dispensing herbs cast a bemused glance at Mo Wuji, but promptly gathered the required herbs. Room 19 seems rather relaxed, he remarked as he handed the herbs to Mo Wuji. Suddenly, the attendant lowered his voice and warned, "Brother, you should prepare to change locations." "What do you mean?" Mo Wuji halted, puzzled. "Do you know what prescription you are here to prepare? This formula is called the congealing elixir, a new recipe obtained by Master Shi. It is said to enhance the resilience of spiritual meridians, elevating a cultivator's potential. It is classified as a third-tier human elixir. Master Shi is a second-tier human alchemist, and this elixir is notoriously difficult to concoct. Let me tell you, Master Shi has already changed alchemical chambers 7 times due to failures. Every time he has to switch, he dismisses the attendant from that chamber." Upon hearing this, Mo Wuji cursed inwardly. This scoundrel was incompetent in his alchemical skills, yet took it out on the servant disciples. If what the attendant said was true, Mo Wuji would undoubtedly be in grave danger. As a mere servant disciple, being dismissed by a second-tier human alchemist would likely result in Wu Kai expelling him from his current residence. If Wu Kai used the excuse of being dismissed by a second-tier human alchemist to send him away from Blood Lotus Lake, he would have no grounds to protest. Having finally established a foothold and found a suitable place to cultivate, he was eager to seek further knowledge within the sect and had no desire to leave so soon. "No, I must prevent this from happening." Seeing Mo Wuji in a daze, the attendant consoled him. "Junior brother, quickly return the herbs, and then seek out Elder Wu for a solution." He assumed Mo Wuji must be acquainted with Elder Wu, given that he had arrived at room 19. "Thank you. Senior brother, may I ask if you have any water mushroom vines?" Mo Wuji realized he needed to take action to save himself. It seemed evident that the inclusion of iron-spotted flower and Huanyin bamboo in the formula was not intended to eliminate the wood attribute of the Qinyin fruit, but rather a reflection of Master Shi's incompetence. The attendant nodded. "Yes, we have those, but they are not the spiritual herbs Master Shi requested. If you wish to purchase one, you must exchange it for sect contribution points." Mo Wuji hesitated. "I only have gold coins and no sect contribution points at the moment. Would you be willing to help me exchange one for 1,000 gold coins?" The attendant, dismissing the request, produced a water mushroom vine and handed it to Mo Wuji. "This is quite common. It only costs 100 gold coins." "Thank you, senior brother. My name is Mo Wuji," he expressed his gratitude, relieved that the attendant did not take advantage of him. "I'm Fei Bingzhu. Hurry along, junior brother. Master Shi's temperament is quite volatile," the attendant advised once more. Mo Wuji hurriedly took his leave, intent on acquiring the water mushroom vine to preserve the wood attribute of the Qinyin fruit and enhance the success rate of the elixir. According to the alchemical text, the combination of iron-spotted flower and Huanyin bamboo would generate a significant amount of metallic energy, which could improve the quality of the elixir, but only if the alchemist possessed the requisite skill. If an alchemist lacked the necessary abilities, this metallic energy could easily disrupt the wood energy within the Qinyin fruit. The water mushroom vine, rich in aqueous essence, could nourish the wood energy and mitigate its depletion. Mo Wuji dared not employ methods to suppress the metallic energy for fear of affecting the elixir's efficacy. Now that he understood the inclusion of iron-spotted flower and Huanyin bamboo was not aimed at removing the wood attribute from the Qinyin fruit. Adding the water mushroom vine would not only facilitate the elixir's creation but also lessen the difficulty of the process. This meant that the original third-tier human elixir, with the protection of the water mushroom vine on the wood attribute, could potentially be concocted even by some second-tier human alchemists, albeit at the slight cost of reduced elixir quality. Alone, Mo Wuji did not dare to bring the water fungi vine forward. Instead, he concocted a medicinal juice from it and applied this mixture to the surface of the Qingyan fruit. This approach was merely a gamble. If the furnace's temperature were mismanaged, the water elements of the water fungi vine would be entirely vaporized, rendering it ineffective. Mo Wuji was taking a chance. If it succeeded, it would be fortuitous. If it failed, he would simply seek another location. Chapter 72. The doggedness of the alchemist. Why does it take so long for you to prepare a potion? Upon returning to the 19th alchemy chamber, Mo Wuji was met with a barrage of scolding. Feeling quite helpless, he pinched his nose and explained. The initial herbs were not particularly fresh. I feared they might affect the outcome, so I went back to procure fresher ingredients. There is an old saying, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Although I am but a menial disciple, I must exert my utmost effort to fulfill my duties to the best of my abilities. The alchemist, stone master, seized the herbs brought by Mo Wuji without examining their freshness and remarked, "Not bad. You have a bit of thoughtfulness. However, should my alchemy fail, you too shall be dismissed." This scoundrel certainly enjoyed shifting responsibility onto others. To attribute the failure of alchemy to a mere errand boy was indeed a rare occurrence. "Stone master, may I observe your alchemy process?" Knowing he could not resist, Mo Wuji boldly made this request. Since the consequence of failure was dismissal, he figured it was better to shamelessly ask to watch. Even if it did not come to fruition, it would not matter. This was entirely due to Mo Wuji's ignorance of the alchemical world's customs, unless invited. It was considered a grave taboo to request to observe an alchemist at work. The hurried stone master suddenly halted, scrutinizing Mo Wuji for a while before uncertainly asking, "You, a menial disciple, wish to watch me perform alchemy?" Mo Wuji felt quite disgruntled. Despite his disheveled appearance and being merely a second-tier alchemist, he dared to question his status as a menial disciple. Little did he know, a second-tier alchemist held a position of considerable esteem within the sect. With a smirk, Mo Wuji replied, "Stone master, I have a nickname back in my hometown, the Lucky Star. Whenever others are engaged in their tasks, my mere presence doubles their success rate. Even the herbalist next door invites me over, and each time, their success rate surpasses that of others." The stone master chuckled and said, "I have never encountered a menial disciple with such audacity. Very well, I shall allow you to witness my craft. Should I fail, you may take a leap off the sword-suspended cliff." A chill ran down Mo Wuji's spine. He was well aware of the sword-suspended cliff, the first cliff of the Wuhan sword sect, where a broken sword hung as a warning. It was said that the most heinous disciples within the sect were thrown from that very precipice. Perhaps I shall refrain from entering, he thought. After all, even with the water fungi vine, who knew if this second-tier alchemist could successfully concoct the congealing pill? The stone master appeared to be quite lacking in competence. Without allowing Mo Wuji to utter another word, the stone master clasped his shoulder. A powerful force surged forth, akin to a suction cup, attempting to draw Mo Wuji closer. Nevertheless, as a practitioner of the second layer of the meridian expansion, he swiftly escaped the stone master's grip as his vital energy surged, retreating several feet away. You are indeed at the second layer of the meridian expansion?" The stone master was astonished, observing Mo Wuji intently. While there were menial disciples at the second layer, those as young as Mo Wuji were quite rare. More importantly, the swiftness and strength displayed by Mo Wuji at the second layer were comparable to that of a third-layer practitioner. As a second-tier alchemist and a second-layer cultivator, even though he had not exerted even a fraction of his strength, Mo Wuji's ability to evade his casual grasp was impressive. Feigning embarrassment, Mo Wuji smiled and said, "My spiritual root aptitude is rather poor. It has taken me 4 to 5 years to reach the second layer." Upon hearing that it took Mo Wuji 4 to 5 years to attain the second layer, the stone master finally found it acceptable. He nodded, "That suffices. Since you managed to evade my casual grasp, I shall spare you from leaping off the sword-suspended cliff. Come inside." With that, the stone master entered the alchemy room. Relieved that the threat of being cast off the cliff had dissipated, Mo Wuji followed him into the chamber. This was Mo Wuji's first time in an alchemy room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a tall alchemical furnace, over a meter high and about 2 feet in diameter. Beside the furnace stood a rack where the stone master placed the herbs. Apart from this, the room contained only a stone stool and a skylight above the furnace. After entering, the stone master did not utter a word. Instead, he inserted a jade plate into a slot beside the furnace and forcefully pulled a lever next to it. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a blue flame erupted from the ground. Mo Wuji was not entirely ignorant of the alchemical fires used in the process. Various types of fires were employed by alchemists, and it was evident that the stone master was utilizing the earth fire. Mo Wuji refrained from asking questions, fully aware that he had no right to inquire about anything. The mere fact that the stone master permitted him to stand there was already an immense stroke of fortune. After allowing the flames to scorch the furnace's base for several minutes, the stone master began to clap his hands against the edges of the furnace. The lid flew open, and the accumulated dirt and dust were expelled from the furnace in a flurry of claps, landing outside. The stone master produced a gourd from his robe, tilting it downwards and pouring an unknown liquid into the furnace. Mo Wuji was curious about this liquid, as the alchemical texts he had studied had never mentioned pouring liquid into the furnace before the alchemical process. However, he held back his inquiry, fearing that speaking up would result in being dismissed. After the liquid was poured into the furnace, the stone master let it simmer for several minutes before gradually adding the herbs Mo Wuji had brought into the furnace one by one. From his vantage point, Mo Wuji could not discern the happenings within the furnace. He only noticed the stone master continuously adjusting the flame's intensity and stirring the spiritual herbs within with a metal spatula. Observing the stone master, Mo Wuji felt no aesthetic pleasure. He merely perceived a fellow preparing a meal. As the stone master stirred, Mo Wuji began to detect the fragrance of the spiritual herbs wafting through the air. Having studied plants for many years, he immediately recognized the scent of the water fungi vine. The aroma of the water fungi vine mingled with that of the qingyan fruit, indicating that the process was indeed effective. The stone master remained fixated on the furnace, stirring the herbs while meticulously controlling the flames. Noting his intense focus, Mo Wuji understood that the stone master had not caught the scent of the water fungi vine. As time passed, Mo Wuji observed beads of sweat trickling down the stone master's forehead, splattering onto the ground. Yet, the stone master seemed oblivious, entirely absorbed in the task at hand. Mo Wuji couldn't help but reflect that the stone master's ascent to becoming a second-tier alchemist was not merely due to intelligence or innate talent for alchemy, but rather a testament to his unwavering concentration and singular focus during the alchemical process. Although Mo Wuji had never witnessed another alchemist refining pills, he could not help but criticize the actions and postures of Master Shi, the alchemist. His technique was utterly lacking, akin to someone who could only perform a dog paddle in swimming, despite the myriad of styles available. After more than an hour, Master Shi suddenly struck the edge of the alchemical furnace with force, causing dark fragments to fly out. These were undoubtedly the remnants of failed pills. Mo Wuji did not need to inspect them. A mere whiff revealed the presence of numerous medicinal ingredients, indicating that Master Shi had failed to purify the concoction adequately. Despite recognizing Master Shi's shortcomings in extraction, Mo Wuji himself was not skilled in purification. The process was intricate and labor-intensive, and he was still in the phase of learning about the various properties and compatibilities of medicinal herbs. The purification of spiritual herbs required substantial resources, which he lacked at this stage. Another hour passed, and Mo Wuji began to detect the fragrance of elixirs. The excitement on Master Shi's face grew more pronounced as he sensed that his luck in refining today was indeed better than usual. Finally, he discarded the spatula in his hand and reduced the flames in the furnace. His hands moved rhythmically over the exterior of the furnace, and Mo Wuji seemed to observe several pills rolling within. With a crack, Mo Wuji witnessed Master Shi push the handle beside the furnace upward, striking the furnace's surface. 6 pills, tinged with green and red, landed in a jade vial. Master Shi erupted into laughter, his eyes brimming with pride and exhilaration. Mo Wuji felt a tinge of disappointment. Though he admired the outcome, he could not respect the methods employed by Master Shi. Aside from the initial cleansing of the furnace, which had a certain flair, nothing else in the process inspired admiration. The legendary hand seals and techniques he expected to see were absent. Instead, he was met with a spatula and the mundane flames of the earth. The supposed collection of the pills was merely a slap to expel them from the furnace. I have finally refined a third-grade spiritual pill, the congealing pill. I, Shi Jun, am now a third-grade human pill master. Master, you said my talent was limited and that I would never enter the ranks of third-grade human pill masters, but today I have achieved it. Shi Jun's excitement was palpable, his voice trembling with joy. Mo Wuji sighed. Was this akin to the tale of Fan Jin passing the imperial examination? The words of Shi Jun's master rang true. With such refining skills and innate talent, it was indeed challenging for him to ascend to the status of a third-grade human pill master. Even Mo Wuji, who had yet to become a true alchemist, could see the limitations of Master Shi's abilities. Diligence could indeed compensate for many inherent shortcomings, but in certain fields, success remains elusive without the necessary gifts. The study of plants on Earth is one such domain, often reliant on an intrinsic sense. You are indeed a lucky star. I failed 11 furnaces to produce this congealing pill. Inviting you to the alchemical chamber was fortuitous. I have succeeded in becoming a true third-grade human pill master. Xia Ruoyin exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement. Wuji mused, observing Xia Ruoyin's appearance. His name lacked foresight, and so did his perception of his own alchemical prowess. He doubted that Xia Ruoyin would replicate this success in the future. It was better for him to remain content as a second-grade human pill master. Third-grade human pill master? You are overly ambitious, he thought. Previously, he believed Master Xia had failed 7 times, but it turned out to be 11. Had he not intervened, the 12th attempt would have met the same fate. Congratulations, Master Xia. I take my leave, Wuji declared, uninterested in lingering to hear Xia Ruoyin boast. Suddenly, Xia Ruoyin interrupted, no need to rush off. What is your name? I am Wuji, he replied promptly. Though he perceived little potential in Xia Ruoyin, he recognized the disparity between them within their sect, like the bright moon compared to a firefly. Such a person was not someone he could afford to offend. Xia Ruoyin nodded in approval. You are quite capable. From now on, stay by my side and assist me in sourcing medicinal materials. Wuji was taken aback. Was this not a path to his own demise? Given Xia Ruoyin's alchemical abilities, he could expect at least 11 failures for each successful third-grade spiritual pill, necessitating at least 11 sets of materials for each attempt. Senior, I am merely a servant disciple in the 19th medicinal preparation room. It is inconvenient for me to accompany you. Wuji declined without hesitation. Xia Ruoyin stared at Wuji in disbelief. This was a remarkable opportunity. If it were any other servant disciple, they would have already knelt in gratitude. Did I hear you correctly? Do you comprehend what you are forfeiting by declining? Xia Ruoyin inquired, confused. Wuji thought to himself, I know all too well. Following such an inept alchemist as you would be an oddity if it led to a promising future. I would rather remain here to learn from other alchemists' techniques than accompany you to learn how to sort vegetables. Realizing that Wuji genuinely did not wish to become a mere aid in preparing materials, Xia Ruoyin scoffed and tossed a jade vial to him before turning away in anger. How could a servant disciple refuse such a golden opportunity? Nonetheless, he had promised to reward Wuji upon successful pill refinement, and he would not renege on that promise. Wuji accepted the vial, recognizing it as rightfully his. After all, he had contributed to the success of Xia Ruoyin's congealing pill by adding the water fungus vine. Inspecting the vial, he mused that even if the pills inside were not valuable, the jade container itself held worth. His own resources were limited. He could not afford jade vials, which were reserved for the finest elixirs. The vial bore the inscription congealing pill, intended for early-stage practitioners to enhance their cultivation speed. However, Wuji deemed it of little use to him, as he was sufficiently capable of absorbing the natural spiritual energy. After storing the pills, he remained indifferent to Xia Ruoyin's anger, returning to his quarters to continue studying the wordless alchemical tome. Despite perceiving Xia Ruoyin's refining methods as rudimentary, Wuji gleaned numerous insights from him. In the next phase, he would begin learning about the purification of medicinal materials. The principles of purification differed from the properties of spiritual herbs and required practical engagement. He needed to procure some low-grade spiritual herbs to practice while he learned. However, his finances were limited. Even the cheapest spiritual herbs cost dozens of gold coins, while better quality herbs could reach tens of thousands. The most exceptional herbs were rumored to be unattainable with mere gold coins and could only be purchased with spirit stones. Wuji had only heard of spirit stones as a currency and had never seen one, let alone used one. He had heard that spirit stones could serve not only as currency, but also as resources for cultivation. The essence contained within is infinitely denser than that of the external world, and it is far easier to absorb and transform into vital energy. To purify medicinal materials, not only is practical experience with spiritual herbs required, but also a high-grade alchemy furnace. Given that Wuji cannot even afford spiritual herbs, acquiring such a furnace is out of the question. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Yenner, Wuji resolved to seek assistance from Wukai. He needed someone to care for Yenner while he ventured out to forage for spiritual herbs, rather than spending money to purchase them. Chapter 74. Preparations for departure. When Wuji arrived at Wu Kai's residence, he realized that compared to Wu Kai's abode, his own was truly insignificant. Although Wu Kai's place may not be more spacious, the concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of his dwelling. Wuji suspected there might be some means of gathering spiritual energy in the vicinity, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally rich. It was remarkable that a mere servant disciple of a terrestrial sect could enjoy such privileges. One could only imagine the treatment afforded to core disciples of the top-tier sections. Ha ha! Brother Mo, what brings you to my humble abode? Wu Kai, spotting Mo Wuji from afar, regretted not having left his residence sooner, as he had unwittingly run into Mo Wuji. As a servant disciple, he was acutely aware that the medicinal room No. 19 had been commandeered by Master Shurdan earlier that morning. Previously, Master Shur had dismissed all servant disciples from 7 alchemy rooms in succession. Naturally, Mo Wuji's presence here indicated that Master Shur had encountered a failure in alchemy, resulting in Mo Wuji being sent away. Now, it was evident that Mo Wuji sought his assistance in securing a more manageable task. However, he had already repaid the favor concerning the sea-winged leopard egg, making him somewhat reluctant to accommodate further requests. Wu Steward, it has been quite a while since I last visited. I apologize for imposing on you today. Mo Wuji greeted with a smile and a cupped fist from a distance. Wu Kai, thinking to himself, was indeed considering how to refuse Mo Wuji when he heard Mo Wuji say again, Wu Steward, I have 6 chi condensing pills here. My spiritual roots are poor, and these pills would be a waste in my possession, so I would like to gift them to you. Master Shur had bestowed a total of 12 chi condensing pills upon Mo Wuji, and he had brought 6 of them in a glass vial. Chi condensing pills? Upon opening the vial, Wu Kai immediately recognized the contents. Even as a servant disciple, such pills were not easily obtainable for him. For an ordinary person, just 1 chi condensing pill would be of tremendous value, let alone 6. These 6 pills could certainly allow him to advance further in his cultivation. Grasping the pills, Wu Kai hastily inquired, where did you acquire these chi condensing pills? Such pills could indeed be found in the marketplace, albeit at exorbitant prices. And most vendors did not accept gold coins. While he did not mind the high cost, he was at a loss if they did not accept gold coins. The 6 medicinal pills could only be exchanged for contribution points, which he had in limited supply and could not spend entirely on chi condensing pills. With these 6 chi condensing pills in hand, Wu Kai resolved to assist Mo Wuji once more. His principle was that receiving benefits necessitated the provision of service. Reputation was paramount, or else he would not receive future favors. Each instance of assistance was limited to a single task, and should Mo Wuji seek his help again, he would need to provide another benefit. Noticing Wu Kai's firm grip on the chi condensing pills, Mo Wuji understood that his request was nearly assured. These were a reward from Master Shur upon his success in alchemy. He intends for me to assist him as his apprentice. However, as I have someone to care for, I had to regretfully decline. What? Wu Kai's eyes widened as he stared at Mo Wuji, struggling to regain his composure before asking, Brother Mo, are you saying that Master Shur successfully concocted elixirs in the number 19 alchemy room and rewarded you with chi condensing pills? Furthermore, he wishes for you to be his apprentice, and you turned him down? Every word Mo Wuji uttered was difficult for Wu Kai to believe. Yet the evidence lay before him. If it were not for Master Shur's reward, how could Mo Wuji possess chi condensing pills? Obtaining such pills was a considerable challenge for him, making it implausible for Mo Wuji to acquire them easily. As for the notion of Mo Wuji becoming an apprentice, he had no doubts. Making such claims frivolously could lead to dire consequences. Mo Wuji intentionally conveyed the significance of Master Shur's regard for him to demonstrate that he possessed considerable leverage. Wu Kai was indeed taken aback by his words, and Mo Wuji felt a sense of satisfaction as he feigned calmness, saying, that is indeed the case. Hence, I come to trouble Wu Steward today. Realizing that Mo Wuji was not there to request a job swap, and with Master Shur's special treatment of Mo Wuji, Wu Kai's perception of him shifted significantly. Brother Mo, based on our friendship, do not hesitate to express any troubles you may have. I assure you, if it is within my capabilities, I will not refuse to help, Wu Kai declared confidently. Brother Kai, Tao Ao's wife is unwilling to leave. She insists on caring for Tao Ao and feels unable to depart from her current duties. Fat Guang, having approached, abruptly halted mid-sentence upon noticing Mo Wuji's presence nearby. Oh, Brother Mo is here as well, Fat Guang greeted casually, recognizing Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. Although he had not heard the full context of the situation, he could infer from Fat Guang's words. It seemed that Tao Ao and his wife had provided some benefit to Wu Kai, securing their current positions. Now, with Tao Ao's apparent health issues, his wife was tending to him while concurrently working. Wu Kai presumably wished to reassign her to someone else, hence her reluctance to leave. Wu Kai was indeed unscrupulous. If he remained in his current position for too long, he might very well meet a fate similar to that of Tao Ao and his wife. Having attained the role of a servant-disciple steward, Wu Kai was adept at reading the room. As Mo Wuji frowned, he quickly picked up on the cue. Tao Ao and his wife were originally assigned to the dining department. However, after Tao Ao offended someone and suffered a severe injury, His wife has been unable to fulfill her duties while caring for him. I intended to assign her to a less demanding position. Believe that if you will. Mo Wuji thought to himself, but maintained a cheerful facade. Wu Steward is indeed compassionate. I must extend my gratitude on behalf of Tao Ao and his wife. At this moment, Mo Wuji suddenly remembered that he had come to find someone to care for Yinner. Wu Steward, I beseech you, do not make me depart. If I leave with Tao Ao, it would be akin to awaiting death, a tearful voice implored, as a young woman clad in coarse linen stumbled towards them. This woman was presumably Tao Ao's wife, her hands rough and calloused, indicative of hard labor, yet her features exuded a sense of innocence and kindness. Fat Guang quickly stepped forward to intercept the young woman. Indeed, Wu Steward, you are aware of my circumstances. I intend to venture out soon and seek someone to care for Yinner. Perhaps Tao Ao's wife could be entrusted with that responsibility? Mo Wuji suggested. Before seeing Tao Ao's wife, he had already surmised that her unwavering devotion to her injured husband indicated her loyalty and compassion. Now, having seen her, he was even more convinced that she was a suitable candidate for caring for Yinner. He sought someone attentive and nurturing, with kindness being paramount. Brother Mo, you are indeed doing me a favor, rather than the other way around, Wu Kai quickly replied. After speaking, Wu Kai called out to the woman, Xiong Xiuzhu. If Brother Mo is willing to take you and your husband in, why don't you hurry over to express your gratitude? The woman named Xiong Xiuzhu stared blankly at Mo Wuji, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. If Mo Wuji truly took in the couple, it would indeed be a favor to Wu Kai. As a steward for the miscellaneous disciples, Wu Kai had many arrangements to make, especially regarding the family members of some disciples. Failing to accommodate one could easily offend someone. Initially, he intended to drive out the couple, as they were of no significance, and he could act as he pleased without repercussions. Now that Mo Wuji was willing to take them in, he naturally went along with it. Mo Wuji chuckled, stating that he sought Wu Kai's assistance for more than just this matter. He needed to leave soon. With Xiong Xiuzhu helping to care for Yinner, he felt much more at ease. Furthermore, he mentioned that as a miscellaneous disciple in the pharmacy on the 19th floor, he hoped Wu Kai could arrange for someone to cover his duties in his absence. This is a trivial matter. Brother Mo, feel free to go. I will ensure everything is meticulously arranged for you. I will even help rebuild the residence for Xiong Xiuzhu and Tao Ao, Wu Kai assured him confidently. Mo Wuji produced 6 qi condensation pills, deeming it only fair to offer something for such a small favor, and thus decided to assist in constructing a dwelling for the couple. At that moment, Xiong Xiuzhu realized that Mo Wuji could provide her with a task, granting her a glimmer of hope for survival. Otherwise, she and Tao Ao would have no means to live. Living in a common town was out of the question, as the markets surrounding the Wuhan sword sect primarily catered to cultivators. Many non-cultivating commoners had their own means and had formed a circle of their own. As an ordinary person unable to lift or carry anything, and with the responsibility of caring for Tao Ao, entering this circle was impossible. Moreover, leaving the Wuhan sword sect for the nearest human city was a journey of thousands of miles, fraught with desolation. As an ordinary person, she could not hope to make it. Thank you for your kindness, Xiong Xiuzhu expressed, not concerned about the specifics of the task Mo Wuji would assign her. As long as there was something for her to do, Mo Wuji nodded, instructing her to pack her belongings and move to his residence by the Blood Lotus Lake. Your main responsibility will be to care for my sister Yinner. She has been under some stress and sometimes behaves like a child, so your attention will be greatly needed. The prospect of merely caring for one person filled Xiong Xiuzhu with gratitude. It certainly could not be more arduous than her current situation. Xiong Xiuzhu arrived quickly. After Mo Wuji had informed Yinner about his upcoming departure, Xiong Xiuzhu brought her disabled husband, Tao Ao, to the place. Tao Ao, of medium build, appeared somewhat handsome despite his condition, as he was confined to a wheelchair with his legs amputated. Mo Wuji speculated that he did not seem like someone who would provoke trouble and surmised that someone must have unjustly harmed him, given his own struggle to survive. Mo Wuji refrained from inquiring about Tao Ao's predicament. Survival among commoners and cultivators was already a challenge. He could not offer any help for Tao Ao's legs with his current abilities. The couple did not consider asking Mo Wuji to heal Tao Ao. They were already immensely grateful to be taken in and offered a relatively easy task. 3 days later, Yinner had gradually accepted the patient Xiong Xiuzhu. With Wu Kai's assistance, a dwelling for Tao Ao and Xiong Xiuzhu was constructed. Finally, Mo Wuji felt secure enough to leave his residence. In such an environment, he could not afford to be complacent for even a day, whether for the sake of caring for Yinner or preserving his own life. He needed to diligently strengthen his abilities. Upon entering the sect affairs hall of the Wuhan sword sect, Mo Wuji found the hall bustling with activity. He understood that as a miscellaneous disciple, he had no qualification to take on any sect missions. His intention was merely to observe and see if he could assist those who had taken on tasks. Mo Wuji had visited the sect affairs hall more than once, having recently been there to assist Master Shurdan in potion preparation. Today, however, he sensed a peculiar atmosphere. In the past, disciples hurried in and out, either forming teams or accepting missions, contributing points, or purchasing pills. Now, he noticed that many disciples were clustered together, engaged in lively discussions. "Junior brother Mo, congratulations." Someone called out to him. The speaker was an old acquaintance, Fei Bingzhu from the Spirit Herb Warehouse. Mo Wuji had been fortunate to receive help from Fei Bingzhu in the past when he sold him a water vine at a fair price. Now, Fei Bingzhu expressed his congratulations, evidently aware of Master Shurdan's successful alchemy, which meant Mo Wuji would need to change locations. "I can only say that I've been quite lucky. Master Shurdan's alchemy skills are exceptional." Mo Wuji laughed as he approached. Once near Fei Bingzhu, he quietly inquired, "Brother Fei, I noticed so many people gathered together today. What are they discussing?" "Our Wuhan Sword Mountain has opened," Fei Bingzhu replied, pointing skyward. "You know about the Wuhan Sword Mountain, right? Even the Tianji Hall's Tianji Medicine Mountain cannot compare to our Wuhan Sword Mountain. It has been nearly 1,000 years since it last opened, and can you imagine how many treasures lie within? Unfortunately, this has nothing to do with us," he sighed. Mo Wuji finally understood why the crowd was so animated. They were fervently discussing the opening of the Wuhan Sword Mountain. If he had the privilege to enter a place that hadn't opened in a millennium, he too would join in the whispers. "Brother Fei, since the Wuhan Sword Mountain hasn't opened in 1,000 years, why has it suddenly opened now?" Mo Wuji, fully aware of his lack of qualification, could not help but ask. Fei Bingzhu pointed upward again and explained patiently. 10 years ago, the first layer of the 5 Elements ruins opened, and the 5 great empires sought to gain the maximum benefit from it, leading to fierce competition and heavy losses. Eventually, the 5 empires agreed to settle their disputes through contests to acquire the resources of the first layer of the 5 Elements ruins. "What are the 5 Elements ruins?" Mo Wuji inquired, increasingly perplexed. Fei Bingzhu continued, "As a new miscellaneous disciple, it's normal for you not to know. Do you realize that very few from the 5 great empires have ever entered the 3rd heaven of the celestial realm? There are not even any truly celestial sects among them." Mo Wuji nodded. Having heard of this, "Does this relate to the 5 Elements ruins?" "Of course it does," Fei Bingzhu affirmed. "It is said that the 5 Elements ruins severed the source of spiritual energy for the 5 great empires, with the natural resources of the 5 empires. It is exceedingly difficult to advance to the 3rd heaven of the celestial realm. Over countless years, only the most gifted cultivators have managed to ascend to the 3rd heaven, and even then, they find themselves stuck in the 1st layer. However, those who pass through the 5 Elements ruins find that the number of cultivators in the 3rd heaven is significantly greater than within the 5 empires. If that is the case, why don't we all just traverse the 5 Elements ruins together?" Mo Wuji questioned, bewildered. Fei Bingzhu chuckled softly. "You speak as if it were so simple. Do you think passing through the 5 Elements ruins is that easy? Moreover, the 5 Elements wasteland has only opened its 1st layer. Even if you manage to traverse this initial stratum, you will find no entrance to the 2nd. Many formidable individuals from the 5 great empires have endeavored to penetrate the 1st layer in search of the 2nd, yet none have returned. It is rumored that even those who have reached the 3rd tier of the celestial realm have perished within. Of course, whether any strong figures have truly ventured in remains a mystery. Eventually, it became clear to all that the 5 Elements wasteland cannot be forcibly opened, leading many to compete for cultivation resources within the 1st layer. Over the years, countless cultivators have met their demise inside, prompting many sects to recruit disciples in large numbers. Why not send powerful cultivators inside to seize resources? What use is recruiting disciples? The more Mo Wuji listened, the more perplexed he became. The 5 Elements wasteland is not an ordinary place. It is said to be bound by the laws of heaven and earth. The 1st layer only permits those at the meridian opening and spirit building realms to enter. Those with higher cultivation levels who enter and linger too long risk being crushed by the very laws of nature. Several individuals at the 3rd tier of the celestial realm have entered and subsequently vanished, rumored to have succumbed to these oppressive forces. Fei Bingzhu wore an expression that suggested Mo Wuji did not comprehend the situation. Mo Wuji remained bewildered, questioning Fei Bingzhu about the nature of these oppressive laws. Fei Bingzhu admitted that he too had only heard rumors and lacked a clear understanding. Wasn't it the case that the empires were controlled by top-tier sects? Why was there war among the empires instead of among the sects? Mo Wuji ceased his inquiries into such profound matters. He recognized that Fei Bingzhu's knowledge was merely hearsay, and that he too shared the same ignorance. Fei Bingzhu chuckled, stating that the conflict among empires was merely a reflection of sect rivalries. The sects merely used the empires as a guise to delineate their territories. When battles truly ensue, it is the cultivators of the sects that clash. Our Wuhan sword sect is also involved in these frays. Eventually, the major sects deemed the losses from warfare too substantial, opting instead for literary contests. The spiritual herbs and resources within the Five Elements wasteland are of the utmost quality, with each specimen's worth difficult to estimate. Many medicinal materials can enable a cultivator at the third tier of the Earth realm to leap directly into the celestial realm. Thus, the contests were transformed into alchemical competitions, held every 3 years, with entry quotas to the Five Elements wasteland allocated based on performance. Is it possible that our Wuhan sword sect's poor performance in the contests prompted the opening of Wuhan Sword Mountain to cultivate more alchemists? Mo Wuji surmised the reasoning behind the activation of Wuhan Sword Mountain. Fei Bingzhu nodded in affirmation, clarifying that it was not merely to foster more alchemists, but to elevate the skills of the existing ones. The goal was to secure a better ranking in the upcoming contest and obtain a greater number of entries into the Five Elements wasteland. Despite the numerous fatalities within, the unparalleled spiritual herbs within continue to entice sects to send more individuals inside. Should they happen upon a fruit that allows a third-tier Earth realm cultivator to ascend to the celestial realm, would the sect not instantly elevate to the status of a quasi-celestial sect? The Wuhan Sword sect is supposed to represent the Star River Empire, is it not? Once the Star River Empire secures a quota, does the Wuhan Sword sect not stand to benefit as well? Must the Star River Empire engage in an internal competition to distribute quotas among the various immortal sects after achieving a ranking? It is not so. With the new rules of the Five Elements Wasteland literary contests, each sect participates in the alchemical competitions on their own behalf, independent of the empires. The Star River Empire's national guardian sect is the Celestial Hall. If our Wuhan Sword sect performs better in the alchemical contest than the Celestial Hall, we shall receive more quotas for entry into the Five Elements Wasteland. Through this exchange of questions and answers, Mo Wuji gained complete clarity. No wonder the Wuhan Sword sect is reopening the long-dormant Wuhan Sword Mountain. It is evidently the optimal moment for the various immortal sects to elevate their standings. Should the Wuhan Sword sect secure more quotas in the alchemical contests among the five great empires, they could obtain a wealth of supreme resources within the Five Elements wasteland. If the Wuhan Sword sect could acquire treasures that facilitate ascension to the third tier of the celestial realm, the resulting chain reaction would elevate the sect from a lower-tier Earth sect to a quasi-celestial sect. Subsequent chapters contain sensitive material that the author has removed. Chapter 76. The Panic of the Alchemist. Do not dwell on it too much, Fei Bingzhu remarked, patting Mo Wuji on the back and gesturing towards the crowd in the hall, who were abuzz with speculation. They are merely envious. The opening of Wuhan Sword Mountain has no bearing on them. The only individuals permitted entry into Wuhan Sword Mountain are alchemists, and currently, our sect's alchemists are in high demand. Do you understand now why Master Shi is so fervently concocting the convergence pill? The convergence pill is a third-tier human spirit pill, and successfully crafting it elevates one to the status of a third-tier human alchemist. Only third-tier human alchemists are qualified to enter Wuhan Sword Mountain. At last, Mo Wuji understood why Shi Jun was so exuberant about producing the convergence pill. It meant he could enter Wuhan Sword Mountain. It seemed he had inadvertently assisted him greatly. I must tell you, each third-tier human alchemist is allowed to bring an apprentice. Alas, Master Shi succeeded in refining pills in the apothecary room under your supervision. But I wonder which fortunate fellow will benefit from it, Fei Bingzhu mused. He had not considered that Mo Wuji might become an apprentice. After all, Mo Wuji was merely a recent addition to the Wuhan Sword sect, a mere servant disciple who would hardly attract the attention of a third-tier human alchemist. Suddenly, Mo Wuji felt a pang of regret. Had he known that following Shi Jun might lead to an opportunity to enter Wuhan Sword Mountain, he would never have declined. Unfortunately, it was too late now, and even if he sought out Master Shi, he would have no chance to meet him. A third-tier human alchemist is a figure of great prestige, far beyond the reach of a mere apprentice. Fei Bingzhu remained unaware of Mo Wuji's thoughts and continued. Our most accomplished alchemist is Master Yin, a fourth-tier Earth alchemist, the only one in the sect. Sister Yin is not only the youngest Earth alchemist in our sect, but also holds a status second only to the sect leader. What does Sister Yin matter to me? Mo Wuji's mind was consumed by regret. After a moment, he set aside his frustration and inquired of Fei Bingzhu, Brother Fei, Do you know where around our sect we might find a six-legged thunder crocodile? A six-legged thunder crocodile? Fei Bingzhu looked at Mo Wuji in astonishment. Why do you ask about that? It is a formidable creature, and its materials are not particularly valuable. Moreover, our Wuhan sword sect is quite distant from the sea, where six-legged thunder crocodiles typically reside, so we wouldn't encounter them here. Mo Wuji felt disappointed in his heart, intending to continue inquiring about nearby places suitable for trials when a gruff voice called out, "You little brat, hiding here chatting, hurry and prepare the medicine for me." Mo Wuji turned to see Shi Jun storming in, with the disheveled Wu Kai trailing behind him. The assembly hall fell silent, with Master Shi present. No one dared to speak further. Though Mo Wuji viewed Master Shi's alchemical practices with disdain, his standing within the sect was substantial. As a third-tier human alchemist, he was a figure of considerable esteem. Without needing to ask, Mo Wuji surmised the reason. It must be that after departing from him, Master Shi failed again in crafting the convergence pill and had returned to seek his assistance in preparing the medicine, hoping to leverage his luck for success once more. As a result, after leaving the apothecary room, Wu Kai had summoned someone else to fill in, which led to complications. Compared to the last time, Shi Jun appeared even more disheveled, with unkempt hair and a body covered in medicinal residues. Before he could approach Mo Wuji, he reached out in an attempt to grab him. Mo Wuji quickly interjected, "Wait, Master Shi, this matter is not Wu Kai's fault. Let him leave first. If he departs, Yen'er still resides by the Blood Lotus Lake. I cannot afford to offend Wu Kai." Upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, Shi Jun waved Wu Kai away. "You may go. Given that you helped me locate this lad, I shall not pursue the matter further." Wu Kai expressed his gratitude profusely, nodding appreciatively at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji indeed did not speak in vain. Not only was he not mistaken, but he was also excessively modest. Who would have thought that a mere servant disciple like him would hold such a high position in the heart of Master Shi Dan? With just a single phrase, he managed to enlighten him. Previously, when Master Shi Dan had taken hold of him, he had been utterly terrified. Seeking assistance for Mo Wuji's tasks was trivial, but offending Master Shi Dan could lead to dire consequences, regardless of the circumstances. Even with the rightness on his side, Master Shi Dan could easily dispose of him without facing any repercussions. At the very least, a mere word from Master Shi Dan could strip him of his duties altogether. Before departing, Wu Kai firmly resolved to assist Mo Wuji in looking after Yen'er. A person with such a promising future as Mo Wuji must be befriended, and befriending him required taking good care of the young girl, Yen'er. Mo Wuji had met Master Shi Dan, but was the latter really here merely to assist with alchemical preparations? Once Wu Kai left, Mo Wuji respectfully inquired again. "Of course, you are a servant disciple in the 19th alchemical chamber. If I did not seek you for alchemical assistance, would it be for matchmaking?" Shi Jun retorted with a glare. Mo Wuji, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "If that is the case, then please return to the 19th alchemical chamber, and I shall come to you once I have prepared the medicine." He needed to enhance the water mushroom vine. Otherwise, even his reputation as a lucky star would be of no use. Shi Jun seized Mo Wuji's arm, insisting, "No need for that. Today, we will be refining alchemy in the main hall of the sect. The sect leader, various elders, and all the alchemists will be observing. You must assist me there." Although termed as preparing medicine, it was essentially a ploy to have Mo Wuji handle every ingredient, in hopes of sharing in his luck. Mo Wuji internally groaned. The reason he had sent Shi Jun away was to apply the essence of the Qingyan fruit to the water mushroom vine. How could he assist under the scrutinizing gaze of the assembly? Moreover, he surmised the reason behind Shi Jun's public alchemical demonstration. It was undoubtedly a test orchestrated by the sect for alchemists aspiring to join the Wuhan sword sect. Given that Shi Jun had been promoted to a third-tier alchemist, he needed to validate his capabilities publicly. Since Shi Jun's actual strength did not match that of a third-tier alchemist, such exposure would inevitably reveal his true nature. This was why he seemed so anxious to drag Mo Wuji along. Seeing Shi Jun about to pull him away, Mo Wuji hastily interjected, "Master Shi Dan, while I indeed possess a stroke of luck that can enhance other success rates, I must first bathe and change my clothes before assisting. Otherwise, my efficacy may be compromised. Why the delay? Hurry back and prepare yourself." Shi Jun bellowed. Mo Wuji, unhurried, replied, "Master Shi Dan, the art of alchemy requires a calm mind. If not, even with my luck accompanying you, errors may occur. If you trust my words, please remain composed and wait in the main hall of the sect, while I must also maintain my tranquility during my preparations." The irate Shi Dan, upon hearing calm mind, suppressed his rising temper and tossed a jade token to Mo Wuji, saying, "Hurry up." With that, He turned and departed at a swift pace. Mo Wuji sighed in relief. Finally, this fellow had left. Brother Mo, you are indeed impressive to have garnered Master Shi Dan's favor. Do not forget your younger brother in the future, Fei Bingzhu remarked, swiftly swapping their roles in his mind. Mo Wuji chuckled, patting Fei Bingzhu through the window. Oh, not at all. We are friends. By the way, Brother Fei, I came here today primarily to purchase 5 water mushroom vines. I hope to leverage your contribution points, which I shall repay in due course. Fei Bingzhu waved dismissively. Just a few water mushroom vines, a mere handful of contribution points is nothing. Take them freely, my junior brother. Your future is bright, henceforth. Just call me your junior brother, and I shall gladly be your disciple. As they spoke, Fei Bingzhu had already handed 5 water mushroom vines to Mo Wuji. Thank you. I must hurry to prepare the medicine for Master Shi Dan. We can chat leisurely later, Mo Wuji said, taking the water mushroom vines and bidding farewell to Fei Bingzhu. He needed to concoct the potion promptly. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that Master Shi Dan wouldn't come back to drag him away. Chapter 77. Status and Quality. The main hall of the Wuhan Sword Sect served as the venue for discussions and was the most grandiose hall within the sect. Only those of significant standing within the sect were permitted entry. Mo Wuji had only observed it from a distance before. He had never set foot inside. After concocting the potion from the 5 water mushroom vines, he rushed to the hall. Thankfully, the jade token from Master Shi Dan proved effective. Otherwise, he would not even have been able to approach the entrance. Esteemed elders of the sect, I, Mo Wuji, the servant disciple, greet you, he proclaimed loudly at the entrance. For seated within were the most authoritative figures of the sect, powerful alchemists who were regarded with utmost reverence. As a servant disciple, he dared not be careless. Respected sect leader and esteemed elders, this servant disciple is named Mo Wuji. He is my apprentice in alchemy, aiding me in my preparations and ensuring my process flows seamlessly. Shi Jun, who had been anxiously awaiting Mo Wuji's arrival, immediately stood to announce. At the head of the assembly sat a middle-aged man with a gaunt face and a short beard, sitting upright like a sword unable to be sheathed. Mo Wuji surmised this was the sect leader. Indeed, after Shi Jun finished speaking, the middle-aged man nodded, saying, "Since you are Shi Dan's apprentice and a disciple of our Wuhan Sword Sect, you may enter." Mo Wuji noted the sect leader's choice of words. He did not refer to him as a servant disciple, and he used the word please when inviting him inside. "Thank you, sect leader." Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude before stepping into the hall and bowing. The elders and alchemists within the hall regarded Mo Wuji with curiosity, assessing him from head to toe. Given his age, he seemed no older than 20. Such a servant disciple entering the solemn hall, surrounded by numerous esteemed alchemists, would typically be timid and apprehensive. Yet, here was Mo Wuji, striding confidently and expressing his thanks to the sect leader without a hint of trepidation. For Mo Wuji, having participated in numerous global pharmaceutical conferences on Earth alongside heads of state from various nations, he had long since grown accustomed to such environments. "Wuji, come sit beside me." Shi Jun beckoned, patting the seat next to him. He genuinely could not adopt an air of superiority towards Mo Wuji. Although he was a servant disciple, Mo Wuji was unambitious. Shi Jun had initially sought to have him as an apprentice, yet Mo Wuji had been reluctant. Thus, despite Shi Jun being an alchemist, he still needed Mo Wuji's assistance. "Thank you, Master Shi Dan," Mo Wuji expressed, moving to sit beside him and quietly adding, "If the alchemical process succeeds, I wish to enter the Wuhan Sword Mountain as well." Shi Jun waved dismissively, "No problem. Every alchemist entering Wuhan Sword Mountain is entitled to bring one apprentice along. As long as you assist me in succeeding, you shall accompany me. Is this reasonable?" A mere servant disciple sitting in such a place truly diminishes the dignity of the sect's main hall. An abrupt voice interjected, tinged with anger. Mo Wuji turned to see a young man garbed in luxurious robes, exuding an air of superiority. Mo Wuji felt a surge of irritation. Who was this fellow? What was wrong with him sitting here? Why should he stand while everyone else was seated? Although feeling quite displeased, Mo Wuji understood that he lacked the power to influence the situation and could only turn his gaze towards Shi Jun. If Shi Jun were unable to speak, it would indeed be his misfortune. Shi Jun chuckled awkwardly and said, "Master Chu, it is rather inappropriate for Wuji to stand alone while everyone else is seated." The man in the brocade robe, referred to as Master Chu, coldly replied, "Among the alchemists here for the competition, none require an apprentice. Only you seem to need one." Indeed, Master Shi's exceptional alchemical skills would be diminished without an apprentice to signify his status. Although Shi Jun recognized that his standing was inferior to the brocade-clad youth, he could not help but feel angered by the latter's words. Mo Wuji, despite his inner displeasure, was reluctant to involve Shijun in this trivial matter. Just as he contemplated rising to signal Shijun not to escalate the situation, Master Chu spoke again with a cold tone. How dare a mere apprentice take a seat here? Mo Wuji, who had initially intended to stand, remained still, contemplating whether to retort. What of being an apprentice? He sat down at Master Shi's behest, and besides, he was Master Shi's apprentice, not one of the Chu family. Master Shi's status seemed to be on par with his own. Why was this fellow so intent on opposing him? Mo Wuji, as an apprentice. Why do you dare remain seated while two esteemed alchemists are in debate? Suddenly inquired an elder seated at the leftmost position. His words seemed to align with Master Chu's perspective. Mo Wuji understood that anyone seated in such a prominent position must be of considerable importance, likely the first elder. Under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Thus, he stood and cupped his fist in respect, saying, Elder, please see, if it were any other time, I would have long since stood up and not allowed Master Shi and Master Chu to argue over a mere seat for me. However, after the teachings of the sect master, I have come to understand a principle, hence I remain seated. The teachings of the sect master? All eyes turned to the figure seated at the highest point, Gulan. As the leader of the Wuhan sword sect, Gulan had never taken disciples. How could he possibly impart wisdom to a mere servant disciple? Even Gulan looked at Mo Wuji, puzzled as to when he had instructed him. Mo Wuji calmly continued. In the eyes of most powerful beings, a servant disciple possesses no status. For instance, Master Chu tells me to stand because I am but a servant disciple. Yet, when I entered the Grand Hall, the sect master did not specifically refer to me as a servant disciple, indicating that in his eyes, regardless of whether one is a true disciple, inner sect, outer sect, or servant disciple, anyone within the Wuhan sword sect is a disciple of the Wuhan sword sect. When Mo Wuji entered, indeed, the sect master did not deliberately label him as a servant disciple, and the assembly did not expect Mo Wuji to use this as a point of teaching from the sect master. Before anyone could respond, Mo Wuji continued. The sect master even addressed me with the word please, demonstrating that in his eyes, all beings are equal. Is this the teaching you claim to have received from the sect master? The elder at the leftmost position inquired again. Mo Wuji solemnly replied, Indeed, in the eyes of the sect master, there is no distinction among people. Only a difference in character. This is the teaching he has imparted to me. Very well, there is no distinction among people, only a difference in character. I have been enlightened. A young woman seated at the rightmost position suddenly stood and applauded, clearly in agreement with Mo Wuji's words. Mo Wuji then noticed her. She appeared quite young, certainly not older than a few years than himself, and her appearance could be described as rather ordinary, even somewhat unattractive. Yet, such a young woman occupied a position close to the sect master, suggesting she held a significant rank within the sect. In truth, the implied meaning of Mo Wuji's words was clear to all. The sect master's character was noble, while Master Chu's was rather ordinary. The sect master seated at the highest position nodded in acknowledgement and warmly said to Mo Wuji, You may take your seat. Thank you, sect master. Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude once more before sitting down. Observing that Mo Wuji had successfully turned the situation around, Shijun felt a deep admiration for him. He lowered his voice and whispered in Mo Wuji's ear, The one who just spoke up for you is our Wuhan sword sect's foremost alchemist, the 4th grade earth alchemist, Yin Xianin. She is the main representative of our sect for the upcoming 5 Elements Wilderness Alchemy competition. Mo Wuji had long heard of Yin Xianin as a 4th grade earth alchemist from Fei Bingzhu. However, upon realizing that the character Yin was present in her name, he felt an unsettling sensitivity towards it, reminding him of the treachery of Xia Ruoyin. Very well, all alchemists are now prepared. Let us commence. Gulan evidently wished to divert the conversation from Mo Wuji's remarks and promptly shifted the topic. Following Gulan's words, 5 large alchemical furnaces were carried into the center of the Grand Hall. Chapter 78. Entering the Sword Mountain elimination round, Shijun, feeling a touch of nervousness, said, Wuji, ever since you witnessed my successful concoction of the congealing pill, I have yet to replicate that success. I truly hope your luck will shine upon me this time. If I fail to produce the congealing pill, it will be disastrous. Shijun held great faith in Mo Wuji, for in the realm of cultivation, luck was not a mere abstraction. Some individuals simply possessed better fortune, which could be seen as an aura of luck enveloping them. Unaware of such concepts, Mo Wuji felt a genuine sense of anxiety and quietly replied to Shijun, Master Shi, I have a secret technique. I can channel all my luck. If we use a wooden tub filled with pure water and wash each herb through my hands, Those fortunate enough to be touched by my luck will experience an increased success rate, more than doubled. That sounds feasible. I shall have someone fetch a tub of water at once. After speaking, Shi Jun whispered a few words to the disciples carrying the alchemical furnaces. Sure enough, within a minute, a disciple brought a tub of water. What is the purpose of this, Master Shi? Someone immediately inquired. Shi Jun, unfazed, replied, I intend to wash each herb to enhance my success rate. Wuji, I will assign you the task of cleaning the herbs while I concoct the elixirs. Upon hearing that, Shi Jun called Mo Wuji over merely for the task of washing herbs. The people in the Grand Hall understood why Shi Jun had specifically requested an apprentice. Naturally, such preparatory work before alchemical concoction was designated for the apprentice. As for the reason behind washing the herbs, each alchemist had their own traditions, and there was no fault in that. Shi Jun's furnace was the second one on the right, while Master Chu's was the third, positioned right next to it, causing Mo Wuji to inwardly curse his bad luck. To be honest, Shi Jun had indeed summoned him for assistance, but Mo Wuji was equally eager to observe how the other alchemists performed their craft. Mo Wuji had hoped to witness the alchemical techniques of Yin Xianin, renowned as a fourth-grade earth alchemist. As she was of a higher grade, her methods would undoubtedly be superior. Regrettably, Yin Xianin did not take the stage. After all 5 alchemists had taken their positions, Mo Wuji soon realized that Yin Xianin did not intend to participate. Mo Wuji quickly deduced the reason. Yin Xianin, being a fourth-grade earth alchemist of the sect, naturally did not need to personally engage in the competition. Our Wuhan Sword Mountain has been closed for a millennium, and this time we have opened it specifically to enhance the capabilities of our alchemists. Due to the limited resources of Wuhan Sword Mountain, only 7 individuals may enter. Our sect originally had 4 third-grade human alchemists and 1 fourth-grade earth alchemist who will not partake in this internal competition. The 5 participants are all newly promoted third-grade human alchemists. From among them, 2 will enter Wuhan Sword Mountain. Each will have 2 opportunities to concoct third-grade pills. And now the competition begins. Upon seeing the 5 participants settle in and prepare, Sect Master Gulan issued the command. Mo Wuji noted that only 7 individuals would be allowed into Wuhan Sword Mountain. Even with the inclusion of 7 apprentices, the total would amount to merely 14 people. Early this morning, he ventured to the Hall of Affairs, where a multitude was engaged in fervent discussions about the Wuhan Sword Mountain, leading him to wonder how many would gain entry. Now, with Shi Jun pledging that should he succeed in alchemy, he would be granted access to the Wuhan Sword Mountain. The stakes were indeed considerable. Mo Wuji observed that all the alchemists activated a fiery crimson stone beneath their cauldrons, producing a vast expanse of flames covering the furnace bottom. This fiery stone appeared capable of modulating the intensity of the flames. Shi Jun too ignited the flames and commenced the cleansing of his cauldron. Mo Wuji immersed the medicinal herbs in a wooden tub, briefly rinsing each one in the water. However, the Qingyan fruit was not submerged. Instead, he applied a coating of the water mushroom vine liquid from his sleeve. After rinsing both sets of herbs, Mo Wuji set them aside to drain. At this moment, Shi Jun had also finished cleaning his cauldron and began to concoct the Ninglua pill. Mo Wuji had observed Shi Jun's alchemical process once before, finding it rather unimpressive. His gaze shifted to the previously irksome Master Chu, and he noted that among the 5 here, this Master Chu possessed the most formidable prowess. Mo Wuji was unaware of the specifics of the pills Master Chu was crafting, yet his technique for incorporating the herbs was far more logical and fluid than Shi Jun's, exhibiting a certain grace. Subsequently, Mo Wuji noticed that Master Chu did not employ any spatula, but rather controlled the cauldron directly to manipulate the spiritual herbs within. Eventually, Master Chu even thrust his hand into the searing cauldron, guiding the herbs without any apparent detriment to himself. From this alone, Mo Wuji discerned that Master Chu's strength surpassed that of the other 4, completely transcending the rudimentary level of skill. Before an hour had elapsed, a loud bang reverberated, and Mo Wuji saw the first alchemist on his left covered in soot. Clearly, he had just experienced a failure, causing an explosion of his concoction. Mo Wuji mused that this individual still had another chance, only to hear another explosion. A powerful wave of scorching heat rushed toward him, prompting an instinctive retreat. Upon halting, he realized that it was Shi Jun who had suffered the mishap this time. It seemed that Shi Jun's composure was lacking, as the previous failures had impacted him. Seeing Shi Jun's despondent demeanor, Mo Wuji hastily approached and encouraged, "Shi Dan Shi, you still have another batch. Your opportunity is not lost. Consider, had it not been for the distractions from others, your previous batch would surely have succeeded. No one can guarantee 100% success in alchemy." Upon hearing Mo Wuji's words, Shi Jun's spirits lifted. Indeed, who among alchemists could claim absolute success? He promptly resumed cleaning the cauldron, preparing to refine the second batch of Ninglua pills. Observing Shi Jun's renewed determination, Wuji felt a sense of relief. Shi Jun's success was pivotal for his own hopes of entering the Wuhan Sword Mountain. Should Shi Jun gain access to the mountain and obtain a plethora of spiritual herbs for practice and refinement, it would undeniably mark a milestone in Wuji's alchemical journey. As a wandering cultivator, and even less than that as a menial disciple, the prospect of acquiring an abundance of spiritual herbs for practice was nearly unattainable. This opportunity rested upon the shoulders of Shi Jun. Only through his success could Wuji hope to succeed. As Shi Jun began crafting his second batch of Ninglua pills, Wuji noticed that Master Chu had already completed the purification and fusion of his herbs and was now expelling the dregs. Despite the consecutive explosions, including Shi Jun's mishap occurring right beside him, Master Chu remained unfazed in his alchemical endeavor. Even though Wuji secretly wished for Master Chu's failure, he could not help but admire the man's skill. Another half-hour passed, and as Shi Jun finished purifying the herbs in his cauldron, the fragrant aroma of pills began to waft from Master Chu's furnace. Wuji sighed inwardly, acknowledging the undeniable strength of Master Chu. Unless he were to pour a bucket of water into Master Chu's cauldron, there was little doubt that this individual would be the first to succeed. As for the remaining four, they would have to compete for the last remaining spot in the Wuhan Sword Mountain. Fortunately, aside from Master Chu, the other four had all experienced at least one failure. Yet, Shi Jun, in his second attempt at crafting the Ninglua pill, managed to withstand the pressure and was not deterred by the failures of the others. At this moment, Shi Jun was eliminating the herb residues and had completed the fusion of the liquid, beginning the process of pill formation. As Wuji shifted his focus from Master Chu, he sensed a gaze upon him. Instinctively, he looked up to find Yin Xianin, a fourth-tier earth alchemist, observing him. Upon meeting his gaze, she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wuji felt no concern. He had merely used the wooden tub to apply the water mushroom vine liquid to the Qingyan fruit, and he was confident that no one had noticed. At that moment, the fragrance of the pills intensified. Wuji glanced toward Master Chu and indeed saw him extracting several pills from his cauldron, which he promptly placed into a prepared jade vial. It was evident that Master Chu was the first to complete his alchemical process. Although Wuji felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he had no recourse but to focus on Shi Jun and fervently hoped that his batch would not end in failure. Chapter 79, An Unexpected Turn. Bang. Another explosion echoed during the pill formation, startling Wuji. Fortunately, he quickly realized that this time it was not Shi Jun who had failed, but the alchemist seated first on his left. This individual had now failed 2 consecutive batches and was effectively out of the competition. It appeared that among these newly minted third-tier alchemists, with the exception of the disagreeable Master Chu, the rest were largely insubstantial. Presumably, they had attempted to pass as third-tier alchemists in hopes of gaining entry to the Wuhan Sword Mountain. However, once put to the test, their true ineptitude was laid bare. Whether it was due to Wuji's earlier encouragement or not, Shi Jun's second batch weathered the storm of several failures from others without issue. As nearly another half-hour passed, the delightful aroma of pills began to emanate from Shi Jun's furnace, signaling the commencement of his pill formation. At this juncture, another explosion erupted, leaving only Shi Jun and one other alchemist still engaged in the process. One by one, the red-tinted pills began to solidify within the cauldron. And moments later, Shi Jun clapped his hands against the furnace, resulting in 6 pills soaring into the prepared jade vial. Following Shi Jun's success, the last remaining alchemist also succumbed to failure. Among the 5 alchemists, only Master Chu and Shi Jun had completed their concoction successfully. The results were clear without the need for deliberation. Both Master Chu and Shi Jun were elevated to the rank of third-tier alchemists, a commendable achievement. The elder in the upper left corner was the first to rise and applaud. The sect leader, Gulan, also clapped with a smile, proclaiming that with the addition of Master Chu and Shi Jun, the Wuhan Sword sect would undoubtedly secure a superior standing in the upcoming alchemical competition within the 5 Elements wilderness. After making this statement, Gulan's smile abruptly faded, and his tone turned grave. All of you present here are the backbone of our Wuhan Sword sect. The 10 elders and all the alchemists have gathered. The Wuhan Sword Mountain has not opened for a millennium. To boast a little, while perhaps the spiritual herbs of our Wuhan Sword Mountain may not rival the treasures that allow ascendance to the 3rd heaven in the celestial realm, it remains one of the most esteemed secret realms among all sects in the 5 great empires. This time, as we reopen the long-sealed Wuhan Sword Mountain, I implore the 7 alchemists who gained entry to cherish this opportunity. Do not squander a single herb. Strive to enhance your alchemical skills within the mountain, so that our Wuhan Sword Sect may achieve even greater accolades in the forthcoming 5 Elements Wilderness competition. Rest assured, we shall not fail in our duties, the 6, including Shijun and Master Chu, replied, bowing in respect. Noticing that Yin Xianin remained still, Mo Wuji mused that the words of these 6 alchemists were likely mere embellishments. He was well aware of the capabilities of Master Shurdan. Even if Mo Wuji had not witnessed the prowess of other alchemists from different sects in the 5 Elements Wilderness, he understood that Master Shur's skills would not suffice to secure a commendable rank. Although Master Chu was superior to Shijun, Mo Wuji remained skeptical of his abilities. In contrast, the 4th-grade earth alchemist Yin Xianin, whom Mo Wuji was particularly interested in, remained silent and motionless. Now, I declare the Wuhan Sword Mountain open. Every alchemist who enters may bring 1 apprentice to assist in their alchemical endeavors. The Wuhan Sword Mountain will remain open for 1 month and will close thereafter. Elders and alchemists entering the Wuhan Sword Mountain, please follow me, announced Gu Ran succinctly, embodying the principle of action following words. Since joining the Wuhan Sword Sect, Mo Wuji had always operated on the periphery. Had it not been for assisting Shijun this time, he would have only ventured to the Grand Hall at the core of the sect. Now, as he followed the sect leader and numerous elders deeper into the Wuhan Sword Sect, he truly grasped its vastness. The continuous sword peaks stretching for miles suggested the many formidable individuals who had once occupied this space. Amidst the multitude of sword peaks stood a circular palace, at the apex of which hovered a sword without a sheath or hilt. This sword had been suspended there for an unknown number of months, and even from a distance, Mo Wuji could feel a chilling aura emanating from it. The exterior of the circular palace was engraved with a multitude of sword techniques, seemingly chaotic yet possessing an underlying order. As Mo Wuji accompanied the others to the palace, he noticed an elderly man with a severed arm sweeping the floor with a broom. Gu Ran approached the sweeping elder, bowed slightly, and entered the circular palace without uttering a word. Mo Wuji took a moment to study the sweeping elder, pondering if he might be the legendary sweeping monk. No, more accurately, he was an old man sweeping. Upon crossing the threshold of the circular palace, Missouri Wuji saw a round platform in the center, intricately carved with countless mysterious patterns, accompanied by several grooves nearby. Apart from this ornate platform, there was nothing else within the palace. The 13 individuals shall now step onto the Wuhan Sword Mountain's teleportation array, Gu Ran indicated towards the platform. Although Yin Xianin was most entitled to summon an apprentice to assist her, she was the only one who had come alone. Mo Wuji found it curious that she had not brought an alchemical furnace. Without it, how could she concoct elixirs? It turned out to be a teleportation array. Mo Wuji had heard of celestial sects deploying various grand formations, and teleportation arrays were among them. Like the other apprentices, Mo Wuji bore a sizable alchemical furnace on his back, as was expected of an apprentice responsible for carrying such burdens for the alchemist. Otherwise, there would be no need for apprentices to enter the Sword Mountain. As the 13 stepped onto the teleportation array, Gu Ran tossed forth more than 10 shimmering jade stones, which accurately landed in the grooves surrounding the array. Moments later, a dazzling white light erupted from the array, obstructing Mo Wuji and the others' vision. This was certainly not mere jade, but spirit stones he had heard of. Standing on the teleportation array, Mo Wuji strained to see the glimmering stones, but the white light obscured everything. He could only sense the rich spiritual energy contained within these stones. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and as he pondered whether this was a spatial transition occurring within the teleportation, he felt a violent fluctuation surrounding him, as if it might tear him apart. Blood splattered onto Mo Wuji, shocking him. Although he could not see, he understood that someone had been rent by the forces of that violent spatial turbulence. Was the price of a single teleportation this terrifying, requiring the sacrifice of lives? Everyone, be cautious. There is a problem with the teleportation. Upon arriving at the Sword Mountain, do not scatter. Strive to regroup. Yin Xianin's voice echoed, but Mo Wuji could only hear part of it before her words faded away. Another wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he distinctly heard the sound of his bones cracking. Just as he feared he would suffer the same fate as the unfortunate ones before him, he crashed heavily to the ground. After lying there for a good 10 minutes, Mo Wuji slowly struggled to rise. His entire body throbbed with pain, clearly indicating that his bones had been fractured by the spatial forces. He found himself utterly alone, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Just as Yin Xianin had said, there was indeed an issue with the teleportation array. The blood he had smelled earlier must have belonged to the other apprentices who had been torn apart. The reason he had managed to endure was that he was not a mere apprentice. He was a practitioner of the second layer of meridian expansion. Moreover, having undergone multiple lightning tribulations, his physical resilience surpassed that of many cultivators with higher cultivation levels. After suppressing the pain and steadying himself, Wuji inhaled sharply. According to Gu Ran, the Wuhan Sword Mountain was teeming with spiritual herbs, a veritable paradise. Yet, all he could see were desolate rocks and barren land. Where were the spiritual herbs? Not even a single blade of ordinary grass was visible. Wuji could not believe that the sect leader of the Wuhan Sword sect would lie about such matters. Since this situation had arisen, it was clear that something had gone awry at the Wuhan Sword Mountain. Considering the earlier issues with the teleportation array, he was further convinced that something catastrophic had occurred. After resting in place for half an hour, Wuji felt somewhat better and decided to seek a safer location to ascertain the situation. Struggling to drag the alchemical furnace, he had scarcely traveled 2 miles when he stumbled upon a torn corpse. He recognized this individual as one of the 7 alchemists. Logically, a third-grade human alchemist should have surpassed the meridian expansion realm. Yet Wuji still saw the alchemist's corpse here. It was evident that it had been quite difficult for him to preserve his life amidst the faulty teleportation. Wuji collected the common items from the alchemist's body, discovering spirit stones among them. Those crystalline stones rich in spiritual energy were what he had dreamt of, yet now he could scarcely muster the energy to feel excited. He then found some healing elixirs and consumed them, subsequently digging a grave to bury the alchemist on the spot. A third-grade human alchemist, a notable figure even in the mundane empire, now lay silently dead in this desolate place, amplifying Wuji's understanding of the fragility of life in this world. After consuming the healing elixirs, he felt the fractures in his bones healing swiftly. He mused that, in comparison to penicillin, an epic-making drug, the elixirs crafted by alchemists could only be described as miraculous. No matter how potent penicillin was, it required time to effect recovery, whereas elixirs produced immediate results. Should anyone claim that Western medicine acted faster than traditional Chinese medicine, Wuji would undoubtedly retort in disbelief. Elixirs were derived from medicinal materials, regardless of their origins. In Wuji's eyes, they were akin to traditional Chinese medicine. Subsequently, Wuji encountered no other living souls, not even an ant. 2 days passed, and gradually, his injuries healed. Just as he thought this venture into the Sword Mountain would end without further incident, he beheld a lush expanse of greenery. Wuji dashed forward almost recklessly, disregarding the weight of the heavy alchemical furnace on his back. After more than 10 minutes, Wuji found himself standing amidst a verdant valley, where he finally comprehended that Gu Ran had not been exaggerating. This place was abundant with spiritual herbs. In his pursuit of alchemy, Wuji had perused numerous introductions to spiritual herbs and possessed a modicum of knowledge about various types. However, there remained many herbs here whose names eluded him, and their vibrant vitality filled him with a sense of satisfaction and joy. Indeed, they were brimming with life. As he contemplated the phrase brimming with life, he suddenly recalled the place he had traversed earlier. If this area was teeming with vitality, then the region he had just walked through was shrouded in desolation. In this same Sword Mountain, why did one area flourish with lively spiritual herbs while another lay barren and lifeless? Wuji steadied his mind and discerned something amiss. At the juncture between this flourishing region and the desolate area he had just passed, the spiritual herbs at the boundary appeared to be withering. In an instant, Wuji grasped the situation. The vibrancy of the place he was in was due to the fact that the decay had not yet encroached upon it. With the passage of time, this vibrant land of spiritual herbs would inevitably succumb to barrenness as well. Although Wuji did not desire to see the Sword Mountain of the Wuhan Sword sect transformed into a wasteland, he was acutely aware of his own limitations as a mere servant disciple, rendering him powerless to effect change. Moreover, he remained uncertain about what awaited him in this place. With such an abundance of spiritual herbs, his foremost task was to gather them all and seek a location to practice the purification of these herbs. As he collected vast quantities of herbs, by evening he found himself unable to carry any more. He sought refuge in a natural cave within a valley to rest for the night. The following day, he retrieved the flame stone he had acquired from the alchemist and placed it beneath the alchemical furnace, commencing the purification of the spiritual herbs. Despite the abundance surrounding him, Wuji remained cautious and meticulous during the purification process. He understood the preciousness of these herbs. Had he not entered the Sword Mountain, he would never have had the luxury of such a bountiful environment to learn the art of purification. Days slipped by, and Mo Wuji treasured this opportunity, diligently purifying different spiritual herbs each day. It took him 3 days to refine the essence of the herbs to 80% purity, and 8 additional days to advance to 90%. However, he soon found himself at a standstill. Achieving more than 90% purity seemed exceedingly difficult. The level of purity he could achieve in the purification process directly correlated to the quality of the herbs. An 80% purity signified a refinement level of 80%, while 90% reflected a refinement level of 90%. Mo Wuji followed the purification techniques outlined in the alchemical tome, recognizing that after attaining 90%, further progress was unattainable, not due to flaws in his methods, but because of his insufficient cultivation level. He understood that as his cultivation improved, so too would his ability to enhance the purity of the herbs. Even though he could only achieve 90% purity, Mo Wuji believed his results surpassed those of the alchemist Xia Ruoyin, who could manage only 60 to 70% purity. Even from his novice perspective, he could discern the excessive residue of spiritual herbs in Xia Ruoyin's concoctions, which he deemed wasteful. Furthermore, higher purity in herbal refinement not only facilitated alchemical processes, but also elevated the quality of the resulting elixirs. Unless Xia Ruoyin improved his purification techniques, his alchemical prowess would stagnate. Mo Wuji recognized that elevating his purification methods for the herbs would be a protracted journey. He resolved to cease practicing purification for the time being, opting instead to cultivate while simultaneously learning the art of alchemy. In this resource-rich environment, he need not fear being detected for excessively drawing energy, allowing him to cultivate freely without reservations. The techniques outlined in his alchemical tome differed greatly from Xia Ruoyin's methods, emphasizing both the alchemical formulas and hand techniques, from igniting the flames to cleansing the alchemical furnace. Various hand techniques accompanied each step until the moment of completion and storage of the elixirs. Moreover, the alchemical strategies were not rigid. They adapted based on the characteristics of the elixirs and the spiritual herbs, imposing a high standard on the alchemist. Those unable to grasp this fluidity would likely resort to rote application. Mo Wuji had deeply understood this principle during his studies. Anything fixed and unchanging did not signify preservation, but rather a regression. Much like the ancient civilizations of Huaxia, countless legacies have been lost to the sands of time due to their rigidity. Even when a master imparts knowledge to a disciple selflessly, the disciple often struggles to surpass the master, inevitably regressing in some way. This regression continues as the disciple teaches their own students. The phrase "the student surpasses the master" applies only to a select few. Moreover, most teachers conceal knowledge, further contributing to this decline. No matter how exceptional, a process that continues to regress ultimately vanishes into obscurity. Mo Wuji understood the rarity of such an opportunity, although he was uncertain how he would exit a month later. He had no time to dwell on it. The sect leader had indicated a month, and he trusted that this was accurate. Once outside, he would no longer enjoy such a rich environment for cultivation or the unparalleled conditions for alchemy. As a result, Mo Wuji nearly sacrificed his sleeping hours, dedicating himself to both frenzied alchemical work and rigorous cultivation. When fatigue from alchemy set in, he immediately turned to cultivation, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing him to maintain vigor with minimal sleep. Although the alchemical formulas in his tome were few, each was remarkably refined and highly beneficial for those with lower cultivation levels. On the 20th day of his stay, Mo Wuji successfully refined his first-grade human spirit elixir, the Gathering Spirit Pill. This elixir was intended for cultivators in the meridian expansion stage, offering far superior effects compared to the Qi condensation pill. On the 21st day, he successfully crafted the Recovery Pill, designed to replenish vital energy, which proved equally advantageous for him. Immersed in this fervent routine of cultivation and alchemy, Mo Wuji almost lost track of time. It was not until the day his entire meridian system trembled simultaneously, and a powerful, profound aura cascaded down from above, permeating his being, that he regained awareness. He realized he had unknowingly advanced to the third layer of the meridian expansion stage in less than 2 months since he began cultivating as an ordinary individual. What pleased him most was not merely his rapid progress, but the fact that during this short span, he had devoted little time solely to cultivation, balancing it with learning alchemy. Now, he had truly become a first-grade human alchemist, utilizing the resources of the Wuhan Sword Mountain and the unmarked alchemical tome. He had traversed heights that many could not achieve in a lifetime. Regrettably, no matter how hard he tried, he could not concoct a second-grade human spirit elixir. Chapter 81. The Withering of Yin. Mo Wuji estimated that although he had not been in the Wuhan Sword Mountain for a full month, He was not far from that mark. Perhaps he had even surpassed it, merely delayed by a transmission issue. Throughout this month, he had hardly moved from his spot, nearly exhausting the spiritual herbs of this region. He had painstakingly concocted a couple of 100 spirit-gathering pills and restoration pills, but he was troubled by the thought that, upon leaving, these elixirs might be confiscated, while losing the pills would be a minor inconvenience. What truly gnawed at him was the possibility that the formidable members of the Wuhan sword sect would inquire about the origins of these concoctions. How would he respond? Would he dare to claim that he had brewed them himself? That would surely jeopardize his chances of protecting the wordless alchemical tome. Wuji's background was all too easy to investigate. A mere casual inquiry from the Wuhan sword sect could unveil his every move in the Changyu kingdom. If they were to discover that he had never had the opportunity to learn alchemy, and had even purchased alchemical machinery while in Changluo, the questions would multiply. Who had taught him the art of alchemy? It would be impossible for him to conceal the existence of the wordless alchemical tome. Yet, leaving behind the fruits of his labor filled him with regret. These were the results of his relentless toil, day and night. Just as Wuji was lost in his thoughts, he noticed a figure with flowing white hair staggering toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the seemingly elderly figure was, in fact, a graceful woman. When she lifted her head, he recognized her immediately, Yin Xianin, a fourth-grade earth alchemist who had entered the Wuhan Sword Mountain alongside him. A month prior, when they had been transported to the Sword Mountain, she had been adorned with a crown of dark hair. In less than a month, he now saw her with a head full of white hair. If it weren't for her unchanged face and figure, he might not have recognized her at all. Something seemed amiss. She had aged dramatically in such a short time, yet her facial features had remained largely unchanged. Upon seeing Wuji, Yin Xianin appeared unable to maintain her composure, collapsing to the ground. Wuji hurried over to assist her, noticing that even the skin on her hands looked gaunt and devoid of vitality, as though she had spent decades or even centuries here, draining her life force. Without delay, he retrieved his concocted elixirs, offering her several restoration pills and blood-nourishing pills. The blood-nourishing pill, a first-grade human spirit pill, was originally intended for Yinner, who had been suffering from malnutrition and whose health was severely compromised. The blood-nourishing pill contained various nourishing spiritual herbs, making it perfectly suitable for her. As he placed several pills into Yin Xianin's mouth, although her face showed no immediate change, he noticed the vitality gradually returning to her once dry skin. Wuji promptly carried her into the cave, where he practiced cultivation and alchemy. As a fourth-grade earth alchemist, her cultivation level was undoubtedly significant. Such a practitioner should not have been so close to having their life force drained. Wuji held her in high regard, not only due to her unparalleled alchemical skills, but also because she had defended him when Master Chu had targeted him. He laid Yin Xianin on the stone bed where he usually rested, and she lay there, eyes closed and still. However, Wuji knew she was steadily recovering. As the effects of his blood-nourishing pill and restoration pill began to take hold, her aura grew increasingly robust, and the vitality in her skin began to flow with renewed strength. Watching her gradual recovery, Wuji recalled the desolate wasteland he had passed earlier, where the life force appeared to be dissipating, much like the vitality that seemed to have been drained from Yin Xianin, causing her to age prematurely. A shiver ran down his spine as he pondered whether this place absorbed not only the life force of the spiritual herbs and soil, but also that of human beings. "Thank you for saving me." Yin Xianin's voice broke through his reverie. Wuji quickly replied, "I happened upon you quite by chance. What happened?" Instead of answering immediately, Yin Xianin patted her waist, and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. She opened the bottle, taking out a pill and consuming it. Wuji stared in astonishment. Was this some kind of magic? There were no visible pockets on her waist from which she could have drawn the bottle. There was a small cloth bag, but it seemed far too tiny to contain such an object. He soon dismissed his confusion, marveling as he observed her. After consuming just one pill, her skin became instantly nourished and plump, and even her hair gradually transformed from gray to black. Wuji gasped, although he had accidentally created a solution to open meridians. He had never imagined such a miraculous elixir existed. Was this a youth-restoring pill? He had concocted blood-nourishing pills and restoration pills, but those merely improved her complexion and increased her vitality. None could compare to the effects of the pill Yin Xianin had produced. Within a mere half a stick of incense, she had returned to her former self. With a sigh, she sat up. Seeing Wuji's astonished expression, Yin Xianin explained, "What I just took was a 7th-grade celestial spirit pill, a basic vitality elixir." A celestial spirit pill? Surely, only a celestial alchemist could concoct such a potion? Are there 7th-grade celestial alchemists in our Xinghe Empire? Mo Wuji exclaimed, recalling that he had heard from Shun Lian that none of the 5 great empires seemed to possess celestial alchemists. Yin Xianin shook her head. This pill was left to me by my master. Your master is a celestial alchemist? Mo Wuji expressed his respect, having grasped the significance of such a title. No. My master is a 6th-grade earth alchemist. This pill was not concocted by her, but by my grandmaster. After I advanced to a 3rd-grade human alchemist, my master departed to seek my grandmaster. My grandmaster resides beyond the 5 great empires. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Yin Xianin's eyes as she recalled her master. Mo Wuji had heard of what it meant to be outside the 5 great empires. In alchemist, does that not entail traversing the elemental wilderness? Is it not said that no one can pass through the elemental wilderness? Yin Xianin cast a faint glance at him. No one has truly witnessed the impossibility of crossing the elemental wilderness. In fact, many formidable individuals who entered it have not perished. Where do you think they went? Having said that, she seemed reluctant to dwell further on the topic and instead inquired, Mo Shidi, how is it that you, a mere untrained servant disciple, managed to land safely here after the teleportation mishap and have survived for nearly a month? Her gaze lingered on the alchemy furnace Mo Wuji had set aside. As the foremost alchemist of the Wuhan sword sect, Yin Xianin calling him Shidi was a considerable honor. Mo Wuji chuckled, I am not incapable of cultivation. My spiritual root is merely poor, yet I have managed to cultivate for quite some time using brute methods, and my physical condition is relatively good. When the teleportation array malfunctioned, I was fortunate enough to sustain only minor injuries and encountered no significant danger. Yin Xianin did not respond right away, but scrutinized him for a while before saying, to land safely in such circumstances, it is not merely a matter of luck. Moreover, I suspect your understanding of medicinal materials and alchemy may surpass that of Master Shi. Mo Wuji immediately refuted, In alchemist, such praise is beyond what I deserve. My knowledge of medicinal materials stems from my work in the apothecary. However, my skills are far too rudimentary to be compared to Master Shi's. Is that so? A faint smile graced Yin Xianin's lips. Mo Shidi, rest assured, if I intended to expose you, I would have done so when you applied the water vine essence to Master Shi's Qingyan fruit during the alchemy session in the Great Hall, not waited until now. Mo Wuji's mouth fell agape, and it took him a moment to awkwardly respond. You saw that? What do you think? Yin Xianin smiled softly. To be precise, it was not what I saw, but what I sensed.